Chapter 1. The Qin family needs you. Here is 1 million. If you agree to the divorce, is all yours. Yang Meiwan scowled, forcefully tossing the bank card onto the table before Qin and I. What if I refuse? Qin and I inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his demeanor unruffled, for this was not their first encounter of this nature. Is it insufficient? What do you believe you are worth? Name your price. Yang Meiwan sneered, her disdain for her son-in-law intensifying. If money could resolve this issue, I would have left Suya long ago. Qin and I exhaled a cloud of smoke, his voice steady. The most worthless thing in this world is money. Yang Meiwan was taken aback by his response. It provoked a bitter laugh from her. You are the most audacious failure I have ever encountered. Suya truly has poor judgment. Yang Meiwan rose, surveying the room with disdain, and remarked, in 3 years, aside from fiddling with those cheap silver needles in this shabby clinic, have you earned even a penny? Because of your presence, Suya cannot even enter the family business. Do you not feel any guilt? Qin and I implore you, spare my daughter. Are you finished? Qin and I extinguished his cigarette and said coolly, if you are done, please leave and don't forget to take the card. You. Yang Meiwan trembled with fury, hissing, do not come to regret this. With gritted teeth, she exited the clinic. In her heart, Qin and I had ceased to be her son-in-law. Instead, he resembled an insufferable fly or an indestructible cockroach. Qin and I lit another cigarette, as his habit had recently intensified. Over the past 3 years, he had endured countless tirades from Yang Meiwan, and each time he heard her question, do you not feel guilty? It felt as though a needle pierced his heart. Suya, his wife, was kind, beautiful, strong, and independent. 3 years prior, she had collapsed outside his clinic due to a migraine, and after 6 months of treatment, he had cured her affliction, bringing them together. Yet, the disparity in their social standings had rendered their lives less than blissful. The love that once flourished had now become a precarious twilight. Qin and I inhaled deeply, as if attempting to draw all his troubles into his lungs. His gaze, initially unfocused, suddenly sparked with clarity. He slammed his right hand onto the coffee table, and 3 silver needles sprang into action. With a graceful flick, the needles hummed as they shot towards the door, slicing through the air like bullets, creating ripples in their wake. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 needles embedded themselves into the wooden door, vanishing from sight. Young master, is this how you greet an old man? An elderly gentleman with silver hair, appearing to be in his 60s, entered with a smile that my frail body cannot withstand such treatment. Tian Guofu, as he was known, casually tossed the silver needles, which landed squarely on the coffee table before Qin 90'd. They were the very same needles. Old fellow, it has been years since we last met. Your skills have improved. Had I known, I would have exerted more force earlier. Qin and I replied with a cool smile. Do not jest, young master. With a bit more force, I might find myself facing the king of hell. Tian Guofu retorted with a chuckle. Stop calling me young master. I am merely 25 this year. Qin and I replied, tossing his cigarette to Tian Guofu. Find yourself a seat. Red plum. How tasteful. Tian Guofu remarked as he settled into a chair, casually tossing aside the red plum. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, lighting it while glancing around, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Who would have thought? The illustrious second young master of the Qin family in Yanjing has ended up in Haidong City, running a humble clinic and not a single patient in sight. Stop with the nonsense. What do you want from me? Qin and I impatiently inquired. The Qin family needs you, Tian Guofu replied, his demeanor turning serious. These are the exact words of the old matriarch. 9 years ago, she unceremoniously expelled me from the Qin family, forbidding me from utilizing Qin medical practices, warning me not to set foot in Yanjing, and even forbidding me from using my own name. Oh, you have any idea how I have endured these 9 years? Qin and I's every word concealed a multitude of sorrows. Now, with a mere phrase of the Qin family needs me, she expects me to turn back? For the old matriarch, these 9 years have been nothing short of torment as well, Tian Guofu stated. Enough. I do not wish to hear it. Qin and I raised his hand to silence him, just as his phone began to ring. Hello, Xiaoya. Mom called me. Did you upset her again? Suya's voice was tinged with irritation. Qin and I know Mom can be harsh, but she is still my mother. Why marrying you has already brought her enough shame. Can't you spare me some worry? I apologize, Qin and I replied, unwilling to elaborate. I apologize. What else can you say? I truly. Suya halted, seemingly realizing something, leaving the latter half of her sentence unspoken. Qin and I understood implicitly, tightening his grip on the phone, that a brief silence was shattered when a man's voice suddenly erupted from the other end. Xiaoya, hurry up. The man's voice was loud, particularly the way he called out to Xiaoya, which sounded intimately affectionate. He barely finished his sentence before the call was abruptly terminated. Listening to the busy signal, Qin and I felt a pang of anxiety that he recognized that voice. It belonged to Li Hao, Suya's colleague and the HR manager at Dingxing Medical Equipment Company, as well as Suya's admirer. Though Qin and I trusted Suya, even that trust could not mask his heartache. Second young master, can you truly endure such grievances? After all, it's merely the insignificant Su family. Tian Guff's tone grew somber. 3 years of marriage, and the grievances I've endured with Suya pale in comparison. Qin and I replied calmly. It seems the second young master has grown genuinely attached. Tian Guofu mused. 3 years by now, you must be unable to live without her, like a dog accustomed to its master. Qin and I smiled faintly. This is my life, Lao Tian. Return and inform her that I am no longer a member of the Qin family. Farewell, very well, Tian Guofu said, rising to place a business card before Qin and I. Your grandmother asked me to convey 8 words to you. Rise from ruin, find life in despair. If you understand, call me. If not, I shall wait until you do. After taking a few steps, Tian Guofu turned back to add, if you truly care for her, do not let her down. Even the most beautiful love can be dulled by the harshness of reality. Enough of your rambling. Qin and I extinguished his cigarette, collapsing onto the sofa like a heap of clay. Sweat dripped from him, as 9 years of dormancy were finally awakened in this moment. After breaking and then rebuilding, finding life in a dire situation were these not the very words spoken by his grandfather before his passing. Qin and I found himself lost in contemplation. At 10 o'clock that evening, while indulging in a cigarette, Qin and I received a text message from Suya. I've had too much to drink. Come pick me up at the Century Hotel. A warmth enveloped Qin and I's heart. The fact that Suya thought of him in her inebriated state signified that he still held a place in her heart. Yet, a sense of perplexity crept in. Suya was typically a woman of discipline and restraint. What could have prompted her to drink excessively? Could it be related to Li Hao? With little time for further reflection, Qin and I donned his jacket, locked the clinic's door, and hastily rode his electric scooter towards the Century Hotel. Chapter 2. Laozi's Woman. It is not your concern. The September breeze carried a hint of chill as Qin and I reflected on the past with Suya. A wave of nostalgia washing over him. The Su family, renowned in Haidong City for operating 2 publicly listed pharmaceutical companies, held significant influence. As the most beautiful girl of her generation, Suya became the family's strategic asset. However, unbeknownst to them, she secretly married Qin and I, inciting the family's wrath and resulting in her complete ostracism from the Su household. As a consequence, after graduating from a business university, Suya was relegated to the unremarkable Dingxing Medical Equipment Company, where she served as the sales manager. The screech of brakes pierced the air as Qin Ni's vehicle came to a halt in front of the Century Hotel. Despite the late hour, the surroundings were illuminated brightly, resembling daylight. After parking, Qin and I hastened towards the entrance, only to encounter Li Hao and his companions exiting. A sigh of relief escaped him. Among them was Suya, being supported by Yang Lin, visibly intoxicated and barely coherent. Ah, isn't this Suya's husband? Li Hao exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch as he recognized Qin and I. Some had seen him before, while others had not, and the colleagues gazed curiously at him, mocking, isn't he the one living off his wife? Don't speak recklessly, Li Hao admonished. Qin and I is a well-known entrepreneur. Entrepreneur? The crowd faltered in surprise. Indeed, he owns a traditional Chinese medicine clinic down 100 meters in the alley opposite the Blue Sky Internet CAF on Wuhui Street in Tongwan District. Li Hao continued earnestly. Remember, if you fall ill, you must patronize Qin Ni's establishment, but do wear a mask, for that alley is replete with unpleasant odors. Laughter erupted among the group. But Qin and I disregarded their jests. He approached Suya, gently taking her from Yang Linlin's grasp, and whispered, how could she drink so much? Yang Linlin, a close associate of Suya, harbored disdain for Qin and I. She retorted, It's all because of your incompetence. If you had any skills, Suya wouldn't have to exert herself so desperately. With a glare toward Qin and I, she continued, her voice tinged with pity, during dinner. We encountered Director Zhang from the procurement department of Hua Qin Hospital. Our company has long sought collaboration, but lacked connections. So, Suya, with great audacity, approached him. That Director Zhang is a lecher, attempting to take advantage of Suya. Naturally, she refused. In a fit of anger, he forced her to drink. For each cup she consumed, he'd sign a contract worth 100,000. Do you know? Suya downed 10 cups, 2 bottles of liquor, all for that $1 million contract. Tears welled in Yang Linlin's eyes as she lamented. And you dare question why she drank so much? How could you, Qin and I? A chill ran through Qin and I, leaving him speechless. What are you two whispering about? Li Hao swaggered over. Nothing. Yang Linlin replied, wiping her tears. You should take Suya home quickly. Don't let her embarrass herself here. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Qin and I contemplated leaving. Hey, are you leaving? Li Hao suddenly called out to him. Is there something you need? Qin and I replied coldly. There is nothing particularly pressing. I simply wonder if your inexpensive electric scooter can take Suya home. Li Hao was particularly smug. He had long harbored affections for Suya, but she remained indifferent, largely due to the presence of Qin and I. At this moment, he finally saw an opportunity to humiliate Qin and I and would not let it slip away. He wished to demonstrate to everyone who the true man was. Although Suya was currently unconscious, by Monday, their colleagues would certainly recount to her all that had transpired today. With this thought in mind, Li Hao boasted, in my opinion, I should drive little Suya home. What if you accidentally harm our company's beauty? I just picked up my Audi last week. It is absolutely safe. His pompous demeanor elicited laughter from the crowd. Even though Qin and I was Suya's husband, no one felt pity for him, as he was merely seen as a good-for-nothing man living off her. It was a pity that Suya was with him. Just when everyone expected Qin and I to leave in disgrace, he suddenly turned around. To their astonishment, he seized Li Hao by the collar with one hand, towering over him at a height of 6 feet, and stated firmly, I warn you, my woman is not for you to concern yourself with. This declaration stunned everyone. No one anticipated that Qin and I, the so-called good-for-nothing, would erupt in such a manner. Amidst the shocked gazes, Qin and I shoved Li Hao, who stumbled backward and collided with the tempered glass door, nearly shattering it with the force of the impact. How dare you push me? Li Hao's face flushed crimson as he angrily approached Qin and I, cursing, You're finished today. Mr. Li, please don't act rashly. This is a public place. Mind your image. Besides, why stoop to his level? Yang Linlin Horieli Interfinet. It truly is unnecessary to argue with such a worthless person. Li Hao adjusted his tie, grinding his teeth in disdain. Qin and I, have you made enough noise? Don't create trouble for Sister Suya. Just leave, Yang Linlin said with evident disdain. Her assistance limited to these words. Yet, Qin and I paid her no heed, standing as resolutely as a blade, unfazed by the contemptuous gazes around him. Li Hao's incessant insults, or the pungent smell of alcohol emanating from Suya. All of it ignited his nerves, making him acutely aware of the burdens Suya bore because of him. Why are you still here? Yang Linlin urged mercilessly. But Qin and I's gaze grew increasingly resolute as he slowly retrieved his phone. Hello, old Tian. Send me a car to Century Hotel. I'll wait for just 10 minutes. If not, then all discussions are off. After speaking, Qin and I abruptly hung up the phone. His actions left everyone in stunned silence. Li Hao was the first to recover. Did you all hear that? You want the car? How ridiculous. Is it an Alto or a Xiaoli? Although Li Hao mocked, he positioned himself beside his colleagues, not wishing to be pushed by Qin and I again. He continued, How about this? Let us wait for 10 minutes and see what kind of car it is. Laughter erupted among the crowd as they shared the same sentiment. Yang Linlin clenched her fists, her anger mounting. I've already paved the way for you. Why persist in showing off? Do you really think this will intimidate Li Hao and the others? You are exceedingly naive. Indeed, the thought processes of the inept diverge significantly from those of the average individual. Yang Linlin had already lost her desire to assist Qin and I. Amidst the derisive laughter, a security guard approached and politely inquired, Gentlemen, May I ask if that electric scooter belongs to you? Kid, you truly lack discernment. How could someone of our stature possibly ride an electric scooter? Li Hao scoffed, casting a glance at Qin and I. You might as well ask him. Chapter 3. My tow truck is a Rolls-Royce. The security guard understood the implication and stepped closer to Qin and I, his tone shifting to one of formality. Sir, is that electric scooter yours? It is mine, Qin and I replied without hesitation. I'm afraid you must leave immediately, the guard stated coldly. My scooter is broken, and I have already called for a tow truck. Could you grant me a few minutes? Qin and I responded calmly. Upon hearing this, laughter erupted from the crowd. Who would need a tow truck for an electric scooter? Was this a display of arrogance or sheer foolishness? Clearly, it was the latter. Out of courtesy, I can allow you a few minutes, but I must remind you that this is a high-end establishment. Should you leave your scooter here again, we will dispose of it as scrap, the security guard asserted, taking a rigid stance beside Qin and I. A heavy silence enveloped the air as everyone waited in anticipation. Li Hao, now uninterested in further mocking Qin and I, took out his phone, preparing to record the forthcoming spectacle. He intended to show Suya how her so-called useless husband would be towed home, relishing the thought of her sour expression upon his return to work. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. Suddenly, a sleek black sedan resembling a phantom glided to a halt in front of the Century Hotel. The harmonious symphony of brakes, engine, and exhaust captivated the attention of all present. Goodness, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, someone exclaimed. The guests of the hotel, alongside Li Hao and his companions, turned their heads in awe. Envy etched upon their faces. Is a significant figure arriving? Leo murmurat. Without a doubt. Just look at that license plate. 95 Supreme, a colleague timidly replied. A collective shiver ran through the group as the security guard rushed forward to assist in opening the car door. Welcome, esteemed guest. Get lost. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a man in his 30s with a buzz cut emerged from the car, roughly shoving the guard aside. His northeastern accent rendering the guard speechless. As the buzz-cut man surveyed the surroundings, his gaze quickly locked onto Qin and I, and his demeanor transformed instantly to one of utmost respect. He hastily approached Qin and I. Mr. Qin, I apologize for the wait. His voice resonated through the crowd, causing a palpable shock. The contrast between the buzz-cut man's reverence and his earlier arrogance was stark, all due to the seemingly unremarkable young man before him. In that moment, the onlookers struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding. Suya's colleagues were visibly taken aback, particularly Li Hao. Li Hao, is he here to pick him up? Someone whispered. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this freeloader command such grandeur? Besides, he explicitly stated he called for a tow truck. Li Hao gritted his teeth and strode forward. Excuse me, my good sir. You must have mistaken him for someone else. There is no way he could be Mr. Qin. He is the husband of my colleague, and I am acutely aware of the situation. He is Dr. Li Hao from a small clinic. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a buzz-cut man. Hold on, who are you? The buzz-cut man retorted, his voice laced with displeasure. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am from Dingsha Medical, Li Hao replied, but the buzz-cut man dismissed him brusquely. Stop your rambling. Is this a place for you to speak? Li Hao's face flushed crimson as he tried to remind the man of his manners. He couldn't comprehend why this buzz-cut fellow seemed to insult everyone. Was it possible that Qin and I was indeed Mr. Qin? What are you staring at? Not satisfied? Get lost as far as you can, the buzz-cut man barked, raising his fist as he noticed Li Hao lingering. Terrified, Li Hao retreated, realizing that he had lost face today. Mr. Qin, shall we get in the car? The buzz-cut man's anger dissipated the moment he glanced at Qin and I. Oldait, inni nadif. By the way, please load my electric bicycle into the trunk. No problem. As the Rolls-Royce departed from the Century Hotel, the astonished onlookers beheld an old, rusted electric bicycle crammed into the open trunk, its exposed wheel threatening to mar the pristine paint of a luxury vehicle. Hey, attention all security personnel. I just witnessed something extraordinary. A voice crackled over the radio. What is it? What is it? Came the chorus of inquiries. A young man's electric bicycle broke down right in front of our hotel, and he called for a tow truck, which turned out to be a Rolls-Royce Phantom. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? You're ruining my rest. Came a string of curses over the intercom. Li Hao and the others took some time to process the absurdity of the situation. Could that truly have been a tow truck? A tow truck worth nearly 10 million, just to haul away a mere electric bicycle? Who would believe such a preposterous tale? It seemed that no one would, or perhaps they were unwilling to accept it, as every moment prior had pierced their lofty sensibilities. The following day, Sunday at noon, Suya quietly opened her eyes, sunlight cascading onto her face, enhancing her breathtaking beauty, a rare sight in Haidong City. As she stretched languidly, she was astonished to find that she felt no discomfort whatsoever. Even her spirits were remarkably high, unlike her usual self after a night of drinking. She glanced at her freshly changed nightgown and realized that all of this was thanks to Qin and I. Although he lacked wealth and capability, he proved to be quite dependable. Suya felt a pang of guilt as she recalled her harsh words to Qin and I over the phone the previous day. A few minutes later, she made her way to the living room and discovered a table laden with delectable dishes, still steaming, accompanied by a note. Xiaya, trust me, from today onward. Let me protect you. Suya's body froze, her eyes instantly welling with tears. After 3 years of marriage, Qin and I had always struck her as a taciturn failure. He never argued or raised his voice, simply acquiescing to her every word, like a puppet on strings. Throughout those years, the words she heard most often were "I'm sorry." While romantic sentiments were an extravagant luxury, it seemed as if Qin Ni's heart had been imprisoned, leaving him despondent each day. On a slip of paper, Suya encountered a phrase for the first time in 3 years. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she carefully folded the note, a gentle smile gracing her face, even if it was merely a source of comfort. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the community, Qin and I sat on an electric scooter, conversing on the phone. Old Tian, you are indeed the chairman of Huaqian Hospital, correct? He inquired. It seems so. The business card I gave you was from Huaqian Hospital, wasn't it? Tian Guofu retorted. Qin and I fell silent, pondering the multitude of titles this old man held in Haidong City. However, it was rather expected, given the prominence of the Qin family. Tian Guofu had been the most trusted steward in his grandfather's lifetime. Are you not at Huaqian Hospital? Qin and I pressed. I'm out dining, discussing a small business deal worth a couple of 100 million, Tian Guofu replied with a chuckle. I don't care if it's a 200 million deal or $1 billion. Get to Huaqian Hospital immediately. I will arrive in half an hour, Qin and I stated before abruptly ending the call and speeding away on a scooter. Idiot, muttered the security guard at the entrance, unable to contain his disdain. Everyone in the community knew that Qin and I was a man living off his wife's wealth, his son-in-law, boasting of 200 million or even $1 billion. What a farce. Chapter 4. Nilan Mountain Erguo 2, Huaqian Hospital, a facility integrating traditional and Western medicine, had only been established for 5 years in Haidong City, yet had achieved the status of being the foremost private institution, a rarity in the industry, and had spawned numerous legends. Some claimed that a consortium-backed Huaqian Hospital, while others suggested it belonged to a significant leader. Regardless of the version, they all indicated the formidable influence of Huaqian Hospital, which was why Suya's company struggled to foster connections. However, for Qin and I, it was merely a minor enterprise of the Qin family, hardly worthy of mention. At that moment, he was making his way to the hospital's office building, only to be halted by a security guard upon arrival. This is the hospital's office building. Medical consultations are not conducted here, the guard asserted sternly. I am looking for Director Zhang from the procurement department, Qin and I replied. Today is Sunday. Director Zhang is on leave. The guard scanned Qin and I and responded. That cannot be. He asked me to deliver wine. Qin and I insisted, lifting the box he held, though he was uncertain if Director Zhang was present today. Oh, you are here to deliver wine. The guard's demeanor softened somewhat. I will help you take it upstairs. Fortune smiled upon him. Zhang was indeed present. Qin and I chuckled inwardly and said, this wine is quite valuable. Director Zhang specifically instructed that it must be delivered directly into his hands. It'd be troublesome if it were to be damaged. The guard furrowed his brow, recalling Director Zhang's temperament, and found some logic in his words. Fine, I will take you up. Moments later, they arrived on the 4th floor, where faint sounds of feminine laughter could be heard emanating from Director Zhang's office. Knock, knock, knock. Director Zhang, someone is looking for you, the guard announced. Who the hell is it? Interrupting my good time. The door swung open, revealing Director Zhang, whose Mediterranean hairstyle was particularly striking, and his attire was disheveled. He glanced at the guard. Xiao Lu, didn't I tell you that if someone is looking for me, to say I'm on leave? He says he is here to deliver wine. The guard responded, momentarily taken aback, looking toward Qin and I. Director Zhang, too, appeared puzzled, realizing he did not recognize the individual delivering wine. Indeed, I am here to deliver wine. Qin and I let out a cold, mocking laugh, his gaze fixed intently on Director Zhang. As the latter's face contorted in confusion and rage, Qin and I forcefully kicked the door open. Bang! With a resounding crash, Director Zhang was sent hurtling into the room. Ouch! His scream echoed like a pig being slaughtered as he stumbled and fell to the floor. His face twisted from the impact, blood gushing from his nose. What do you want? Do you know where this is? Director Zhang shouted frantically, disregarding his dignity. Get the personnel to Director Zhang's office. Xiao Lu, now realizing the gravity of the situation, called for help and then rushed towards Qin and I, attempting to intimidate him. Kid, this isn't a place for your antics. With a swift kick, Xiao Lu collapsed, utterly defeated. The sight left Director Zhang in shock, while the woman cowering in the corner trembled, unable to even glance at Qin and I. Don't be alarmed. I'm merely delivering liquor, Qin and I stated nonchalantly, as if nothing had transpired. He approached the sofa with a calm demeanor, opening a box that revealed 10 bottles of Nilan Mountain Ergotu. What do you mean by this? Little brother? Director Zhang, clutching his nose, lowered his tone, cautious in the absence of support. Don't you enjoy having others drink? Today, I'll ensure you have your fill. Qin and I replied, settling into the sofa with his legs crossed, lighting a cigarette. A flicker of understanding crossed Director Zhang's eyes. Ah, you're from Dingxing Corporation, aren't you? With Qin and I's silence, Zhang grew more confident, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. What is it? Are you here to defend that little woman? Let me tell you, I only agreed to purchase her company's products out of pity yesterday, but after this commotion, I can assure you that the $1 million order is dead. As Director Zhang reveled in his newfound bravado, he felt no fear, knowing he was dealing with someone from Dingxing Medical Equipment Company. However, if you bow your head and apologize, I might consider forgiving your earlier actions. Qin and I merely smiled disdainfully, remaining silent while savoring his cigarette, relishing the moment. Meanwhile, the security team finally arrived, bursting into the office with 6 guards. Director Zhang, what happened? The head of security inquired anxiously. Just an unobservant fool. How disappointing, Director Zhang replied, emboldened. Strip him of his clothes and throw him onto the street. Let us see who dares to touch him. Suddenly, a powerful voice interjected Tian Guofu. He strode in with an air of authority, his hands clasped behind his back, followed closely by Zhao and the driver who had picked up Qin and I the previous day. Good day, Chairman. The security team gasped in surprise. Everyone get out. No one is to speak of today's events. Speak out of turn, and I will have your tongues cut out, Tian Guofu warned, his tone icy, before turning to the woman in the corner. You too leave. Soon, only 4 individuals remained in the office. Director Zhang, perplexed, quickly said, Chairman, this kid is deliberately causing trouble. He is from Dingxing Medical. I don't want to hear it, Tian Guofu interjected with a wave of his hand, directing his attention to Qin and I. Young master, handle your affairs as you see fit. I shall observe. In a single breath, Director Zhang nearly fainted. It was utterly astonishing that someone of Tian Guofu's lofty stature would refer to Qin Yi as little second master. The cold sweat trickling down his brow was uncontrollable. Director Zhang, my memory is somewhat lacking. What did you just say? Qin Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette. Thud. Director Zhang collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, Little second master, I am blind to your greatness. Please, spare me. As he spoke, he bowed 3 times with fervor. You are quite the smooth talker. No wonder you have ascended to this position. Qin Yi remarked with a faint smile. I am a benevolent person and will, of course, pardon you. However, my lady shall not easily forgive you. As he spoke, Qin Yi pushed forward 10 bottles of Nilan Ergotu. Last night, you made her drink 10 cups, each worth 100,000. I am not mistaken, am I? No, not mistaken, Director Zhang stammered, his teeth chattering. I will not make it difficult for you. 1 bottle for 1 finger. Drink up. Qin Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. What do you mean? Director Zhang was perplexed. Are you really that dim-witted? Zhao interjected. Drink 1 bottle and you lose 1 finger. Drink 2 bottles and you lose 8 fingers. Do you comprehend? Director Zhang's face turned ashen, collapsing onto the floor in despair. Tian Guofu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao and who retrieved a dagger from his waist and placed it on the coffee table. Such bloody matters need not trouble Mr. Qin, allow me to handle it. Old Tian, don't just stand there. Record this, Qin Yi instructed. Understood, little second master, Tian Guofu replied with respectful nodding. Director Zhang, in a state of utter dismay, pleaded. He never imagined that such a young and seemingly unremarkable man possessed such fearsome authority. Who was this man? What connection did he have with Suya? Perhaps he would never know. The following day, as Suya entered the office, she sensed the peculiar glances from her colleagues. Unable to pinpoint the source of their odd stares, she settled into her office just as Yang Linlin burst in. Sister Suya, you finally made it. Yang Linlin leaned conspiratorially against the desk, her tone laden with mystery. Do you recall what transpired the night before last when you were rather inebriated? How could I possibly remember? Suya chuckled lightly. I was truly out of it. I must tell you, Qin Yi helped you regain your dignity that night. Yang Linlin asserted. He helped me regain my dignity? Suya laughed in disbelief. Am I not aware of his true nature? Chapter 5. Monthly meeting. Yang Linlin, visibly anxious, continued, you would never guess that Qin Yi came to fetch you on an electric scooter, and to top it off, he even summoned a tow truck. Are you implying that I returned home in a tow truck? Suya's expression soured immediately. This was not a matter of dignity, but sheer embarrassment. No wonder her colleagues were casting strange glances. Yang Linlin, have you taken teasing me as well? Sister Suya, please let me finish. The tow truck he called was no ordinary one. It was a Rolls-Royce, worth nearly 10 million. Yang Linlin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. A Rolls-Royce? You must be joking, Suya scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Sister Suya, have I ever deceived you? You should have seen the scene. It was nothing short of astonishing. Yang Linlin animatedly recounted. A few minutes later, Suya finally confirmed that Yang Linlin was not deceiving her. With her heart still filled with doubt, she could only speculate. Perhaps it's something he rented? Everyone else seemed to share the same conjecture. Nevertheless, the scene was undeniably grand and awe-inspiring. There was also an unexpected incident. Qin and I almost resorted to violence. Yang Linlin began recounting the moment when Qin and I pushed aside Li Hao, vividly narrating his declaration that Suya was his woman and that it was not Li Hao's place to be concerned. Suya listened in rapt attention, as if enthralled by a tale. Had it not been for Yang Linlin's unwavering conviction, she would never have believed that Qin and I could act in such a manner. Manager Su, could you step out for a moment? The door swung open abruptly as Ye Feng waved at Suya. Furrowing her brows, Suya assumed something must be amiss. Accompanied by Yang Linlin, she entered the office lounge, where a crowd had gathered around a desk, fixated on a computer screen. Manachersu, is that the director Zhang from yesterday? Ye Feng inquired, pointing at the screen. The computer displayed a video titled A Man Breaks the Guinness Record by Consuming 10 Jin of Baijiu. The footage showed director Zhang boastfully sipping from a bottle of Nulangshan Erguo 2. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles down, and Zhang was already flushed, his eyes bloodshot and filled with terror. As he continued, for bottles, 5 bottles, the moment stretched on, tears and vomit failed to deter him. Ultimately, he consumed an entire 10 bottles, and the video came to an abrupt halt. God of wine. Impressive. How much advertising money did Nulangshan give you? I'll double it for Hongxing. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. What's going on? Suya was utterly bewildered. Not quite sure. The video has just started circulating online. Netizens speculate that director Zhang was likely threatened. Ye Feng replied, then suddenly chuckled. But who cares? At least it's revenge for manager Su. The other day you had 10 cups, and today he had 10 bottles. Exactly. Let him bully Suya. And now he has gotten his comeuppance. Yang Linlin timed in. Unintended words carried weight, and Suya's brow furrowed deeper. Suddenly, she recalled the note left by Qin and I the previous day and pondered. Could he be behind this? It seemed implausible, Director Zhang was affiliated with Huazhan Hospital, a figure of considerable influence. Not even Qin and I, let alone the Su family, would dare to confront him. While Suya remained resolute in her conviction, she returned to her office and dialed Qin Ni's number. What woman wouldn't he wish for the man who stands behind her to be her husband? Once the call connected, Suya exchanged a few pleasantries with Qin and I before cautiously inquiring, Qin and I, are you aware of Director Zhang's situation? Director Zhang? What about him? Qin and I feigned ignorance. Nothing much, Suya replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment. She inwardly chuckled at her own naivety for assuming that Qin and I could be involved. With a soft sigh, she changed the subject. This Saturday marks my father's birthday, and I want to have time to select a gift for him. Could you take a moment to visit Pink Xuan's High and pick out 2 tins of fine tea? He particularly enjoys their tea, so please don't mess it up. I've already transferred the money to your account. Of course, Qin and I replied readily. At that moment, the office door opened, and Yang Linlin quietly reminded her sister Suya, they're calling for you to attend a meeting. I'll hang up now, Suya said softly. In a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Qin and I placed down the phone, and beside him, Tian Guofu smiled and remarked, are you planning to keep this from her indefinitely? Qin and I, remaining composed, responded, you are well aware of the Qin family situation. I do not wish to involve her in this conflict. Moreover, what right do I have to flaunt my lineage as a descendant of the Qin family before I possess sufficient strength? Such ostentation would only invite trouble, potentially even danger. While his reasoning held merit, as the saying goes, one cannot hide fire with mere paper, Tian Guofu interjected. Let things unfold naturally, Qin and I replied, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Rest assured, I have my own plans. Tian Guofu raised an eyebrow slightly, but chose not to pry further. Instead, he nodded in approval. The Qin and I before him, having undergone 9 years of refinement, had matured into a steady and composed individual, far removed from the frivolous youth of Yanjing. Let's discuss the Qin family, Tian Guofu said, his expression turning serious. Is that so? Lately. I'm still quite hungry. Then let us dine nearby. How about the Yulong Hotel? Tian Guofu replied with a grin. Oh, a 5-star hotel. It seems I shall be treating you lavishly, Qin and I declared. Striding confidently towards the exit, Tian Guofu followed with a smile, observing the transformed young master before him with a sense of confidence and anticipation for the restoration of the Qin family. In the conference room of the thriving medical equipment company, 16 executives sat in attendance. As General Manager Wang Zhen entered, he forcefully slammed the documents he held onto the table. To be brief, our sales this month totaled a mere 4 million, reflecting a 40% decline from the previous month and a 50% drop year-on-year. I am eager to hear your explanations. Wang Zhen's voice was cold as he surveyed the room. Not only do you wish to hear, but we do too, as this pertains to the sales department. The technical director, Sun Xiang, promptly shifted the blame to the sales team. Indeed, our procurement department is only responsible for acquiring goods, not for sales, Yin Chang added. In an instant, fingers pointed towards the frontline sales department, and even Wang Zhen directed a sharp gaze at Suya. As the sales department manager, Suya had anticipated this turn of events. However, before she could speak, Zhu Meiqi stood up and declared, the poor performance is indeed our sales department's responsibility, but it cannot solely be attributed to the sales team. The blame lies with certain individuals' lack of leadership. Her eyes fixed squarely on Suya. With this statement, the atmosphere grew tense, as everyone exchanged glances, quickly grasping the underlying power struggle. Zhu Meiqi, having joined the company merely 2 months prior, had already climbed to the position of deputy sales manager, not solely through her sales prowess, but also due to rumored special relations with Wang Zhen. Her audacity to confront Suya in the meeting room clearly indicated Wang Zhen's backing. Without such support, Suya was destined to become the sacrificial lamb in this gathering. While the others felt a sense of pity, they also considered it a natural outcome. The workplace is inherently ruthless, and women like Suya, who rely solely on their abilities without resorting to machinations, often find their worth diminished when faced with exclusion and skepticism. Chapter 6. A doorstep apology. Zhu Meiqi adopted an overbearing demeanor, determined to trample Suya today, and continued her tirade. The sales report reveals that while our company's long-standing clients remain stable, the growth of new customers is lackluster. This indicates that our product quality is satisfactory, yet our sales capabilities are deteriorating. Interestingly, this month's revenue, excluding $3 million from returning clients, accounts for only $1 million from new customers, of which I personally contributed 70%. This implies that manager Sue and her team secured a mere $300,000 in orders throughout the month. Zhu Meiqi, with her well-founded arguments, cast a haughty glance at Su Ye and provocatively remarked, "Manager Sue, I am not mistaken, am I?" Su Ye's expression darkened. Her meticulously prepared summary was disrupted by Zhu Meiqi, who had unexpectedly challenged her during the meeting. In response to the inquiry, Su Ye gathered her thoughts and calmly stated, "The underperformance is indeed my primary responsibility, but I can assure General Manager Wang that this is merely a temporary setback." Turning to Wang Zhen with confidence, Su Ye proclaimed, "I have reached a verbal agreement with Director Zhang of the Purchasing Department at Huaqian Hospital to sign a $1 million contract. Although modest, this contract will serve as a crucial gateway to our engagement with Huaqian Hospital." Before Wang Zhen could respond, Zhu Meiqi erupted into laughter, saying, "Su Ye, you are rather naive, thinking that being a mere companion could secure a contract." The blatant mockery unsettled Su Ye, prompting her to retort coldly, "Zhu Meiqi, please show some respect." "Respect? Huh?" Zhu Meiqi scoffed dismissively. "You may not be aware, but Director Zhang has been dismissed and is under investigation for corruption." This revelation stunned the audience, prompting everyone to open their laptops to verify the news, which had just been announced mere minutes before the meeting commenced. Su Ye felt as stiff as wood, unable to fathom that the contract she had fought so hard to secure could be so swiftly obliterated. Earlier that morning, she had felt a rush of satisfaction while watching a video, but now she was on the verge of tears. Was this what they meant by joy turning to sorrow? She finally understood why Zhu Meiqi dared to confront her publicly. The latter had already secured victory, while Su Ye had been preoccupied with a phone call to Qin and I and had failed to notice the updates on Huaqian Hospital's official website. Missing such crucial information raised doubts about her competence as a sales manager. Zhu Meiqi mocked her further with a smirk. "Respect? Do you even deserve it?" Su Ye's face turned ashen. Her clenched fists could not suppress her trembling body. Faced with Zhu Meiqi's ridicule and questions, she found herself unable to retort, casting a desperate glance around at the executives present. Yet, at that moment, who would come to her aid? Even Li Hao averted his gaze from her. "Su Ye, you have been a loyal member of the company, and your contributions cannot be overlooked. However, society is progressing, and the company requires development. Your sales tactics have indeed become outdated." Wang Zhen feigned a sigh of regret, adding, "I believe Zhu Meiqi is more suited for the role of sales manager." Those words struck Su Ye like a boulder, shattering her efforts and dreams. After 3 years of hard work, countless sweats shed to prove herself to her parents and to hold her head high in the Su family, everything had now crumbled. "Su Ye, do you have any objections?" Wang Zhen's inquiry was perhaps a final act of consideration for her. Despite her myriad of grievances, Su Ye found herself devoid of any opportunity for redemption at this moment. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, an urgent knock at the door interrupted her. "Mr. Wang, a guest has arrived outside." Claiming to be the director of Huaqian Hospital, Song Yi, specifically requesting to see sales manager Su, an employee reported hastily. "The director of Huaqian Hospital?" Wang exclaimed in astonishment, pausing momentarily before inquiring. "Where is he?" "Waiting in the lobby downstairs," the employee replied. "Take me to him immediately. Su Ye will accompany me," Wang stated decisively, without a second thought. He had no time to ponder the reason for Song Yi's visit. Such a prominent figure could not be treated with indifference. As for Su Ye's demotion, that matter would have to be postponed. The two departed, leaving the conference room in a state of uproar, with everyone speculating about the purpose of Song Yi's visit. Only Zhu Meiqi seethed with resentment, for had Song Yi arrived just a minute later, Su Ye's position would have been hers. "Stop your wild conjectures. Let's go down and find out." Song Yi's personal visit may not bode well, Zhu Meiqi scoffed. "Let us not forget that Director Zhang was involved in embezzlement, and the only person he interacted with was Su Ye. Perhaps Suya has engaged in some unsavory business. Otherwise, he would not have sought her out. The crowd found some merit in Zhu Meiqi's assertions, and, under her leadership, they trickled out of the conference room. Minutes later, in a lobby on the first floor, Wang recognized Song Yi at a glance. This was the first time he had seen the man in person, aside from newspaper images. Director Song, what an unexpected honor to have you visit without prior notice, Wang said, bending slightly as he approached. Not a significant figure, no need for such formality. Song Yi replied calmly, sidestepping Wang to address Suya. Hello, you must be Miss Su? Song Yi extended his hand. A gesture that left Wang utterly embarrassed, and even Suya momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds of hesitation, she cautiously took his hand and replied, Yes. That's me. Miss Su, you must recall the incident 2 nights ago when Director Zhang pressured you to drink? Song Yi inquired further. I remember, Suya nodded numbly, her heart racing. Director Zhang has caused you considerable harm through his abuse of power, and on behalf of Huaqian Hospital, I formally apologize to you, Song Yi declared. Bowing deeply, a gesture astonishing for a man nearing 50. The room fell silent, as if struck by thunder. Suya was left speechless, and Wang was utterly dumbfounded. The employees who witnessed the scene were equally astounded, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Particularly, the executives led by Zhu Meiqi had not anticipated such a development. An apology? The esteemed director of Huaqian Hospital, a figure who typically graced the news, had come to personally extend his regrets to an ordinary sales manager. Was this a display of his impartiality? Was this an attempt to convey his approachability? Clearly it was not. Anyone with a modicum of sense would surmise that some unseen force was at play. Miss Su, was my apology perhaps somewhat abrupt? Song Yi straightened up, smiling as he asked. Suya finally came to her senses and quickly smiled, saying, Director Song, you are overthinking it. What happened the day before yesterday is of no consequence. You need not apologize. Miss Su, you are too modest. An apology is indeed warranted, and to express my regret, I shall sign a 10 million contract with your esteemed company. This shall serve as the foundation for our future collaboration. Song Yi's words struck like thunder, plunging the entire hall into silence, where no one could articulate their emotions. Chapter 7. Crafting a touching tale. Suya was taken aback by the sudden proposal and cautiously inquired, Are you suggesting a collaboration with our company? A 10 million contract? Indeed, and this is merely the beginning. You have no objections, do you, Miss Su? Song Yi asked with a smile. Of course not, Suya replied, her excitement causing her to tremble slightly. At that moment, however, Zhu Meiqi suddenly approached, extending her hand and displaying what she believed to be her most charming smile. Hello, Director Song. I am Zhu Meiqi, the newly appointed sales manager of this company. If you're interested in collaboration, I would be more than willing to discuss it with you. Zhu Meiqi's seemingly audacious behavior revealed her cunning nature. Although she did not fully grasp the relationship between Song Yi and Suya, she understood one thing. A major client like Song Yi must be secured, even if it meant seizing the slightest opportunity. Sales manager? Song Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Miss Suya is no longer capable of fulfilling that role due to her limitations, while my abilities surpass hers. Therefore, you can rest assured in signing a contract with me, Zhu Meiqi asserted confidently. Song Yi chuckled lightly. Having seen through Zhu Meiqi's ulterior motives, he did not extend his hand for a handshake, but disdainfully remarked, I'm afraid, Miss Zhu, I have no intention of collaborating with you, and in comparison to Miss Su, you still have a long way to go. Zhu Meiqi froze in disbelief, her face turning pale as her raised hand fell limply to her side, robbed of courage by Song Yi's words. Miss Su, I will draft the contract promptly and arrange a meeting this week. If there is nothing else, I shall not impose further. Song Yi nodded and turned to leave with grace. Since Zhu Meiqi's arrival, Suya had not uttered a word, as her current situation felt rather awkward. Reduced to merely a retained sales manager, for a fleeting moment, she genuinely feared that Zhu Meiqi might snatch away the contract. Yet, to her surprise, Song Yi resolutely defended her and even confronted Zhu Meiqi, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. Zhu Meiqi, do you not have any sense of shame? Director Song is clearly here for Sister Suya. What gives you the right to intrude? Furthermore, when did you become the sales manager? Yang Linlin approached Suya's side, unreservedly confronting Zhu Meiqi, and then turned to Wang Zhen, asking General Manager Wang, what is going on here? Meanwhile, colleagues from the sales department who had a good rapport with Suya gathered around Wang Zhen. Everyone, please do not misunderstand. Manager Su has not been demoted. She has secured such a substantial contract. I would only reward her further. Wang Zhen quickly addressed the crowd, gesturing for them to return to their duties. Oof. Zhu Meiqi gritted her teeth and stormed off in anger. This little brat thinks she can compete with Sister Suya for the managerial position? How dare she? Yang Linlin said, linking her arm with Suya's, and cheerfully remarked, Sister Suya, it's time for you to treat us to a grand feast. Tonight, let us treat the entire sales department to dinner at the Yulong Hotel. Suya exhaled, a smile finally gracing her face. This tumultuous life is even more exhilarating than a roller coaster ride. Did everyone hear that? Tonight, at the Yulong Hotel, a 5-star establishment, accompanied by Yang Linlin's cheers. This dramatic power struggle has finally reached its conclusion. Yet, Suya remains perplexed as to why Song Yi personally visited to not only apologize, but also present a substantial gift. Could it truly be the favor of the goddess of fortune? At the Yulong Hotel, Tian Guofu hung up the phone, observing with amusement as Qin and I devoured a lobster. Young Master Heir, the matter has been resolved. As you anticipated, after the cancellation of Zhang Datong's 1 million contract, Dingxing Company has indeed made things difficult for Suya. Reality shows no semblance of compassion. Qin and I set down the lobster, coldly lighting a cigarette. Should we consider acquiring Dingxing to hand it over to Suya? Tian Guofu pondered aloud. She is a determined woman. Otherwise, she would not have secretly married me 3 years ago while bearing the weight of the Su family. She has sacrificed much to prove herself. My aim is to protect her, to assist her in gradually realizing her dreams, not to grant her immediate success. Qin and I replied earnestly. If young Master Heir could show such consideration for the Qin family, I would die without regrets, Tian Guofu chuckled. The Qin family? Is it truly worth my effort? Qin and I mused, then suddenly broke into a smile. Let us dine first. We shall discuss the Qin family afterward. Several hours later, Qin and I contentedly patted his belly, having devoured an entire table of delicacies, leaving Tian Guofu in astonishment. Are you satisfied? Can we now discuss the Qin family? Tian Guofu inquired with a smile. Your performance has been commendable. I shall grant you an opportunity to present your narrative. I hope you can weave a tale that stirs the heart, Qin and I said, casually smoking and crossing his legs. You should be aware that the Qin family is now fragmented, no longer the prosperous entity it once was, Tian Guofu lamented. Indeed, if it were not so, they would not require my assistance. Qin and I replied with a detached expression. Precisely, for you are the heir of the second Master Qin, Tian Guofu remarked, rising to approach the window. This story must commence with the grievous injury sustained by second Master Qin, at a time when cracks began to appear within the family. Your grandfather's brothers were clandestinely forming alliances, coveting the Qin family's enterprises. When second Master Qin passed away, those treacherous souls had no qualms left. You were merely 16, the future helm of the Qin family. Keeping you there would undoubtedly place you in jeopardy. The reason for my expulsion from the family was not solely this. Qin and I remarked coldly, forever haunted by the grievances he had endured. Recalling the unjust accusation of rape by someone you cherished must be deeply infuriating and distressing. Tian Guofu inhaled deeply. In truth, the old matriarch was well aware that this was a scheme orchestrated by your third granduncle, utilizing Hiruachu. She merely played along to expel you from the Qin family and employed various connections to protect you in Haidong City. As for the prohibition against using Qin family medical practices and entering Yanjing, it was out of fear that your identity would be exposed, inviting peril upon your life. Such nonsensical chatter. Qin and I extinguished his second cigarette, lighting another. If that were indeed the case, he could have easily informed me of it 9 years ago. In your youthful exuberance, you were brash and dismissive. Had you known the truth, would you have survived to this day? Tian Guofu spoke with grave seriousness. Over these 9 years, you have indeed endured much injustice. yet from Master Qin and the old lady. This has imparted upon you the most valuable lesson. Do you recall those 8 characters? Rise after the fall, which pertains to the Qin family, and survival in dire straits, which refers to you. Young master, I have finished my tale. Huh, do you think I would believe you? Qin and I laughed. I do, replied Tian Guofu succinctly. From the moment you called me, you had already chosen to believe. Though these 9 years have been marked by mediocrity, your mastery of the Qian Kuan needle technique has reached an extraordinary level, and your medical skills have become even more refined. This clearly indicates that you have been patiently awaiting the opportunity to return to the Qin family. For the proud blood coursing through your veins cannot tolerate those who once wronged you. Moreover, I am aware that you have never relinquished your pursuit of the perpetrator who gravely injured your grandfather. You old rascal. Qin and I chuckled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Chapter 8. What is medicine? What is technique? Tian Guofu had spoken the truth. This old steward, who had accompanied him throughout his upbringing, remained the one who understood him best. In the hours that followed, Qin and I learned that the Qin family was currently in a state of fragmented power. Although his grandmother held authority, her advancing age rendered her incapable of sustaining it, and she could falter at any moment, which would signal the complete disintegration of the Qin family. Tian Guofu's arrival in Haidong City was to help him strengthen his position, as each faction within the Qin family was formidable in its own right. In front of the Yulong Hotel, Tian Guofu sat in a Bentley, cigar in hand, observing Qin and I standing outside the vehicle, and spoke earnestly. To return to Yinjing, you must possess not only wealth and power, but also a formidable identity that commands respect. I believe the position of president of the Haidong City Medical Association would suit you well. To the untrained eye, medicine merely refers to the ability to heal. However, in truth, medicine denotes medical skill, while technique refers to martial prowess. Since ancient times, the Dragon Kingdom has upheld the belief that medicine and martial arts are intrinsically linked. This is primarily due to the essential connection between medical techniques and martial skills. The extraordinary methods within traditional Chinese medicine, such as acupressure, bone setting, massage, manipulation, and acupuncture, require martial techniques to achieve optimal results. Those portrayed on television as hapless physicians are mere charlatans. In chaotic times, if one cannot save oneself, how can one hope to save others? Therefore, true masters of medicine are not only proficient in medical arts, but also possess formidable martial skills. The organization formed by such individuals is known as the Medical Association or the Medicine and Martial Arts Association. Its significance has remained paramount, both in the past and present. Despite Haidong City being merely a third-tier coastal city, attaining the presidency of the Medical Association is no simple feat thus. Upon hearing Tian Guofu's proposal, Qin and I furrowed his brow slightly. If such a modest requirement is beyond your capabilities, I suggest you remain here to enjoy a peaceful life with this old man. Tian Guofu jested provocatively. You old fool, on the day I restore the Qin family, the first thing I will do is expel you from it. Qin and I gritted his teeth. Cough, cough, young master, do not be vexed. I was only jesting. By the way, would you like me to drive you home? Tian Guofu inquired with a smile. Before Qin and I could respond, Su Ye's voice suddenly emerged. Qin and I, what are you doing here? Oh, your little lady has arrived. I shall take my leave now. Zhao, and drive on. Tian Guofu, demonstrating a keen sense of awareness, swiftly departed upon noticing Su Ye's presence. Qin and I turned slightly, observing Su Ye and a group of colleagues disembarking from several luxury vehicles. Their curious gazes fixed upon him, particularly drawn to her enchanting, large eyes. Oh, I was just passing by. Qin and I offered with an awkward smile. Passing by? Su Ye queried, slightly perplexed, for she distinctly recalled seeing Qin and I engaged in conversation beside a Bentley. Had she truly misjudged the situation? Manager Su, is this your inept husband? Zhu Meiqi exclaimed, her voice rising with the enthusiasm of a discovery. Zhu Meiqi, mind your language, Su Ye replied icily. Ordinarily, Zhu Meiqi's attendance at this dinner would be unwarranted, yet her tenacity made it impossible for Su Ye to decline. I apologize, at the office. Everyone often speaks of your husband in such a manner, so I inadvertently let it slip. Zhu Meiqi chuckled, reveling in the opportunity to belittle Su Ya. Having harbored resentment throughout the day, since your husband is present, why not have him join us for dinner? It's a perfect opportunity to introduce your family as son-in-law. Manager Su, surely you possess the courage to allow him to meet us? Zhu Meiqi strutted into the hotel like a proud peacock, flanked by a few colleagues with whom she shared a closer rapport. Yang Lin, visibly agitated, stamped her foot in frustration and approached Qin and I, indignantly stating, "Why must you appear at such an inopportune moment?" "Enough, Yang Lin. Please usher everyone inside," Suya urged. Yang Lin turned sharply and left in a huff. "Shall we also enter?" Suya inquired of Qin and I. "Is that appropriate?" He hesitated. "It's fine," she replied, forcing a faint smile as she turned toward the hotel entrance. Qin and I discerned that Suya's invitation was intended to consider his feelings, especially given Zhu Meiqi's pointed remarks. Declining to attend would indeed confirm the label of inept. Observing Suya's downcast demeanor, he understood that no one could find joy in such circumstances. With a faint smile, he quickened his pace to join her. A few minutes later, the group was led to a private room where they perused the menu and began to order dishes in succession, while a few individuals excused themselves to the restroom. Seizing the moment, Qin and I stepped away to light a cigarette. "Brother, may I ask you something?" Salesman Wang Gang, noticing Qin and I smoking a Hongmei, raised an eyebrow. "Go ahead," Qin and I nodded. "How did you manage to win over Manager Su? While you are certainly handsome, it doesn't seem quite fitting for someone to be living off her," Wang Gang remarked, only to realize the inappropriateness of his words, offering an awkward smile. "I didn't mean to offend." "Not a problem," Qin and I replied calmly. Wang Gang, feeling embarrassed, swiftly exited, unable to bear waiting for Qin's response. Qin and I, unfazed, recognized the unintentional nature of Wang Gang's comments. Just as he extinguished his cigarette and prepared to leave the restroom, he heard Yang Lin's voice from the shared sink. "Suya, why did you greet him? Couldn't you just pretend you didn't see him?" Yang Lin seethed at the thought of Qin and I. "He is my husband. Can he possibly masquerade as a stranger?" Suya retorted. "This is certainly an unusual occasion. Just look at Zhu Meiqi's arrogance. I truly cannot fathom how she dares to show her face here." Yang Lin gritted her teeth. "Can't you see? She's here to create chaos. Just ignore her," Suya asserted, as if her meddling were not enough. "Qin and I has also been a source of trouble for you." Yang Lin sighed. "I must admit my perception of him changed significantly the night before last. But honestly, Sister Suya, you are so exceptional. He is utterly unworthy of you. Have you ever considered divorce?" The air fell still, and the eavesdropping Qin and I held his breath. After a moment, Suya managed to utter those two words. "I have thought about it." But soon she continued, "However, I will not divorce him." "Why not?" Yang Lin questioned in confusion. "With someone like you, you could easily find a man 100 times better than him." "Why?" Suya forced a bitter smile. "He has no money, no talents, and lacks ambition. Even a random man on the street could likely surpass him in worth. Sometimes I ponder why I don't divorce him. It wasn't until 2 nights ago, when I got drunk, that I realized the first person I thought of in times of trouble was him. For 3 years, he has taken care of me with utmost devotion, even when I acted irrationally or uttered hurtful words. He has never shown the slightest hint of resentment. You would never guess that in 3 years, he has never raised his voice at me." As she spoke, a hint of happiness emerged on Suya's face. Chapter 9. Suya's secret. Yang Lin felt that Suya was beyond saving and retorted, "Sister Suya, I understand your feelings, but his behavior is merely a manifestation of inferiority. After all, he has depended on your family. All he cares about is money." "You are mistaken," Suya replied firmly. "He is not inferior. In fact, he possesses an arrogant disposition. Aside from apologizing to me, he would not bow his head to my parents either. His forbearance is solely due to my presence. Moreover, he is indifferent to money. My mother has repeatedly offered him $1 million to divorce me, and he has remained steadfast without the slightest wavering." Yang Lin hesitated for a moment but still looked down upon him. Compared to a long-term benefactor, $1 million is trivial. Besides, he gets to hold you, a stunning beauty. Every day, what's not to enjoy? Qin and I is far more intelligent than you. Actually, Suyao paused. Let me share a secret with you. The two fell silent. And soon Yang Linlin exclaimed, What? His tea touched you? Is he unwell? Keep your voice down. It has nothing to do with him. It's my issue. I have a psychological barrier in this regard, Suyao whispered, urging her. Please do not speak of this to anyone. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip. Yang Linlin replied, then sighed. So this is what true love looks like, but thinking about your future hardships makes my heart ache. That's why I strive so hard to improve myself and to accept him, Suyao replied with a faint smile. Now, let us return quickly. We want to keep everyone waiting. After the two departed, Qin and I emerged from the restroom, his eyes reflecting a blend of affection, warmth, and unwavering determination for the future. Upon his return to the private room, the dishes had already been ordered and everyone was preparing to select some beverages. As he settled beside Suya, Zhu Meiqi erupted into a fit of giggles, remarking, I must say, our manager Su and her husband do seem quite compatible sitting together. Although this sounded like a compliment, everyone understood that Zhu Meiqi was belittling Suya by invoking Qin Ni's identity. She then turned to Qin and I, continuing, I heard you drive a Rolls Royce. Why didn't I see your car today? Could it be that you couldn't afford to rent one? At this remark, many colleagues chuckled. Though out of respect for Suya, they kept their amusement subdued. Zhu Meiqi, you've gone too far, Yang Linlin said indignantly. I apologize. I'm just someone who speaks the truth. Please don't take offense. Now let us order some drinks, Zhu Meiqi replied, grabbing the wine list and suggesting. Since we have to work tomorrow, how about some red wine? Does that sound good to everyone? All right, the crowd echoed in agreement. What about the 2000 and 2009 law fights? Why isn't there any 1982? Zhu Meiqi gestured dismissively. How about this one instead? The 2014 Romani Connie? What do you all think? Speak up. It was evident to all that Zhu Meiqi was deliberately putting Suya in a difficult position. After all, a bottle of the 2014 Romani Connie would cost several thousand yuan. As the tension escalated, the room fell silent. Zhu Meiqi, there is no need for such behavior. Let us not forget you're here to enjoy a free meal. You're not in a position to dictate what we drink, Yang Linlin asserted loudly. Huh. Manager Su hasn't said a word, so why are you so eager? Zhu Meiqi sneered. Moreover, if you can't afford it, why come to a place like this? Yang Linlin was momentarily rendered speechless by the retort. Meanwhile, Suya's expression reflected her discomfort. Although she came from a decent background, her financial independence after being with Qin and I rendered several thousand yuan a significant amount for her. Aware of Zhu Meiqi's intentions, she was determined not to fall in her trap, yet could not bear to concede in the face of Zhu Meiqi and her sycophantic companion's smugness. Just then, Qin and I, with a stoic smile, interjected, Since Suya dares to invite you all to dinner, she can certainly afford it. Romani Connie, is it? Order as much as you can drink. His voice shattered the silence in the room, resonating clearly in every ear, especially the phrase as much as you can drink, which left everyone momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend its implication. Silence lingered for several seconds before Zhu Meiqi's expression shifted from shock to delight as she exclaimed, Everyone heard that. He said as much as you can drink. I can drink 20 bottles. Can you afford that? Haha. She laughed mockingly, as if she were witnessing a fool. The faces of those present were etched with bittersweet smiles, silently empathizing with Suya, thinking, this Qin and I is utterly clueless. Does he even know the price of Romani Connie? He can show off, but there's a time and place for everything. Yang Linlin shot a furious glare at Qin and I, whispering, Do you have any idea how much that wine costs per bottle? If you don't understand, it's best to remain silent. Suya felt utterly helpless and could only reach down gently to touch Qin Ni's leg, intending to remind him. To her surprise, Qin and I lowered his hand and firmly grasped hers in his palm. Suya's body jolted, perplexed by Qin Ni's intentions, and cast him a questioning glance, only to see him smile calmly as he spoke. 20 bottles? Do you think you can finish them? Oh, are you trying to provoke me? Zhu Meiqi retorted, her tone laced with disdain. Let me tell you, if you really place 20 bottles of Romani Connie in front of me, I will drink them all on my knees. In her view, Qin and I, the so-called man living off a woman, was incapable of such a feat even if he could, given his circumstances. It was improbable that he would dare to spend such a fortune. Therefore, she felt no hesitation. Since he wanted to humiliate himself, she would ensure he did so thoroughly. The other colleagues could only shake their heads silently. This pretentious display by an inept man was not only laughable, but also quite irritating. Everyone was eager to see how Qin and I would extricate himself from this embarrassing situation. Waiter, Qin and I interjected succinctly, raising his hand. The waiter, standing at the door, paused in confusion, believing these patrons were merely engaging in banter, not taking it seriously. Once she regained her composure, she politely inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Internally, she looked down upon Qin and I. His attire did not suggest wealth, yet it was a five-star hotel, and professionalism must prevail. "Does your hotel have 20 bottles of Roman Economy?" Qin and I inquired, fully aware that such an expensive wine might not be readily available in such quantities. "Do you truly want them?" The waiter responded, somewhat incredulous. "Simply answer yes or no," Qin and I insisted. "I will need to confirm with the manager," the waiter replied. "Very well," Qin and I nodded. The waiter, feeling exasperated, left, still convinced that Qin and I was merely posturing. The others in the private room shared her sentiment. After a brief silence, they collectively burst into laughter, some even unable to contain their amusement. Chapter 10. Let the performance begin. The brightest laughter undoubtedly came from Zhu Meiqi, who eagerly anticipated Qin's reaction upon learning the price. With a smile, she remarked, as expected of someone who drives a Rolls-Royce, "Your generosity is commendable. But may I ask, do you know how much a bottle of Roman Economy costs?" "Does it matter?" Qin and I replied calmly with 3 words. "Oh, I hope you don't end up in tears later." "Suya, you have truly found a wonderful husband," Zhu Meiqi declared, feeling that this was the most delightful moment of her day. Suya bit her lip, unable to pull her small hand from Qin's grasp. Feeling anxious, she lowered her head and glanced at half of Qin's face, whispering, "Qin and I, that wine is." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin and I turned his face towards her, offering a reassuring smile, as if to say, "Trust me." Suya was momentarily speechless, seemingly forgetting her next words. All she knew was that Qin's smile instilled in her a sense of security she had never experienced before. "Sir, is this the Roman Economy you requested?" The hotel manager approached Qin and I politely, though he frowned slightly, noting Qin's ordinary attire. "Indeed, 20 bottles. Do you have them?" Qin and I asked. "We do have them, but due to the substantial quantity, a 40 deposit is required up front. Should you not finish the wine, we can refund you at the original price," the hotel manager explained. Upon hearing the request for a deposit, the crowd instinctively displayed sardonic smiles, fully aware that the moment of humiliation was imminent. However, Qin's subsequent words left them utterly astonished. "A deposit? Not necessary. I will pay in full." The room fell silent, as if struck by a thunderclap. The crowd felt their minds buzz. An ordinary son-in-law exuded the aura of someone worth billions. Was this display of bravado not excessively audacious? After the initial shock, derisive laughter ensued, for they all knew that once Qin and I discovered the price of the wine, he would surely weep. If he could indeed pay in full, what a marvel that would be. "Sir, will you be using a card?" the hotel manager hesitantly inquired, signaling a server to bring the card machine. "Yes," Qin and I affirmed, nodding as he produced his bank card from his pocket and presented it to the manager. His actions were undeniably graceful, almost convincing, until the crowd caught sight of the card, green and white, unmistakably from a rural bank. "Good heavens! Qin and I, you are quite the character. Do you have any idea how much 20 bottles of wine cost? Nearly 800,000, and you present a card from a rural bank?" The laughter crescendoed, with Zhu Meiqi rising to her feet, doubled over in mirth. "No wonder everyone says your husband is useless. I am witnessing it firsthand." In the eyes of the crowd, who would deposit their money in a rural bank, wealthy individuals naturally opted for large banks known for their reliability and efficiency, making Zhu Meiqi's amusement all the more understandable. At that moment, Suya felt utterly humiliated, wishing for a fissure in the ground to swallow her whole, while young Lin Lin seethed with indignation, nearly compelled to reprimand Qin and I. The service staff in the private room stifled their laughter, while the hotel manager, wearing a bemused expression, asked, "Sir, are you certain you did not select the wrong card?" "What? They're all Union Pay cards. Can I use it?" "Ini feignit gumnis." Though he felt a twinge of embarrassment. At such a juncture, he ought to have produced a Centurion black card. Yet the old man Tian Guofu had only provided him with this card, claiming it suited his low-key persona. "Very well, please enter your password." The hotel manager placed the machine before Qin and I, fully prepared to inform him of insufficient funds. The onlookers regarded Qin and I as if he were spectacle, but as he entered his password, their expressions began to shift. Particularly, the manager, astonished, stared at the printed receipt, indicating that the transaction had been successful. "Please hold on a moment, sir. Your wine will be delivered shortly." The hotel manager swiftly exchanged glances with a server and hurried out. Silence enveloped the room, with only the sound of hurried breaths breaking the stillness. The mockery and disdain that had previously filled the air dissipated into nothingness with the successful transaction. In that moment, the crowd felt not only astonishment, but also a profound sense of shame. Yang Linlin was rendered speechless, while Su Ya's mouth gaped in disbelief. As for Zhu Meiqi, she slumped in her chair, defeated, her gaze fixated on Qin and I, still unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. This silence lingered for an extended period, persisting until the server arrived with the wine and dishes, as if no one dared to utter a word. As the waiter inquired if decanting was necessary, Qin nonchalantly crossed his legs and fixed his gaze on Zhu Meiqi, stating, "Romanée-Conti, one of the oldest wine brands in France, is the king of wines, while Lafite reigns as the queen." Amidst the astonished stares of those around, Qin continued, "Romanée-Conti possesses an unpredictable bouquet, rich and delectable, which is why it commands such exorbitant prices. For instance, a bottle from the 45 vintage was auctioned for over 2 million yuan, while the 1990 vintage has reached over 200,000. The 2014 vintage we selected should be priced around 40,000. As he spoke, he turned to the waiter with a smile and asked, "Am I correct, young lady?" "Indeed, our price is 38,800, the waiter replied. Though she did not fully grasp the conversation, it was clear that Qin spoke with authority. At that moment, the others were utterly dumbfounded, their bodies numb as they gazed at Qin. His words unequivocally revealed that he had known the wine's price all along, and yet he dared to assert that they could drink as much as they desired. What immense courage and wealth did that imply? The thought was terrifying, especially for Zhu Meiqi, who felt a jarring realization. She had believed herself to be in a position of power, only to discover she was merely a pawn in Qin Yi's game. Was this truly the so-called waste of society? A sense of helplessness washed over her. Yang Linlin shared a similar astonishment, her shock rivaling that of anyone else present. As for Su Ya, the woman who had lived with Qin for 3 years, she found herself utterly bereft of thought. In the midst of this astonishment, Qin gestured for the waiter to open a bottle, softly remarking, "If we were to decant, with this quantity, we would need to drink until tomorrow morning. Hence, there's no need to waste time." After speaking, he shifted his focus to Zhu Meiqi with a devilish smile. Making a gesture of invitation, "Deputy Manager Zhu, if the wine is ready, please commence your performance." With that remark, the tension escalated and all eyes turned to Zhu Meiqi, their expressions far more troubled than before. Clenching her fists and gritting her teeth in indignation, she declared, "If we're drinking, then let us drink. It's not my money anyway." She attempted to salvage her dignity, but as she reached for the red wine, Qin coldly interjected, "It seems you've forgotten something." "Forgotten what?" "Kneel." Chapter 11. Is this excessive? "Kneel." His frigid tone sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was evident that Qin had not forgotten Zhu Meiqi's earlier words. This was not merely an affront, but a profound humiliation. Some colleagues who were close to Su Ya secretly rejoiced, yet they also felt a twinge of anxiety for Qin and Su Ya. Given that Zhu Meiqi was Wang's woman, "Qin, do not go too far." Zhu Meiqi glared at him, her words laden with threat. "Is it excessive? I am merely imparting a lesson in integrity. A person without credibility cannot stand, if you cannot uphold even your own words." You are unworthy of consuming this Roman economy valued over 30,000. Moreover, you are even less deserving to flaunt your power before my Suya. Qin Yi's words were as sharp as a knife, his formidable presence suffocating Zhu Meiqi, whose face turned pale and lips trembled. With a tone nearly murderous, she retorted, "Remember what you said today." After Zhu Meiqi finished speaking, she grabbed her bag and stormed out in anger, unable to bear the humiliation of remaining there any longer. The two individuals, who shared a closer relationship with her, awkwardly sought excuses to follow her departure. The private room fell into silence once again, the astonishing events leaving everyone momentarily unable to process what had transpired, save for Qin Yi, whose calmness was unsettling. With the main character gone, the others felt free to indulge in their meal. They poured the opened wine together, while the unopened bottles were evenly distributed among them, considering it a generous treat from Suya. After Qin Yi concluded, he was the first to pick up his chopsticks, unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around him. Smiling as he said, "I will begin eating." In a taxi home under the night sky, Suya looked at Qin Yi with a serious expression, her beautiful, large eyes seemingly capable of seeing through him, which made Qin Yi feel somewhat guilty. "Xiao Ya, may I have a cigarette?" Qin Yi awkwardly produced a cigarette, but as he brought it to his lips, Suya snatched it away. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Suya inquired. It seems that the fish tonight wasn't very fresh. Did you notice that?" Qin Yi attempted to divert the conversation. "I want to know where your money comes from." "Stop evading the topic," Suya retorted, her arms crossed, visibly frustrated. "Oh, so it's about this." Qin Yi had already devised a plausible excuse, explaining, interestingly enough, a wealthy patient recently visited the clinic. After much effort, I managed to cure him, and today, to express his gratitude, he treated me to this meal and gifted me 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi noticed Suya's skeptical gaze, and with an awkward smile, he added, "Before you arrived at the hotel, I was chatting with the patient. That Bentley belongs to him. The money may be real, but your medical skills? I find that hard to believe." Suya raised an eyebrow, knowing Qin Yi too well. Over the past 3 years, his earnings had barely covered the clinic's rent, and his medical prowess seemed limited to dispensing medicine to elderly residents in the neighborhood. This was also why his parents looked down on him. "Are you questioning my skills?" "Remember, I cured your migraines," Qin Yi said, a hint of pride in his voice. "Who knows what ridiculous method you used?" Suya scoffed lightly, linking her arm with Qin Yi's and resting her head on his shoulder. She said, "Thank you for today. It is my duty. I promise to protect you from now on." Qin Yi's voice was firm and resolute as he enveloped Suya in his embrace. Suya gently lifted her gaze to Qin Yi's chiseled face, a profound sense of security swelling within her, an unfamiliar feeling. She longed to question Qin Yi about why it had taken him 3 years to reach this day, yet she ultimately refrained, understanding that this was a culmination of all his efforts, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. She wished not to impose any pressure on him. For her, once was sufficient. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Yi asked casually. "I feel a bit guilty," she confessed. "Guilty? You finally have some capital, yet I've squandered it all. We could have bought a nicer house or a better car, which would allow you to hold your head high in front of your parents. My electric bike is quite decent. You should get a car, being a sales manager. You can't keep taking the subway forever, can you? Fortunately, we still have some money left. Shall we check out some dealerships when we have time?" "Sure." Suya suddenly flashed a playful smile, declaring, "I will surprise you then." "A surprise? If you already know, it ceases to be a surprise." With an air of mystery, Suya intended to reveal that signing the contract on Friday would grant her a 5% commission, amounting to a substantial 500,000. Coupled with her savings, she envisioned purchasing a splendid car for Qin and I, a notion that had taken root when Song Yi agreed to sign the contract with her. She yearned for Qin and I to live with dignity. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the one safeguarding her was the seemingly ineffectual Qin and I himself. Seated in the taxi, they engaged in conversation for a prolonged period, their feelings gradually thawing like glaciers. The following day, the news of Qin Yi's extravagant purchase of 20 bottles of Roman Economy for 800,000 spread throughout the Dingxin company. Many were incredulous that a son-in-law could commit such an act, speculating that Suya was covertly advising him. This fueled the already humiliated Zhu Meiqi's rage and intensified her disdain for Suya. In the general manager's office, Wang Zhen puffed on a cigarette while Zhu Meiqi sat suggestively on his lap, her short skirt nearly reaching her navel. "Ah Zhen, you must think of a solution, otherwise I cannot survive in this company. The entire sales department is laughing at me," she cooed, clinging to Wang Zhen's arm, nearly trying to meld into him. "I have long advised you that your recent arrival and lack of rapport with others should preclude you from aspiring to the sales manager position," Wang Zhen replied, frowning. "But her sales performance is undeniably superior to mine." Zhu Meiqi pouted. "Superior? Do not presume I am unaware of your methods," Wang Zhen scoffed lightly. "My actions were also for the sake of the company." Zhu Meiqi feigned indignation, pouting, "If you do not find a way to oust Suya, I shall create a scene. One that even your wife will learn of our affair." "Oh heavens! Suya is currently a partner appointed by Song. What can I do? To expel her would be to drive away our company's fortune," Wang Zhen lamented. "How can you, as the general manager, fail to grasp the calculations? The fortune belongs to Song, not Suya," Zhu Meiqi retorted disdainfully. "Do not be fooled by Song Yi's serious demeanor. If I were given the chance to be alone with him, I would surely win him over. At that point, not just a 10 million contract, but even 30 or 50 million would be within reach. Moreover, I am yours, while that little vixen Suya is an outsider." "Ah Zhen, surely you understand this simple logic?" Wang Zhen fell into deep contemplation, refraining from immediate response. Yet he found merit in Zhu Meiqi's assertions. Chapter 12. The Jiutian Organization, the Sanqin Group. A prominent investment company in Haidong City, boasts the most opulent office building on the commercial street. Over the years, Sanqin has invested in numerous industries. Yet speculation abounds regarding the true mastermind behind the scenes, leaving the general populace even more in the dark. At this moment, in the circular office atop the Sanqin Group's building, Qin and I leisurely smoked a hongmei while exploring his surroundings. The ancient paintings adorning the walls and the exquisite vases on the shelves captivated his attention. Yet after inspecting them, he could only shake his head in resignation. "I say, old Tian, could you not procure a few authentic pieces?" Qin and I expressed his exasperation. "Young master possesses keen insight," Tian Guofu replied with a subtle smile. "Enough of this triviality. Do you not recognize who I am?" Qin and I remarked, settling onto the sofa opposite Tian Guofu. "Let's speak of serious matters. Do you possess anything genuine?" Curious, Tian Guofu inquired. "Are you considering purchasing antiques? Saturday marks the birthday of Su Ya's father, and it would be remiss of me to arrive empty-handed." Qin and I shrugged nonchalantly. "What do you intend to gift him? Calligraphy? Or perhaps porcelain? Or jewelry?" Tian Guofu probed. "It would be ideal if it were a piece by Su Shi, as the Su family descends from him, and Su Ya's father has a profound appreciation for such items. Inipandev, authentic works by Su Shi are rather scarce." Tian Guofu frowned, then suddenly chuckled. "However, I do know a friend who is an avid collector of calligraphy and paintings. He must possess something suitable." "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you. Please deliver the artwork to me before Saturday, and also prepare 2 jars of fine tea," Qin and I stated, extinguishing his cigarette and standing to leave. "Young master, this task requires your personal attention," Tian Guofu abruptly called after him. "Me?" Qin and I raised an eyebrow. "Indeed, my friend serves as the vice president of the Medical Association and is currently overseeing new member recruitment. If you can successfully pass the interview, the issue regarding the artwork will certainly be resolved," Tian Guofu explained. "Are you trying to negotiate with me, old man?" Qin Ni's expression darkened. "I would not dare. But the recruitment period is only open for a week. Should you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait until next year," Tian Guofu continued, his demeanor turning serious. "There is another matter concerning the late Qin Yi. My grandfather?" Qin Ni's tone shifted instantly. "Indeed, ever since Qin Yi's passing, the matriarch has relentlessly pursued the truth behind his demise. After years of investigation, all evidence points to a mysterious organization within our country known as Jiutian." Tian Guofu articulated each word carefully. "Jiutian?" Qin and I was unfamiliar with this organization. "It is an assassin group of terrifying prowess. Even at the height of the Qin family's power, they would have posed an insurmountable challenge. This may very well be why Qin Ye concealed the truth. He did not wish to drag the Qin family into peril. Tian Guofu took a deep breath. The matriarch instructed me not to disclose this matter to you, fearing your impetuousness. Yet, I recognize that your growth far surpasses my expectations. You have the right to be informed of this and to manage it appropriately. Qin and I refrained from responding, instead lighting a cigarette and taking several deep draws before calmly stating, I will attend the Medical Association interview tomorrow. Where's the location? Here. Tian Guofu handed him a slip of paper. As Qin and I traversed the bustling thoroughfare, a glint of cold determination lingered in his gaze. 9 years of restraint had rendered him exceptionally composed. He understood clearly that facing the Jiutian organization, which even his grandfather dared not confront, was beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he recognized the necessity of patience and growth. This was the very reason Tian Guofu revealed the truth to him, a reminder that to seek vengeance, he must first restore the Qin family's former glory. The following day, Qin and I hurriedly arrived at the Medical Association interview venue on his electric bike. Located far from the city center, it was a modest 3-story building, lacking even a security guard. Yet, the luxury vehicles parked outside testified to its remarkable significance. As Qin and I parked his electric bike, he noticed 2 men emerging from the building, one in his 30s, clad in an upscale suit, and the other, a man in his 40s, slightly hunched and following closely behind. Hua Xiao, do not be angry. There will be another opportunity next year, the older man, presumably a driver, murmured in a soothing tone. Next year? Do you expect me to endure this humiliation again? Go back and tell the old man. If he pressures me to join the Medical Association again, he can forget about being my father. Hua Xiao fumed, his teeth clenched in fury. I am a distinguished PhD in traditional Chinese medicine and a black belt in Taekwondo, yet I cannot even cross the threshold. Do they truly regard this place as sacred? Please lower your voice, or it could lead to serious trouble, the older man cautioned hastily. Let them hear. I fear them not, Hua Xiao retorted defiantly, though there was a hint of uncertainty in his bravado. Observing this scene, Qin and I smiled faintly. This was the Medical Association, an unattainable realm even in a third-tier city. Historically, the Medical Association has held a pivotal position, serving not just the common folk, but also royalty and prestigious families. Gaining entry into such an institution meant accessing an entirely different echelon, which is why many affluent and influential individuals fight desperately for position. Though it is no simple feat, hey, what are you laughing at? Hua Xiao, catching sight of Qin Ni's smile, felt his anger surge, especially upon noticing Qin and I riding an electric bike, which emboldened him further. In contrast, Qin and I disregarded the provocation, concealing his smile as he walked calmly toward the building. However, after a couple of steps, Hua Xiao blocked his path. Are you deaf? Hua Xiao shouted. Move aside. I have no desire to cause trouble, Qin and I replied coldly. Avoiding eye contact? What? Not wanting to cause trouble? What a laugh, Hua Xiao scoffed, sizing up Qin and I with derision. Look at you. What kind of trouble could you possibly stir? Go on. Show me if you can, you worthless fool. With rage boiling over, Hua Xiao prepared to unleash his fury on Qin and I, his brazen demeanor suggesting he might strike at any moment. The driver shook his head in resignation, secretly chastising Qin and I for provoking Hua Xiao, knowing it was akin to courting disaster. Clearly, they regarded Qin and I as inconsequential. To their astonishment, the seemingly inept Qin and I suddenly smiled, a wicked grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Very well, I shall oblige you. Without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, his right foot struck Hua Xiao with a forceful kick. The latter was sent sprawling 5 meters away, shock and pain overwhelming him, nearly knocking the breath from his lungs. Would you like to see more? Qin and I looked down at Hua Xiao, shaking his head in disdain before continuing into the building, leaving behind a stunned driver and a wailing Hua Xiao. From a third-floor window, Wang Yunyan, a man in his 50s, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is this the young master? Quite ruthless indeed. If it were 9 years ago, the young master would have killed this fool, Tian Guofu remarked with a faint smile. So, will he gain entry into the association? with a young master's prowess. It is certainly feasible, Wang Yunyan replied, pausing slightly, but the examiners this time are not to be trifled with. Chapter 13, the Medical Association, is not as simple as you imagine. As Qin and I entered the office building, he followed Lu Yin to the second floor, where the sounds of a conversation between a man and a woman echoed from the interview room. President, the interviews have been ongoing for 3 days now, and fewer than 5 candidates have passed. Should we not consider lowering our standards? The male voice hesitantly inquired. Lower the standards? Admit individuals, like you, who can merely perform menial tasks? This is the Medical Association, not a refuge for the incompetent. The woman's voice was sharp as a blade, laced with arrogance and rudeness. Qin and I raised an eyebrow, deducing from the tone that the woman was quite young, yet possessed a strong personality. She was likely the friend of the vice president, as mentioned by Tian Guofu. Lost in thought, Qin and I found himself at the doorway of the interview room. Upon seeing the woman seated in the principal examiner's chair, he was momentarily taken aback. Inside, a poised woman sat upright, her exquisite and fair visage radiating an arrogance akin to the luminous moon. Her neatly cropped hair was casually tied back, accentuating her competence. Her beauty was dazzling. If Suya was one of the few beauties in Haidong City, this woman would undoubtedly surpass her. How could that old man possibly know such a young and stunning woman? Qin and I mused quietly to himself, mistakenly assuming she was indeed Tan Guofu's acquaintance. Do you require something? The woman glanced at Qin and I with indifference before returning her focus to the materials in her hand. The man beside her then spoke up. I am here for the interview, Qin and I replied. An interview? The man chuckled derisively, scrutinizing Qin and I from head to toe. Confirming his cheap attire, he said scornfully, Are you certain you haven't come to the wrong place? The Medical Association has always sought capable individuals, those who hold a respectable position in society. In contrast, Qin and I appeared rather unremarkable, which justified the man's contempt. If this is indeed the Medical Association, I am certain I am in the right place, Qin and I replied, his tone steady and composed. After hearing this, the woman lifted her head and reassessed Qin and I, contemplating for a moment before saying, Come in. President, is it necessary for him to waste our time? The man expressed his disdain for Qin and I. One should not judge a book by its cover. The woman calmly stated as she turned her gaze to Qin and I, adding, I hope you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, you have made the right choice. Qin and I replied with a confident smile. The man scoffed at Qin's words, while the woman remained unfazed, as though accustomed to encountering individuals like him. I am the examiner for this session, Chen Duoduo, Vice President of the Haidong City Medical Association. After a brief introduction, Chen Duoduo continued to pass my interview. You merely need to answer a few questions. Fortunately, I have made no preparations, Qin and I remarked. Chen Duoduo raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Qin's audacity, and inquired softly, Who referred you for this interview? A friend of yours, Tian Guofu. Qin and I replied calmly, believing that mentioning Tian Guofu's name would ensure his passage through the interview, considering that such a medical association in a third-tier city was not on par with the Qin family. To his astonishment, Chen Duoduo furrowed her brows upon hearing this, contemplated for a moment, and then suddenly let out a cold laugh, saying, The Tian Guofu you speak of must be a friend of President Wang. A look of disdain crossed her face as she finally comprehended why Qin and I was so arrogantly confident. Casting a scornful glance at the man beside her, she remarked, No wonder the Medical Association is filled with incompetence. They must all be like him, relying on connections. The man, feeling humiliated, could only cast a resentful glance at Qin and I. Slightly embarrassed, Qin and I realized he had misidentified someone and cleared his throat, saying, Beautiful lady, even if I mistook someone. Is it really necessary to be so harsh? Harsh? Chen Duoduo's expression darkened. How dare you speak like that? You have no manners. Leave immediately. You have not passed the interview. The man beside her quickly stood up, loudly reprimanding Qin and I. Xiao Yang, sit down, Chen Duoduo commanded coldly. Then turned to Qin and I and said, Let me clarify. This is not harshness, but precision. The Medical Association is not as simple as you presume. If it is precision, then why so quickly assume I am relying on connections? Qin and I retorted, Chen Duo did not respond, but scrutinized him with piercing eyes, finding it hard to see any basis for his arrogance. Merely on the account of a Tian Guofu she had never heard of, she silently found it laughable, her expression growing ever more contemptuous. My first question, speak of your achievements or accomplishments in traditional Chinese medicine, Chen Duo said, unwilling to waste any more words on Qin and I. She intended for him to leave here thoroughly convinced of her superiority. I opened a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, Qin and I begrudgingly stated. Which clinic? Zhongshanhtang? Baikatang? Or Lianjiatang? After naming several well-known private clinics in Haidong City, Chen Duo haughtily declared, if it is not one of these, then there is no need for you to respond. Qin and I remained silent. His clinic was indeed insignificant. Observing this, Chen Duo sneered contemptuously and continued. Second question, under which master did you study? Do you have any notable mentors guiding you? Qin and I frowned, ultimately shaking his head gently. It was not yet the time to reveal his identity. I am truly defeated by your honesty. Chen Duo finally could not contain her laughter, saying, you have neither achievements nor a master. By what right do you come here for an interview? What do you think this place is? At this point, her expression suddenly shifted, and she coldly commanded, get out. We do not accept incompetence here. For a fleeting moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Qin Ni's eyes, but it quickly vanished. He smiled faintly and said, only based on achievements and lineage? It seems the medical association in Haidong City is rather superficial. What did you say? Chen Duo exclaimed, rising violently from her seat. Xiao Yang instinctively retreated 2 meters, fully aware of the formidable nature of this woman. I trust you heard my words clearly. Qin and I replied calmly. The air seemed to freeze as a sinister smile crept onto Chen Duo's face. One word at a time, she said, you possess quite the audacity, but you have come to the wrong place. After speaking, Chen Duo circled around the desk. Her graceful figure fully unveiled before Qin and I as she gazed at him, as if looking at an unworldly jester. You are the only one daring enough to challenge our association. Chen Duo's expression grew increasingly serious as she approached Qin and I, her voice cold and questioning. I am quite curious. Do you possess knowledge of medicine? I can indeed provide you with a serious answer. Qin and I replied with a faint smile. Very well. I shall grant you the opportunity to respond. If I find your answer satisfactory, I shall consider today's events as if they never transpired. Should it fail to meet my expectations, however, I will ensure you depart from here on your back. An imposing aura emanated from Chen Duo, betraying her delicate appearance. The reason she refrained from immediate confrontation was her desire to comprehend why Qin and I dared to provoke her repeatedly. This response would be his final chance. Chapter 14. The Art Ahem. Qin and I coughed lightly twice. Chen Duo's commanding presence did not intimidate him, yet it was evident that this woman possessed considerable strength. What constitutes medicine? It is quite simple. From the moment I began my studies in traditional Chinese medicine, I understood one principle, regardless of skill level. To save lives and heal the wounded is the essence of medicine. Am I correct, beautiful lady? Qin and I inquired with a smile. Chen Duo frowned slightly, and then posed the question, and what is the art? Simple, Qin and I replied, suddenly flicking his right hand, creating a fleeting image that appeared before Chen Duo. Instinctively, she took a step back, looking at Qin and I, who remained stationary. She noticed a white button had materialized between his 2 fingers. I can unbutton your garment just as easily as I can remove it entirely. That is the art. Qin and I said with a teasing smirk. Chen Duo felt a chill at her collar, exposing her fair neck. Quickly, she covered her neckline with her hand, a mix of shock and fury surging within her. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a brazen manner. You seek death. Chen Duo's gaze shifted dangerously. How could she tolerate such insolence? Just as she prepared to act, Wang Yunyan entered with Tian Guofu. Miss, what is happening? Wang Yunyan asked nervously. Nothing. Chen Duo feigned calmness, unwilling to display weakness in front of Wang Yunyan. That is a relief. The president just called, asking you to visit the association. I will handle the interview matters for now, Wang Yunyan stated. Taking a deep breath, Chen Duo regained her composure and shot a fierce glare at Qin and I. After contemplating for a moment, she suddenly declared, "This person has passed the interview." While one would typically celebrate a successful interview, Chen Duod's icy demeanor and the angry look she cast as she departed left Wang Yonyan and Tian Guofu questioning what Qin and I had done moments prior. A few minutes later, in Wang Yonyan's office, he personally poured tea for Qin and I, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness young Master Xiao Air passed the interview, or things would have been quite troublesome. How so? Qin and I asked as he lit a cigarette. Chen Duo is the daughter of Chen Jingyi, the president of the Medical Association. She has just returned after graduating from Sandu Academy and has immediately assumed the position of vice president. It is evident that Chen Jingyi intends to mentor her. This girl is proud and decisive. Once she makes a decision, it cannot be altered, Wang Yonyan said with an awkward smile. Thus, if she does not wish for you to join the association, I would be powerless to assist. To have gained admission to Sandu Academy indeed indicates some level of capability. Qin and I remarked calmly, taking a puff from a cigarette. Don't rejoice too soon, young Master Xiao Air. Tian Guofu took over the conversation, smiling as he remarked, I suspect this little girl harbors ulterior motives. Although you passed the interview, the forthcoming practical assessment may very well lead you into a pitfall. You need not remind me. Inididorti sambuetert is what I requested prepared. How could I dare delay? Tian Guofu replied, producing a gift box. This is the finest Longjing tea from the imperial court in Yanjing. I can hardly bear to drink it. I believe this is what you have left over. Qin and I said, not holding back a sharp tongue. Tian Guofu immediately signaled to Wang Yonyan, who understood and reluctantly retrieved a deep purple-black box from the office desk, presenting it to Qin and I with reluctance. Young master, this is a handwritten copy of the Diamond Sutra by Su Shi, which I have cherished for over a decade. The box, made of rosewood, was quite exquisite. Qin and I opened it and examined its contents for a moment before saying, I am not well versed in Su Shi's calligraphy, but the age of the paper seems appropriate. Young master has a discerning eye, Wang Yonyan praised, giving a thumbs up. I shall remember this gift, Qin and I replied courteously, then departed. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is a traditional custom for children to celebrate their parents' birthdays, especially after they have established their own families. Therefore, Su Jinrong's birthday held significant meaning for Suya. However, in recent years, due to limited circumstances, Suya found herself relying on Su Jinrong and his wife to supplement the celebrations, often feeling the pressure from friends and family, all stemming from Qin and I. Now that Qin and I had agreed to Tian Guofu's request, he naturally wished to ensure that Suya would not suffer any further grievances. That evening, after dinner, Suya sat in the hall, diligently typing on her notebook, clearly busy. Xiaoya, it's quite late. You should rest early, Qin and I said, gently placing his hand on the nape of Suya's neck from behind her chair. Suya murmured softly, then quickly replied, I can't. I have a contract to sign the day after tomorrow, and I must prepare all the necessary documents. It's very important. I believe it should be fine, shouldn't it? Qin and I ventured tentatively. In business dealings, one cannot afford to be careless, especially when it concerns the future of our company. You wouldn't understand? Suya replied with utmost seriousness. Qin and I smiled faintly, knowing well that all of this was orchestrated by him. He chose not to deter her further, opting instead to silently support her from behind. He had intended to mention the matter of the tea leaves, but seeing her engrossed in her work, he swallowed his words. The next day, upon arriving at the office, Suya received a call directly from Song Yi, inviting her to meet on Friday. Specifically, the following afternoon at 5 o'clock at Ye Feng Tea House. Overjoyed, Suya hurried to Wang Zhen's office. President Wang, the negotiations with Huaguan Hospital have been finalized. We will sign the contract tomorrow afternoon at 5 at Ye Feng Tea House, Suya reported excitedly. Suya, please take a seat, Wang Zhen said calmly, which filled Suya with a sense of foreboding as she sat across from him, puzzled. President Wang, what's the matter? I recall that Saturday is your father's birthday. Is it not? Wang Zhen inquired. Indeed, Suya nodded, confused. I have a gift here for you to take to your father, and please extend my regards. Wang Zhen said, placing a bag in front of Suya. President Wang, you need not be so courteous. With a cheerful smile, Suya initially believed that Wang Zhen's commendation was a reward for her performance. However, the ensuing words plunged her into despair. Suya, there is something I must discuss with you. You need not attend tomorrow's contract meeting, Wang Zhen stated with a serious demeanor. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by that? Suya inquired nervously. This decision pertains to the future development of our company, and I have resolved to appoint the more capable Zhu Meiqi to take over this task. Do not worry. Your commission will not be diminished. Moreover, Saturday marks your father's birthday, so you shall have a day off tomorrow to prepare, Wang Zhen said, feigning nonchalance. Mr. Wang, this is a business I secured. Isn't this rather unfair? Suya's voice trembled as she questioned him. She had devoted 4 days to this matter, even hosting a grand dinner for the sales department, and now she was being asked to relinquish the contract. It was not merely a matter of pride. It threatened her future as well. Unfair? If we are discussing fairness, perhaps I should be the one in your position as sales manager, Zhu Meiqi interjected abruptly, her imposing presence instantly overwhelming Suya, her playful gaze brimming with triumph. Chapter 15. The situation when awry Zhu Meiqi, feigning elegance, handed the documents in her possession to Wang Zhen, adopting a melodramatic tone. Mr. Wang, these are the materials prepared for tomorrow's contract with Huaqian Hospital. Would you kindly take a look? Certainly, Wang Zhen replied, nodding. Zhu Meiqi turned around, casting a scornful glance at the pale-faced Suya. Manager Su, do you see? This is what we call fairness. Competence warrants recognition, rather than relying on the charity and pity of others. In Zhu Meiqi's eyes, Song Yi's agreement to sign the contract with Suya was merely an act of compassion due to Director Zhang's situation. Zhu Meiqi, I never anticipated you could be so shameless. Suya clenched her fists, yearning to strike her adversary, but knowing that such an action would jeopardize her job. Mr. Wang, look, she even accuses me of being shameless. Zhu Meiqi laughed mockingly, but her expression swiftly darkened as she retorted, people like you, lacking in ability yet clinging to the position of sales manager, are the true embodiment of shamelessness. Suya, if I were you, I would have left gracefully by now. Zhu Meiqi intentionally provoked Suya, eager for her to resign on the spot. Suya, fully aware of Zhu Meiqi's intentions, remained silent for a considerable time, suppressing her fury. Recognizing the irreversibility of the situation, she turned away in resignation. Bang! Suya collapsed into the office chair, her eyes instinctively reddening. Yet her stubborn heart forbade any tears from falling. Sister Su, what happened? Yang Linlin quietly entered. It's nothing. Just let me be, Suya replied, not wishing to elaborate. Outside the office, Zhu Meiqi's triumphant voice rang out. Everyone, please do not rush to leave after work tomorrow. At 5 o'clock, I will meet with Dean Song, and by around 6, we expect to finalize the contract. I will treat everyone to dinner and a night of fun. A brief murmur of discussion ensued outside, soon followed by the realization that the project leader had changed. Subsequently, some previously neutral individuals began to side with Zhu Meiqi. Sister Su, this is simply too much. Yang Linlin finally grasped the situation, biting her lip as she declared, I will seek out President Wang. Enough of this chaos. Suya promptly rose to restrain her, sighing. At this point, any further words are futile. If blame must be laid, let it be on my own inadequacies. Though feeling aggrieved, Suya did not lose her composure, remaining rational under the circumstances. That day dragged on in a haze. Upon returning home from work, she tossed out a fatigued, I'm a bit tired. Please don't disturb me, before retreating to her bedroom, leaving Qin and I, who was preparing dinner, unaware of her distress. Although he sensed something was amiss, he merely attributed it to her exhaustion from the past few days. The following morning, as Qin and I passed by Suya's bedroom, he noticed she had yet to rise, a rare occurrence for someone so dedicated to her career. It was at that moment he began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Gently pushing open the door, he found the curtains still drawn, casting a dim light over the room. Approaching the bedside, he caught sight of Suya's red-rimmed eyes in the faint glow, causing his heart to ache. What had transpired? Cautiously, he placed his hand on her face, and she opened her eyes, which filled with tears anew upon their gaze meeting. Xiaoya, please tell me what has happened. Qin and I inquired softly as he crouched beside her. Can you come to bed and hold me? Suya's voice was childlike in its plea. Nodding, Qin and I carefully climbed into bed, an unprecedented act in their 3 years together. Suya nestled into his embrace, her soft form trembling as she wept quietly. I've ruined everything, she eventually confessed after a long silence. What happened? He asked, concern etched on his face. Today, I was supposed to finalize the contract with Hua Qian Hospital, but President Wang assigned the task to Zhu Meiqi instead. Suya's voice quivered. After 3 years of diligent effort, how can I be overshadowed by someone who has only been with the company for 2 months? Is it merely because she is willing to leverage her looks? Do you understand? If I had succeeded this time, I could hold my head high in front of my parents, and even the Su family would regard me with newfound respect. Yet, why does success always seem to elude me? Why is life so unjust? Darling, I am so weary. The simple utterance of darling and her expression of fatigue melted Qin Ni's heart completely. He understood the immense pressure Suya had endured over these years, all stemming from his own choices. Drawing her closer, he reassured her, Xiaoya, rest assured, that contract will undoubtedly be yours. Why do you say that? Suya questioned, skepticism in her tone. Consider this. If Hua Qian Hospital intends to sign a contract with you, why would they so easily change the responsible party? Such a large institution cannot simply go back on their word, Qin and I explained. How do you know Hua Qian Hospital plans to sign with me? I never mentioned it to you. Suya was perplexed, having kept this matter a secret. Well, that day you treated everyone to dinner, I overheard some discussions about it. Ini fabricatif casually. I intended to surprise you. Suya managed a faint smile tinged with bitterness. Now that surprise has turned into a fright. Foolish girl. I told you, the contract is certainly yours. Qin and I smiled reassuringly. I appreciate your comforting words. Thank you. Suya tightened her embrace around Qin and I, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although I did not sign this contract, I have already been promised a commission. When the time comes, we shall procure a more luxurious vehicle, Suya mumbled, only to drift back into slumber. Qin and I revealed a faint smile, holding Suya tenderly in his arms. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Zhu Meiqi arrived punctually at the entrance of Ye Feng tea house, clad in tight leather pants and a striking red jacket, her curves unmistakably highlighted. It must be said that while Zhu Meiqi may not possess Suya's beauty, she certainly exuded a charm that captivated men. Gazing at the elegantly adorned faade of Ye Feng tea house, Zhu Meiqi felt a surge of excitement. She had never visited such an upscale establishment. Madam, may I inquire if you have a reservation? The polite attendant at the door asked. I am a guest of Director Song, Zhu Meiqi replied, adopting an air of sophistication. Director Song has been expecting you. Please, follow me, the attendant gestured courteously. Zhu Meiqi was taken aback to find that Song he had arrived even earlier than she. It was evident he was keen to finalize a contract with the company. This thought filled her with delight, as she felt the day's outcome was nearly assured. A few minutes later, under the attendant's guidance, Zhu Meiqi was led to a private room on the 2nd floor. As she entered, Song Yi stood up. Initially wearing a mild smile, his expression cooled upon seeing Zhu Meiqi, and he inquired, Where's Miss Su? Zhu Meiqi deftly closed the door behind her. Feeling increasingly confident as she noticed only Song Yi was present in the room. Director Song, we have met before, but I have not had the chance to properly introduce myself, she said, stepping closer, for he was indeed a significant catch. Miss Zhu, you have provided sufficient introduction already. Song Yi replied calmly. To think Director Song still remembers me, I am truly flattered. Zhu Meiqi laughed lightly, showcasing her alluring demeanor. What was Song Yi? The director of Hua Qian Hospital, adept at handling such matters. He understood the implications of Zhu Meiqi's every gesture. Miss Zhu, I must return to my earlier question. When will Miss Su arrive? Song Yi's demeanor shifted to seriousness. A contract of such magnitude would not garner the trust of our company's leadership based on her capabilities alone, which is why I have been delegated to finalize this agreement. This reflects our company's respect and importance placed upon you, he explained. Respect? Importance? Do you recall what I said that day? I will only sign this contract with Miss Su, Song Yi remarked coldly, a smile devoid of warmth gracing his lips. You treating my words as mere wind passing by. Is this what you call respect and importance? Zhu Meiqi was taken aback. She had not anticipated Song Yi's resolute stance. Hastily, she replied, Director Song, you misunderstand me. I am merely here to secure greater benefits for you, even if that includes myself. As she spoke, she moved closer to Song Yi. Save this act for your boss, Song Yi retorted, his words as chilling as a bucket of ice water on a winter's night. He then called out loudly, Someone, please escort this lady out. Director Song, please consider this matter. I, Zhu Meiqi, am in a state of panic. She did not expect that Song Yi would grant her not a sliver of opportunity. Urged by the waitstaff, she was unceremoniously expelled from the Ye Feng tea house. Akin to a drenched dog, standing on the roadside, the speeding cars nearly collided with her, leaving her with a dizzying sensation. She could not comprehend why Song Yi was impervious to her pleas. Could it truly be that Suya surpassed her in every regard? She felt a surge of resentment. Upon returning to the company shortly after 6, Zhu Meiqi pushed open the door to a chorus of cheers and the pop of champagne. Wang Zhen led the sales team, exuberantly surrounding her. Congratulations, Manager Zhu, on securing our company's largest order. You must indulge in a few more drinks tonight. Among the sales team, she was regarded as the most capable, and their flattery had already cast Suya from their minds. However, it soon became apparent that Zhu Meiqi's expression was far from joyful. Zhu Meiqi, is something wrong? Wang Zhen's words proved prophetic. I'm sorry, I've messed things up. Zhu Meiqi muttered, clenching her fists. Crash! The champagne flutes in Wang Zhen's hands shattered, plunging the office into an eerie silence. After a long moment, Wang Zhen trembled and asked, What exactly happened? Zhu Meiqi did not conceal the truth. She recounted Song Yi's attitude in detail, acutely aware that this might be her sole chance for redemption. After all, if the company lost this contract, her livelihood would be at stake. The buzzing of a phone roused the slumbering Suya. Upon opening her eyes, she found Qin Enai still embracing her, and a wave of sweetness dispelled her earlier gloom. What time is it? Suya inquired softly, reaching for the still vibrating phone. Upon seeing that the caller was Wang Zhen, her heart skipped a beat, and she sat upright in bed. Don't answer it. Qin Enai quickly intercepted the phone. Huh? Suya was momentarily confused. Look at the time. Qin Enai turned on the bedside lamp. 7 o'clock? Oh my, I slept the entire day. But what does that have to do with the call? Suya asked, puzzled. Clearly, he is calling you because the contract negotiations fell through. Qin Enai replied with a confident smile. If Wang Zhen dares to conspire against Zhu Meiqi, you certainly cannot forgive him so easily. Are you saying he wants to discuss the contract with me? Suya's eyes widened in alarm. At that moment, the phone rang again, this time from Yang Linlin. Qin Enai handed the phone to Suya, saying with a smile, Yang Linlin will provide you with the answers. True to his words, when Suya answered, Yang Linlin excitedly filled her in on the details. Soon after, Wang Zhen sent an anxious text message. At the dining table, Suya happily savored the dinner prepared by Qin Enai, her smile unwavering. Do you really think it's all right not to answer the phone or reply to messages? This was Suya's fourth inquiry. Of course, you're on holiday, and besides, he is the one seeking your assistance, not the other way around. If you don't show him a bit of firmness, he will continue to take advantage of you. Qin Enai patiently explained. I never realized you were so astute. Suya admitted, feeling a tinge of pride due to Qin Yi's influence. That is simply because I prefer to keep a low profile, Qin Enai replied with a smile. Enough of that. Suya shot him a playful glare. On that night, Suya gradually succumbed to sleep after much excitement, enveloped by a sense of having survived a calamity. As she closed her eyes, her thoughts wandered beyond the recent events. They lingered on Qin Enai, who had steadfastly guarded her side. The following morning, Suya spent 2 to 3 hours perfecting her makeup and personally chose a brand new outfit for Qin Enai. In her words, although her father was not a prominent figure, one must not be negligent on his birthday. He celebrates this occasion just once a year. If he utters something displeasing, do not take it to heart, she reminded, adjusting Qin Yi's collar. Also, try to speak less at the dining table. You know how they are, she added, unable to voice her concerns. Don't worry, I'll do my best to remain silent. Besides, aren't all birthdays quite similar? Qin Enai replied with a calm smile. Suya nodded, contemplating further. when suddenly her phone rang. Upon answering, Yang Meijuan's irate voice came through. Suya, you and Qin and I need to come to the hotel right away. Mom, what's wrong? Suya sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Asked Qin and I. Yang Meijuan replied angrily before abruptly ending the call. Qin and I, overhearing Yang Meijuan's words, looked at Suya with a bewildered expression. Have you upset her? Suya furrowed her brows. I haven't seen her in days. Could it be about the last incident? That is unlikely. Qin and I pondered, equally perplexed. All right, let us hurry over. Suya, unsure what had transpired, urged Qin and I to gather the gifts as they rushed out the door. Half an hour later, the taxi halted in front of the Panga Hotel, the most luxurious five-star establishment in Haidong City, significantly larger than the Yulong Hotel, with prices to match. At that moment, Yang Meijuan and Su Jinrong stood not far away, both impeccably dressed. Despite being in her 40s, Yang Meijuan retained her charm, while the spirited Su Jinrong, over 50, sported a neatly combed back hairstyle. Yet, their expressions betrayed their discontent. Mom, what is going on? Why did you arrive so early? Suya hurried over after alighting from the taxi. Fortunately, we arrived early. Otherwise, this birthday celebration would be in jeopardy. Yang Meijuan replied with a long face, clearly agitated. What on earth is happening? Suya was utterly bewildered. Ask him. Yang Meijuan gestured towards Qin and I, who was approaching alongside the recently departed taxi, her anger intensifying. She could not fathom why her daughter would choose someone so ineffectual. Mom, I genuinely don't know what is going on. Qin and I interjected as he reached Suya's side. Stop pretending to be clueless. It's one thing to deceive my daughter, but to mislead us as well. Yang Meijuan hissed through gritted teeth. I knew there was no way you could book a room here. All the while claiming you wanted to give us a proper birthday celebration. You don't deserve it. Calling you a son-in-law is already an overstatement. Qin and I sighed internally, feeling helpless. If his grandmother were to learn of this scolding, even his mother-in-law would face severe repercussions from the Qin family. Mom, you're mistaken. I made the reservation for the private room. Suya explained anxiously. I merely intended to alter your perception of Qin and I by stating that he booked the room. Refrain from defending him, Yang Meijuan retorted, glaring at Qin and I. I ask you, did you pocket the money that Suya gave you for the hotel? Yang Meijuan's mind was racing. What are you saying, Mom? Please wait while I make a phone call. As Suya spoke, she pulled Qin and I away towards a distance. Do you see? This is the daughter you raised well. I haven't even begun, and she's already upset, Yang Meijuan said, directing her gaze at Su Jinrong. Perhaps you should say less. There might be a misunderstanding. Although Qin and I lacks capability, he would not be careless with such matters. Su Jinrong offered a more balanced perspective, his demeanor considerably gentler than Yang Meijuan's. Not careless. You truly overestimate him. Yang Meijuan huffed, muttering, this marriage will inevitably end in divorce. Meanwhile, Suya, looking apologetic, softly said, I'm sorry, wasn't my intention. All right, I understand the situation. The elders are furious, which must indicate an issue with the private room. You should call to inquire. Qin and I gently suggested. Yes, let's find out what happened. Suya promptly called the hotel manager. The call connected swiftly. Manager Wong, this is Suya. On Tuesday, Miss Su, I must sincerely apologize. I just received notice that a high-ranking official from Haidong City is staying at the Panga Hotel, and all reservations have been canceled, including those of current guests. Manager Wang interrupted Suya. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Suya asked, her face contorted in distress. I only just received the notification as well. I beg your forgiveness, Miss Su. Our hotel will provide you with a discount as compensation, Manager Wang explained, repeatedly apologizing. With no other option, Suya hung up the phone, looking at Qin and I with a distressed expression. A high-ranking official arrived unexpectedly, and all reservations have been canceled. What should we do? Do not worry. I will help you find a solution, Qin and I replied thoughtfully. What solution could there possibly be? You know my mother's temperament. Once she has decided on this place, she will not consider any alternatives, Suya lamented. Xiaya, is the call not finished yet? What time is it? Guests will be arriving shortly. Yang Meijuan shouted impatiently. I'm coming. Suya bit her lip and steeled herself to return. Meanwhile, Qin and I discreetly texted Tian Guofu. Daughter, I solemnly advise you not to excuse Qin and I. As Suyo approached, Yang Meiwan immediately confronted her, saying, "Yesterday I informed friends and family to celebrate a birthday here. Regardless of what transpires today, we are dining here, even if it means making Qin and I beg on his knees." "Mom, this situation is truly not Suya's fault," she began, but Qin and I, with a forced smile, interrupted. "Mom, you misunderstand. It was indeed Xiaya who made the hotel reservation." "You scoundrel! Are you attempting to shift the blame onto Suya?" Yang Meijuan's anger intensified upon hearing Qin Ni's words. "That's not what I meant. I was trying to say that the hotel Xiaya booked is not this one," Qin and I quickly clarified. Yang Meiwan and Suya were momentarily taken aback. The former shifted her gaze and coldly retorted, "Do not attempt to deceive me with other trivial matters. Today, aside from this place, neither I nor old Su will go anywhere else." Although Su Jinrong remained silent, he nodded affirmatively. After all, Panga Hotel is the finest five-star establishment in Haidong City. Where they find their dignity if they visited another hotel? "Dad, Mom, Xiaya has booked a reservation at the Half Moon Villa," Qin and I calmly stated. "The Half Moon Villa?" Both Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan exclaimed in surprise, while Suya stood by, her mouth agape in astonishment. The Half Moon Villa is the only private estate situated in the bustling district of Haidong City, originally known as the Half Moon Mansion. It was once the residence of a lord from a bygone dynasty. After several changes of ownership, it was transformed into the city's premier private club by a mysterious businessman surnamed Shun. In simple terms, while wealth grants access to Panga Hotel, entry to the Half Moon Villa is not guaranteed even with riches. "Dear daughter, have you truly secured a reservation at the Half Moon Villa?" Yang Meiwan inquired with palpable excitement. "Mom, Xiaoya indeed made the reservation. I refrained from mentioning it as I wished to surprise you both," Qin and I quickly interjected, noticing Su Ya's hesitation to speak. "Why are you butting in? This is not your concern." Yang Meiwan shot a glare at Qin and I before turning back to Suya. "Daughter, speak the truth. Is this really the case?" Suya glanced pleadingly at Qin and I, who nodded in encouragement, prompting her to muster her courage and reply, "Yes, it is true. Xiaoya, this is no jest. The Half Moon Villa is not an ordinary hotel. Dining there requires a membership card, and one must be present in person. Only your grandmother holds such a privilege in our family." Su Jinrong finally could not hold back. Feeling the pressure of the inquiry, Suya was at a loss for words and turned once more to Qin and I for support. "Dad, Suya has made a friend this year who happens to work in the management of the Half Moon Villa, which is how this dining opportunity arose." Qin and I explained with a touch of resignation. "Yes, a friend I met this year," Suya reluctantly echoed. Chapter 18. "May I ask who Mr. Qin is?" Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong exchanged glances, and upon witnessing Su Ya's unwavering confidence, they finally believed her, their earlier frustration and disappointment vanishing in an instant. "Daughter, you know someone from the Half Moon Villa? Why did you not mention it sooner? Is it a man or a woman?" Yang Meiwan asked excitedly, as if contemplating setting Suya up with a new partner. "Mom, it's a woman," Suya replied, feeling rather exasperated. Casting an apologetic glance at Qin and I before changing the subject. "It's nearly noon. We should hurry over." "Yes, old Su, please drive quickly. I will notify everyone to gather at the Half Moon Villa," Yang Meiwan said, pulling out her phone and busily making arrangements. A few minutes later, in Su Jinrong's car, Yang Meiwan finally concluded her phone calls and settled down. "Old Su, I truly did not anticipate that our daughter would know such an impressive friend," Yang Meiwan said proudly while retouching her makeup. "Indeed, if we celebrate a birthday at the Half Moon Villa, my standing in the Su family will surely rise significantly. So Grumbo Steve. This time, our daughter has genuinely brought me honor. You may gain prestige, but our daughter still has to endure hardship at that wretched company." Yang Meiwan, filled with indignation, cast a glare at Qin and I through the rearview mirror and remarked, "If it weren't for certain individuals, Xiaoya would have long ascended to a high-ranking position in the Su family and would not have to endure such hardships." "Mom, today is Dad's birthday. Perhaps you could refrain from saying too much," Suya interjected helplessly. With a huff, Yang Meiwan fell silent. Over the past 3 years, she had exhausted every means to compel Suya and Qin and I to divorce. Aside from providing them with a compact three-bedroom apartment, every item, be it a car, clothing, or cosmetics, had to be purchased by Suya herself. In her words, once Suya divorced Qin and I, she would ensure that Suya returned to the comfortable life she once had. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the young couple remained steadfast, prompting Yang Meiwan to turn her efforts towards Qin and I, employing threats and various tactics, all to no avail. Yang Meiwan was inwardly frantic yet powerless. Coincidentally, this birthday, Suya proposed to handle the hotel arrangements, falsely claiming that it was Qin and I who organized it. The astute Yang Meiwan could hardly be oblivious to the truth. Thus, she seized the opportunity to express her displeasure, offering Qin and I no semblance of kindness. In her eyes, Qin and I was indeed a source of shame. At that moment, Qin and I, accustomed to such treatment, chose not to retaliate against Yang Meiwan, undoubtedly for Suya's sake. As he had previously stated, the grievances he endured paled in comparison to what Suya had to bear. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Tian Guofu. "Young master, everything is settled." A faint smile graced Qin Ni's face. The mere fact that his grandmother had the audacity to send Tian Guofu to Haidong City indicated that the Qin family had established significant influence there, allowing him to confidently reserve a private room at the Baiwa Hotel. While he pondered, his phone vibrated again, this time with a message from Suya. "Can we really enter Baiwa Mountain Villa?" Her words dripped with disbelief. Qin and I glanced at Suya beside him. She was looking down, her eyes anxiously fixed on him, her endearing demeanor evoking a sense of affection. "Of course, remember the patient I mentioned last time? He assisted in securing the reservation." Qin and I crafted a reassuring text. "It's him again?" Suya remained skeptical, but refrained from further questioning, well aware that a couple should maintain some space, especially since Qin Ni's actions were all for her benefit. "You should tell Mom and Dad the truth. Only then will their perception of you change." Suya texted once more. "I do not concern myself with their opinions. I merely wish for them to recognize that my wife is the most extraordinary," Qin and I replied. Upon reading his message, Suya bit her lip, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, her heart swelling with a sweetness known only to her. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle finally halted at the entrance of Baiwa Mountain Villa, the towering buildings surrounding it contrasting sharply with the villa, thereby accentuating its grandeur. As the four alighted, a server approached to assist with parking, while a man in traditional attire had been waiting patiently. "May I ask if Mr. Qin is present?" the man inquired respectfully. The group paused momentarily, bewildered. "Mr. Qin?" To whom was this address directed? Only Qin and I bore the surname Qin. Yang Meiwan was momentarily taken aback. Was it really necessary to refer to Qin and I as Mr.? Could it be that they had mistaken him for someone else? Gritnuus I Kini. And the private room was reserved by my wife, Suya. Qin and I approached the front and discreetly signaled to the man. The man's instructions were clear: to comply with all of Qin Ni's arrangements, as this was a direct request from the esteemed boss, indicating that Qin Ni's status was indeed exceptional. Upon noticing the signal, he understood everything at once. "Miss Su, I am Manager Xiao of the Half Moon Villa. Your private room has been arranged. Please follow me," Manager Xiao said courteously, leading the way. Yang Meiwan tugged at Suya, hastily following suit, while Qin and I lingered at the back. "Dear daughter, who exactly is this person you know? The villa's manager has personally come to greet us?" Yang Meiwan inquired in a hushed tone. "Mom, please refrain from questioning my personal matters," Suya replied, somewhat helplessly. "Personal matters can remain unexamined. But I must remind you of one thing. In the future, avoid letting Qin and I make a fool of himself in such situations. I understand you wish to elevate his status, but reserving a hotel under his name is quite unnecessary. Don't you agree? Are you not aware of his background? What will your friends think if they find out?" Yang Meiwan lamented, clearly under the impression that Suya had falsely used Qin Ni's name for the reservation, which explained the manager's query. "Mom, he is my husband. If you continue to speak this way, I will be truly upset," Suya said, biting her lip, feeling even more aggrieved than Qin and I at that moment. Always turning away from the truth. "Enough said," Yang Meiwan huffed, but then added, "However, I must tell you in advance that today Lily and her husband have returned from abroad. Be sure to keep Qin and I from interjecting. We do not wish to embarrass our family. You know your uncle and father have a rather delicate relationship. They have returned? Suya furovit herburais. Indeed, in a month, it will be the old matriarch's 80th birthday. They claim they are returning to celebrate, but in truth, they wish to flaunt their accomplishments. This morning, your uncle called to boast endlessly. Otherwise, your father and I would not have ventured out so early. Fortunately, the hotel was booked here. Otherwise, we would have faced a significant embarrassment, Yang Meiwan continued, adding, remember what I just said. Make sure to clarify things with Qin and I later. One can only wonder what misfortune we must have endured in a past life to end up with such a son-in-law. Mom, that's enough, Suya said, genuinely irritated this time. Yang Meiwan cast a glance and fell silent, seemingly unwilling to dampen the spirits on such a day. Chapter 19. The Imperial Hall moments later. As the four of them were ushered into the Imperial Hall of the villa, they were once more astonished, particularly Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan, who could hardly believe their eyes as they surrounded Suya, bombarding her with questions. Meanwhile, Suya occasionally cast a dazed look toward Qin and I. This state of affairs persisted until the guests arrived. By noon, the dining table was filled with attendees, approximately 16 to 17 individuals. Apart from Su Jinrong's third brother, Su Jinyan's family, no other relatives from the Su family were present. The remainder were close friends or classmates of Su Jinrong. The gathering was modest, yet understandable. As Su Jinrong had only just turned 50, the so-called birthday celebration was merely a gathering among friends, and given that he had an elder brother and the matriarch Su, there was little chance for him to host a grand affair. In essence, it was merely a formality. Brother Su is truly lavish. To think he is hosting us at the Half Moon Villa. I am indeed seeing new horizons today. Lu Chongfa glanced around, much like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden. Old Lu, your vision is rather limited. This is not merely the Half Moon Villa, but the Emperor's Hall of the Half Moon Villa, remarked Zhang, who was engaged in real estate. The Emperor's Hall? Do enlighten us. The crowd directed their attention towards Zhang Yi. I had the fortune of visiting this place last year. Hosted by Boss Wu of Lingxiao Real Estate. He explicitly stated that only gold card members are permitted entry to this Emperor's Hall, and fewer than 5 individuals in Haidong City can arrange a meal in this room. Zhang Yi extended a hand, his words eliciting widened eyes among the audience. From the renowned Lingxiao Real Estate to the meager number of individuals, every word left them in awe. Behold this dining table, exquisitely handcrafted from high-grade mahogany. And observe our chairs, made from genuine red leather. The entire set is worth at least several $100,000. Moreover, the screen behind us is an invaluable antique. And even the utensils before us are far from ordinary, Zhang Yi eloquently elaborated. Eventually, all gazes converged on Su Jinrong, and flattery soon followed. Although Su Jinrong belonged to the Su family, she was not in a position of prominence, and such praise was unfamiliar territory for her, causing her to feel somewhat elated. Meanwhile, Yang Meiwan sat nearby, her head held high, relishing an unprecedented sense of vanity. Moments later, the dishes were served in succession. Yang Meiwan promptly beckoned everyone to dine, and then turned to the Su Jinian family nearby, smiling. Jinian, sister-in-law, it's wonderful that Lily and her husband have returned. Let them indulge a bit. While her words appeared courteous, they concealed a sharp edge, making the Su Jinian family feel uncomfortable, as if they were not accustomed to such lavish meals. Su Jinian's expression soured the most. As the only brother of Su Jinrong, his attendance at the birthday celebration was expected. However, his primary intention was to showcase his own prowess, especially that of his daughter and son-in-law. Yet upon discovering the venue was the Half Moon Villa, he was taken aback, particularly by the Emperor's Hall, which shattered his previously built-up confidence. Anxiety gripped Su Hinyan. He was certain Su Jinrong lacked such capabilities. Who could have arranged this? Was it the matriarch? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive he became. For years, he had been vying for position within the Su family, and the matriarch had always favored him, especially since his daughter had not chosen a useless partner like Suya had. However, if this arrangement had indeed been orchestrated by the matriarch, could it imply something deeper? Second brother, I didn't expect you could secure the Emperor's Hall at the Half Moon Villa. You must have borrowed the matriarch's influence, Su Jinian said, both probing and attempting to let the flatterers hear that Su Jinrong was merely relying on the Su family name. You've misjudged this time. As Brother Zhang just mentioned, only 5 individuals in Haidong City can book this Emperor's Hall. Do you think the matriarch could manage that? Su Jinrong's tone bore a hint of arrogance, as if he intended to release the frustration accumulated over 3 years. With a slight smile, he added, to be candid, this hotel was booked by Xiaoya. Xiaoya booked it? Su Jinian exclaimed, and all eyes turned in astonishment toward Su Ye, particularly those of Su Jinian's daughter, Su Li, and her husband, Li Yinghua, their expressions laden with disbelief. Second brother, you must be joking. Given Su Ye's status, how could she possibly obtain a membership card here, let alone a gold card? Jiang Yu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. You are correct. Our dear Xiaoya indeed lacks a membership card, but her friend possesses one. Yang Meiwan fabricated a story to boast. Daughter, it must be the owner of Half Moon Villa who arranged our private room, right? Dis, Sudeti Blaive. Forcing herself to comply, unwilling to undermine Yang Meijuan's pride. Jiang Yu snorted softly, internally doubting Yang Meiwan's words, yet with the room already booked. She had no grounds for rebuttal. In the competition between their daughters, she had suffered a significant defeat. Su Li, seated nearby, remained silent, her gaze gradually shifting toward Qin and I. Cousin, it's been over 2 years since we last met, hasn't it? Su Li suddenly inquired, her looks considerably inferior to Su Ye's, resembling Jiang Yu with a hint of arrogance. Indeed, Su Ye thought poorly of Su Li. I never imagined you would be doing so well now, even acquainted with the owner of Half Moon Villa. As for me, I can only assist the Su family in expanding their overseas market, which is both arduous and exhausting. Su Li appeared to engage in normal conversation, yet her tone shifted sharply as she smiled and asked, Cousin, how did you manage to befriend the owner here? Doesn't he your husband mind? Everyone momentarily froze. Such words were undeniably venomous. Su Li, how can you speak like that? Sugesti expression sauerth. My apologies, cousin. I misspoke. Why should you care about your husband's opinion? After all, he is merely a son-in-law. Su Li grinned wickedly, prompting Jiang Yu to join her laughter. This was a clear attempt to stir conflict. Aware that she would gain no advantage against Su Ye today, Su Li decided to redirect the conversation toward Qin and I. As anticipated, the atmosphere grew tense. Everyone present understood that Qin and I was deemed useless, leading them to silently avoid the topic, even neglecting to greet him. By broaching this subject, Su Li evidently sought to reclaim the narrative. Although Su Jinrong and his wife had foreseen this turn of events, they found themselves powerless against such a son-in-law, harboring disdain not only for the Su family, but even more so for Qin and I, as he was the root of all their troubles. Husband, what are you up to these days? Still running that clinic in that tiny alley? Su Li, noticing the silence, directly targeted Qin and I with her biting remark, striking at the very heart of Su Jinrong's family. At that moment, Qin and I was engrossed in devouring abalone, entirely oblivious to Su Li until Su Ye gently nudged him, prompting him to finally set down his utensils in realization. Sister-in-law, were you speaking to me? Qin and I exclaimed, looking bewildered. Indeed, it seems my brother-in-law has quite the appetite. Su Li chuckled, her disdain for Qin and I deepening. The others at the table exchanged discreet head shakes. Amidst such tension, he continued to eat as if he were an unsophisticated rustic. Su Jinrong and his wife felt the utmost embarrassment. Yet, as their son-in-law, they could not speak out in such a situation, forcing themselves to endure the humiliation alongside Qin and I. After all, it is a rare delight to dine in such a splendid place. Would it not be a pity to refrain from indulging? Qin and I once again uttered a statement that elicited derision from the crowd and calmly inquired, What did you just ask me? I inquire whether you are still running your traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Su Li articulated with great care, as if fearing that Qin and I might not hear her. Indeed, someone like me is incapable of undertaking any other profession. Each instance of Qin and I's self-deprecation left the audience both amused and perplexed. They could not fathom his motives. Could he not even pretend to maintain appearances? The couple, Su Jinrong and his wife, were undoubtedly the most disheartened among them. While Suyu observed Qin and I in silence, struggling to comprehend his behavior, yet she recognized that this man was no longer the person he once was. Brother-in-law, you possess no admirable qualities, but you are remarkably honest, Suli remarked with a sardonic chuckle, glancing at her husband, Li Yingwa. Darling, is your company in Haidong City in need of additional staff? Indeed, Li Yingwa replied astutely. In recent years, I have been responsible for the Su family S market in Japan, and, with a long S assistance, things have been progressing well. Unfortunately, grandmother has explicitly stated that my cousin and brother-in-law are not permitted to join the Su family S company. Otherwise, I would indeed consider bringing my brother-in-law on board. As Suli boasted, she continued, however, a long S company could certainly arrange a position for my brother-in-law. I believe a gatekeeper S role would be quite suitable, decent pay, rather leisurely, and all you would need to do is assist with delivering parcels occasionally. The expressions of Su Jinrong and his wife darkened simultaneously. Was this not a blatant insult? Even if Qin and I were inept, he remained their son-in-law. Yang Meiwan took a deep breath, poised to retort, when she heard Qin and I utter a remark that nearly infuriated her. The position of gatekeeper does indeed sound appealing. How much does it pay per month? Qin and I feigned excitement as he asked. Ain't no shame? Can you not see that he is mocking you? Yang Meiwan nearly shouted, while others erupted in laughter. Even Suya found herself at a loss. If my brother-in-law were to truly accept the position, the base salary would be no less than 4,000. How could I possibly shortchange family? Li Yingwa chuckled, and the Su Li family wore expressions of amusement, reveling in the embarrassment of Su Jinrong's family. Yet, just as they basked in their triumph, Qin and I gently shook his head and declared, the salary is too low. Too low? Brother-in-law, given your modest clinic, it would take you at least half a year to earn 4,000, wouldn't it? Su Li retorted with irritation. Su Li, how much do you earn working for the Su family each month? Qin and I countered, refusing to answer directly. Me? Not much, just a salary of 30 to 40,000. Su Li boasted, holding her head high. 30 to 40,000? Here, as my proposal. You come to my clinic as a nurse, simply attending to patients with tea and water, and I shall pay you 80,000 per month. After all, we are family, and I cannot possibly underpay you. Upon hearing this, Su Li's face turned a ghastly shade of green. She had not anticipated that the seemingly weak Qin and I would dare to retaliate, even mirroring her own words back at her. Brother-in-law, you are merely being argumentative. Su Li gritted her teeth. I am only looking out for your best interests. Firstly, I am not being argumentative. Secondly, do you truly believe that, based on your cousin's connections, you need to arrange work for me? Qin and I's retort left Su Li speechless. Yang Meiwan, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of secret delight. In the past, whenever she had pressured Qin and I to divorce, she would often be met with angry retorts from him. Yet now, she found a peculiar satisfaction in his brazen ineptitude. Sister-in-law, look at these young people. They love to spar with words at the first meeting. Do not take it to heart, she chuckled lightly. Jiang Yu, her teeth clenched in frustration, maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. It's merely empty bravado. There's nothing to take to heart, especially considering the nature of your son-in-law, which is quite clear to everyone. After speaking, Jiang Yu turned to Li Yingwa and said, Xiaolong, didn't you prepare a gift for your second uncle? Let us see it and enlighten everyone. If Mom hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten, Li Yingwa replied, retrieving a gift box from beneath his seat. He first presented 2 bottles of sake. Second uncle, this is Japanese sake called Zhu and I. The name is too long for me to remember. However, it is worth its weight in gold. With only 60 bottles produced annually in Japan, priced around 10,000 of our currency, and difficult to procure even for the wealthy. He explained as he placed the bottles before Su Jinrong. Moreover, this Li Yingwa continued, pulling out a paper bag from under the table. This is a suit personally selected by Lily for you and Armani. While I chose the suit, it was a long who footed the bill. It cost over 30,000, which I could hardly part with. Suli boasted with a smile. Second uncle, would you like to try it on? No need, I'll try at home. It's unnecessary to lavish such gifts for my birthday. Su Jinrong feigned delight, though internally he felt a twinge of discomfort. His niece and nephew-in-law had gifted him such expensive presents. Yet what had his own son-in-law given? Second brother, there is no need for such courtesy. It is only proper for the younger generation to spend a little, especially if the son-in-law is well chosen. He may even be more filial than a biological son. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yu remarked sharply. Indeed, Su Jinrong replied with an awkward smile. By the way, what did Qin and I send? Let us see it and enlighten everyone. Jiang Yu grinned mischievously. Your son-in-law surely cannot be outdone by my nephew-in-law's gifts, can he? With just a few words, Jiang Yu's true intentions were laid bare, leaving Su Jinrong a loss for words, while Yang Meiwan found it difficult to speak. They had never received gifts from Qin and I, and thus had long abandoned any hope regarding such matters, having forgotten the very notion of gift-giving. Now, Jiang Yu had seized upon their vulnerability like salt on an open wound. Ah, what Qin and I sent, Yang Meiwan began, steeling herself to speak, but was interrupted. Sister-in-law, you wouldn't be suggesting that the gift is at home, would you? Jiang Yu laughed, wearing a knowing expression that left Yang Meiwan feeling utterly embarrassed. While Jiang Yu's family reveled in their satisfaction. You may have your clever schemes, but I possess my own stratagems, no matter how much groundwork Su Jinrong's family laid. It could not alter the fact that they had a useless son-in-law. It was akin to a sharp sword, piercing the throat of Su Jinrong's family. Chapter 21. The tea of the imperial kitchen. Jiang Yu's probing inquiry rendered the atmosphere nearly palpable, as everyone watched with keen interest. Dad, Qin and I prepared a gift for you, Suya suddenly interjected. Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan were momentarily taken aback, the latter hastily signaling to Suya, as if questioning whether he could truly present a worthy gift. Suya, unfazed by her mother's glance, turned to Qin and I and said, present the gift to Dad. Oh, you really did prepare a gift. What is it? Jiang Yu inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Dad, this is tea I bought for you. Qin and I replied with a smile, adhering to Suya's wishes. Observing the situation, Jiang Yu exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jinyan, who scrutinized the gift box and deemed it rather ordinary, concluding that it contained inexpensive tea. He smirked slightly and remarked, when it comes to tea, I do have some knowledge. In our Haidong city, aside from the tea from Pin Xianzhai, other shops are simply unworthy. Brother, which shop is this tea from? Su Jinrong's expression soured. He recognized the gift box was not from Pin Xianzhai, and coupled with Su Jinyan's comment, it deepened his displeasure. He could only feign a smile and replied, it's the thought that counts. Tea is tea, regardless of its origin. Let me take a look, second uncle. Su Li suddenly snatched the gift box, seizing the opportunity to embarrass Qin and I. As everyone watched in astonishment, she swiftly opened the box. A subtle fragrance wafted out, not overwhelming, yet distinctly perceptible to all. Inside were 2 exquisite tea canisters, sealed with a red wax stamp. Ah, so it's definitely not from Pin Xianzhai. What is this? Yu Qianzhai? Which tea house is this? I've never heard of it, Su Li mocked. Lacking knowledge of tea, but reveling in the discovery that it was not from the renowned establishment. She then turned to Qin and I and teased. I wonder where you bought this, brother-in-law. Surely not from a street vendor? Upon hearing Yu Qianzhai, Suya also displayed a puzzled expression. She gently poked Qin and I, her gaze laden with reproach, as she had previously instructed him to purchase from Pin Xianzhai. Qin and I, however, dismissed the derision with a smile, unperturbed by Su Li's taunts. Second uncle, you should probably drink less of this tea. If it causes any adverse effects, it wouldn't be worth it. One should avoid drinking inferior brands, Su Li remarked, pushing the tea towards Su Jinrong and adding smugly, Yu Qianzhai, what a name for second-rate tea. Noticing the unusual silence from everyone, especially the puzzled expressions on her father and second uncle, Su Li felt a twinge of confusion. Miss Su, are you referring to Yu Qianzhai? Zhang Yi suddenly interjected, his brow furrowed. Indeed, Yu Qianzhai, the imperial and the avant-garde Qian. What is the matter? Su Li replied, perplexed. My goodness, it's tea from Yu Qianzhai, Zhang Yi exclaimed, quickly clarifying the astonished expressions around him. This establishment is considered one of the finest tea shops in our dragon country. Their tea is never sold to the public. Historically, it has been supplied exclusively to the royal family. Simply put, without connections, one cannot acquire it. How could I forget that? No one of the names sounded familiar. Su Jinrong said, slapping his forehead, his smile widening. He had never anticipated that Qin and I would present such a remarkable gift. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Su Li's expression became somewhat strained, and she quietly murmured, with so many counterfeit items nowadays, how can one discern the genuine from the false? While it was not uncommon for fake goods to circulate from Pin Xianzhai, the notion of imitation concerning Yu Qianzhai was simply unfathomable. Zhang, he shook his head, asserting no one would dare to impersonate the esteemed Yu Qianzhai to sell tea. His words left the assembly astounded, particularly Su Li's family, whose jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Unconsciously, their gazes shifted toward Qin and I, and the usual disdain in their eyes was now tinged with contemplation. Even Su Jinrong and Yang Meijuan's expressions were filled with skepticism. Father, there's also this item, prepared specifically for you. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, Qin and I produced another gift box. This box was far more exquisite than the one containing tea, instantly revealing its considerable worth. What is this? Su Jinrong inquired, puzzled. This is a paper edition of the Diamond Sutra penned by Su Shi. Knowing your deep appreciation for calligraphy and paintings, I sought it out for you, Qin and I explained. Su Shi's handwriting? Su Jinrong was taken aback, rising to his feet in haste to accept the gift box. His expression transcended mere surprise, and the others at the table widened their eyes in astonishment, fixated on him. However, Su Jinrong did not rush to unveil the contents. Instead, he pondered for a moment before directing a question at Qin and I. Are you certain this is an authentic piece by Su Shi? Second uncle, do you think he could afford to gift a genuine artifact? Su Li retorted, her frustration evident as she had not benefited from the situation and felt compelled to make a sarcastic comment. Yet at that moment, Su Jinyan shot her a disapproving glance and admonished, Child, you lack decorum. Must you speak so thoughtlessly? Your brother-in-law is doing well. How could he possibly gift a counterfeit? Moreover, who would present a fake during a birthday celebration? Taken aback, Su Li looked at her father in confusion, only to find him blinking in response, prompting her to silence herself. Second brother, observe this box. It appears to be crafted from rosewood. With such a precious gift box, the contents must surely be authentic. Let everyone behold it. Su Jinyan feigned envy as he urged. Su Jinrong furrowed his brow, steeling himself to open the gift box, while Su Jinyan eagerly leaned in. Meanwhile, Suya lowered her head and tugged at Qin's arm, whispering, Why didn't you inform me about this gift? I never found the right moment. Qin and I replied in a hushed tone, Father wouldn't dislike it. Would he? Whether he likes it or not is not the issue, Suya frowned. I cannot explain it to you clearly at the moment. Wow, this paper appears to have some age to it, and the calligraphy is exceptionally beautiful, a rare treasure indeed. Su Jinyan exclaimed in astonishment, completely shifting his previous confrontational demeanor, and continued to exclaim, Second brother, this treasure is undoubtedly authentic. Clearly an outsider to the realm of antiquities. Su Jinyan's remarks were laced with a cunning smile as he continued, Our Su family greatly values the artifacts left by our ancestors. If this treasure were presented to the matriarch, not only would she regard you with newfound respect, but she might even agree to allow Su Ye to join the family business. Second brother, seize this opportunity. The matriarch's 80th birthday is just a month away, and this would make the perfect gift. Upon hearing this, the other guests raised their glasses, offering praises and flattery, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Jinrong. Only Su Jinrong remained, his expression rigid and speechless. Chapter 22. Hidden agendas at 5 in the afternoon. As the banquet concluded, Su Li, gritting her teeth, exclaimed from the back of a luxury Mercedes, Is it just a banquet at the Half Moon Villa? Look at how they flaunt themselves, especially Suya. What makes her so special? She glanced towards her father seated in the rear. Dad, I'm puzzled. What did you say to Qin and I? He is nothing but a useless fool. How could he possibly present an authentic piece? You silly girl, do you think I didn't realize it was a forgery? Su Jinyan raised an eyebrow. You know it's fake and still claim it's real? Su Li was even more confused. Huh. In a month, it will be the matriarch's 80th birthday. When Su Jinrong presents this counterfeit calligraphy to her, what do you suppose will be the outcome? Su Jinyan smiled with satisfaction. Ah, Su Li was taken aback, seemingly grasping something, yet she continued to inquire. But what if our second uncle chooses not to present this treasure? For years, the matriarch has been collecting artifacts left by our ancestors. Such treasures are not ours to claim. He must give it, whether he wants to or not, Su Jinyan asserted confidently. Then he can merely declare the antique a forgery. And that would suffice to deceive everyone, correct? Count. Such antiquities are often indistinguishable, true from false. Only a professional could discern the truth. I don't understand it, and neither does your second uncle, Su Jinyan chuckled. Thus, I maintain that this piece is genuine. Even if your second uncle claims it is a forgery, do you think the matriarch would believe his excuses? Father is right, unless our second uncle presents the authentic piece. Otherwise, grandmother will not only blame him for his lack of sincerity, but she may even suspect he has hidden the genuine article. Analyzed Li Ingwa with a smile as he drove. Indeed, Ingwa possesses a sharp mind. Su Jinyan nodded approvingly. You are quite ruthless. Are you not afraid that it might be an authentic piece? Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Authentic? With Qin and I being the useless individual he is, could he possibly procure anything genuine? Su Jinyan laughed heartily, as if envisioning the embarrassment his brother would face in a month. At the Half Moon Villa, after the guests had departed, Su Jinrong could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Qin and I, do you wish to ruin me? Su Jinrong's face flushed red. You've already caused my daughter to be unable to enter the family business. Do you now wish to drag me down with you? Confronted with Su Jinrong's furious accusations, Qin and I was momentarily at a loss for words, while Suya quickly rose to defend him. Dad, you're misunderstanding Qin and I. Misunderstanding? Su Jinrong trembled with anger, turning his face away in silence. Yang Meiwan shot a glare at Suya, exclaiming hotly, Are you genuinely foolish or just pretending? Do you not understand the significance of Su Shi's calligraphy to the Su family? If your father presents that piece to the matriarch in a month, have you considered the consequences? Moreover, with your third uncle scheming against us, your father will be unable to clarify anything. Mom, perhaps that piece is indeed authentic. Suya biterlip argun. Nonsense. That fool could never afford an authentic piece. Yang Meiwan pointed at Qin and I, speaking bluntly. Today, I thought you performed well and might have changed, but it seems you remain the same, a useless lump of clay. She spoke as if struck by a sudden realization. A cold smile gracing her lips. I understand now. The tea leaves were purchased by my daughter, while you merely acquired a counterfeit antique. Qin and I. I was to think highly of you. This piece is authentic, Qin and I replied calmly. Really? Do you take me for a fool? Or perhaps old Su? Yang Meiwan retorted, tossing the gift box at Qin Yi's feet. Since you assert its authenticity, deliver it to the old lady yourself in a month's time. Come on, Su. We're leaving. Seeing her parents depart, Suya felt compelled to follow and explain, wishing to reveal that it was Qin and I who orchestrated today's events. However, at that moment, Qin and I grasped her hand. Let it be, he said softly. I apologize. I didn't anticipate their reaction. Suya turned her head. Guilt etched on her face as she regarded Qin and I, fully aware of the extent of his efforts today. It's all right. Perhaps I was too abrupt. Qin and I offered with a gentle smile. Su Shi's works truly hold great significance for the Su family. Otherwise, my father would not have reacted this way. Suya remarked, tentatively lifting her gaze to ask, Is this piece genuinely authentic? Upon speaking, she noticed a flicker of disappointment in Qin Yi's eyes and realized her misstep. Hastily clarifying, I don't doubt you. It's just that, before she could finish, Manager Xiao from Half Moon Villa unexpectedly entered. Suya quickly donned a smile, saying, Manager Xiao, I truly appreciate your help today. Let us settle the bill. Miss Su, the bill has already been settled, Manager Xiao replied politely. Once assured there were no outsiders present, his gaze shifted to Qin and I, and he respectfully stated, Mr. Qin, our boss wishes to meet you personally. May I have the honor of your presence? At this sight, Suya was utterly taken aback. Not only was she unprepared for the bill settlement, but she was also astonished to learn that the owner of Half Moon Villa sought an audience with Qin and I. What could possibly be the reason? Confusion washed over her. Reflecting on the events of recent days, from the extravagant expenditure of 800,000 on wine to to securing a private room at Half Moon Villa within mere minutes. Along with manager Xiao's personal greeting, Suya began to question whether Qin Yi's actions were merely those of a benevolent savior. Manager Xiao, I'm rather occupied today. I shall visit personally on another occasion. Qin and I signaled to Xiao, swiftly leading the dazed Suya away. Manager Xiao, wishing to say more, swallowed his words. Clearly aware that Qin and I preferred to conceal his identity from others. Resigned, he tucked the gold card back into his pocket, pondering how to report to his boss. As they settled into a taxi, Qin and I exhaled slowly, having noticed the gold card in Manager Zhao's possession. Presenting it before Suya would have complicated matters beyond rectification. Now, I truly believe that painting is genuine, Suya remarked, her bright eyes fixed intently on Qin and I. Are you concealing something from me, Mr. Qin? The title Mr. Qin made Qin Yi's heart skip a beat. He quickly plastered a smile on his face, saying, You must be mistaken. In truth, the owner of Half Moon Villa is under a misapprehension. A misunderstanding? Suya furrowed her brow. Indeed, the owner mistakenly believes I am a close friend of that special patient, which is why he wishes to meet me. However, I cannot leverage the patient's name to forge connections indiscriminately. It's already a hassle enough to arrange our banquet. Qin and I stated earnestly, What manner of patient possesses such immense energy? Suya murmured softly, I am not entirely aware of his true identity. Yet he mentioned that I could seek him out in times of trouble. After Qin and I finished speaking, he chuckled, for I am, after all, his savior. Chapter 23. Pretending to sleep, although Suya's heart brimmed with countless doubts, she reluctantly chose to trust Qin and I, as she found herself bereft of any explanation for the peculiar circumstances. Having been married for 3 years, she was well acquainted with Qin and I's situation. If he were to suddenly transform into the formidable Mr. Qin, she would be the first to disbelieve it. Thus, she preferred to think he had indeed befriended a person of considerable influence. What is the surname of this patient? Suya inquired with curiosity. Tian, Qin and I replied. I must certainly express my gratitude to him, and it is a rare opportunity to know such a friend. You should learn from him the art of success. Suya advised earnestly. Rest assured, I will. Qin and I smiled, his lips gently curling. This is one of the reasons I have refrained from boasting before my parents. I do not wish to rely on others for support. As he spoke, he turned to Suya and articulated slowly, Xiaoya, please believe in me. Grant me time, and one day, I shall earn the world's admiration. Suya's heart trembled, and after a while, she nodded. I believe you. In truth, she longed to express that merely befriending influential individuals already demonstrated great capability. Yet, she understood that Qin and I was a proud man and began to comprehend his motivations. However, Suya remained unaware that every word Qin and I spoke was a reluctant falsehood. As the future head of the Qin family, he bore the weighty responsibility of revitalizing the clan while carrying the deep-seated enmity of his grandfather. The perils he faced were unknown, and he wished to keep Suya uninvolved. Even after lying low for 9 years, even in a third-tier city like Haidong, and even as the world had seemingly forgotten him, the awakening of a dormant tiger would inevitably attract attention from all corners. Thus, he chose to continue pretending to sleep. What troubled him most was an exceptionally unique thought. I am currently most concerned about this piece of calligraphy, Suya began again, her face clouded with worry. You may not be aware, but the Su family places great importance on ancestral artifacts, having spent years combating related counterfeits. If a discordant scene were to unfold during my grandmother's birthday celebration, she would undoubtedly blame you. This is why my mother has shifted the blame onto you. Do not fret. This was a gift from Elder Tian, and there should be no issues, Qin and I reassured calmly. I hope so. Suya leaned against Qin and I's shoulder. Despite knowing of Elder Tian's capabilities, her heart remained anxious and unsettled. Meanwhile, in the vehicle of Su Jinrong, a man typically reticent could no longer contain his grievances. Why must Qin and I send such gifts? Of all things, ancestral artifacts? Is he not pushing me into a pit of fire? Su Jinrong sighed. What sins did I commit in my past life to have such a son-in-law? This may not be entirely unfavorable, Yang Meiwan chuckled. Unfavorable? Even if you shift the blame onto Qin and I, he is still our son-in-law. If he brings shame upon himself, can we maintain our dignity? Su Jinrong retorted, exasperated. I dare say your intellect is not much superior to Qin and I's. Yang Meiwan let out a soft hum and continued, in recent years, the Su family has intensified their efforts to combat counterfeit cultural relics. Am I not correct? Indeed, Su Jinrong replied, bewildered. To my knowledge, last year the Su family collaborated with the police to apprehend a group of counterfeit artifact dealers, Yang Meiwan stated. That is indeed true, Su Jinrong nodded. Moreover, it was the old lady herself who oversaw the operation. Yang Meiwan let out a chilling smile. Have you considered the consequences if Qin and I were to present counterfeit relics at the old lady's birthday banquet? I dare not imagine. Su Jinrong hesitated before responding. To expel him would be mild. If others were to embellish the story, he might even find himself incarcerated. Yang Meiwan smirked with a sinister gleam. Due to the decision made by our daughter, the old lady harbors considerable resentment towards our family. Not only has our daughter been excluded from the family business, but you two have been sidelined. If Qin and I were to anger her, are you suggesting we manipulate the old lady to ensure Qin and I ends up in jail? Su Jinrong raised an eyebrow. Precisely. We must make the old lady aware that our daughter was merely misled by Qin and I, who is nothing more than a fraud. Young Mei Juan Chuklet. Once Qin and I is imprisoned, do you really think our daughter will hesitate to divorce him? Your plan is indeed quite nefarious. Su Jinrong frowned. Might this cause harm to our daughter? What are you thinking? Everything I do is for her sake. Yes, you. We must execute this plan flawlessly on the day of the banquet. Yang Meiwan glared. If you do not act decisively, the counterfeit matter may ensnare you as well. Let's not forget about your third brother. Su Jinrong stiffened, falling silent. That night, as Qin and I and Su Ye arrived at the foot of the apartment building, they spotted Wang Zhen and Zhu Meiqi lingering beneath the streetlight in the corridor, appearing somewhat anxious. What are they doing here? Su Ye exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Meiqi's business deal fell through, and you have been unresponsive to messages and calls. Naturally, they have come to seek forgiveness, Qin and I replied with a faint smile. This truly has been a tumultuous ordeal. Su Ye inhaled deeply and then said, you go upstairs first. I can handle this matter on my own. All right. Qin and I refrained from saying more, recognizing Su Ye as a strong-willed woman. He did not wish to overly interfere with her professional affairs. As they passed Wang Zhen and Zhu Meiqi, both of their gazes were clearly laced with disdain, particularly Zhu Meiqi, who looked down on him from the depths of her heart. Once upstairs, Qin and I settled onto the sofa and lit a cigarette. Before long, Su Ye opened the door, her expression significantly more relaxed than before. How did the meeting go? Qin and I inquired with a smile. President Wang and Zhu Meiqi not only apologized, but also advanced my commission. Su Ye gleefully placed her bank card before Qin and I. So you have forgiven them? He asked. Yes. After all, their sincerity is evident. And since we will be seeing each other frequently, we need not make things so tense. President Wang even assured me that no one would replace my position, Su Ye explained. Qin and I sighed softly. While Su Ye was indeed a strong woman, her overly kind approach to matters was concerning. She could have seized this opportunity to marginalize Zhu Meiqi, yet she was easily swayed by the latter's apology, which seemed rather naive. Am I doing something wrong? Su Ye inquired with curiosity. No, but you should be cautious of Zhu Meiqi. That woman is not to be underestimated. Qin and I reminded her. Rest assured, I will, Su Ye responded, suddenly brightening. Shall we go car shopping tomorrow? Absolutely. Nadif. By the way, I need to call Director Song first to ensure the contract proceeds smoothly. Upon saying this, Su Ye excitedly pulled out her phone. Things unfolded more favorably than Su Ye had anticipated. Director Song readily agreed to the collaboration. After hanging up, Su Ye could not help but marvel at how Lady Luck seemed to be smiling upon her, unaware that the one who favored her had been by her side all along. Chapter 24. Li Hao's subtle schemes. The Haiyao Mercedes-Benz dealership is the sole seller of Mercedes vehicles in Haidong City, effectively monopolizing the market for these luxurious cars. At this moment, two sharply dressed men were seated on the sofa, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. One of them was Li Hao from the Dingxing Company, while the other was Liang Hua, the sales manager of the dealership. I say, "Howsy, haven't you managed to win over that beautiful young lady from your company yet?" Liang Hua asked with a mischievous grin. "Don't mention it." Li Hao sighed, somewhat exasperated. "It's quite a challenge." "Really? You're known as a lady killer. Yet there's a woman who is proving difficult to conquer?" Liang Hua raised an eyebrow, laughing. "This Suya is unlike other women. She is impervious to my charms. Regardless of my many skills, they seem ineffective," Li Hao lamented. "Perhaps your approach is flawed?" Liang Hua pondered. "She was recruited by me 3 years ago. I've tried everything, and it's as if she is bewitched, remaining utterly devoted to her useless husband," Li Hao scoffed. "It truly reflects the saying, even the finest cabbage can be trampled by pigs. When gentleness fails, be more forceful. Today, as women respond to that," Liang Hua quietly advised. "Don't even think about it. I want to engage in illegal activities," Li Hao quickly retorted. "Law? Huh. In this society, wealth and power dictate the law. Just look at our boss. He has had his fill of the married women in Haidong City. Who would dare to object?" Liang Hua postured, exuding an air of arrogance. "I lack your boss's prowess. Moreover, my feelings for her are genuine. It's not as sordid as you imagine," Li Hao asserted earnestly. "Genuine love? Nonsense." Liang Hua chuckled knowingly. "Their essay saying, what you cannot obtain is always the best." As the two bantered, a sudden exclamation arose from a group of salespeople nearby. "Look, that woman is stunning. Wow, her elegance is remarkable. If only I were her husband. But she already has a husband. That man beside her? No way. He looks decent. But the disparity is too great. He looks more like her chauffeur." The salespeople's remarks reached Liang Hua and Li Hao, prompting them to instinctively glance towards the entrance, their hearts tightening simultaneously. Liang Hua was captivated by the woman's grace and beauty, while Li Hao's heart raced. For the woman in question was none other than his long-admired Suya. "Goodness, I've seen many things, but such a beautiful woman is a first for me. She resembles a star," Liang Hua exclaimed, unable to remain seated. "She is Suya," Li Hao replied curtly, his mood souring. She is?" Liang Hua swallowed hard. "No wonder you can't handle it. This woman is simply extraordinary. Who is that man beside her?" "He is her useless husband, who has been brought into the Su family. A quintessential kept man." Li Hao gritted his teeth, particularly infuriated by Qin and I's recent insolence, which only intensified his anger. "Haizi, I never expected you to be defeated by such a man," Liang Hua remarked with a smirk, his eyes glinting mischievously. "It seems they are deciding on a car. Shall we help you, my brother?" "How?" Li Hao inquired with renewed interest. "Listen," Liang Hua whispered a few words into Li Hao's ear. "Are you sure that will work?" Li Hao frowned at the suggestion. Women like her, especially in the workplace, are undoubtedly concerned about their image. It's one thing for her husband to be a kept man, but if he brings her shame in public, do you think it won't exacerbate their marital discord? Liang Hua asserted confidently. "Indeed, I've heard Suya's parents have been wanting them to divorce." Li Hao's interest piqued instantly. "What are we waiting for? Let us hurry over," Liang Hua urged. As Suya entered the dealership, she was unaware of the unfolding drama. Her demeanor was cool and graceful, exuding an air of elegance with every movement. Even though her attire wasn't from a luxury brand, it could hardly conceal her refined charm. In stark contrast, Li Hao, clad in casual attire, appeared out of place beside her. "Suya, what brings you here?" Li Hao feigned surprise as if he had just noticed her. "Huh? Liao." Suya was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering with a smile. "What a coincidence. This must be fate. Are you here to choose a car?" Li Hao stepped closer to Suya, not even glancing at Qin and I. "Yes," Suya nodded. "Why didn't you call me first about the car?" Li Hao boasted. "I'm not bragging. Just mentioning my name here could save you tens of thousands. There are so many intricacies involved in buying a car, and without a familiar face, you could easily be taken advantage of." "Really?" Suya's eyes lit up at the prospect of saving money. "Of course," Li Hao affirmed, calling out to the distance. "Manager Liang, could you come over here for a moment?" Soon, Liang Hua approached with a smile, dressed in a suit. His name badge indicating his status as the sales manager, clearly distinguished from the other salespeople. "This is my brother, the sales manager here," Li Hao introduced, then turned to Liang Hua and said, "This is my colleague. We have a great relationship." You must help her arrange a good car today, price-wise. Haizi. Even without you saying it, I understand, Liang Hua interjected, then smiled at Suya, extending his hand. Hello, I am Liang Hua. Hello, Manager Liang, I am Suya, she said politely as she extended her hand. So you are Suya? Your name precedes you, Liang Hua remarked with a slight smile. Haizi often speaks of you. Suya was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit awkward at the comment and unsure how to respond. At that moment, Liang Hua suddenly turned to Qin and I, smiling as he asked, and who might this be? Your driver? Suya furrowed her brows, although she had grown accustomed to others viewing Qin and I through a prejudiced lens. The words still unsettled her. Had this incident occurred in the past, she would have likely attributed the blame to Qin and I. However, with their relationship now blossoming and her gradually recognizing Qin Ni's significance in her heart, she readily clarified, "This is my husband." Suya's resolute declaration left Li Hao feeling quite displeased. He simply could not fathom what Suya saw in Qin and I, and remarked sarcastically, "Manager Liang, you are a sales manager after all. How can you not see this? I must admit my vision is poor. I truly did not perceive it." Liang Hua replied with a derisive smile, casting a scornful glance at Qin and I, as if to say, "You think you are worthy to be Suya's husband?" Their exchange made Suya feel somewhat awkward. Although she did not voice her thoughts, she could detect the flippant tone, yet given their mutual familiarity, she refrained from making a comment. Qin and I, on the other hand, remained silent, maintaining a calm demeanor, which in Li Hao's eyes undoubtedly signified submission, bolstering Li Hao's confidence. "Suya, why don't you let Manager Liang show you some cars? I would like to have a private chat with your husband," Li Hao asserted, straightening his posture as though he were Suya's spouse. Chapter 25. Purchasing a car, Suya was taken aback. She was fully aware of Li Hao's affections for her, which he had hinted at over the past 3 years, all of which she had firmly rejected. To her, Li Hao was merely a friend, perhaps with a touch of gratitude, for he had been the one to bring her into the company. Hearing that Li Hao wished to speak with Qin and I privately made her uneasy, and she inquired, "What could you two possibly discuss, given your unfamiliarity?" "Unfamiliar? The last time you drank too much, I witnessed your husband's prowess firsthand," Li Hao retorted, still aggrieved by that incident. Suya frowned. She had heard about the previous event from Yang Linlin. Was Li Hao intending to cause trouble for Qin and I? This thought only intensified her anxiety. Just as she was about to speak, Qin and I smiled and said, "Xiaoya, why don't you go select a car? I happen to want to smoke, and we'll chat with your colleague in the meantime." Suya hesitated for a moment, but seeing Qin Ni's composed demeanor, she gently nodded and followed Liang Hua into the showroom. "Miss Su, it is indeed true that seeing is believing. I did not expect you to be so beautiful. No wonder Li Hao speaks of you so often," Liang Hua began, engaging in casual conversation. "What does he say about me?" Suya inquired, furrowing her brow. "Men often share their affections with others. I believe you are aware of Li Hao's feelings for you, Miss Su," Liang Hua insinuated. Suya offered a polite smile and deftly redirected the conversation. "Manager Liang, could you please introduce the cars to me?" "Certainly. May I ask what price range you are considering?" Liang Hua responded, displaying a sense of understanding. "4 to 500,000, Suya replied. "A vehicle in that price range hardly seems worthy of your noble demeanor," Liang Hua commented, leading her to a display. "What do you think of this one? The Mercedes-Benz GLE 43, our latest model. Its alluring exterior and elegant interior are not only favored by men, but also immensely popular among women in elite circles. Especially for a goddess like you, Miss Su, such a luxurious car is perfectly suited." Suya chuckled softly, feeling a surge of happiness. What woman does not relish compliments? "To be honest, I am contemplating gifting him a car," she thought, stealing a glance at Qin and I, her heart swelling with joy. "Gifting him?" Liang Hua chuckled lightly. "Miss Su, allow me to utter an unpalatable truth. Do you truly believe he is worthy of a Mercedes? Just observe his attire and that rather unsophisticated demeanor of his. Is he truly deserving of such extravagant expenditure on your part?" "What do you mean by that?" Suya retorted, a tinge of anger evident in her voice. "Do not misunderstand me. I am merely expressing my discontent on your behalf. Li Hao has shared your situation with me. As a friend of Li Hao, you are naturally a friend of mine too. Investing both time and money in such a man is hardly worthwhile," Liang Hua feigned sincerity. Suya bit her lip, casting a glance towards Qin and I, her heart a tumult of emotions. There was a time when she too felt it was not worth it, even contemplating divorce. Yet, it was only in moments of inebriation that she realized her inability to part from Qin and I. Recent events had further shifted her perspective on him, particularly his generous expenditure of 800,000 merely to vindicate her, which profoundly resonated within her soul. Reflecting on the past 3 years, Qin and I had been steadfastly by her side, laboring tirelessly without uttering a single complaint. Conversely, she pondered whether her initial attraction to him had been genuine. This line of thought filled Suya with an overwhelming sense of guilt. Thus, while this car purchase was framed as a surprise, it was, in truth, a manifestation of her indebtedness, a secret she harbored deep within. Seeing Suya fall silent, Liang Hua assumed her reticence indicated her agreement, prompting him to speak with increasing audacity. Miss Su, a woman of your beauty would have excellent men queuing up to offer their affection. Why tether yourself to a worthless individual? Please show some respect. You do not know my husband. Suya finally could not contain her anger and retorted coldly. My apologies. It seems I misspoke. Liang Hua gritted his teeth, inwardly seething at what he perceived to be her lack of appreciation for his insights. What is the cost of this car? Suya sought to deflect the conversation from escalating further. The final price is 890,000, Liang Hua replied. 890,000? Suya inhaled sharply. Over the past 3 years, her mother had severed her financial support, leaving her to fend for herself, which had not allowed her to accumulate any significant savings. With a commission of 500,000, her budget had been to purchase something within her means, yet the price of 890,000 vastly exceeded her financial capabilities. Even combining her funds with the meager amount Qin and I had left would not suffice. However, considering it was for Qin and I, she resolved, how much is the down payment if I opt for a loan? Taking into account various fees, you would need approximately 50% as a down payment. However, as a friend of Li Hao, you would naturally receive considerable discounts, Liang Hua remarked, glancing at Qin and I and adding in a hushed tone, of course. If Miss Su insists on purchasing a car for him, I can recommend several more economical models. That's unnecessary. Please inform me about this model, the 43. Suya replied with indifference. With a shrug of his shoulders, Liang Hua felt that Suya was beyond redemption and reluctantly approached the car, distractedly commencing his presentation. Outside the dealership, Qin and I lit a cigarette while Li Hao adopted a condescending posture, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Why haven't I seen you driving your Rolls Royce today? Did you run out of money to rent a car? He scoffed. You seem to know me quite well. Qin and I replied coolly. After all, you're the renowned son-in-law of the Su family. How could I not be familiar with you? Li Hao, with a tone laced with sarcasm, suddenly slapped his forehead. No, calling you a live-in son-in-law is quite an exaggeration. As far as I know, Suya's parents wouldn't want to acknowledge you as their son-in-law, would they? Our family's affairs do not require your concern. Vin repeated calmly, taking a gentle puff from a cigarette. Observing the indifference in Qin Yi's demeanor, Li Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, sneering from your attitude. It seems you take pride in living off others, huh? I am quite curious. What face do you have to pursue Suya? What can you offer her? Just because you rented a Rolls Royce? Or because you bought a bottle of Romani Conti at the dinner table? Do not forget, it is Suya's money you are spending. Having known Suya for 3 years, Li Hao had a fair understanding of her circumstances and was confident that Qin Yi was financially inept. He believed that the recent events had involved exploiting Suya, which emboldened him to speak with such conviction. His objective today was simple, to make Qin Yi appear foolish in front of Suya, and the most straightforward method to achieve this was to provoke him first. Being exposed is certainly unpleasant, isn't it? Li Hao, brimming with confidence, mocked. If I were you, I would have no shame in accompanying Suya. Spending her money is one thing, but how could you have the gall to show up and embarrass her? Just look at those peculiar gazes around us. Chapter 26. What a pity you are not me. Qin Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, resembling a reclusive master, undisturbed and unperturbed. He gazed at the indignant Li Hao, paused for a few seconds, and replied nonchalantly, What a pity you are not me. Li Hao's eyes twitched involuntarily. He had not anticipated that despite his taunts, The other party remained utterly unperturbed, which left him feeling a sense of defeat, a feeling he had never encountered while always being in control. Qin, weren't you quite formidable before? What has happened today? Why the sudden low profile? Have you become cowardly? Li Hao could no longer suppress his anger and questioned ferociously. Oh, do you want me to beat you up? Qin retorted, suddenly raising his hand in a feigned motion. Caught off guard, Li Hao flinched, but quickly puffed out his chest, saying, hit me? Go ahead. Try it. He was eager for Qin to make a move, as that was precisely his aim. However, Qin merely smiled knowingly and patted Li Hao on the shoulder, whispering, if you wish to provoke me, save your energy, you are unworthy. Li Hao's body stiffened, his anger causing his face to flush crimson. What infuriated him even more was Qin Yi's continued remarks. Do not be angry. My wife is coming. So maintain your gentlemanly image. If Li Hao's words were akin to a sharp sword, then Qin Yi's were undoubtedly a dull knife, though not sharp. They inflicted a sense of tearing pain. Even more terrifying was the fact that each of Qin Yi's statements was not a retort, but rather felt like a casual conversation with a friend. Little did Li Hao know that Qin Yi had lost all interest in looking down upon him. After all, in Qin Yi's eyes, someone like him was merely a clown. How is the car looking? As Suya and Liang Hua approached, Qin Yi chose to ignore Li Hao. Quite well, he replied. Suya approached Qin Yi and whispered, that Model 43 is quite impressive. I particularly admire its aesthetic appeal. It exudes an air of grandeur. However, it is somewhat pricey, yet we could consider financing. Vignisimilite faintly, no ding lightly. He was indifferent to the method of purchase, as long as Suya was pleased. At that moment, Liang Hua unexpectedly interjected. You're truly fortunate, my friend. I've been selling cars for 6 or 7 years and have witnessed countless men lavishly spending on their goddesses. But this is the first instance I've seen of a goddess buying a car for a man. Liang Hua's voice was not subdued, and his seemingly envious tone subtly belittled Qin Yi. His words quickly drew the attention of nearby patrons who gathered around, whispering and pointing. Being a kept man is quite nice. He is already matching up to a Mercedes. One man remarked with a hint of jealousy directed at Qin Yi. What? Are you envious? The woman beside him shot him a glare. If you're envious, go find your own. Wife, what are you saying? I am a man of integrity. I could never live off someone else like him, the man declared with exaggerated nobility. The hushed comments reached Suya's ears, causing her expression to darken. She bit her lip and turned to Qin Yi, softly suggesting, shall we consider other dealerships? While Suya genuinely wished to purchase a Mercedes for Qin Yi, Liang Hua's aggressive demeanor was beginning to irk her. Had it not been for Li Hao's presence, she would have long lost her temper. Meanwhile, Li Hao noticed Suya's discomfort. He mistakenly believed she wanted to leave out of embarrassment for Qin Yi, and internally he reveled in this. However, he wore a facade of feigned apology, saying, Suya, my brother tends to speak rather bluntly. Please don't take it to heart. Besides, in Haidong City, only Haiao can provide Mercedes. If you opt for another brand, you may face quality issues and potential exploitation. With my presence here, you need not worry about being taken advantage of. Suya did not respond, but glanced at Qin Yi. Her desire to depart was not due to feeling embarrassed, but rather out of concern for Qin Yi's dignity. Yet, Li Hao's persuasion left her in a quandary, as purchasing a vehicle was no small matter for her. Observing this scene, Li Hao cleared his throat and addressed Liang Hua, saying, Mr. Liang, let us skip the pleasantries and discuss the pricing of the vehicle. The market price is 890,000, Liang Hua replied. That price isn't exactly a bargain, is it? Li Hao furrowed his brow. Indeed, it isn't cheap. However, considering your connections, I can assist Miss Su in applying for a loan with 0 interest. Liang Hua continued earnestly. To put it simply, if the down payment is 50%, the interest over 3 years would be approximately 160 to 70,000, which means Miss Su would save nearly 200,000 in interest. Really? Suya exclaimed, surprised, as this was indeed a substantial sum. Of course, this entirely hinges on Li Hao's influence. You must understand that this Model 43 is exceedingly popular, and there are no zero-interest promotions available. Feel free to verify online. Liang Hua remarked, giving Li Hao a pat on the back. Isn't my brother being generous? You owe me a meal. Not a problem. Leo smilat brotherly, turning to Suya and saying, Suya, the decision to buy rests with you. If your down payment is insufficient, I can cover it for you. The two engaged in a playful banter, captivating the onlookers who cast envious glances. Who wouldn't wish to have a friend like Li Hao? Suya felt a deep sense of satisfaction. 200,000 in interest was not a trifling sum for anyone, yet she glanced at Qin Yi, eagerly awaiting his response. I quite like that car as well. Let's buy it. Qin Yi nodded gently. Hearing this, Li Hao's demeanor shifted to one of triumph, his previous gloom dissipating as he recognized that although Qin Yi claimed to be buying it out of affection, it was evident to discerning eyes that he merely sought to save on interest through their connection. Ultimately, it all hinged upon Li Hao's influence. This realization filled Li Hao with immense gratification, knowing that after this moment, Suya would undoubtedly regard him in a new light. However, he was taken aback when Qin Yi spoke again. Nevertheless, such a significant favor is one that Suya cannot repay, so there's no need for interest to be waived. The statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Li Hao was the first to recover, coldly retorting, Qin Yi, you are rather petty, aren't you? I assist Suya because I am her friend. Do you truly believe I would demand a favor in return? Moreover, the down payment and the monthly installments are both Suya's responsibility. Have you considered the pressure she faces with over 200,000 to repay in just 3 years? Li Hao's words carried weight, even stirring Suya's indignation. She cast a sideways glance at Qin Yi, pondering whether he was feeling jealous. Are you finished? Vini asket Li Hao kuri. Leo Boja, Bujlat. I need to remind you of something. Do you recall what I said to you in front of the Century Hotel? Shall I repeat it? Qin Yi's voice grew increasingly frigid. Li Hao's face twitched. How could he forget that declaration? Suya is my woman. It's South not your place to concern yourself with her. Faced with Qin Yi's inquiry, he found himself momentarily speechless. Suya gently tugged at Qin Yi, not wishing to escalate the situation, for Li Hao had meant well. Understanding her intent, Qin Yi smiled slightly and clarified, when I said there is no need for interest to be waived, it is because we do not require a loan. I believe your colleague misunderstood my meaning. His words left everyone in disbelief, prompting Li Hao to question, no loan? Are you suggesting you intend to pay in full? 890,000. Can you afford that? Qin Yi ignored Li Hao, treating him as if he were invisible, and turned to the puzzled Suya, asking, Little Ya, this car is the surprise you prepared for me, isn't it? Weren't you already aware? Suya whispered, noting that had it not been for Zhu Meiqi's antics, she would not have disclosed this to Qin Yi in advance. My dear, thank you. Today, I shall also present you with a surprise. As Qin Yi spoke, he looked at Liang Hua and declared, I would like 2 Model 43 cars, paid in full. One as a gift from my wife to me, and the other as a gift from me to her. A thunderous proclamation reverberated through the air, causing all present to widen their eyes in disbelief. Was this merely an expression of frustration or a display of bravado? 2 vehicles? Liang Hua's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Qin and I, do you have any idea how much 2 cars cost? You truly have a knack for jesting, Li Hao remarked, utterly unconvinced by Qin Yi's assertion. One is priced at 890,000. Therefore, 2 should amount to 178,000, if my calculations are correct. As Qin and I spoke, he retrieved a rural bank card from his pocket and handed it to the astonished Liang Hua, calmly uttering the words, swipe it. The unexpected turn of events left everyone speechless, including Li Hao and Liang Hua, as well as the onlookers among the staff and patrons. Who could possibly believe what was unfolding before their eyes? Just moments ago, this man had been the subject of derision, mocked for living off others. Yet reality struck with the force of a tempest, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Amidst the expressions of disbelief, Qin and I maintained his most composed smile and softly inquired of Suya, where's your bank card? After a brief moment of shock, Suya, assuming Qin and I lacked sufficient funds, hurriedly opened her wallet and handed him her card, unaware that he intended to pocket it. This is the down payment for the car you gifted me. The remaining amount can be repaid in installments. The term is 1,000 years. Qin and I flashed his most charming smile. The unexpected display of affection took Suya by surprise. She had never anticipated that this typically mundane doctor could utter such touching words, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Wow, I didn't realize he was so handsome. I must have misjudged him earlier. Observing his unremarkable attire, the two female sales representatives could not contain their excitement, realizing he was not only affluent, but also a romantic idealist. Meanwhile, the male sales representative beside them frowned at their chatter, muttering, "He hasn't even made the payment yet. Why are you making such a fuss?" The surrounding whispers varied in tone, yet it was evident that Qin Ni's extravagance had left an indelible impression. At that moment, the most uncomfortable individuals were undoubtedly Li Hao and Liang Hua. Li Hao had descended into contemplation upon seeing Qin Ni present that rural bank card. He had heard tales about it at work, always believing that Suya had deposited the funds. It was clear that she lacked the means to purchase a car. How could Qin Ni possibly produce over $1 million? Li Hao found himself perplexed. As for Liang Hua, he remained with the card in hand, tentatively asking, "Are you certain you want to use this card to purchase 2 vehicles?" He found it difficult to believe anyone would hold millions in such a bank. "Indeed, you have reminded me," Qin Ni replied, reclaiming the bank card from Liang Hua without addressing his question directly. "As the sales manager here, you should not be overly concerned about the performance of 2 vehicle sales." Liang Hua furrowed his brow, uncertain of Qin Ni's intent, just as Qin Ni beckoned a salesgirl from a distance. "Young lady, could you please come here?" Upon noticing her hesitation, he continued, "Yes, it is you." The young girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old, looked somewhat timid, likely new to the field. She had been standing alone at a distance, feeling somewhat out of place, and she was the only one in the store who had refrained from mocking Qin Ni. "Your name is Wu Tingting?" Qin Ni inquired after glancing at her name tag. "Yes," Wu Tingting nodded in response. "In this manner, these 2 vehicles shall be counted towards your achievements. Let us proceed with the necessary formalities." Ismail. Huh? Wu Tingting evidently could not believe that such good fortune had fallen upon her, and in her joy, she cast a wary glance at Liang Hua. "Do not worry. Manager Liang would never stoop to snatch achievements from a young lady like you. That would be utterly disgraceful. Am I not correct?" Qin Ni turned to Liang Hua. Liang Hua's expression darkened. Although he was the sales manager, he too had business to attend to, and how could he not care about the performance of those 2 vehicles? Sometimes, he wouldn't sell even one in a month. However, now that the words had been spoken, he could only feign a smile and say, "If payment can be made today, it matters not whose achievement it is. Your manager has already given the word. Let's go." Qin Ni looked towards Wu Tingting. The subsequent events unfolded seamlessly. Although Wu Tingting had only recently started working, she was quite adept at handling the procedures and diligently explained the contract details to Qin Ni and Suya. An hour later, the two departed from store 4, amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, with the only regret being that they would have to wait a week to collect the vehicle. In the taxi, Qin Ni felt somewhat awkward under Suya's scrutinizing gaze. "Last time, you mentioned you had 1 million. Having spent 800,000, you should still have 200,000 left. How did it transform into 2 million? If I were to say that I used that 200,000 to buy a lottery ticket and won 2 million, would you believe me?" Qin Ni tentatively replied. "Do you think I would believe that?" "I wouldn't." Qin Ni explained. "In truth, over the years, I have accumulated a considerable sum from treating others, which I intended to save for our future together. Hence, I have not spent it." "Accumulated a substantial amount? No wonder my mother offered you 1 million to leave me. I thought it was because you cared for me. Turns out it was merely due to insufficient funds." Suya huffed. "You have truly misunderstood me. In my heart, you cannot be measured by money. Even if offered 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million, I would never leave you." Qin Ni asserted earnestly. "I suppose you still possess a conscience." A hint of sweetness surged within Suya, as she was astonished to find herself increasingly dependent on this man. Although she had her doubts regarding Qin Ni's reasoning, she refrained from probing further. After all, for 3 years, there had been a certain distance between them, married in name, yet devoid of the essence of marriage. Allowing each other space was the best way to coexist. Of course, Suya was indifferent to whether Qin Ni possessed wealth or how much he had. Chapter 28. To her surprise, Suya's best friend was her. In the office of the HAO Mercedes Store 4, Liang Hua pressed his cigarette firmly into the ashtray. This is sheer audacity. Liang Hua gritted his teeth and said, it was merely the purchase of 2 cars. Yet they act as if they are lords among men. Selecting salespeople? This is the first time I have encountered such arrogance. Over 1 million is nothing in this place. Enough. Li Hao is equally infuriated. I am even more frustrated than you. Your loss is merely a matter of performance. But I have been utterly outdone. I say, how's he? What news is this? Was it not said that he is a son-in-law? Was it not said that he spends only his wife's money? Liang Hua inquired, somewhat angrily. I am at a loss regarding the situation. Li Hao furrowed his brow, pondering, how is it that this good-for-nothing has suddenly come into money? Could it be from Suya? Unthinkable, as she is still considering taking out a loan, Liang Hua retorted. I share your thoughts. Yet I cannot fathom why a mere wastrel would suddenly possess wealth. Surely, he hasn't struck it rich in the lottery? Li Hao mused. Even if he did win the lottery, do you truly believe a poor man would squander his fortune so recklessly? Purchasing 2 cars in one go. It's as if he were shopping at a supermarket. His spending mentality hardly resembles that of a pauper. Liang Hua, exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this. Let us focus on devising a strategy to reclaim our dignity. How can we possibly do that? It is already embarrassing enough. And it is your misguided suggestion that led us here, Li Hao replied, somewhat disheartened. And now you dare to lay the blame on me? Liang Hua retorted angrily. What is wrong with my idea? You provoke that good-for-nothing, and the moment he retaliates, I shall call the police to have him arrested. In that case, so you will undoubtedly come crawling back to you. Yet you have spoken with him for so long, and you couldn't even manage to provoke him? Compared to my boss, you fall woefully short. This tactic is tried and true with him. Enough of your critique. Let us instead think of a solution. Li Hao was reluctant to engage in further argument with Liang Hua. Speaking of my boss has indeed sparked a thought, but it hinges on your willingness to let go. Liang Hua said, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let go? What do you mean? Li Hao asked, perplexed. Indeed, I intend to introduce Suya to my boss. A beauty like her would be impossible for him to resist. In due time, that good-for-nothing will wear the cuckold's horns, which would serve as a sweet revenge for you. Liang Hua declared. Li Hao's brow furrowed slightly, and he did not respond directly, for he was reluctant to part with Suya. How's he? She is merely a woman. Since you cannot have her, why not ruin her instead? Then you may still enjoy the remnants. Liang Hua's words plunged Li Hao into contemplation. The following days unfolded rather unremarkably. Suya successfully signed a contract with Huaqian Hospital, elevating her status within the company, while Zhu Meiqi seemed to adopt a more subdued demeanor, no longer daring to trouble Suya. As for Qin and I, he continued to guard his dilapidated clinic, even in the absence of any patients. One afternoon, the sun lazily streamed into the clinic as Qin and I sat on the sofa, retrieving a leather pouch he always carried. Inside lay 36 silver needles, a treasured heirloom from his grandfather. The significance of the number was lost on him, as it was to his grandfather. Yet he knew these needles had been passed down through the Qin family for centuries. In the annals of traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture needles are crafted from a myriad of materials: bamboo, bone, copper, iron, and so forth. However, silver needles are exceedingly rare, the primary reason being that silver is soft, lacks sufficient toughness, and is difficult to maintain. Thus, silver needles flourished briefly during the Tang dynasty before gradually fading into obscurity. Yet, one consensus remains within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Those who wield silver needles are undoubtedly masters of their craft, possessing both exceptional medical skills and martial prowess. From a young age, Qin and I inherited the revered Qian Kuan needle technique passed down from his grandfather. This exquisite set of acupuncture skills has upheld the Qin family's esteemed position in the medical realm, utilized for both healing and, at times, for lethal purposes. The 18 intricate techniques of the Qian Kuan needle technique have been thoroughly explored by the Qin family. Yet his grandfather often reminded Qin and I that their understanding represents merely a fragment of its entirety. A fragment? I have mastered this technique to perfection. It seems there is nothing more concealed within it. As Qin and I polished the silver needles, he mused to himself. Each time he maintained these needles, it deepened his resolve for vengeance against his grandfather's enemies. The sunlight graced his face, and in this dilapidated clinic, who would suspect that the illustrious heir of the Qin family would find himself relegated to such a place? An hour later, Qin and I meticulously wrapped 36 silver needles and placed them close to his heart. With a gentle flick of his right hand, several more silver needles appeared in his slender fingers, customized for his personal practice and self-defense. Just as he prepared to practice his needle techniques, his phone suddenly chimed. Xiao Ya, is there something you need? Qin and I answered the call. Is it impossible to call you without a reason? Wait for me at the clinic. In 10 minutes, I'll arrive with my best friend. Huh? Best friend? Before Qin and I could finish his thought, the call ended. He furrowed his brow. In the 3 years he had known Suya, he had never heard mention of a best friend. Meanwhile, in a blue Porsche heading to Qin's clinic, Chen Duo pouted in disdain, glancing at Suya, who had just hung up. Oh, have you taken playing messenger now? Is this a hint for your husband to dress up a bit? There's no way I would do that in front of you, Suya replied, somewhat irritated. Besides, he wouldn't know how to dress up even for my father's birthday. He always dresses so plainly. I truly don't understand how you could marry such a man. We were once renowned as the twin flowers of Haidong University, Chen Duo remarked, suddenly narrowing her eyes. It wouldn't be because of Su Liang, would it? Upon hearing that name, Suya's expression darkened instantly, her lips pressed together in a tight line. Duo, I don't wish to hear that name again. You understand my meaning. I don't want you to ruin your life out of spite, Chen Duo sighed. Although I don't know your husband well, I've heard quite a bit from others. Do you know what your former classmates are saying? They claim you've married a good-for-nothing. Suya Itali, refraining from contradicting her, and simply stated, this is my choice. Don't you have any regrets? Chen Duo inquired, her curiosity piqued. She knew Suya's pride well. Perhaps I regretted it at some point, Suya replied with a gentle smile. But in the future, that feeling will not arise again, as I intend to fully embrace him. Huh, I can't help but laugh, Chen Duo remarked, her confusion evident. I'm increasingly eager to meet your husband. I'm curious how a good-for-nothing managed to win over our goddess. Chapter 29. Perhaps this is fate's irony. Duoya? That's excessive. No matter how flawed he may be, he is still my husband, and you cannot speak of him that way. Suya feigned anger. Besides, you promised me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bringing you to meet him. Look at you, so anxious. I know my limits. Chen Duo chuckled lightly. Duo, let's talk about you. You suddenly vanished before graduating in your senior year. Where have you been? Suya inquired, voicing her curiosity. And why haven't you reached out to me over the years? After a brief silence, Chen Duo managed to force a smile. I can share the truth with you, but I hope you won't be upset. Does it concern me? Suya asked, slightly perplexed. Go ahead. Honestly, I also had feelings for Su Liang, Chen Duo admitted, biting her lip as she spoke. Ah, I see, Suya seemed to reminisce, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. You're not angry, are you? Chen Duo asked cautiously. What is there to be angry about? Time has passed, and besides, Su Liang is indeed a remarkable person, Suya responded calmly. Because you were Su Liang's girlfriend, and I am your closest friend, I felt I had no choice but to leave, Chen Duo whispered. In a moment of hesitation, Suya replied, Actually, I had seen the messages Su Liang secretly sent to you. The car came to an abrupt halt. Chen Duo took a deep breath, gripping the steering wheel tightly before asking, You knew all along? Why didn't you tell me? Because revealing it would mean losing not just Su Liang, but also you. Suya replied with a hint of melancholy. Moreover, you had clearly rejected Su Liang's affections in those messages. I understood that you didn't want to hurt me. Yet in the end, both of you still left. I was genuinely afraid of betraying you. Even now, I am haunted by this matter and regret not telling you that Su Liang had messaged me. I am truly sorry. Duo, I have never blamed you. After you left, I suffered for a long time. Do you know what I was thinking during that time? Suya continued. What were you thinking? Chen Duo raised an eyebrow. I was contemplating that if you could return, I would willingly let you have Su Liang, Suya stated earnestly. Puffed. Chen Duo laughed. What are you thinking? Su Liang is a scoundrel. How could he be so fortunate to be both your boyfriend and mine? It would be unfair to two such beautiful women like us. Suya chuckled at the jest. By the way, what happened after you left? Why did Su Liang also leave? Where did he go? Chen Duo asked with curiosity. He went abroad. Su's expression darkened as she continued. Let bygones be bygones. I prefer not to speak of him anymore. After all, I am now married and have my own life. And please, don't let my husband know about these matters. Chen Duo sensed that there must have been something significant between Suya and Su Liang, but respecting her silence, she smiled and changed the subject. All right, let me take a good look at this new life of yours. With that, she pressed the accelerator, leaving a trail of exhaust behind. A few minutes later, the car turned into an alley. Observing the dilapidated surroundings, Chen Duo frowned, particularly when she noticed the worn-out sign that read Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Her expression darkened, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Sia, I thought the alumni exaggerated a bit. But I never imagined that seeing it in person would be less impressive than hearing about it. Is this really a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? Although the situation was somewhat dire, he had indeed profited significantly from this clinic. Suya awkwardly remarked, as this information came from Qin and I. Despite her skepticism, she could only feign agreement in that moment. Profited significantly? Even if Hua Tuo were here, no one would seek treatment at this place, Chen Duo scoffed. Don't think I'm unaware that you are the one supporting him. Suya had anticipated the disbelief and could only respond with an embarrassed smile. Let us get out of the car. I'm curious to see what kind of person he is. Chen Duo declared, angrily pushing open the car door as if to confront him. However, when she laid eyes on Qin and I, who had come out to greet them, she froze in place. Conversely, Qin and I appeared slightly taken aback as well. It was an uncanny coincidence. Neither of them had anticipated that they had crossed paths before, and that meeting had been rather unpleasant, particularly for Chen Duo, who had been waiting for an opportunity to reprimand Qin and I. Duo, you promised me not to trouble him, Suya said, grasping Chen Duo's hand, fearing she was about to erupt in anger. He is your husband? A fierce glint flashed in Chen Duo's eyes. Indeed, why are you so hostile? Suya sensed a shift in the atmosphere. It's nothing, Chen Duo replied. Gathering her thoughts and striving to remain composed, she added with a huff, your taste is truly deteriorating. Shoo, keep your voice down, Suya said, guiding Chen Duo in front of Qin and I and smilingly introduced. Qin and I, this is Chen Duo, my dearest friend. Duo, this is my husband, Qin and I. Hello. Although Qin and I felt surprised, he maintained a polite smile and extended his right hand. Unfortunately, Chen Duo completely ignored him, merely huffing before pulling Suya around him, declaring, Xiaoya, show me around your husband's grand clinic. The emphasis on grand made Suya feel quite embarrassed, while Qin and I could only manage a resigned smile, thinking perhaps this was the fate of adversaries crossing paths. Upon entering the clinic, Chen Duo found herself utterly unimpressed. Within seconds, she plopped down on the sofa, scoffing, aside from the sofa being acceptable, there is nothing here that catches my eye. Xiaoya, what do you expect me to say? Perhaps it's better not to say anything, Suya replied softly, settling beside Chen Duo. I told you not to come. Yet you insisted. If you weren't my close friend, I wouldn't bother visiting such a shabby place. Chen Duo remarked, casting a disdainful glance at Qin and I, who was leaning against the doorframe smoking. Suya looked at Qin and I, offering an apologetic smile, then cleverly suggested, Qin and I, since today is a rare occasion for Duo and me to gather, why don't you treat us to a meal? Of course, I'd be delighted to take you both out for something nice, Qin and I responded, understandingly. Something nice? Can you afford it? Chen Duo retorted with a scoff. If I can't afford it, I still have Suya, Qin and I replied with a smile. You must be addicted to spending women's money, Chen Duo shot back, her irritation rising at his words. Meanwhile, Suya was well aware that Qin and I was jesting and quickly clarified. Duo, don't listen to his nonsense. He can afford it. He has money. Keep on boasting. Chen Duo was initially skeptical, but her attention was suddenly captivated by several silver needles on the coffee table. She picked them up and examined them closely for a moment, only to be mildly startled. Pure silver. As the vice president of the Medical Association in Haidong City, She was well aware of the significance of silver needles. Even her father could not wield them. The mere presence of silver needles in such a shabby clinic surprised her immensely, especially since it belonged to Qin. Could these possibly be his needles? The thought deepened her astonishment, and she couldn't help but steal a glance at Qin. A pressing question flooding her mind. Who exactly is this Qin? During their brief encounter at the interview, although Qin had showcased a remarkable skill, Duo suspected there was an element of cunning involved, leading her to permit him to pass the assessment, not out of faith in his abilities, but with the intention of teaching this arrogant fellow a lesson in the upcoming practical evaluations. However, upon seeing the silver needles, she began to realize she had perhaps underestimated him. Yet, one question lingered in Duo's mind. If Qin was indeed a master of medicine, why would he choose to reside in such a modest clinic? Duo, do you fancy these as well? Suya chuckled, noticing Duo's intense scrutiny. These are his treasures. Treasures? Can he even use them? Duo inquired, a hint of mischief flickering across her brow. Before Suya could respond, Qin interrupted with a cough, suggesting, Suya, shall we go for a meal? He was keen to avoid revealing too much about himself. What is your hurry? Can't you see I'm chatting with Suya? Duo retorted, her eyes narrowing as she discerned Qin's ulterior motives. After scolding him, she turned back to Suya. Come on, tell me more. You must know how to use them. Suya hesitated. I'm not entirely sure. I just know he treasures these silver needles and can't bear to part with them. My mother often chides him for not being serious. Duo frowned slightly. This was hardly useful information, yet it only piqued her curiosity about Qin further. Duo, why are you so intrigued by this matter? Suya asked, puzzled. Are you not aware of my profession? Duo retorted. I haven't heard you mention it. Suya shook her head. Although they were close friends, she remained oblivious to the intricacies of Duo's family background. I work at the Medical Association, so I possess considerable knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine. That is why I inquire about the silver needles, Duo explained succinctly. The Medical Association? Suya exclaimed, astonished. ISNT, that the private institution that many affluent second-generation individuals are eager to join? Though Suya was not well versed in the workings of the Medical Association, she had heard snippets of information, particularly regarding its esteemed status within high society. Something like that, Duo admitted without reservation, recognizing the association's notable reputation. Wow, I didn't realize you were so accomplished. Your medical skills must be exceptional, yet I never noticed any aptitude for it during our school days. Suya remarked excitedly. Spare me the flattery, Duo replied, wishing to divert the topic. She set down the silver needles and said, let us go get something to eat. I need to visit the restroom first. Suya smiled faintly and rose, saying, you may converse with Qin about the intricacies of traditional Chinese medicine and allow him to learn a thing or two. Go on. Chen Duo understood that Suya was merely trying to lighten the atmosphere and hastily urged him on. However, once Suya entered the restroom, her gaze immediately turned sharp and frigid. It seems you have concealed your true self quite well, Chen Duo remarked as she slowly stood, lowering her voice as she approached Qin. What have I concealed? Vin ye fine ignorante. Setting aside your proficiency with silver needles and your medical skills, one must question why someone with your capabilities would work in a place like this. Chen Duo replied with a cold smile. A great Buddha condescends to dwell in such a modest temple. It can only be said that extraordinary circumstances breed peculiarities. Thank you for the compliment. But I am no Buddha, Qin replied with an indifferent tone. Is that so? Well then, you need not attend the practical assessment of the Medical Association. Chen Duo declared, crossing her arms defiantly. Hey, that is a bit excessive, don't you think? Vin retorted, somehat exasperated. Let's speak plainly. Chen Duo insisted, having gained the upper hand. All right, listen closely. I am the scion of a mysterious clan, here to experience life. In truth, I possess considerable strength and wealth, but I simply prefer to be discreet in my dealings, Qin said with a slight smile, knowing the truth lay somewhere in between. He was certain that she would not believe him. As expected, Chen Duo's irritation flared. Are you spinning tales here? I confided in you, yet you refuse to believe me. What else can I say? I want to hear the truth, she huffed. Is a woman's curiosity so insatiable? Chini asked, feeling helpless. I am not curious. I am responsible for Suya. She is my dearest friend, and I refuse to let anyone deceive her, especially those closest to her. Duo threatened, enunciating each word. If you remain silent, I will reveal your hidden identity to Suya. In her eyes, I am nothing but a failure. No matter how grand your tales, she will not believe you. Chin Yi asserted confidently. Do not forget, I am her confidant, and the interview the other day was recorded. I can also inform her that you have made advances towards me. Duo countered, adopting a posture of unyielding authority. How ruthless you are. Vinyi chaklet biterli. Realizing this woman was indeed formidable. This is not ruthlessness, but strategy. So, will you speak or not? Dio, pets? Taking a deep breath. Chin Yi's expression grew solemn. He retrieved a cigarette and placed it between his lips, his tone becoming sharp. Every individual harbors secrets, precious sanctuaries that must be guarded. I have mine, you have yours, and so does Suya. Unveiling the truth may not yield a favorable outcome and could inflict irreparable harm upon us all. Thus, I cannot disclose it. He paused briefly to ignite the cigarette and continued. However, I assure you, I will not harm Suya, and one day, you shall learn my true identity. The somber tone of his voice penetrated Duo's ears, and she recognized that at that moment. Chin Yi seemed transformed, exuding a certain allure that captivated her thoughts. She could not deny that there was some merit to his words. If you dare to harm Suya, I will ensure your demise is most gruesome. Duo shot a fierce glare at Chin and I. Moreover, you are forbidden from laying hands on other women in the future. You make me sound like a rogue. Chin and I remained speechless. Do you really think you appear virtuous? Duo scoffed. Do not presume that your pretentious demeanor will alter my perception of you. In my eyes, you are merely a live-in son-in-law, a man who thrives on the support of others. This statement, although a pretext to avoid probing into Chin Yi's true identity, was overheard by Suya, who had just exited the restroom. Chapter 31. Chin and I treats. Suya mistakenly believed that Duo was making things difficult for Chin and I, and quickly interjected, I'm starving. Let's hurry to dine. All right then, what would you like to eat? Duo feigned nonchalance. You decide, but do not forget that he is treating today. Suya teased, casting a playful glance at Chin and I. Very well, let us go to Hongjia. Duo declared. Hongjia? Suya furrowed her brow. Are you certain you wish to go there? Of course. Are we to indulge in a lavish meal at a high-end restaurant at your husband's expense? Ultimately, the bill will still fall upon you. Duo seemed to see through it all, pulling Suya along as she reminded Chin and I, my car accommodates only two. You shall have to take a cab. See you at the entrance of Hongjia. Unable to resist Duo's insistence, Suya reluctantly followed, offering Chin and I an apologetic smile. Hongjia, a renowned beer street in Haidong City, is a vibrant hub of seafood, barbecues, and various delicacies. This amalgamation of offerings also makes it a place of mixed company, where the air is perpetually tinged with the scent of alcohol, day or night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hongjia was ablaze with lights, its brilliance outshining the daylight. Eager patrons filled the shops, creating a bustling and prosperous scene, though the occasional distant shouts of quarrels were somewhat disheartening. Yet, regulars were accustomed to such altercations, recognizing them as commonplace on the beer street. As Suya and Duo reached the entrance, the bustling crowd seemed to pause, redirecting their gazes toward the two women. Suya, with her cascading long hair and remarkable beauty, especially with her gentle yet mature and composed eyes, was captivating. Duo, with her short hair tucked behind her ears, possessed a strikingly cold and elegant visage that rivaled Suya's beauty. Both stood nearly at the same height, close to 7 meters, and together they exuded an extraordinary aura that provoked the imagination. However, the arrival of Chin and I shattered this enchanting moment. Standing at 8 meters, Chin and I towered over them, yet his appearance and attire failed to match theirs, leading to murmurs and pointed fingers from the onlookers. Ignoring the whispers, Chin and I quietly followed behind the two women. Siaya, do you remember? We first met right here, Chan Duo continued, undeterred by the lustful stares of passers-by. Of course, I remember, Suya replied, as if transported back 7 years to the time she had just graduated high school, dining with classmates when a few ruffians had harassed her, only to be rescued by Chan Duo. Had you not come to my aid then, who knows what might have transpired? I remain curious as to how a girl like you could fight so well. Hee, a secret. With a playful smile, Chan Duo was well aware that Qin Yi, standing behind her, understood perfectly that she was the daughter of the president of the medical association, and thus had undoubtedly practiced both medical and martial arts from a young age. It was only natural for her to be skilled in combat. As they spoke, the two entered a barbecue restaurant, where the waiter, upon seeing them, froze for a moment, seemingly unable to believe his own eyes, as if he thought they should not be present in such an establishment. The surrounding diners were equally astonished, each person rendered speechless. It was undeniable that the two were breathtakingly beautiful. Soon, the waiter led them to an empty table, excitedly presenting the menu. I remember you enjoy scallops. Shall we order 10? Chan Duo inquired, as she and Suya sat together, perusing the menu. In contrast, Qin Yi sat alone across from them, devoid of a menu, and the waiter didn't even glance in his direction. To outsiders, he barely registered as an eyesore. During the ordering process, Suya occasionally asked Qin Yi what he would like to eat, but he consistently replied, "You may order whatever you prefer," and thus the two quickly finished their selections, with the waiter bringing the beer first. "Xiaoya, I didn't expect your husband to be quite so obedient," Chan Duo remarked after taking a sip of her drink. "He simply cares for me. He tends to accommodate my wishes in matters big and small," Suya responded, a hint of sweetness unconsciously seeping into her tone. "How bitter?" Chan Duo lightly scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Qin Yi before adding, "How could she not listen to you when you provide for her?" Duo, you truly misunderstand Qin Yi," Suya attempted to clarify, but Chan Duo interrupted, "Enough, there's no need to defend him. I see you've been enchanted." Chan Duo could clearly discern that Suya's feelings for Qin Yi ran deep, especially the genuine happiness reflected in her eyes. She could not fathom what was so appealing about Qin Yi. In her view, even if he concealed some hidden identity, he was still unworthy of Suya. After all, Qin Yi had never revealed the truth to Suya. Could he have won her over simply by being financially supported? Or perhaps it was a case of love blossoming over time. Or did he possess some sort of magical charm? Lost in a jumble of thoughts, Chan Duo softly inquired, "Xiaoya, how did you two meet?" 3 years ago, I fainted in front of his clinic, and he saved me," Suya replied. "And then you devoted yourself to him?" "Isn't that a bit rash?" Chindwood's voice rose an octave. "It wasn't he as hasty as you think," Suya sighed. "We knew each other for 6 months before we married, and he even cured my migraines. You know my condition." "You mean he cured your migraines?" Chan Duo was increasingly astonished, fully aware that migraines were historically regarded as a challenging ailment. With little hope for a complete cure, even renowned traditional doctors would hesitate to claim absolute certainty. How had Qin Yi accomplished such a feat? Chan Duo found it hard to believe, leaning toward the notion that Qin Yi had merely managed to suppress her condition rather than cure it. However, despite this suspicion, she refrained from voicing it. After all, Xia had been married for 3 years and appeared quite happy now, and she could not hastily draw conclusions. Though she outwardly expressed disdain for Qin and I, her heart had undergone a significant transformation. Most importantly, as long as Suya was happy, that was sufficient. For the past few years, my persistent headache had not troubled me. After Suya finished speaking, she inquired, "What about you? Do you have a boyfriend?" "A boyfriend? Who do you think is worthy of me?" Chan Duo replied with an air of superiority. "You can't possibly remain single forever, can you?" Suya murmured softly. "I cannot be like you, casually marrying any man," Chan Duo retorted with a huff. "I would rather stay single. If it comes to that, I'll just move in with you." "All right, you should come over tonight then," Suya smiled warmly and whispered. "Let me share a secret with you. Qin and I cooks exceptionally well." Chan Duo paused, scoffing. "I wouldn't go. I'd have to help take care of that man. What a burden." Upon uttering this, the two women seemed to realize something, laughing with radiant joy, their beauty unparalleled. Chapter 32. Tiger brother Qin and I quietly observed this scene, his emotions indescribable. He simply wished this moment could remain forever etched on Su Ye's face while he continued to bear the weight of his own burdens. As night deepened, Su Ye and Chen duo chatted and dined, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The only contribution Qin and I could make was to serve them more dishes and pour their drinks. Although he felt somewhat invisible, the atmosphere was harmonious. Were the two beauties discussing? "You seem so joyful." An incongruous voice suddenly shattered the tranquility. Turning to look, Qin and I saw a bald man with a drink in hand, grinning as he approached Chen duo. He was robustly built, with a dragon tattoo winding up his arm. Unmistakably a formidable character. "What does that have to do with you?" Chen duo shot back, not offering the bald man a pleasant demeanor. "Such a spirited personality." "I admire your boldness," the bald man remarked, licking his lips with a mischievous grin, his voice loud enough to draw laughter from those around. Flirting and courting were commonplace in this bustling establishment, and patrons had long grown accustomed to such antics, sometimes even viewing them as a form of entertainment. "I've had my eyes on those two stunning beauties for quite a while. Finally, someone is making a move. Should we place bets, gentlemen?" A group of men at a distant table began to engage in playful banter. "All right, I'll be the house. If someone successfully flirts, it's a 2-to-1 payout, otherwise 3-to-1. Place your bets." A bearded man chuckled. "Those odds are like handing out money. I can't afford to lose," someone chimed in. "I can't either. Did you not notice those two beauties are with a man? And that bald guy is quite unremarkable," another added. After placing their bets, the bearded man laughed. "Given the way those two are dressed and their remarkable poise, they are clearly not your average women. So, who do you think that man accompanying them is?" The group fell silent. With a confident smile, the bearded man explained, "Look at him. He appears utterly useless. Either a driver or a classmate of those two beauties. The type who shamelessly tags along for a free meal. Did you not notice he doesn't even dare to speak?" "That's true." The others nodded in agreement. The man with a scruffy beard chuckled, "And you might not recognize this bald fellow, right?" Lowering his voice, he continued, "Let me tell you, he is none other than Wang Long's younger brother." "Wang who?" "Wang Long." The group gasped, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Wang Long, the notorious leader of the area around Red Street, was infamous in the shadowy corners of Haidong City, where every shop, big or small, had to pay homage to him. Indeed, Wang Hu was released from prison just a week ago, which is why you don't know him. I've heard he has already had more than a dozen encounters in this short span. The man with the beard stated matter-of-factly, pocketing the cash from the table. "Gentlemen, I'll be taking this money for now." The group sighed in unison, their gazes once again fixating on Chen duo. "Ladies, don't be shy. I'm not a bad guy. Join me for a drink, and let us become friends," Wang Hu said with a grin. "Do you think you are worthy?" Chen duo scoffed dismissively. "Oh, quite the fiery spirit." A glint of ferocity flickered in Wang Hu's eyes, but he quickly masked it with a smile. "If you knew who I am, you would understand your worthiness." "Very well, enlighten me. Who are you?" Chen duo retorted mockingly. "My name is Wang Hu, and my elder brother is Wang Long. Do I need to introduce myself further?" Wang Hu boasted, eliciting gasps of surprise from those around, for Wang Long's name was well known. Contrarily, Chen duo remained unfazed, seemingly preparing to counter his assertion when Suya tugged at her arm and whispered, Duo, let us leave." "Ah, if you choose not to drink today. It seems that departing 1 TB is simple for you too." Wang Hu smirked, his gaze flitting between Chen duo and Suya, brimming with excitement. "Fear not." Chen duo grasped Suya's hand, casting a casual glance at the nonchalant Qin and I, and with a giggle, said, "Wang Hu, I would consider drinking with you, but you ought to check if our bodyguard consents." As she spoke, she glanced at Qin and I. Suya, startled by her words, exclaimed, Duo, what are you doing?" "Trust me, I assure you he will be fine," Chen duo whispered close to Suya. At that moment, Wang Hu had turned his attention to Qin and I, first sizing him up, then breaking into a laugh. "A bodyguard, is it? With that physique, can you truly protect a woman?" He mockingly placed a heavy hand on Qin Ni's shoulder, tauntingly asking, "Brother, do you need me to teach you?" Wang Hu's remarks elicited laughter from the crowd. "Brother Hu, I am merely here to settle the bill, not to serve as their bodyguard," Qin and I replied calmly, unfazed by the provocation. Oh, so we have a gentleman here. You seem rather understanding. I want to make things difficult for you. Just tell me, do you agree to let them join me for a drink? Wang Hu inquired boisterously. Disregarding ingini entirely. Qin and I glanced at Suya and Chen Duo, the former filled with concern, while the latter wore a smirk of satisfaction, evidently eager to witness his humiliation. With a faint, icy smile, Qin and I made a decision, nodding with composure. I agree, but she may accompany you, she may not. He pointed sequentially at Chen Duo and Suya. Wang Hu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head as he fixed his gaze on Qin and I. What do you mean? Do you still wish to bargain with me? If I were to insist on having both of them accompany me, what would you do about it? After Qin and I spoke, he slowly rose to his feet. Despite his seemingly frail physique, he managed to push Wang Hu's formidable hand away with remarkable strength, locking eyes with Wang Hu with an icy stare that revealed no intention of retreat. Wang Hu was taken aback. The fierce determination in Qin Ni's gaze sent a shiver down his spine, a chilling resolve. Huh. Wang Hu nodded slightly. You've got a bit of spirit. Fine. Today marks the 7th day since my release from prison. I seek good fortune and wish to avoid bloodshed. I shall grant you this concession. But heed my warning. This leniency is a one-time affair. As he spoke, Wang Hu ignored Qin and I and turned to Chen Duo, smiling, my dear, your bodyguard has acquiesced. So you cannot refuse now, can you? Chen Duo did not respond, instead glaring at Qin and I with fury. She shifted the blame onto him, partly to avenge her previous humiliation, partly to probe his limits, and partly to observe how he would feign composure before Suya. However, she never anticipated that he would coldly push the trouble back on her. What infuriated her further was the apparent disparity in treatment between her and Suya, leaving her feeling utterly abandoned. In that moment, Chen Duo felt unjustly wronged, nearly compelled to confront Qin and I. Beauty, what use is he to you? Your brother is right here, Wang Hu chuckled. This remark only fueled Chen Duo's anger, leading her to shout in exasperation, Don't bother me, get lost. As she spoke, she seized her drink and splashed its contents onto Wang Hu's face, exclaiming, If you want a drink, go home and ask your mother. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. No one had anticipated Chen Duo's explosive rage, especially after Wang Hu had declared himself as the big brother. It is known that anyone frequenting the Red Street had heard of Wang Long. Regardless of who they were, respect was typically afforded. Yet, Chen Duo not only hurled insults, but also drenched Wang Hu in beer. Damn it, Wang Hu exclaimed in anger, having never encountered such humiliation before. You little harlot, it seems you have a death wish. With that, he gestured, and two of his brothers swiftly surrounded her, adopting a menacing stance ready to escalate the situation. Chen Duo was unfazed, but Suya, sitting nearby, felt a surge of anxiety as she perceived the situation spiraling out of control. Summoning her courage, she stood up and sternly declared, Please do not harass us, otherwise I will call the police. Call the police? Wang Hu laughed heartily, tossing his phone at Suya's feet. Go ahead, do it now, and see if any officers dare come to your aid. The onlookers in the corner watched with keen interest, a bearded man chuckling. These two young ladies have some nerve to provoke and threaten Wang Hu. Remember, he only served 3 years for murder. Hearing this, others lamented for the two women, imagining the dire fate they might face under Wang Hu's wrath. Meanwhile, Suya did not pick up Wang Hu's phone. Instead, she retrieved her own. However, Chen Duo halted her, saying, Xiaoya, calling the police won't resolve anything. You're quite perceptive, my dear. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Either come along with me obediently, or do not blame me for the consequences. Wang Hu wiped the liquor from his face. You have quite the nerve. Should I repeat myself? Chen Duo scoffed disdainfully. Get lost. Damn it, remove her. Wang Hu bellowed, and his two companions rushed forward to forcibly grab Chen Duo. However, as soon as their hands brushed against her slender arm, piercing screams erupted like a slaughtered pig. Chen Duo swiftly struck out, seizing each of their index fingers and bending them into an arc, then delivering 2 fierce kicks to their knees. Her movements were precise and fluid, leaving the two men writhing on the ground in agony, while she remained seated, unfazed. Damn, she's formidable. Wang Hu's eyes twitched. He had not anticipated Chen Duoduo's prowess. Just as he prepared to utter some harsh words, she stood up. A second later, Wang Hu was on the floor, clutching himself, his contorted expression accompanied by a wretched scream that nearly shattered the ceiling. The restaurant was filled solely with the lamentations of the three. A bunch of pathetic fools. How dare you provoke me? Chen Duoduo unleashed her fury upon them, shouting, "Leave now, or I swear I'll ruin you." The trio scrambled away in a panic. But as Wang Hu reached the door, he couldn't help but taunt, "You'll regret this." The outcome surprised everyone. No one had expected Chen Duoduo to be such a skilled fighter. While they lamented Wang Hu's misfortune, they were relieved it was not them who had tried to approach her. Money, money. The group in the corner eagerly demanded payment from the bearded man. Damn it. I never anticipated she would be this formidable. The bearded man begrudgingly handed over the money, muttering, "I told you, this isn't over. Wang Hu won't let this slide." That was a matter for another day. For now, they had to accept their losses. The others cheered, leaving the bearded man with no choice but to pay up. Meanwhile, at Qin Yi's table, despite the surrounding eyes fixed upon them, they behaved as if nothing had transpired, with only Suya showing signs of concern. "Duo, shall we leave?" Suya cautiously inquired, aware that Chen Duoduo was still fuming. "Let us have another drink," Chen Duoduo replied coldly, her glare directed at Qin Yi, as if she were ready to devour him whole. Seeing his impassive demeanor only fueled her anger, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, "Qin Yi, do you even consider yourself a man? You're so capable. Surely you don't need my protection? We're practically strangers." Qin Yi, calmly smoking, replied, "You're quite capable of defending yourself." Chen Duoduo, infuriated, stood up and grabbed Qin Yi by the collar, seething, "If you weren't Suya's husband, I would have killed you." With that, she forcefully shoved him away and stormed off. "You could at least refrain from saying anything negative. Suya que en plan softly, quickly. Settle the bill." Suya's emotions were quite complex. She was pleased with Qin Yi's defense of her, yet felt conflicted about the way he had treated her best friend. Of course, she remained oblivious to the underlying issues between Qin Yi and Chen Duoduo. At the entrance of the restaurant, Suya caught up with Chen Duoduo, offering comfort. "All right, don't be upset. I apologize on his behalf." He only cares for his own wife, neglecting her friend? Did you hear the words he spoke? Chen Duoduo fumed, stamping her feet in frustration. He had no choice. After all, he lacked your capabilities. The fact that he could rise to defend me is already commendable. Suya replied, "So his lack of ability justifies abandoning me? To me, he hardly qualifies as a man." Chen Duoduo gritted her teeth. "Duoduo, no matter how he is, I've always been by your side," Suya gently reassured. "Silly girl. Chen Duoduo hasta tender glance at Suya. You have quite the audacity, even threatening to call the police. Do you think that would help in a place like this? Regardless, I cannot stand by and watch you being bullied." Suya declared resolutely. "You are indeed wonderful." Chen Duoduo chuckled, then pulled out a somewhat worn wallet. "What kind of taste does your husband have? This wallet is peeling." "Huh? How do you have his wallet?" "Suyaske pasiv. I took it," Chen Duoduo stated unabashedly. "After all, he betrayed me. Let us see how he explains it when he can't pay." Suya wore a wry smile, thinking her friend was rather ruthless. She began to worry for Qin and I. "Wait, there's only 130 yuan in here? The only card is from a rural bank?" Chen Duoduo emptied Qin Yi's wallet, revealing two photographs. "This one is your wedding photo, and the other shows an elderly man holding a little boy. It appears quite ordinary." But Chen Duoduo fell into deep thought. "What is it?" Suya inquired, puzzled. "I feel like I've seen this old man somewhere before. He seems familiar, but I can't quite place him. Do you know who he is?" Chen Duoduo asked. "I have no idea. I've never gone through his wallet. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known he carries our wedding photo with him." Suya smiled sweetly. How bittersweet. Chen Duoduo did not delve deeper. After carefully placing the photographs back, she tucked the wallet into Suya's bag, just as Qin and I emerged. Chapter 34. The Phoenix's nest disturbed. Chen Duoduo anticipated that upon his exit, Qin and I would sheepishly claim his wallet was lost, prompting Suya to settle the bill, allowing her to tease him in turn. However, she soon realized that he appeared remarkably calm, as though nothing had transpired. Did you pay? Suya asked with concern, breaking the silence. Of course, if I hadn't paid, would they have let me out? Qin and I replied calmly. Do you have money? Chen Duo, standing nearby, felt a pang of anxiety. It's less than 1,000 yuan altogether. It's manageable, Qin and I said, giving Chen Duo a meaningful smile. Next time, let us dine somewhere more extravagant. Chen Duo, exasperated, stomped her foot and turned towards the street corner. Suya, we felt reluctant as might. Watch her best friend face a setback, unsure whether to feel sorrow or joy, and hurriedly followed. Just then, a group of over 20 individuals approached, a dark mass, some wielding machetes. Leading them was Wang Hu, whom Chen Duo had dealt with earlier, followed closely by his elder brother, Wang Long. The appearance of these individuals seemed to cast a hush over the entire street, causing passers-by to hastily withdraw, fearful of any confrontation, while a few audacious souls lingered to witness the unfolding drama. Brother, it was those two women. The one in black is the one who assaulted me. Wang Hu pointed out from distance, recognizing Chen Duo. A sharp slap echoed as Wang Hu felt a blow to the back of his head. How do you still speak? Being taken down by a woman, and yet you continue to shout? Wang Long barked in anger, prompting pedestrians to quickly step aside. I don't mind being subdued, but I cannot tolerate her blatant disrespect towards you. Wang Hu gritted his teeth, adding, mentioning your name in Red Street has never worked for me, until now. As he spoke, Wang Long and his entourage halted before Chen Duo. With a shaved head and a prominent scar across his face, he bore a more fearsome appearance than Wang Hu, a gleaming gold tooth catching the evening light. In my years on Red Street, I've never encountered such a beautiful woman, Wang Long remarked, eyeing Chen Duo with interest. Tiger, you've got good taste. Brother, take it easy. This woman is formidable. She took down several of our men in just a few moves, Wang Hu quickly cautioned. That's merely a reflection of your inadequacies, Wang Long retorted, then turned to Chen Duo with a sly smile. Young lady, I won't waste time with pleasantries. You've harmed my brother and tarnished my reputation. I won't ask for money or an apology. Simply share a night with me, and we'll consider this matter settled. You should know, many women wish to share my bed, yet I find them unworthy. Huh, you and your brother share the same audacity, Chen Duo scoffed dismissively. Oh, quite the bold one, Wang Long replied, unfazed, continuing to assess her. With your figure and demeanor, you must be a trained fighter. It's no surprise my brother fell to you. But do you truly believe I am like him? As he spoke, his demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a formidable presence that caught Chen Duo off guard, an indication of why he could thrive in Red Street. Little girl, let me enlighten you. There have been others, self-proclaimed martial artists who came here to provoke, but they left in a far less dignified manner. He suddenly flashed a wicked grin. Even if you are strong, can you surpass my firearm? He gestured, revealing a dark pistol from his waist, the implication hanging heavily in the air. Haha, our boss's gun is exceptionally fierce. It's remarkably accurate. You will undoubtedly come to appreciate it, his gang members jeered from behind. Qin and I, hurry and call the police. I'm going to help Duo, Suya declared, sensing the escalating situation, and swiftly approached. Realizing Suya was recklessly throwing herself into the fray. Brother, we merely came here to dine. We meant no offense. We are willing to compensate for any harm done, Suya bravely asserted as she stood beside Chen Duo. Wow, there's even another one. Has Phoenix's nest exploded on Red Street today with two stunning beauties? Wang Long exclaimed, only now noticing Suya's presence. Brother, look at these two beauties. Can I have one for myself tonight? Wang Hu asked eagerly. Is there no hint of gentlemanly decorum? Why the rush when they haven't even agreed? Wang Long remarked, glancing at Chen Duo. Beauty, give us an answer. Will you come with me, or shall I escort you out? Chen Duo's expression darkened. At this moment, a sense of worry crept in. Although she did not fear Wang Long's skills, the gun at his waist certainly held a degree of intimidation, especially considering the multitude of armed companions surrounding them. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury, and most importantly, Suya was by her side. While she did possess solutions, she could easily call for reinforcements. However, Should the situation escalate, it would negatively impact the medical association. Just as she grappled with her predicament, Wang Long grew impatient. Since you're not responding, don't blame me for being rough. With a wave of his hand, he instructed, take them back. As his followers prepared to swarm forward, a commanding voice pierced the air. Hold on. Qin and I strode forward, positioning himself directly in front of Su Ye and Chen Duo, offering a forced smile. Brother Hu, Brother Long, your actions here are rather unscrupulous. Who are you? Wang Long asked, bewildered. Big brother, this kid is just a fool being played by these two beauties. Here to settle the bill, a pathetic sycophant, Wang Hu quickly clarified. Brother Hu, let us not speak so harshly. You already agreed in the restaurant not to touch the one behind me. The one on my left is fair game. You are a person of stature, and your word should hold weight. You wouldn't want to go back on your promise in front of so many witnesses, would you? Inni spoke earnestly. Standing behind him, Chen Duo fumed silently, wishing she could kick him. How heartless could Qin and I be, disregarding her feelings entirely? Go on, I've already given you face. But you squandered it, and you're merely a fool. Do you really see yourself as a protector of goddesses? Don't linger here, leave at once. Wang Hu's suppressed fury boiled over. Since you have broken your word, I too shall change my mind, Qin and I retorted, his lips curling into a cold smile. Neither of you will take these two women away. His seemingly playful demeanor masked an undeniable authority, as his frail frame stood like a wall before Su Ye and Chen Duo. At this moment, the two women harbored differing thoughts. Su Ye felt a swell of gratitude, tinged with concern, while Chen Duo was enveloped in confusion, pondering if he had experienced a change of heart. Ha! Wang Long laughed as if he had heard the grandest joke, sizing up Qin and I with disdain. Kid, try to play the hero in front of goddess? You come to the wrong place. Chapter 35. A striking sight. Wang Long hardly regarded Qin and I, finding no interest in engaging with someone he deemed weak. Observers from a distance exchanged glances, baffled by Qin and I's reckless behavior, failing to see him as courageous. Instead, they hurled insults, deeming his actions the foolishness of a lovesick sycophant. Brother Long, I have no desire to be a hero, yet I have a few words I wish to share with you, Qin and I said with a calm smile. If you can still stand after hearing me out, you may do as you wish with these two lovely ladies. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Did everyone hear that? He claims I won't be able to stand. How terrifying. My legs are already trembling. Laughter erupted in a cascade from the surroundings. Not only did the brothers behind Wang Long burst into merriment, but even those gathered at a distance to witness the spectacle joined in the hilarity. Brother Long, if you doubt it, feel free to give it a try, Qin and I taunted with a grin. Let me tell you, I have emerged from a pile of corpses. What have I not encountered? Wang Long's face twitched as he replied. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Let us hear what you have to say. Qin and I nodded and approached Wang Long directly, causing the brothers beside him, including Wang Hu, to freeze momentarily before hastily intervening. What do you intend to do? Do not fret. These few words are for Brother Long's ears alone, Qin and I assured with a smile. You all step back. Why the panic? Wang Long cursed, then turned to Qin and I. Come on, I am all ears. Without hesitation, Qin and I walked up to Wang Long under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. Leaning in a whisper, the once bustling street fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of a gentle breeze breaking the stillness. All eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene, curiosity piqued regarding what Qin and I would reveal. Beneath the lights, Wang Long's expression shifted multiple times, his lips twitching intermittently. What on earth is he up to? Chen Duo furrowed her brow, perplexed. I am not certain. Perhaps we should devise a strategy. Suya Konenchit her diligate feasts nervously. Fully aware of Qin Ni's situation. How could a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner possibly intimidate a thug? It was utterly absurd. Xiaoya, do not fret. I will ensure your safety, Chen Duo asserted confidently, her gaze fixed on Qin Ni's back, pondering his next move. Brother Long, take care. Qin Ni's voice suddenly amplified as he gently patted Wang Long's shoulder before turning to walk towards Su Ye and Chen Duo. In that instant, Wang Long's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. This sound resonated like a funeral bell in a grand castle, reverberating through the hearts of all present. It felt as though the very stones beneath them would crack under the weight of this moment, causing every eye to widen in shock. For a brief period, the crowd was rendered breathless, and after what felt like an eternity, they collectively gasped in disbelief. It dawned upon them that Wang Long not only failed to stand his ground, but had knelt before them. What transpired? What had Qin and I uttered? Everyone yearned for answers, yet none dared to voice their inquiries or engage in discussion. It was in that moment they realized that the one they had scorned, the so-called lickspittle, was indeed a figure of genuine terror. Regardless of the methods employed, they clearly transcended the limits of their understanding, rendering the scene truly shocking. A collective shiver coursed through them, prompting an instinctive retreat. Even Suya and Chen Duoduo regarded the slowly approaching Qin and I with expressions of sheer horror. "Brother, what has happened to you?" Wang Hu, awakening from his stupor, rushed to support the now weakened Wang Long I. "I am fine," Wang Long stammered, drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his composure. "What about them?" Wang Hu's voice quivered with fear as he posed the question. "Let them go." Wang Long inhaled deeply, casting a fearful glance at Qin Ni's retreating figure. "We should leave." Qin and I gently grasped Suya's hand. Still in shock, she quickly reached for Chen Duoduo's hand, and together they departed. At that moment, Chen Duoduo wore an expression of astonishment. Although she was aware of Qin Ni's abilities, she never anticipated that he could resolve matters with just a few words, especially to the extent of frightening Wang Long into submission. Although Wang Long was merely a gang-level figure, he was not easily intimidated. How on earth did he achieve this? A significant question loomed in Chen Duoduo's mind. Upon exiting the bustling street, Chen Duoduo finally could not restrain herself and inquired, "Qin and I, what exactly did you say to him? Rescuing you was all that mattered. Why the need for so many questions?" Chen Duoduo gritted her teeth in frustration. "Just tell me, I am curious too," Suya chimed in, playfully shaking Qin Ni's arm. "Honestly, it was simple. I just told him I'd already called the police," Qin and I responded. "Is it that easy?" Suya froneth. "Would he truly fear the police?" "Of course, and I detected a certain sin on him. I informed him that the police were on their way, and if they discovered he had been using drugs, he could face a lengthy prison sentence. I even deceived him into believing that I knew a particularly formidable lawyer." Qin and I smiled slightly. "How did you discern that?" Suyaske perplexed. "Do not forget, I am trained in traditional Chinese medicine. Observation and diagnosis are my strengths. My eyes are keen, my ears sharp, and my sense of smell is acute." Qin and I elaborated, adding, "In truth, the credit belongs to you. It was your reminder to call the police that instilled fear in him." "I knew they would fear the police," Suya exclaimed, pulling Chen Duoduo closer and cheerfully stating, "Shouldn't this be credited to me?" "Indeed, it is all thanks to you," Chen Duoduo chuckled, though she cast a sharp sidelong glance at Qin and I. Suya was easily convinced, but she was not so easily swayed. The notion that someone like Wang Long would fear the police was merely a ruse to pacify Suya. Nonetheless, seeing Suya's joyful demeanor, she chose not to reveal the truth. As long as they were safe, that was what mattered. "Xiaya, allow me to escort you home," Chen Duoduo declared. Casting an admonishing glance at Qin and I, "You could take a cab back. Although you aided me today, I shall not express my gratitude, and your behavior today has only detracted from my opinion of you." Chen Duoduo promptly entered the car, and Suya had no choice but to follow her inside. Abandoned, Qin and I was left to summon a taxi alone. An hour later, upon returning home, Qin and I found Suya had just arrived, neatly dressed and seated on the sofa. Upon seeing him, she hurried over. "Thank you for today," Suya said, linking her arm with Qin Ni's and guiding him to the sofa, then commanding, "Lie down." "What are you doing?" Although Qin and I was bewildered, he obediently reclined on the sofa. "This is a reward for you," Suya said, placing her hands on his shoulders. Understanding her intent, Qin and I chuckled. "You've grown considerate." "Have I not cared for you before?" Suya retorted, but without waiting for his response, she murmured to herself, "Actually, you need not reply, for I am aware of my shortcomings and know that I have not fulfilled my duties as a wife." Chapter 36. More majestic than Mount Everest, Suya was acutely aware that over the past 3 years, although she had been the one providing for the family, every trivial matter had been managed by Qin and I. She had not even wiped the floors, while Qin and I bore no resentment, enduring her temper with remarkable patience. These were mere trifles. Yet what weighed heavily on her conscience was the realization that a significant part of her decision to marry Qin and I stemmed from her feelings for Su Yang. This secret had long been buried in her heart, something she neither wished to voice nor dared to reveal. However, when Chen Duo sought her out today and mentioned Su Yang once more, memories surged forth like a tidal wave. Of course, it was not Su Yang she missed, but rather the guilt she felt towards Qin and I, the man who had stood by her side for 3 years. She yearned to confide everything to Qin and I, yet she lacked the courage to do so. Don't overthink it. Qin and I seemed to see through her thoughts, smiling gently. What I do for you is merely what a son-in-law should do. Your responsibility is to earn well. After all, you still owe me hundreds of thousands in car loans. Do you really consider yourself a son-in-law? What is wrong with being a son-in-law? I find joy in it. Qin and I replied with a grin. Well, if you wish to be recognized by the Su family, you must first win over my parents. So you need to become even more outstanding, Suya teased. Trust me, one day they will see me in a new light, Qin and I asserted confidently. Suya fell silent for a few moments before saying softly, in fact, I already see you in a new light, especially after your brave performance today. Really? Absolutely, especially when you rose to protect me, standing before me like a towering mountain. Suya responded earnestly. Am I not more magnificent than Mount Everest? Qin and I laughed heartily. Spare me. Suya stifled her laughter. Although your performance was commendable, there were flaws. Why didn't you look after Duo? She once saved me, and your actions must have saddened her, mainly because she was being troublesome, directly pushing the problem onto me. She simply wanted to test your feelings for me. There was no malice intended, Suya clarified. I know, Qin and I nodded. Then why treat her that way? Suya pouted. But I also know she is quite formidable. I heard your conversation, and I am aware she can hold her own. Suya raised an eyebrow, finding some truth in his words, and softly said, Actually, she is a good person, cold on the outside but warm within, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Moreover, when she brought me back, she praised your performance. Well, if I get the chance, I shall thank her properly, Qin and I said with skepticism. By the way, here, as your wallet, Suya retrieved it from her bag, then inquired with curiosity, I've been wondering, how did you manage to pay today? It's a secret. Boss, how much is it in total? Qin Duo, having bought some fruit by the roadside, prepared to enjoy it slowly at home. 8.3. Just give me 80, the vendor replied with a smile. All right. Qin Duo opened her wallet, but when she prepared to take out some money, she was taken aback. Her mouth agape, where's my money? She discovered that her wallet was utterly empty, devoid of even a single cent, despite her clear recollection of having at least 1,000 yuan inside. Miss, you haven't forgotten your money, have you? The vendor eyed her warily, fearful she might flee. Can I pay by card? Qin Duo inquired absent-mindedly. Pay by card? This is a roadside stall, and it's only 80 yuan. How could you pay by card? The vendor snatched the fruit back, stating, if you have no money, then don't buy it. I even gave you a discount of 3 yuan. I am sorry. Qin Duo stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily dove into her car and drove away in a flurry. Here she was, driving a sports car, yet unable to afford 80 yuan. Such is the plight of today as youth, impoverished yet proud. The vendor cast a disdainful glance at the exhaust of the Porsche. Half an hour later, Qin Duo parked her car at the entrance of her villa. Throughout the drive, she could not fathom how her money had vanished, particularly wondering who would steal money without taking the wallet. After all, her wallet was worth several thousand. Most importantly, with her skills, what thief could succeed against her? Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her expression shifted dramatically as she exclaimed in fury. Qin and I, it must be Qin and I. You wretched man. You've stolen my money to treat me to a meal. Qin Duo finally grasped the situation. While she had pilfered Qin's wallet, he had reciprocated by stealing hers. No wonder he had the funds to pay the bill. Infuriated by this revelation, she felt an overwhelming urge to confront Suya, pointing an accusatory finger at that insufferable man. This is infuriating. Chen Duo banged the steering wheel, perplexed by why she, who had never suffered indignity, consistently found herself at a disadvantage before Qin and I. After a while, she gradually calmed down and began to meticulously recall the events of recent times. During their brief encounter at the interview, she could ascertain that Qin and I possessed formidable martial skills, though the extent remained uncertain. Their subsequent meeting, marked by the appearance of silver needles and Qin's evasive demeanor, led her to suspect he was prone to theatrics. However, upon closer analysis of the unfolding events, a chilling realization dawned upon her. Her act of stealing his wallet was merely a whimsical endeavor to teach him a lesson, while Qin and I's theft of her money appeared to be a calculated act of retribution upon discovering her mischief. This thought was indeed daunting, as Qin and I not only retaliated but also returned her wallet to her without her even noticing, completing a series of actions in the blink of an eye, indicating that his prowess far surpassed her own, exceeding her expectations. Moreover, how had Qin and I managed to render Wang Long's legs weak with just a few words? What dreadful background had he alluded to? Yet, if Qin and I truly was a terrifying figure, why did he confine himself to a modest clinic? Why had he married Suya? Chen Duo felt a headache approaching. The more she pondered, the more curious she became, and the shadow of Qin and I loomed ever larger in her mind. Minutes later, she angrily flung open her car door and declared, filled with indignation, "Qin and I, one day you will fall into my hands, and then I shall make you pay." Women are indeed like this. After a thorough analysis, their ultimate aim is undoubtedly to vent their frustrations. In a luxurious bathing center on Red Street, Wang Long sat in the hot spring, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, as if only this warmth could dispel the chill that enveloped him. "Who's he? Do you remember Brother Fan?" Wang Long inquired, taking a deep breath, his voice laden with nostalgia. "Brother Fan? Which Brother Fan?" Wang He replied, momentarily at a loss. "Our former elder brother, Yang Fan," Wang Long continued, inhaling deeply. Wang Hu paused, realization dawning upon him. How could I forget our original elder brother? But wasn't Yang Fan dead for 7 or 8 years? Why bring him up now? It has been exactly 7 years. Do you recall the manner of his death? Wang Long pressed on. He died from bleeding from all 7 orifices. Typically, such a condition suggests poisoning, yet the autopsy revealed no signs of poison or any wounds. People later claimed he had met his demise due to his ill deeds catching up with him. Wang Hu shuddered as he spoke. Indeed, that is the prevalent belief. And even after 7 years, the memory remains vivid for me, especially since this territory is built upon the foundations he left behind, Wang Long said, a chill running down his spine. Wang Hu, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Brother, why are you suddenly reminiscing about him? Do you recall the summer 7 years ago, right here on Red Street, when we encountered a group of students dining together, among whom was a particularly pure and beautiful girl?" Wang Long reminisced. "Come on, brother. I've played the field with countless beautiful students. How could I possibly remember one?" Wang He replied dismissively. "Perhaps that detail alone may not jog your memory, but I distinctly recall Yang Fan attempting to flirt with that girl, only to be slapped by a stunning woman who suddenly appeared. Surely that rings a bell?" Wang Long prompted. "Yes, I remember that incident. Those 2 beauties fled, and during our pursuit, we were obstructed by a homeless man at the intersection. Otherwise, those 2 would have certainly not escaped," Wang Hu recalled hastily. Wang Long inhaled sharply. "Do you not find a resemblance between those 2 from 7 years ago and the 2 we saw today? They are merely more mature and beautiful now." "That impression seems rather vague," Wang Hu murmured, confusion evident in his tone. "Brother, what are you getting at?" Leaning against the edge of the pool, Wang Long remained silent, as the voice of Qin and I echoed hauntingly in his ears. "7 years ago, your elder brother Yang Fan attempted to flirt with the 2 ladies behind me, but he allowed them to escape. Afterward, Yang Fan met his end. Do you know how he died? What are you implying?" Wang Long felt a chill run down his spine. "I was the one who killed him. His death was agonizing, yet it left no trace. The voice of Qin and I resonated like that of a demon from the abyss. Who are you? Are you trying to intimidate me? Wang Long's palms grew clammy. Individuals like you, who navigate the underbelly of society, are not easily frightened. Yet while I may not intimidate you, I can certainly end your life. Qin Ni's voice turned increasingly frigid. 7 years ago, I killed Yang Fan for these two women. And today, I could do the same to you for the very same reason. Ha, perhaps your tale is chilling, but you underestimate me, Wang Long retorted, preparing to draw his firearm. Fear gripped him, but his instinct to eradicate the source of his terror surged forth. However, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Do not overthink it. You are utterly immobile. Qin and I coldly smiled. 7 years ago, it was with this very method that I ended Yang Fan's life. At this moment, do you not feel the blood begin to surge, as if it were about to flow from your very orifices? In an instant, a horrifying image of Yang Fan's demise flashed through Wang Long's mind, and a wave of terror rapidly enveloped him. His nerves were taut as he regarded Qin and I with a gaze filled with confusion and fear. I do not wish to take a life, yet I am indifferent to doing so. The corners of Qin Ni's mouth slowly curled upwards, revealing a sinister smile. His voice leaving no room for doubt. You have but 1 minute to contemplate. Wang Long's body jolted. He was uncertain of the means by which Qin and I had instilled such dread, yet he understood that the words and the gaze of his adversary were not mere intimidation. You may leave, Wang Long managed to utter, and as Qin and I turned to depart, he felt his legs weaken, his body collapsing to the ground unbidden. The only solace was that the sensation of blood surging had dissipated, yet the terror of Qin and I still gripped him entirely. Brother, what are you pondering? Wang Hu inquired, observing Wang Long's silence. You mentioned that we encountered a vagrant during our pursuit? Wang Long furrowed his brow. Indeed, at that time, Yang Fan led the charge to severely punish that vagrant, venting all his frustration for not capturing the beauty upon him. I recall Yang Fan even urinated upon the man's head. Wang Hu chuckled. This world is truly bizarre. Even a vagrant seeks to play the hero. Surely, you haven't forgotten? I have not forgotten, at least not the resolute glint in his eyes. I remember he did not retaliate, Wang Long murmured softly. With so many of us present, did he truly have a chance to fight back? Wang Hu scoffed. Wang Long remained silent, closing his eyes as he reminisced about that scene from 7 years prior. The vagrant's gaze as he stood before them bore a striking resemblance to Qin Ni's, a chill instantly coursing through his mind. In Suya's home, Qin and I stood at the bedroom window, quietly observing the world outside. While the ordinary neighborhood did not offer a panoramic view of the city's splendor, he could still appreciate the beauty that nightfall bestowed. Time seemed to rewind to 7 years ago, when he had already spent 2 years in Haidong City. Yet the shadow of being cast out from the Qin family and the burden of false accusations suffocated him, rendering him a soulless shell. In his wandering, he sought to rediscover himself, yet repeatedly lost his way. Are you hungry? Here, take this. I just bought it. It's clean. A gentle voice broke through Qin Ni's thoughts. Slowly lifting his head, he beheld Suya for the first time, beautiful and kind like an angel. Suya, do not pay attention to such vagrants. They are all useless wastes. With hands and feet, yet choosing to beg instead of seeking honest work, a few classmates disdainfully remarked behind her. You must have gone days without food. Take it. Suya extended the ear of corn toward him. Thank you, Qin and I replied, not refusing, for he had grown accustomed to the charity of others, as well as their scornful jests. Just as he accepted the corn, he was taken aback when Suya suddenly said, Everyone has something they wish to pursue. You surely have your own aspirations. Do not give up. Suya's seemingly mundane words of comfort unexpectedly opened the tightly shut doors of Qin Yi's heart. He began to ponder what he truly desired and what actions he ought to take, as the hatred buried deep within him was finally unleashed. Everything that followed appeared to be orchestrated by fate. He confronted Yang Fan and his entourage, enduring a brutal beating and humiliation. Yet he also made Yang Fan pay dearly. For ending Yang Fan's life marked the commencement of his rebirth. In the ensuing years, he diligently studied medicine, honing his skills in acupuncture while establishing a clinic to sustain his livelihood. Little did he anticipate encountering Suya once more. Leaning against the window, Qin Yi took a deep drag from his cigarette, seemingly attempting to swallow the convoluted and bizarre memories of the past, not wishing to dwell on them any longer. A faint smile graced his lips. The only aspect that intrigued him was the realization that it was Chun Duo who had initially pulled Suyo away from the Red Street, a detail he had overlooked at the time. Is this what they call fate? Qin Yi mused with a slight smile, gazing up at the night sky. Chapter 38. Yang Meijuan's mischief. Another week passed, and as Qin Yi returned home, he fortuitously spotted Suya, who had just come back. Upon seeing him, she flashed a mischievous smile and approached, saying, "Handsome, may I get to know you?" "I'm afraid not. I have a wife," Qin Yi replied with a smile. "Well done." Suya cheerfully linked her arm through his, playfully striding into the community, leaving the security guard momentarily stunned. To them, the two had never exhibited such intimacy before, and it was perplexing how someone like Qin Yi, whom they regarded as a good-for-nothing, could be worthy of Suya's affection. "By the way, I picked up my car today," Suya remarked as they walked through the corridor. "I was just about to ask, it's been nearly 2 weeks. Why hasn't the car arrived yet?" Vinyi replied, "Somehat ekasperatit." As he had not followed up on the matter since he had left his contact information with Suya. A few days ago, they said the model was too popular, causing delays in delivery. "Today, you won't believe what happened," Suya continued. Qin Yi asked, confused. "They said I need to pay the service fee first. 15,000 for one car," Suya explained. "Service fee?" Qin Yi furrowed his brows. "But we already paid everything that day. Where did this service fee come from?" His confusion was palpable. Regardless, they insisted it must be paid. Otherwise, I won't be able to collect the car. Plus, this price is a discount. Courtesy of Li Hao. Suya sighed in resignation. "On Li Hao's account?" Qin Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. This Li Hao seems to be two-faced. Not to be trusted. Actually, Li Hao is quite decent. He has looked after me at the company, and he was the one who approved my entry there. Sugeti played softly. "I suspect he may have ulterior motives regarding you," Qin Yi retorted. Suya was taken aback, casting a sidelong glance at him, playfully asking, "Oh, I see. Are you jealous then?" "What? No way. Why would I be jealous of him? I'm just concerned about you." Qin Yi chuckled helplessly. Suya had indeed misinterpreted his words, but she didn't believe him, responding with a sweet smile, "Don't worry, I have no feelings for him at all. Even if he harbors ill intentions, I won't give him any opportunity." Qin Yi was charmed by Suya's earnest demeanor, and he could only nod in agreement before inquiring, "Have you given them the money?" "I have," Suya remarked, "having spent over 1 million. I won't quibble over an additional 30,000. "All right, but if the car isn't ready within a week, or if the dealership imposes any stringent conditions, you must inform me immediately. Do not take matters into your own hands," Qin Yi cautioned. He sensed that something was amiss, yet since Suya had already paid, he refrained from further comment, choosing instead to offer a gentle reminder. "Rest assured," Suya replied, producing her keys to unlock the door. However, upon opening it, she was taken aback. The living room was filled with a haze of smoke, where Yang Meiwan was engrossed in a game of mahjong with 3 other middle-aged women, some smoking, others engaging in various idle gestures, resembling a quartet of fierce tigresses. Qin Yi had heard of Yang Meijuan's penchant for gambling, but witnessing it unfold in his own home was a first. "Mom, what brings you here to play mahjong?" Suya furrowed her brow, for unlike Yang Meiwan, she harbored a strong aversion to gambling. "Oh dear, the mahjong halls have been under strict scrutiny lately, and this place is conveniently closed for a gathering," Yang Meiwan replied with a hint of impatience. "What time will you finish?" "I have work tomorrow," Suya said helplessly. "You sleep as you wish. We shall play undisturbed." "Who?" Yang Meiwan exclaimed excitedly, nearly rising from her seat. Enraged by the other's nonchalant demeanor, Suya retorted, "How can I possibly sleep with all this racket? What is wrong with a mother playing mahjong in her own home? Other daughters are affectionate with their mothers, yet you seem intent on driving me away." Yang Meiwan responded, her irritation evident. At a loss for words, Suya was rendered speechless by her mother's remarks. Qin Yi, witnessing the escalating tension, stepped in to explain, "Mom, please don't be upset. Xiaoya is a light sleeper and cannot tolerate noise." "What do you mean by that? Are you also trying to chase me away?" Yang Meiwan turned around, glaring at Qin Yi with a cold smirk. I see now. It's not my children who wish to expel me, but you, I assent to it? Let me remind you, Qin Yi, this house is mine. Why do you have to order me around? The title deed bears my name. Allowing you to stay is merely my benevolence. Mom, what are you saying? Suya exclaimed, taken aback by her mother's harsh words. Am I incorrect? Everything in this house belongs to the Su family. What authority does a son-in-law, who doesn't even count as such, have to dictate matters here? Daughter, I'm not criticizing you, but if you had married a decent man, I wouldn't be playing mahjong in this under 100 square meter apartment, Yang Meiwan declared, adopting a caustic tone. Suya, your mother only wishes the best for you. As the saying goes, heed the words of the elderly to avoid future misfortunes. Choose your spouse wisely. Another woman advised solemnly. Indeed, securing a good son-in-law is paramount. My son just purchased us a luxurious 180 square meter apartment in Longding Garden, costing over $1 million. Another woman chimed in. You all find it easy with daughters. My son has to foot the bill. Soon, Tianhai Villa will be launching new units. And I'm considering buying one for his wife. Oh, I've heard that Tianhai Villa aims to be the most opulent villa district in Haidong City, with exorbitant prices. Certainly, let us visit when they open for sales. Enough. Are you all conspiring to provoke me? Yang Meiwan, with a sorrowful expression, implored everyone. If you happen to encounter a golden son-in-law, please do not forget to introduce him to my daughter. Ma Suya, in a fit of hysteria, shouted, How can you say such things with Qin and I still present? Even if he weren't here, such words are utterly inappropriate. Her eyes reddened with anger as she retorted, You have gone too far. With that, she stormed into the bathroom, quickly emerging with a bag in hand, tugging Qin and I along as she declared, We are leaving. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Your daughter is undeniably beautiful, though her temperament is quite fierce, someone remarked. But what good is beauty if she ends up with a good-for-nothing? You have no idea. At Old Sue's birthday party last time, that boy gifted us a counterfeit antique, nearly giving us a heart attack. Yang Meiwan continued, her frustration palpable. My precious daughter has not only booked a banquet at the Half Moon Villa, but has also prepared tea from the imperial kitchen. Yet, the more outstanding she becomes, the more anxious I feel. How can someone as spineless as Qin and I be worthy of her? I see your daughter seems to care for that boy, another person noted. My daughter is simply soft-hearted. Otherwise, she would have divorced that waste long ago, Yang Meiwan scoffed. We create disturbances every few days. It not only doesn't hinder our mahjong games, but also allows us to meddle in their affairs. Conflicts will inevitably arise. Zhang Jia, your strategy is brilliant. I wish I had met you sooner. Indeed, not only must you sabotage them, but you should also torment them. The young people of today dread turmoil. If I were her mother, within 6 months, I would have stirred the pot enough to see them divorced. You must not only trip them up behind their backs, but also make their lives difficult, Zhang Jie expounded. Having left the community, Suya appeared more haggard than Qin and I, looping her arm through his and glancing at him nervously. After a while, she cautiously said, Please don't be upset. I didn't expect her to say such things in front of so many people. I apologize on her behalf. Fool, I've grown accustomed to it. I was merely contemplating where we would spend the night. Qin and I shrugged. Let us find a hotel close to our company, Suya suggested. Half an hour later, they arrived at a mid-range budget hotel. Qin and I had initially wished to select a more upscale option, but Suya felt it unnecessary to squander money. Observing her frugality, Qin and I felt a wave of emotion. Had it not been for him, Suya, the young lady of privilege, would never have set foot in such a place. Ladies and gentlemen, we have only one room available, and it's a double with a large bed. The front desk attendant scrutinized Qin and I, and Suya, seemingly lost in thought. Let us just take it, Suya interjected before Qin and I could suggest looking for another hotel. Very well, the attendant replied, processing the room. Once they departed, he muttered to himself, I never expected such a stunning beauty to be so forward. That loser is quite fortunate. Unbeknownst to Suya and Qin and I, they did not hear the attendant's words. Upon entering their room, they discovered a rather peculiar setup, particularly Suya, who wore a puzzled expression. Why is there a swing in here? And a fitness ball as well? With a cheerful smile, Suya playfully bounced twice on the exercise ball, causing Qin, standing at the door, to break into a cold sweat as he realized they had entered a room designed for intimate encounters. This chair is rather peculiar. It almost resembles a torture device, Suya remarked as she sat down. Surprisingly comfortable. And what is this? A whip? Picking up the whip, her face instantly flushed crimson, as even her limited experience led her to understand its intended use. Shall we perhaps consider another establishment? Qin, equally embarrassed, suggested. Oh, never mind. It's quite late, Suya replied before dashing into the bathroom. A few minutes later, she poked her head out and said, I forgot to bring my makeup remover pads. Could you please go to the supermarket downstairs and fetch me a bag? All right. Qin nodded and left the room. This awkward situation did not stem from shyness, but rather from the unique nature of their relationship, which had been established since their marriage. Qin vividly recalled attempting to engage in closer contact with Suya, who had never explicitly rejected him. Yet, whenever he sought to advance, she would visibly recoil, her body exhibiting signs of distress and panic. As a doctor, Qin understood that Suya had endured some psychological trauma. Respecting her silence, he refrained from probing further, his thoughts consumed by the burdens of his own resentment. Over time, they had developed a tacit understanding, opting to inhabit separate bedrooms in their home. Now, their cohabitation felt as innocent as that of a pair of young lovers. While Qin, from a privileged background, was accustomed to such dynamics, Suya was not. After purchasing the makeup remover pads, Qin headed back to the hotel, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Chun Duo, who was driving by. Zingyi, makeup remover pads? Budget hotel? Duo's face turned pale with anger. How could you, Qin? You leave such a beautiful woman at home and come here to fool around in a place like this? You're a lecher. Enraged, she immediately called Suya. But after a few rings, there was no answer. After a moment's contemplation, she made a decisive choice and exited her vehicle. Excuse me, which room was that man in? She asked the receptionist, striving to maintain her composure. Who are you? The receptionist inquired, slightly taken aback. I'm a new sales assistant from the supermarket next door. He forgot to pay for his items, Chun Duo explained. Oh, he's in room 402, the receptionist replied, not suspecting anything amiss upon seeing a beautiful woman. Soon, Chun Duo arrived at room 402. She pressed her ear against the door for a moment, hearing no sound, then mustered her courage and knocked loudly. Zingyi, open the door. Don't think I don't know you're in there. Chun Duo exclaimed through gritted teeth. You ungrateful man. Suya has treated you so well. And here you are cheating. The door swung open, revealing a bewildered Qin, staring at Chun Duo. What are you doing here? He asked, perplexed. Get out of my way. Chun Duo pushed past him, storming into the room. So, you're a lecher, indulging a room of pleasures, with whips, wax play, and even a swing. Chun Duo's anger boiled over as she surveyed the room, fixing her gaze on Qin, and demanding, Where's she? What woman? Qin was amused by Chun Duo's demeanor. You're still laughing, the mistress? Chun Duo remarked, pointing towards the restroom. She must be inside. After her words, she stormed toward the restroom door, only for Suya to open it directly. Her face flushed as she said, Duo, you've misunderstood. Upon entering, Chun Duo also heard this and felt a sense of embarrassment about leaving. But the situation clearly required an explanation. Suya? Chun Duo was taken aback. How did you come across this? Suya replied with a wry smile. I was passing by and saw him buying makeup remover pads. Chun Duo, uninterested in further explanations, retorted. Why didn't you answer my call? The phone was in my bag, and I was in the restroom, so I didn't hear it, Suya explained. All right then, Chun Duo said, stealing a glance at Qin and awkwardly adding, as long as everything's fine, I'll take my leave. Since you're already here, let's chat a bit before you go, Suya urged. Chun Duo scanned the room, her gaze landing on Suya. I won't interrupt your fun. It's hard to believe that you, usually so demure, can be so adventurous. No wonder you're staying in a budget hotel. Huh? Duo, you've misunderstood. Wait, don't leave, Suya exclaimed, flustered like a little rabbit, but Chun Duo had already vanished. Chapter 40. Patients arrive at the clinic this time. The explanation was far from clear. Lying in bed, Suya had repeated this thought countless times. What an embarrassing situation it was to be caught in a romantic hotel by her closest friend. Have you slept? Suya turned to look at Qin and I, who lay beside her fully clothed, and asked cautiously. Not yet, he replied softly. Do I lack any feminine charm? Suya suddenly inquired. Huh? Qin and I was puzzled by her question. I've realized that you have no feelings for me at all. In the dimly lit room, Suya's voice dropped to a whisper. I know this is my fault, but truly, don't you feel anything at all? Seeing that Qin and I remained silent, Suya bit her lip and continued. Sometimes I feel guilty, having been married for 3 years without fulfilling my responsibilities. So, if you desire, you can take the initiative. I won't blame you. After all, I am your wife. Take the initiative? Qin and I instantly turned toward her, pulling Suya into his embrace. Her body stiffened like a wooden plank, trembling uncontrollably. Suya was frightened, a fear that stemmed from deep within her, a reaction she couldn't control. Yet, she heard Qin and I's gentle voice. Relax. I want to impose my happiness over your suffering. Let us just sleep. Upon realizing that Qin and I would not pursue further, Suya's breathing quickened, and after a while, she calmed down, her body gradually softening in Qin and I's arms. I'm sorry, actually. I understand, she murmured. Do you truly understand? Suya countered. Of course, don't force yourself. If one day you wish to share with me, I will listen patiently, Qin and I replied. That night, Suya slept soundly, unaware of how Qin and I had sensed her hidden secrets. But she understood that this man had become the one who knew her best. In the following days, Yang Meiwan and her group of mahjong friends would intermittently visit the homes of 2 individuals, their words becoming increasingly harsh with each encounter. While their antics bore no substantial outcome, they undeniably became a source of annoyance. Qin and I remained indifferent, yet Suya's mood deteriorated day by day. As the elderly matriarch of the Su family's birthday approached, Yang Meiwan incessantly urged Qin and I to prepare calligraphy and paintings to present personally to the Su household, even going so far as to threaten him that should he fail to attend, Suya's father would bear the blame, leading Suya to resent him deeply. Yang Meiwan's assertions held a measure of truth. Irrespective of whether Suya would harbor animosity towards him, if he did not go, her father would undoubtedly shoulder the blame. Of course, he could not abstain from attending. Although Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong never regarded him as family, they were nonetheless Suya's parents, and he would not place her in a difficult position. Another concern weighing on Qin and I's mind was the delayed acquisition of the car they had purchased, clearly indicating that someone was obstructing the process. One day, while organizing silver needles at his clinic, a woman in her 30s burst in, carrying an elderly man who was groaning in agony. Doctor, my father's stomach hurts terribly. Please help him, she implored, her appearance tattered and her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Qin and I was momentarily taken aback. His clinic rarely saw patients. Despite being in operation for nearly 7 years, the number of visitors had dwindled significantly. This decline stemmed from his departure from the Qin family, which led him to abandon the medical techniques they had imparted, with Suya being the sole exception. Consequently, he would typically send away patients, even in emergencies, merely stabilizing their condition before directing them to larger hospitals. As a result, the clinic had become virtually defunct, and Qin and I found pleasure in the tranquility. However, upon seeing a patient enter, he made no attempt to refuse assistance, as he intended to return to the Qin family and no longer felt bound by previous constraints. Lay him flat, Qin and I instructed without further inquiry, assisting the elderly man onto the sofa before placing his hand on the man's pulse. What is wrong with my father? The woman anxiously inquired. It's nothing serious. He has a cold stomach, Qin and I replied after merely 3 or 4 seconds of pulse examination. My father indeed has a cold stomach, the woman exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such an astute observation from Qin and I. Has he consumed cold food? Qin and I asked again. No, my father's cold stomach is a chronic issue. He is quite careful about his diet, she frowned. Qin and I opened the elderly man's mouth for a brief inspection and then smiled faintly. He has eaten seafood, and it seems he indulged quite a bit. Otherwise, the pain wouldn't be so severe. That's correct. He did eat seafood. He brought home some leftovers from a wedding banquet. It's been years since he last had any, The woman explained anxiously, before inquiring, is seafood also considered cold food? Indeed, it possesses significant cold properties. Do not worry. I will alleviate his pain, and with some medication at home, he will be fine, Qin and I assured her. He then placed his hands on the elderly man's stomach, applying gentle pressure, before removing the man's shoes and kneading his feet for a moment. Soon, the elderly man's groans subsided, and he peacefully drifted into slumber. The woman gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. She had entered in a state of desperation, never anticipating Qin's remarkable prowess. Just as she was about to commend him, another man burst through the door. The man, around 40 years of age, clutched a black bag, donned a leather jacket, and sported slick-back hair glistening with gel. "Brother, when did you return?" The woman was momentarily taken aback. "Just got back." "I need some money," the man demanded without preamble. "I have no money," the woman retorted, her annoyance evident. "Isn't all the money Dad earned from pedaling the tricycle with you?" The man exclaimed, agitated. "That few thousand is set aside for his retirement," the woman countered. "I spoke to Dad about this." The man dismissed her with indifference, striding over to the sofa and shaking the elderly man's frail body. Dad. The old man had just drifted into sleep, still unwell, and the woman, growing increasingly agitated, implored, "Dongbing, do you have no conscience?" "Who lacks conscience here? If you had any, you wouldn't have brought Dad to this place. Is this even a hospital? Even our golden retriever wouldn't come here for treatment," Dongbing retorted loudly. At that moment, the old man stirred, his mind clouded, likely from the pain. Observing this, Dongbing helped him sit up, declaring, "Dad, I will take you to a proper hospital." With that, he headed for the exit. The woman, feeling helpless, turned to Qin and I, saying, "Doctor, I truly apologize for my brother's behavior. By the way, how much do I owe you?" She produced a handful of coins. "Why are you giving him money?" Dongbing abruptly turned around, snatching the coins from her grasp, scolding, "Places like this are mere scams. I'm fortunate to have come early. Had I arrived later, who knows what serious illness he could have diagnosed." Pointing at Qin and I, Dongbing added, "Let me remind you, if anything happens to my father, you will not escape unscathed." Chapter 41. Li Hao's scheme having finished his tirade, Dongbing exited the clinic first, while the woman continuously apologized to Qin and I. "Doctor, I am truly sorry. I will certainly speak to him when I return." She was well aware of her brother's rogue nature. "It's quite all right. Take this prescription. If the major hospital cannot provide a cure, follow this for medication." Qin and I handed her a note. "Thank you, truly. Thank you," she expressed gratefully as her family departed, leaving the clinic in silence once more. The troubling scene did not significantly disturb Qin and I. He merely lit a cigarette and chuckled with resignation. At that moment, his phone rang. "Xiaoya, what is it?" "I have good news. We can pick up the car now." "But Li Hao mentioned we need to treat the manager and owner of the dealership to a meal," Suya joyfully replied. "Do we really need to treat them to a meal for the car?" "Yes, because these two cars were procured through the personal intervention of the dealership owner, and it took considerable connections. Therefore, I feel it would be rude to decline. The time is set for an hour from now. I'm on my way to the hotel," Suya explained. "Which hotel?" Qin and I asked. "Junwei Hotel, a 4-star establishment. Booked by Li Hao. It won't cost much," Suya reassured him. "It's not about the money." Qin and I expressed concern. "Oh, come on, I'm not a child. Besides, what could happen in broad daylight? And with Li Hao accompanying me, you needn't worry," Suya quickly responded. Hearing these words made Qin and I feel somewhat uncomfortable, not due to pettiness, but because he was acutely aware that for the past 3 years, Li Hao had been incessantly courting Suya. Although Suya had explicitly rejected him, she likely harbored a semblance of fondness for Li Hao as a friend, even developing a sense of trust. Particularly before Tian Guofu's appearance, whenever Suya encountered issues at the company, she typically sought Li Hao's assistance to resolve them. "Hey, jealousy is a bitter brew. If you're uneasy, I could come pick you up and have you accompany me," Suya said with a smile, recognizing Qin's silence as a sign of jealousy. "I'm not so petty, but do exercise caution," Qin and I replied with a chuckle. "Got it," Suya concluded, hanging up the phone. Qin and I tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, gazing at the midday sun, realizing that he had perhaps overthought the matter. He then returned to the clinic to continue organizing his silver needles. In the office building of the prosperous medical equipment company, Li Hao was stealthily hiding around a stairwell corner, making a call. Liang Hua, the person has already arrived. Now it's up to you, Li Hao whispered. I'll be here waiting for your good news. Just so you know, don't be deceived by Su Ya's gentle exterior. She has a fiery temperament. Tell Boss Lu to tread carefully and avoid any mishaps. All right, send me a few photos later. I want close-ups, Liang Hua responded. Li Hao hung up, wiping his mouth. Although the thought of Su Ya being with another man twisted his insides, he reassured himself that if it meant he could savor the fruits of success, what did it matter? Li Hao was right. After 3 years, he need not squander any more time idolizing such a woman. Why not devise a means to possess her? The order of events mattered little. After all, she was already married. Li Hao, I never expected you to dare scheme against Su Ya. A sultry voice suddenly emerged as Zhu Meiqi stepped out from around the corner. W, what are you talking about? Li Hao stammered, startled. Don't think I'm unaware. You must have sold Su Ya out, introducing her to some boss, haven't you? Zhu Meiqi chuckled. No wonder Su Ya's performance is so impressive. It turns out you've been bringing her clients. You two seem to be quite the pair. It's not what you think, Li Hao frowned. Is it not? Zhu Meiqi approached him. You must clarify today's events in detail, or I will spread the word. You should know, my words can be quite colorful. Don't let backfire on you. Li Hao sighed. Fine, I'll tell you, but you mustn't breathe a word to anyone. With that, he recounted the entire affair to Zhu Meiqi. So, you mean to say that Su Ya will be with someone today at noon? Zhu Meiqi's interest peaked. Indeed, this timing is intended to catch Su Ya off guard. As for the methods employed by that boss, I'm not privy to them. My role is merely to lure her in, Li Hao explained. I see. It seems Su Ya cannot escape the jaws of the tiger today. In that case, I shall take advantage of the situation to tarnish her reputation. Zhu Meiqi smirked. Weren't you just saying you wouldn't? Li Hao pressed, growing anxious. Liu, are you foolish? The more you belittle such a woman, the more she will seek someone to rely on. When the time comes, a few flattering words from you will only lead to her being toyed with at your whim. Zhu Meiqi, with a smug smile, patted Li Hao's arm, assuring him, don't worry, you won't be dragged into this. There seemed to be some truth in her words, and Li Hao nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Junyue Hotel, Su Ya remained unaware that the very person she trusted, Li Hao, had already pushed her into a dark abyss. Following the waiter, she entered a lavish private room, where she encountered 2 individuals, Liang Hua, the sales manager of the 4th store, and a rotund man with a balding head and squinty eyes, known as Lu Jiadong, or Brother Dong, the manager of the Haiao 4th store and Liang Hua's superior. Although Lu Jiadong was not the most powerful figure in the Haiao group, his position spoke volumes about his capabilities. Upon seeing Su Ya, Lu Jiadong's eyes gleamed with desire, nearly drooling. Brother Dong, what do you think? Liang Hua inquired softly. Not bad, not bad. Lu Jiadong nodded approvingly. Confused by their exchange, Su Ya glanced around and furrowed her brow, asking, where is Li Hao? Did he not arrive yet? Miss Su, Li Hao hasn't arrived. He just called to say he's stuck in traffic, but should be here shortly. Please, have a seat, Liang Hua said, getting up to close the door behind him. Reluctantly, Su Ya sat down opposite the 2 men. Miss Su, the dishes are all served. I hope they suit your palate, Liang Hua said with a slight smile while pouring her a glass of red wine. I should be the one treating you both. It feels rather embarrassing. Su Ya replied politely with a smile. No worries. Soon we shall be like family, Lu Jiadong interjected suddenly. This statement left Su Ya perplexed, prompting Liang Hua to quickly add, Miss Su, this is my boss, Lu Jiadong. He has been instrumental in facilitating your vehicle acquisition. Thank you, Boss Lu, Su Ya said, extending her right hand. You should certainly express your gratitude towards me, Lu Jiadong replied, grasping her hand, inadvertently squeezing it slightly. Chapter 42. How dare you touch my woman? Su Ya was taken aback by Lu Jiadong's forwardness and swiftly withdrew her hand, attempting to steer the conversation away awkwardly. We must all be hungry. Let's eat first. Miss Su, there's no rush. Let us discuss the vehicle matters first, Lu Jiadong suggested. Is there something wrong with the car? Su Ya inquired, curious. Not particularly, but the Mercedes 43 has been selling exceptionally well in our country over the past 2 years, and other cities' Ford stores have run out of stock. It took considerable connections to secure your vehicle, Lu Jiadong admitted with a slight smile. To be candid, it cost me a fair amount of extra money. Being in sales herself, Suya understood the implications of his words and frowned. The price is clearly stated in the contract, and I have already paid an additional service fee of 30,000 as per your request. I fail to comprehend what you mean, Boss Lu. Miss Su, you've misunderstood. I'm not asking for money. I certainly don't lack it. However, these two Mercedes cars are not so easily acquired. At the very least, you must offer something in return to take them away. Lu Jiadong chuckled. What do you mean? Suyas braus foroveltaitli. There are no outsiders here, so I shall speak plainly. If Miss Su would be willing to accompany me for a few meals at her leisure time, matters would undoubtedly be much simpler. Lu Jiadong stated candidly. Suya's expression darkened. She had not anticipated such rudeness from Lu Jiadong. Coldly, she replied, Mr. Lu, please have some self-respect. I cannot possibly agree to your request, and I am married. Qin and I, 3 years ago I wed you. And the traditional Chinese medicine clinic on Tongwan District's Wuhe Street is his. To put it bluntly, he is merely a man who has married into your family. A worthless fellow with no capabilities. Am I correct? Lu Jiadong said leisurely. You've investigated me? Suya's brows furrowed. This trivial matter hardly required investigation. I merely wish to convey that I possess the means to know everything about your husband and, consequently, the ability to ruin him. Does a waste like him even deserve to contend with me? Lu Jiadong sneered coldly. Therefore, you need not mention him. It is an honor for him that I take advantage of you. I am not afraid of him discovering it. Miss Su, I hope you understand that my boss's interest in you is a stroke of fortune. Following my boss, 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles are but trifles. You would have ample funds to spend and would no longer need to expose yourself in that small company. This is an opportunity you must cherish. Liang Hua advised from his side. Huh. Suya scoffed disdainfully, realizing that Lu Jiadong had summoned her for such purposes. She replied icily, It seems there is no need to partake in this meal, and I shall not be purchasing those 2 vehicles. Not buying is fine, but breaching the agreement would entail paying a portion of the compensation. Lu Jiadong remarked with a smile. You breached the agreement first. It was promised that the car could be collected within a week, yet nearly a month has passed, Suya retorted angrily. The contract states clearly that the car is to be collected upon its arrival, but no specific time is stipulated. Liang Hua interjected, rising to his feet. This is fraud. Suya did not expect the other party to be so unreasonable. This is not fraud. This is bullying. Lu Jiadong grinned triumphantly. Miss Su, I offer you another chance. If you agree, we both incur no losses. If you refuse, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. We shall see each other in court. Suya would not be intimidated by his threats. With a cold huff, she stood up to leave. However, just as her hand touched the doorknob, a pungent odor penetrated her senses, leaving her gasping for breath, and soon her mind began to blur, her body weakening. Damn it, shameless wench. You give an inch, but take a mile. Lu Jiadong watched as Suya succumbed under Liang Hua's influence, sneering disdainfully. You think you can negotiate? You truly believe yourself a paragon of virtue? The most amusing part is that you even brought up your worthless husband. Even if I were to publicly humiliate him, he wouldn't dare utter a word of dissent. Indeed, compared to Brother Dong, her husband is vastly inferior, Liang Hua flattered. Enough talk, take her upstairs. Once I tire of her, you will also have your turn. Lu Jiadong wiped his mouth, gazing hungrily at the nearby Suya, his entire body seemingly ablaze with desire. Suddenly, the door to the private room was kicked open, startling Liang Hua, who had been preparing to leave. He quickly stepped back, only to discover that Qin and I had entered. Who the hell are you? Lu Jiadong was startled as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, extinguishing his fervor in an instant, causing his speech to become utterly frantic. Brother Dong, he is Suya's husband, Liang Hua hastily reminded him. Damn, so it's you? This good-for-nothing, Lu Jiadong began, but was abruptly interrupted when Qin and I struck Liang Hua squarely in the face with a punch. Liang Hua let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground, the force of the blow unmistakably significant. Qin and I then embraced Suya, and upon noticing her composed attire, he gradually exhaled in relief. With a gaze as fierce as death, He directed his words at Lu Jiadong, stating emphatically, "Dare you lay a hand on my woman?" Cold sweat poured down Lu Jiadong's back. It was not fear of Qin Ai that gripped him, but rather the sheer unexpectedness of the latter's strength. Having dispatched Liang Hua with a single blow, "Qin Ai, I am Lu Jiadong, a prominent figure in Haidong City. I have numerous brothers waiting for you downstairs. You would do well to recognize the situation and leave at once. I shall consider today's incident as if it never occurred." Lu Jiadong chuckled. "Moreover, you must leave your wife behind. If I am pleased, I may take a visit to your business in the future." Presumptuous. Is Qin Sir's woman someone like you can covet? A furious rebuke startled Lu Jiadong. He glanced towards the entrance and saw Qian Haiyao walking in, accompanied by a straight-backed, middle-aged man. Qian Haiyao, the director of the Haiyao Group, was a well-known underground figure in Haidong City, having monopolized the local Mercedes market. His power was not to be underestimated, and Lu Jiadong was, in fact, one of his capable subordinates. "Big brother, what brings you here?" Lu Jiadong panicked instantaneously, realizing he had not anticipated that Qian Yi's backing was his own elder brother. Who then was this Mr. Qin? Could it be Qin and I? Lu Jiadong's jaw nearly dropped in fear. "I had to show up, or you would have suffered greatly," Qian Haiyao remarked, casting a glance at Suya in Qin Yi's arms and sighing in relief upon seeing her unharmed. He then turned to the man beside him, Zhao and Sen. "Brother Zhao, it's fortunate you arrived in time. Please advise me on how to handle this situation. I am at your disposal." "Brother Zhao?" Lu Jiadong's anxiety mounted. Who was this middle-aged man that even the elder brother addressed him with such reverence? "Big brother, who is this?" Lu Jiadong queried, gathering his courage. "Kneel before me." Qian Haiyao retorted without answering, his tone laced with contempt. Chapter 43. The doctor's greatest skill is murder. Lu Jiadong trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, gradually realizing that he had indeed gotten himself into deep trouble. This Qin and I was evidently far from the simple figure he had imagined. The prospect of facing him filled Lu Jiadong with increasing trepidation. "I have no authority here. It is up to Mr. Qin," Zhaoan replied nonchalantly. Qian Haiyao scrutinized Qin and I, perplexed as to when such a formidable character had emerged in Haidong City. He was aware that Zhaoan had urgently summoned him, and the fact that even Zhaoan referred to this man as Mr. Qin indicated he was indeed someone of considerable significance. The reverence exhibited by Zhao was already beyond Qian Haiyao's expectations. "Mr. Qin, this incident is a result of my lax discipline. I leave it to your discretion to handle the matter, and I shall show no leniency," Qian Haiyao stated earnestly. Qin and I did not respond. Instead, he lifted the unconscious Suya and seated her in a chair. He then turned his gaze towards Liang Hua, who was leaning against the wall. "Manager Liang, is the food unappetizing or the wine impure? Is it so difficult to live well?" Qin Yi's voice, devoid of any anger, carried an icy chill. "Mr. Qin, this is truly not my fault. It was that scoundrel Li Hao who incited me to act." Liang Hua realized that Qin and I was far from the useless person they perceived him to be, and at this moment, his only option was to beg for mercy. "I will handle matters regarding Li Hao. As for you..." Qin Yi's sudden cold laugh resonated in the air as he casually picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and with a swift motion, hurled them. With a sound that echoed sharply, the chopsticks pierced through Liang Hua's throat, a fountain of blood erupting instantaneously. Liang Hua grasped his neck, struggling to utter a few cries before collapsing, the entire ordeal lasting mere seconds. The room fell into a deathly silence. None could have anticipated that Qin and I would resort to such violence. More terrifying was the fact that he had wielded nothing but a pair of chopsticks. Qian Haiyao was taken aback, and Zhaoan was even more astonished. The last time Qin and I dealt with Director Zhang, he had refrained from violence, leading Zhao to believe that Qin and I was soft-hearted. Now, it was evident that the previous incident had merely skirted the edge of provoking this man's wrath. It was no wonder that Tian Guofu had constantly warned him to show reverence to Qin and I. The thought sent a chill down Zhao's spine. Liang Hua lay dead in a pool of blood. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jiadong finally displayed a look of terror. Although he had felt a twinge of panic earlier, It had not yet reached the level of fear. After all, with Qian Hai Ao present, he believed he would be safe. However, Qin Ni's sudden aggression had completely unbalanced his sense of security. Is the food unappetizing, or the wine impure? Just a few casual words, and a life is taken? Terrified, Lu Jiadong scrambled to Qian Hai Ao's feet, clutching his legs. "Brother, you must save me, please. I didn't mean to. You spineless wretch. Why haven't you bowed and apologized to Mr. Qin?" Qian Hai Ao bellowed, his own heart racing with fear, setting aside the question of Qin Ni's identity. The mere act of killing with chopsticks was enough to instill terror within him. He had never known anyone capable of such a feat, Mr. Qin. Please be magnanimous and spare my life. Had I known Miss Su was your woman, I would never have dared to lay a finger on her, Lu Jiadong implored. Hastily bowing his head, consider me nothing more than a fly, a worthless insect. Mr. Qin, Lu Jiadong's actions are indeed a result of my lax discipline. I apologize on his behalf. Qian Hai Ao attempted to intercede for Lu Jiadong, having known him for over a decade. Yet, before he could finish his plea, Zhao interrupted him. Zhao tugged at Qian Hai Ao's arm and shook his head. A jolt of alarm coursed through Qian Hai Ao, cold sweat trickling down his back as he deciphered Zhao An's warning gaze, which seemed to convey the message: do not invite disaster upon yourself. Lu Jiadong, is it? Inin kuwayev. Igrigalles, Luhidong nadid vigorously. Do you know what I do? Qin and I continued. Why, you are a doctor, Lu Jiadong stammered. And do you know what doctors excel at? Qin and I pressed further. They excel at saving lives? Lu Jiadong answered, trembling. No, doctors are most proficient at taking lives, especially in ways that remain unseen. Qin and I calmly retrieved a red plum cigarette, taking a deep breath before stating, for the sake of your elder brother, I can grant you a more dignified demise. With a swift motion of his right hand, a silver needle pierced through Lu Jiadong's chest. His eyes widened in shock, resembling a rigid wooden figure, and he collapsed onto the ground. Qin and I uttered no further words, dispatching both individuals with ease, one meeting a tragic end, the other a serene one, while he quietly puffed on his cigarette amidst the bloody scene. Zhao Feng remained silent, and Qian Haiyao dared not utter a word. Even as his most capable subordinate was slain, he could only endure in silence. You handle this. I shall take my leave. Qin and I extinguished his cigarette, rose, and lifted Su Ye as if nothing had transpired, departing quietly. Once Qin and I exited, the two remaining individuals in the private room finally lit their cigarettes. Haiyao, my intervention was to save you. That woman is his Achilles heel. She is untouchable. If anything were to happen to her today, it wouldn't just be these two casualties. The entire Hai Ao group would vanish from Haidong City. Do you understand why I prevented you from pleading? Zhao inhaled deeply. Brother Zhao, who exactly is this Mr. Qin? He appears relatively young, yet his skills are utterly terrifying. Even our top fighters in the underground world seem no match for him, Qian Haiyao asked, trembling with fear. The more you know, the greater the peril. Zhao took another deep breath. All I can tell you is that places like Haidong City are merely stepping stones for him. You and I are but dust upon this stone. Do you comprehend? Qian Haiyao gasped. I understand completely. That afternoon, Zhu Meiqi stealthily slipped into the restroom and dialed Li Hao's number. Hello. I must inform you that Suya hasn't shown up all afternoon. She's undoubtedly been taken by that boss Lu. Who knows what mischief they might be up to? Zhu Meiqi remarked with a smile. I'm still not entirely certain. He hasn't called yet, Li Hao's faint voice replied. There's no need for your anxiety. While you're uncertain, I'm already convinced, Zhu Meiqi stated. How can you be so sure? Liu Ying Kidat. I had a colleague call Suya, and guess what? The phone was turned off. What does that signify? Boss Lu must have succeeded. Otherwise, her phone would not be off. Zhu Meiqi laughed. Damn. It appears they truly are engaged in some game. Li Hao responded. Hee, this is quite the scandal. I shall spread the word tonight and see how Suya manages herself when she arrives tomorrow. Just wait to reap the benefits, Zhu Meiqi declared, hanging up the phone and striding to the sink, admiring herself in the mirror. In that moment, she felt a renewed beauty, as the pent-up resentment she had harbored was finally poised to be unleashed. Chapter 44. Defamation morning dawned as Suya lazily opened her eyes, suddenly springing upright from her bed like a coiled spring. The shadows of yesterday lingered, yet she quickly recognized her surroundings. This was indeed her room, and the pajamas she wore were her own. Exhaling a long sigh, Suya felt a sense of relaxation wash over her, though confusion and worry still clouded her mind. With this thought, she slipped on no shoes and hurried out of her bedroom. Upon seeing Qin and I preparing breakfast with his back turned, she rushed forward and embraced him with excitement. Suya burst into tears, as all she could recall was being drugged, the mocking laughter of Liang Hua and Lu Jia Dong echoing in her ears, leaving her in a haze about what had transpired. Silly girl, you are all right. Qin and I gently turned her face towards him, wiping away her tears, having surmised her inner turmoil. Am I truly fine? How did I return? Suya inquired anxiously, fearing that Qin and I might reveal that she was brought back by Liang Hua or a stranger, a notion too dreadful to contemplate. I carried you back. Qin and I replied with a smile. To Junhua Hotel? Suya quietly probed. When you went to the hotel, I suspected Liang Hua had ill intentions. So I brought the police along and fortuitously caught him in the act of drugging you. Not only did I save you, but I also apprehended those two who sought to take advantage of you. Qin and I earnestly explained, having concocted this excuse after a sleepless night. Oh, husband, you are so clever. I was terrified. Suya sobbed into Qin's embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank goodness you called me, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qin and I comforted her by patting her back, acutely aware of her genuine fear. I never anticipated that Li Hao would not attend. Had he been there, perhaps this would not have occurred, Suya murmured. Qin and I shook his head helplessly. Though Suya had navigated the professional world for 3 years and transformed from an inexperienced student into a formidable woman, her inherent kindness remained unchanged, making her susceptible to being taken advantage of. Yet, it was precisely this kindness that Qin and I cherished. Xia, it is not my intention to speak ill of Li Hao, but considering that Liang Hua is his friend, have you not pondered the possibility that they conspired against you? Qin and I inquired. Suya bit her lip. I am not foolish. I considered this at the dinner table yesterday. However, I cannot bear to believe that a colleague I have known for 3 years would betray me. What benefit would it bring him? I simply cannot comprehend. There is no need to dwell on it. The truth will eventually surface. Just be more cautious in the future, Qin and I advised, suddenly catching a whiff of something burnt. Oh no, the eggs. After breakfast, Suya went to work. As for Li Hao, although he raised suspicion, there was no evidence against him, so Suya chose not to dwell on it. Upon arriving at the office, Suya noticed that passing employees would whisper and point at her, leaving her perplexed. It was when she reached the sales department that a few remarks struck her like a thunderbolt. Have you heard? Suya slept with the owner of the Mercedes dealership to buy a car. Zhu Meiqi's shrill voice pierced through the air. Zhu manager, is that true? You shouldn't spread rumors. Su manager is known for her icy beauty, someone retorted. The more beautiful a woman, the more she conceals. Haven't you heard? Zhu Meiqi scoffed. This story has spread from last night to today. Is there any truth to it? Another voice chimed in. Of course. How could I fabricate such a tale? I witnessed it myself yesterday at Junhua Hotel. Zhu Meiqi asserted confidently. It seems Su manager did mention going to Junhua Hotel for a meal yesterday. A meal? More like a meal followed by a nightcap, another voice added, fueling the gossip. Zhu Meiqi chuckled lightly. Do not forget, Suya did not come to work yesterday afternoon, and I couldn't reach her by phone. It seems there is indeed some truth to that. The office was in disarray. While many were skeptical, the seeds of doubt had already been sown. Outside, Suya trembled with anger. She abruptly entered the office and confronted Zhu Meiqi, exclaiming, Zhu Meiqi, on what grounds do you slander me? The atmosphere grew tense. And moments later, Zhu Meiqi burst into laughter, unfazed by Suya's accusations. With a mischievous grin, she retorted, slander you? I hardly have the leisure for that. If certain individuals dare to engage in scandalous behavior, they should not fear the whispers that follow. You are the one engaging in scandalous behavior. Sugari blaitro grititif. I admit my reputation may be tarnished, but I am single. Seeking companionship is my prerogative. As for you, already a married woman, how dare you go out and engage in such activities? Zhu Meiqi smirked. Trading companionship for a Mercedes? You must be quite valuable. What evidence do you have to accuse me so? Suyadimandith. Evidence? Shall I bring the entire department to the Junhue Hotel to investigate whether you were there yesterday? Zhu Meiqi replied confidently. I went there to dine, Suya retorted through clenched teeth. Huh, who knows if you truly went to eat? Perhaps you dined and then ascended to a room, Zhu Meiqi pressed on relentlessly. Even if you did dine, did you spend the entire afternoon doing so? I suspect it was something else entirely. With that remark, those who usually sided with Zhu Meiqi erupted in laughter. You are shameless, Suya said, unable to counter the accusations, her anger propelling her back to her office while the ridicule outside persisted unabated. Suya was not adept at arguing, especially against a woman like Zhu Meiqi, and she felt herself at a disadvantage. Shaking with fury, she could not comprehend how Zhu Meiqi had come to learn of the matter. After a while, it seemed she had an epiphany and promptly dialed Li Hao's number. Li Hao, how does Zhu Meiqi know about my purchasing a Mercedes? Suya demanded at once. I'm not sure. I rarely converse with her. Did she perhaps see you at the dealership? Liu faina de ignoranza. Even if she saw me at the dealership, she wouldn't have known about my dinner yesterday. Would she? Suya responded. That I cannot say. Suya, are you all right? Liu inquired cautiously. He was well aware of the reason for Suya's outburst. But what concerned him most was her situation, as Zhu Meiqi's words were merely conjecture. Do I appear to be all right? Why didn't you join me for dinner yesterday? Suya's tone indicated her displeasure, yet Li Hao interpreted it differently. My car broke down on the road. I sent you a message. How was dinner? He asked, stepping closer. A message? Suya realized that Li Hao's claim was plausible and felt reluctant to press further. She refrained from answering his question and hung up. Chapter 45. The righteous Yang Linlin. After hanging up, Suya checked her phone and indeed found a message from Li Hao, the timing aligning closely. But even so, Li Hao remained the prime suspect in her mind. Meanwhile, in the office, Li Hao held the phone, lost in thought by the window. Judging by Suya's demeanor, it seemed that Boss Liu had indeed succeeded. A wicked smile crept across Li Hao's face. However, why was he unable to reach Liang Hua? Was that rascal still asleep? Could it be that he had spent the night with Suya? The more Li Hao pondered, the more sinister his thoughts became, his body responding to his growing anticipation as he anxiously awaited Liang Hua's contact, envisioning his next moves with Suya. Should he continue to play the role of the good man, soothing Suya with love to mend her wounded heart? Or should he boldly brandish the video sent by Liang Hua to coerce Suya into submission? Li Hao found himself in a moral quandary, unaware that the Liang Hua he awaited had already descended into despair. The power of gossip is immense, particularly when it involves scandalous affairs between men and women, especially concerning the coveted goddess Suya. Thus, throughout the morning, the entire office building buzzed with discussions about her. Some even began to verify that Suya had indeed visited the Junhue Hotel the previous day, and that the manager of the Hi-AO Benz dealership was indeed surnamed Liu. Once this information surfaced, it further solidified Zhu Meiqi's rumors. At noon, Qin Yi was engrossed in medical texts at the clinic when Yang Linlin stormed in. Her voice filled with exasperation as she exclaimed, Qin Yi, how can you focus on your reading when Sister Suya is on the verge of being bullied to death? What is happening? Qin Yi set down his book, observing Yang Linlin's agitated demeanor, and sought to calm her, saying, Do not fret. Sit down and explain slowly. Sit down? How can I sit when Sister Suya has locked herself in her office all morning without even eating lunch? Yang Linlin's petite frame trembled with indignation. Qin Yi felt a sense of relief. At least from Yang Linlin's words, it was clear that Suya was not in grave danger, merely upset. Perhaps over yesterday's events? You must first tell me what transpired. Otherwise, how can I assist Sister Suya? He implored earnestly. I can tell you, but you must promise not to misunderstand Sister Suya. Yang Linlin astutely insisted on his assurance. Very well, I promise not to misjudge her. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Taking a deep breath, Yang Linlin recounted the events in detail, concluding, I truly feel powerless. I cannot offer any help and do not know where else to turn. I can only seek you out, even though you lack influence. Yet, I know you care for Sister Suya. Thank you for confiding in me. I will take it from here. You may return now. Qin Yi replied with a faint smile. Return? What do you mean? Are you not going to help Sister Suya? After all she has done for you, do you have no conscience? Are you afraid of Zhu Meiqi? Yang Linlin continued her barrage of accusations. Rest assured, I will address this issue at your workplace shortly. The reason I asked you to leave is that I need to prepare, Qin Yi explained with a hint of exasperation. If you deceive me, I will ensure Sister Suya divorces you, Yang Linlin declared before turning on her heel and departing. Qin Yi let out a wry smile, reflecting on the 3 years of marriage, realizing how many obstacles stood between him and Suya. To have endured until now was no small feat outside the clinic. Yang Linlin boarded the company car, driven by Wang Gang, who had previously inquired about Qin and I in the restroom. As he started the engine, he lamented, I truly don't understand the point of informing him. Everyone in the company knows that Manager Su's husband is utterly incompetent. At least he dares to spend 800,000 to defend Sister Suya. Yang Linlin retorted, You know very well that he's merely spending Manager Su's money. Wang Gang replied, Regardless, he treats Sister Suya well. And who else can we turn to? Sister Suya has been bullied mercilessly by Zhu Meiqi. We can't just stand by and watch. Even so, what good would it do to seek him out? You can't possibly expect him to confront Zhu Meiqi at the company, can you? Wang Gang chuckled. Back then, at the dinner table, Zhu Meiqi was isolated and defenseless. But now, with President Wang backing her, she wouldn't dare show her face. Sighing, Yang Linlin found some truth in Wang Gang's words. He lowered his voice significantly. What if this is true? Wouldn't we be complicating matters for Manager Su? Wouldn't Qin and I, wearing a green hat, come to despise Manager Su? Wang Gong, what nonsense are you spouting? How could it possibly be true? Yang Linlin scoffed. Even if it were, why would Qin and I disdain Sister Suya? He is merely a son-in-law. I would rather Sister Suya leave him sooner. I almost feel sorry for Qin and I now, Wang Gang murmured. Just drive. This can't possibly be true. I know Sister Suya well, Yang Linlin stated with conviction. Having accompanied Suya for 3 years, she had witnessed numerous men showering her with affection, including some truly exceptional gentlemen. Yet, Suya had always upheld her principles, never even flirting with other men. How could such a woman possibly sleep with someone for the sake of a Mercedes? Yang Linlin would never believe it. Upon returning to the office, she not only urged everyone not to believe the rumors, but also awaited Qin Yi's arrival. Although no one respected Qin and I, she understood that he was the only man who could assist Suya. Big news. I heard there was more than one man with Suya yesterday, Zhu Meiqi announced in the office, casually cracking sunflower seeds. What? More than one? A crowd gathered around her. Yes, there was apparently a sales manager involved too. Quite the trio. I must say, Zhu Meiqi dropped another bombshell. My heavens, how could Manager Su be like this? The murmurs grew louder, and in a corner, Yang Linlin gritted her teeth in anger. She kept glancing towards the door, only to find that Qin and I, who had promised to come, had not shown up, deepening her disappointment and fury. Sister Suya truly married the wrong person, Yang Linlin thought, fuming as she picked up her cup and strode over to Zhu Meiqi. Shut your mouth. Yang Linlin splashed the water from her cup onto Zhu Meiqi, who quickly dodged, only getting a few drops on her shoulder. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Zhu Meiqi shouted, standing up. You malign Sister Suya, so why shouldn't I douse you? I not only want to splash you, but also want to hit you. Yang Linlin, refusing to be subdued, shouted fiercely. I speak the truth. How is that slander? The emperor may be unhurried, but the eunuch is anxious. Your master does not even dare to show his face. What are you even worth? Zhu Meiqi retorted loudly. Today, I shall tear your mouth apart. Without regard for the consequences, Yang Linlin lunged at Zhu Meiqi like a madwoman. Chapter 46. The fist is justification. Although Yang Linlin occasionally clashed verbally with Suya and Zhu Meiqi, she would never dare to resort to violence. For Zhu Meiqi was Wang's woman, and she could not afford to offend her. However, upon hearing Zhu Meiqi's lewd remarks, Yang Linlin could no longer contain herself, thinking that even if it led to her dismissal, she had to teach Zhu Meiqi a lesson. Nonetheless, this was the sales department's office, and with several onlookers present. Her colleagues swiftly intervened as they saw her preparing to strike. Yang Linlin, don't be impulsive. It's not worth it, someone advised. What do you mean it's not worth it? Have you heard what she said? Is Suya really that kind of person? Yang Linlin howled. What did I say? I merely mentioned that Suya dined with 2 men. Did you misunderstand that to mean something else? Zhu Meiqi laughed derisively. Your mother is the one who is promiscuous. Your mother is a harlot, a debauched wretch. Young Linlin showed that. Linlin, stop making a scene. At that moment, the door to Suya's office swung open, revealing Suya, looking haggard as she stood in the doorway. Suya, you're here. Yang Linlin's eyes glistened with tears. Oh, our leading lady has emerged. Were you exhausted from yesterday afternoon? Came to the office for a rest today? No wonder. Who can bear the company of 2 men? Zhu Meiqi remarked, as if recounting a witnessed event. Zhu Meiqi, you may slander me, but do present your evidence. Suya, though visibly angered, could not conceal her poise. Evidence? A woman like you, so morally ambiguous, still demands evidence? Zhu Meiqi sneered aggressively. Who are you calling morally ambiguous? A cold yet calm voice suddenly interjected. Of course, our manager Sue, a married woman, engaging in despicable acts. Slap. The sharp sound reverberated through the office, startling everyone. Zhu Meiqi was left stunned, her face marked with 5 clear fingerprints. You, Zhu Meiqi, momentarily dazed from the slap, quickly regained her senses and found Qin and I standing before her. The source of the blow. The abrupt shift transformed the previously noisy office into a suffocating silence, with colleagues surrounding Zhu Meiqi stepping back, unwilling to involve themselves, especially after Qin Ni's appearance. This was not due to fear of Qin and I, but rather the presence of the male lead promised a more enticing spectacle. The most astonished was undoubtedly Suya. She never anticipated Qin Ni's arrival. Though unaware of the full circumstances, in that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him. Qin and I, how dare you strike me? Zhu Meiqi protested, clutching her face. Your wife is the one who has betrayed you. Why direct your anger at me? You should confront that wretched woman. Slap. Another resounding slap, even harsher than the previous one, sent Zhu Meiqi teetering on the brink of collapse. When will your foul mouth finally be silenced? Qin and I replied coldly. What? Is it forbidden to speak of your wife sleeping with others? Are you wearing a green hat yet refuse to be spoken to? With a resounding slap, the onlookers shuddered in unison. You may continue to spew your venom, and I shall retaliate in kind. Yet, I warn you, my strike shall become increasingly severe, and should I mar your visage, do not blame me. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Qin Ni's mouth. Zhu Meiqi found herself momentarily speechless, too daunted to retort, and could only respond with an indignant glare. Qin and I, what gives you the right to strike another? Is there not a way to discuss matters reasonably? At that moment, a man, who shared a good rapport with Zhu Meiqi, questioned him. Discuss reasonably? Did you all speak reasonably when you conspired against my wife behind her back? Did you exhibit any sense of reason when you slandered her? In this world, strength is the only rationale. Qin and I scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his expression. I am aware that some of you are discontent, perhaps believing it inappropriate for me to strike a woman, or perhaps yearning for a moment of gallant rescue. Very well. Here is your chance. Those who are dissatisfied, step forward, regardless of gender. Although Qin and I stood a respectable height of nearly 6 feet, his physique was neither imposing nor robust. Rather, he bore a somewhat slender frame, exuding an air of scholarly gentility. Yet, his words were imbued with conviction, emanating an authority that rendered the crowd silent, with none daring to respond. Qin and I smirked disdainfully, then lit a cigarette, turning his gaze toward Zhu Meiqi. It seems no one is inclined to champion your cause. Nevertheless, I am willing to engage in reasonable discourse with you. Pray tell, why do you malign Suya? And who incited you to do so? Gradually regaining her composure, Zhu Meiqi coolly replied, I hope when Mr. Wang arrives, you will still be this audacious. I care not for your so-called Mr. Wang. Answer my question, or I shall lose control of my temper. Qin Ni's expression shifted. Speak. Why do you slander Suya? Zhu Meiqi, startled, shivered slightly, gritting her teeth. I merely speak the truth. Why should I be accused of defaming her? And where is your evidence? Inicountev. Evidence? Ask Suya if she was at the Junyue Hotel yesterday, and what she was doing all afternoon when she failed to show up for work. Zhu Meiqi retorted defiantly. This is common knowledge. What more evidence do you require? So, your so-called evidence is merely what everyone knows. If I were to declare that I saw you at the Junhua Hotel yesterday, entwined with a man's arm, would that suffice as evidence? You're grasping at straws. Zhu Meiqi shot back, unwilling to concede. Are you not? This entire affair is but a one-woman show orchestrated by you, a mere exercise in sophistry, Qin and I said, inhaling deeply from a cigarette. I do not wish to squander my breath on you. Let me be clear. I too visited the Junhua Hotel yesterday, and it was I who brought Suya home. She missed work due to a headache. Upon hearing Qin's words, whispers began to circulate among the crowd, the tide of public opinion shifting in favor of Suya. Even Zhu Meiqi furrowed her brow in concern. However, she clearly did not intend to relent easily. Offering a cold smile as she said, Qin and I, everyone knows you are a son-in-law in name only. While we can understand your willingness to take the blame for Suya, please do not insult our intelligence. This statement carries considerable weight. The existence of a son-in-law, devoid of dignity, indeed harbors the potential for scapegoating. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in sympathy. Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed through the air. You shameless woman. Still trying to argue. In a moment of desperation, Wang Zhen unexpectedly emerged, delivering a resounding slap to Zhu Meiqi's face. This marked the fourth slap Zhu Meiqi had received. Yet no one anticipated that it was Wang Zhen who dealt it. Wasn't he supposed to come to her aid? Witnessing this scene left the crowd utterly astonished. While Zhu Meiqi covered her face, her eyes filled with confusion as she stared at Wang Zhen, rendered speechless. Chapter 47. You can even call her daughter my apologies, brother. I regret that I have not properly managed my subordinates. I extend my apology on her behalf, and to Suya as well, Wang Zhen said sincerely, gazing at Qin and I. Mr. Wang, why are you apologizing to him? I haven't said anything wrong. Zhu Meiqi retorted defiantly. Be silent, Wang Zhen shouted, causing Zhu Meiqi to shudder. At that moment, a man accompanying Wang Zhen spoke up. Hello everyone, I am Qian Haiyao, chairman of Haiyao Group. Askion Haiyao Spoki. The crowd turned their attention to him, and when they heard his name, the hall erupted with astonishment. Qian Haiyao, he is indeed a significant figure in Haiyao Group. Absolutely. He is a prominent person in our city, Haidong. My heavens, how is he here? The crowd was taken aback, redirecting their focus to Qin and I, now questioning his true identity. I am here today solely to clarify the matter concerning Miss Su. Firstly, she indeed purchased 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, a transaction I personally oversaw. Primarily because I'm a close friend of Mr. Qin, Qian Haiyao acknowledged, nodding toward Qin and I. Thus, I urge everyone to refrain from spreading misinformation. Our dealings are entirely legitimate. Mr. Qin? Friends? The crowd gasped in surprise once more, especially Wang Zhen, who had just referred to Qin and I as brother, now feeling a jolt of realization. Qian Haiyao was merely there to ensure the matter was resolved and to offer his apologies. Without disclosing Qin's status, he assumed Qian Haiyao was acting solely for the sake of his company's reputation, but it appeared there was more to the story. That is impossible. Your sales manager is clearly Liang Hua, along with Boss Lu. Zhu Meiqi expressed her disbelief. Those 2 individuals do indeed exist, but they were dismissed from my establishment not long ago. I am unaware of where you obtained your information, Qian Haiyao replied, turning to Wang Zhen. Mr. Wang, your employee's baseless slander against my client has caused significant repercussions, and I expect a satisfactory response. Wang Zhen nodded deferentially, fully aware of the gravity of offending Qian Haiyao. Before he could speak, Zhu Meiqi, in a panic, pleaded, Mr. Wang, this is truly not my fault. I'm also a victim. All of this was told to me by Li Hao. Zhu Meiqi finally succumbed to fear, realizing that after Qian Haiyao's explanation, there was no way out for her. Is there even a connection to Li Hao? A collective gasp echoed through the room as Yang Linlin could no longer contain her ire, exclaiming, Li Hao has pursued Sister Suya for so long without success. Of course, he harbors resentment. How could you possibly believe his words? Are you lacking in common sense? I was wrong. I truly regret it. Zhu Meiqi repeatedly apologized. Sighing, Wang Zhen remarked, Haigu, since this matter involves my 2 senior executives, I feel utterly embarrassed to report to you. Please advise on how to proceed. Let Miss Su handle it, Qian Haiyao suggested, glancing at Suya. Suya, whether it be dismissal or demotion, the decision rests with you, Wang Jun stated. Sister Suya, fire the two of them. Yang Linlin was the first to shout, prompting a chorus of agreement from those around. Terrified, Zhu Meiqi scrambled to Suya's feet, kneeling on the ground. Suya, Manager Su, I truly made a mistake. I was misled by Li Hao. Please, do not dismiss me. I promise I shall never act this way again. Zhu Meiqi was not a person devoid of dignity. But losing her job would mean far more than just a financial blow. It would strip her of opportunities to engage with the upper echelons of society. Thus, she reluctantly bowed her head. Suya regarded her coldly, contemplating the dismissal of both individuals. Yet Wang Zhun's words clearly indicated a desire to protect them. After a lengthy deliberation, she finally declared, a demotion it is. Zhu Meiqi exhaled in relief, and Wang Zhun followed suit. Zhu Meiqi, effective immediately. You will serve as an ordinary salesperson. Xiao Sun, inform Li how to vacate the office without any explanations, Wang Zhun instructed. He then turned to Qian Haiyao, asking, Haigo, are you satisfied with this resolution? Qian Haiyao did not respond, but instead looked to Qin and I. Mr. Qin, what is your opinion? As long as my wife is satisfied, that suffices, Qin and I replied with a gentle smile, approaching Suya and saying softly, you need not return to work this afternoon. Let me take you shopping, shall we? MHM. Suya nodded vigorously, finally breaking into a smile. Thus, dozens of eyes followed Qin and I and Suya as they departed, bringing an end to the farcical episode. However, a significant question lingered in the air. Who exactly was Qin and I? Was he truly an ineffectual son-in-law? Haigo, what is your relationship with Qin and I? Why do you refer to him as Mr. Qin? Wang Zhun could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Do not ask what you should not, Qian Haiyao coldly retorted before leaving the conference room. This simple response seemed to solidify the suspicions surrounding Qin Ni's true nature. Those slaps were quite satisfying. I never expected him to be so handsome. I wish I had such a son-in-law. Yang Linlin and several female colleagues found themselves smitten. On Yanhai Street, the most bustling area of Haidong City and its sole commercial avenue, Suya was savoring an ice cream cone with delight. Winter is approaching. You ought to eat less, especially someone like you who seldom exercises. You must take care to keep warm, Qin and I advised earnestly. You're the one who is a woman. Call me girl, Suya retorted playfully. As long as it brings you joy, I'm happy to call you my daughter. Qin and I chuckled. You're taking advantage of me. Suya shot him an indignant look, but instinctively linked her arm through his, quietly asking, why did you suddenly appear today? Yang Linlin came to the clinic looking for me. Qin and I let out a light snort, saying, in the future, should you encounter any troubles, never conceal them from me. Ah, this hardly qualifies as trouble. Rather, it is quite an embarrassing matter. Thus, I'm unsure how to broach it with you, Suya replied with a hint of grievance. A person of integrity need not fear a shadowy past. Was there to be afraid of speaking? Fortunately, young Linlin is clever. Qin and I interjected. Thanks to her, this matter could have been quite difficult to clarify. Suya paused momentarily before continuing. What is the story with Qian Haiyao? Why does he claim he handled the car purchase? Lu Jiandong and Liang Hua were apprehended by me personally. Qian Haiyao is their employer and naturally owes us an apology. Coincidentally, today's incident allowed him to lend a hand. As for the car buying process, we intentionally excluded Lu and Liang from it. If Zhu Meiqi were to discover that you had interacted with them, no matter how much Qian Haiyao tried to explain, she would not believe him. Words can be fearsome, especially since Zhu Meiqi has the ability to twist the dead into the living and vice versa. Thus, the simplest approach is to assert that Qian Haiyao personally handled our car purchase. This way, no one will harbor suspicions, especially since Lu and Liang have already vanished. Ini explandirnistli. Chapter 48. I thought it was 3.4 billion. Vanished? Suya furovit herbroth. Well, they were apprehended, and it is nearly equivalent to being beyond proof. No one would believe Li Hao's words now. Qin and I chuckled awkwardly, aware that Suya was oblivious to the fact that the two truly had vanished without a trace. I truly did not expect Li Hao to act this way. When I questioned him, He refused to admit it. Suya inhaled deeply. I have always been grateful to him and considered him a friend, but I never anticipated. Being kind is not a fault, yet kindness must be paired with vigilance. Otherwise, your benevolence may be exploited, Qin and I remarked thoughtfully. Suya gazed at Qin and I, and after a prolonged silence, she said, after 3 years of marriage, why did I not realize how astute you are? Every detail is meticulously arranged. Do not flatter me. I might become conceited. Qin and I chuckled lightly, deflecting the praise, before steering the conversation towards other topics. As they strolled to the heart of the commercial street, Suya's attention was captivated by a jewelry store. Shall we take a look inside? Ini kuwayev. Dale bis, it is quite expensive, Suya murmured. Peking costs nothing. Qin and I replied, pulling Suya into the store. Dale bis specializes in diamond jewelry, and thus the decor is opulent, creating an ambience reminiscent of a twinkling starry sky upon entering. Suya's grace and beauty easily attracted the sales staff, but upon noticing the plainly dressed Qin and I beside her, their enthusiasm diminished significantly. Moreover, due to the influx of customers, the staff tended to focus their efforts on seemingly affluent clients. Qin and I and Suya enjoyed their leisurely time, browsing the displays. And soon Suya's gaze was drawn to a stunning diamond ring. Wow, this is beautiful, Suya whispered. Excuse me, how much is this diamond ring? Qin and I asked directly. The sales attendant at the counter appeared momentarily taken aback, sizing up Qin and I before lazily approaching them. Hey, what are you doing? Suya felt a twinge of nervousness, surprised that Qin and I directly inquired about the price. If you like it, I'll buy it for you, Qin and I remarked, glancing at Suya's bare hands, feeling a pang of discomfort. Sir, didn't you see the tag? It's 340,000. This is currently the most expensive diamond ring in our store, the young saleswoman said absently. May I try it on? Qin and I asked again. Try it on? This is a 340,000 diamond ring, the saleswoman replied disdainfully. Qin and I snorted softly. He found a peculiar pleasure in her condescending attitude. If I didn't know this ring costs 340,000, I would think it was 34 billion, given your demeanor. The saleswoman was about to retort when a strikingly beautiful woman approached with a smile. I'm a manager here. Sir, would you like to try on this diamond ring? I'll assist you, she offered, retrieving the ring. Quite deserving of your managerial position. Qin and I smiled at the manager, then turned to Suya and said, Go ahead and try it on. Forget it, it's too expensive, Suya whispered. Trying on doesn't cost anything, Qin and I replied, just as a rough male voice interrupted. If you can't afford it, don't try it on. What if you dirty it? The man, slicked back hair and clutching a black bag, stood beside a heavily made-up woman. Furrowing his brows, Qin and I was about to speak when Suya pulled him aside. The slick-haired man smugly declared, Come on, let my darling wear the ring and see how it looks. I'll help you with it. The previous saleswoman instantly transformed her demeanor, wearing a smile while casting a disdainful glance at Qin and I. Little lady, remember, such valuable rings shouldn't be tried on casually. If someone switches it out, it would be a significant loss, the heavily made-up woman remarked, clearly addressing Suya and Qin and I. In general, I wouldn't dare let anyone try on such an expensive diamond ring, but you two are different. You look like people of great wealth. The saleswoman replied in a shrill tone. Qin and I frowned. Was this deliberate provocation? Was purchasing a diamond ring deserving of such cruelty? Was it merely jealousy over Suya's superior beauty? Just as he was preparing to retaliate, Suya tugged him toward the exit. Once outside, she pouted, saying, Let them talk. I know you have money, but I don't want to spend it on this. Then tell me, how do you wish to spend it? Ini kuwayev intriv. Can I say it? Suya suddenly smiled. Go ahead, whether it's something that flies in the sky or runs on the ground. I'll grant you whatever you desire. Qin and I vowed earnestly. Oh, please. Suya held on to Qin's hand as they walked. I want a home just for the two of us. Qin and I was somewhat perplexed. Silly, I want to buy a house. We can pay the down payment first, and then I can work to pay off the mortgage. Lately, my mother has been causing chaos at home, saying unpleasant things. It's driving me to the brink of a nervous breakdown. I genuinely long for a peaceful place. After pouring out her thoughts, Suya noticed Qin and I remained silent. Assuming he had difficulties, she quickly forced a smile and added, but living in a hotel isn't so bad either. Qin and I grasped Suya's hand tightly, revealing a warm smile as he nodded and said, I promise you, we will have a home that belongs to us. His earlier silence stemmed from a self-reproach for his bluntness. He would undoubtedly stand by Suya in times of trouble, providing meticulous care. Yet he often overlooked the warmth and romance that women crave. Suya, please wait for me a moment. I need to visit the restroom. Qin and I gently pulled Suya aside, instructing, stay right here and don't wander off. I know, I'm not a child, Suya replied with a smile. A few minutes later, Qin and I re-entered the Delbas boutique, where the slick-haired man and the flamboyantly dressed woman had yet to depart. To be honest, $340,000 is exorbitant. As someone in the jewelry business, I am aware of the substantial profit margins you enjoy. This diamond ring appears to be merely 2 carats, certainly not worth this price, the slick-haired man asserted, continuing with a barrage of words before directly inquiring. Just tell me the lowest discount you can offer. Sir, this ring is the only one of its kind in our store. We truly cannot offer a discount. The saleswoman's previously cheerful demeanor had shifted to a forced smile. What do you mean only? Limited edition? These are merely your marketing tactics. Don't think I'm unaware of the tricks at play here, the slick-haired man retorted coldly. Before the saleswoman could finish her response, the man interrupted, grumbling. Don't put on that long face in front of me, looking like a dead fish. Your expression kills any desire I have to shop. Darling, we're not buying anymore. The woman echoed his sentiment with an indignant huff. Chapter 49. A disturbance at the clinic. It was evident that after flaunting their airs, the slick-haired man and his companion were backing out upon seeing the price of the diamond ring. Out of fear of losing face, they resorted to a litany of excuses, even berating the saleswoman in the process. The saleswoman, faced with such disrespect, felt both angry and helpless, swallowing her grievances. She had anticipated dealing with a respectable customer, only to find herself confronted by a pretentious rogue. While organizing the diamond ring, she noticed Qin and I approaching. The saleswoman frowned. Today had indeed been unfortunate. This lowly man had returned. Rolling her eyes, she considered making a sarcastic remark, but realized he was oblivious to her presence. Manager, could you come here for a moment? Qin and I called out to the female manager nearby. Sir, why have you returned? Is there anything you need assistance with? The manager inquired with a smile. Please wrap up that ring for me, Qin and I stated, pulling out his bank card. Charge it. The hall fell into a hushed silence. All eyes on Qin and I, particularly the slick-haired man and the woman, who were now taken aback. Was this not the man they had previously looked down upon? To purchase a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands without a flicker of hesitation transformed him from mere lowly figure into a low-key magnate. In that instant, they were at a loss for words, a wave of shame washing over them. As for the saleswoman who had previously scorned Qin and I, she was filled with regret. Several minutes later, after receiving the ring, Qin and I inquired, by the way, this ring 1TB too large or too small, will it? After all, my wife didn't try on earlier. The enchanting young lady I observed earlier caught my attention, particularly her hands. From my experience, I deduced that the ring was a perfect fit. Of course, should it not be suitable, adjustments can be made here, the manager patiently explained. Thank you. Qin and I expressed his gratitude before departing, leaving behind a chorus of admiration, envy, and jealousy. Subsequently, Qin and I met with Suya, yet he refrained from hastily presenting the ring, opting instead to select an appropriate moment and venue. At 8 o'clock that evening, in a quaint CF, the beleaguered couple, Li Hao and Zhu Meiqi, finally found a moment to converse. Zhu Meiqi, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. Not only have I faced emotion, but my reputation has also been tarnished. Li Hao gritted his teeth. Am I to blame? Is it not due to your inaccurate information? Not only have I been demoted, but I was also publicly slapped by 2 men, leaving me unable to even lift my head. Zhu Meiqi retorted with bitterness. Do you think I would intentionally harm you? Li Hao countered. Let us cease our bickering. Reflect carefully on the situation. Why is Suya unscathed, and why has Qianhai Ao come forward to testify? Zhu Meiqi pressed with a series of inquiries. I am uncertain, but Liang Hua has gone silent, indicating that something is amiss. Li Hao inhaled deeply. Qianhai Ao's involvement is not a trivial matter. Regardless of the issue's magnitude, I must reclaim my dignity, Zhu Meiqi stated, taking a sip of her coffee. I advise you to reconsider. My intuition suggests that Qin Ni is no ordinary son-in-law. He has shielded Suya from numerous troubles, and each time more adeptly than the last. We have underestimated him, Li Hao analyzed. Li Hao, are you afraid? After all that has transpired, do you intend to let it go? Zhu Meiqi challenged. I cannot risk my future. As for Suya, I have already resigned myself to the fact that I have no chance, Li Hao sighed. While you may have lost your opportunity, I still have mine, Zhu Meiqi said, extending her foot to rest upon Li Hao's leg. He shivered at her touch. I cannot swallow this humiliation, nor can you. Now that we have both faced emotion, why not escalate the situation? Do you know why I knelt to plead? It was to seek an opportunity for revenge against Suya, Zhu Meiqi declared fiercely. But we cannot act on that now, Li Hao replied, troubled. If you are willing to assist me, we can certainly make it happen, Zhu Meiqi said with a sly smile. The company is set to finalize a 10 million contract with Huaqian Hospital, and the first shipment is about to be delivered. Are you suggesting we tamper with that? Li Hao gasped, realizing the implications. If that is the case, the repercussions would extend beyond Suya, he contemplated. We are merely ordinary employees. Why should we care about others' fates? As long as we remove Suya from the equation, we will eventually be reinstated, Zhu Meiqi suggested, her voice growing more alluring. If you assist me, I will be yours tonight. Do not jest. You are the woman of President Wang. Li Hao managed a strained smile. Isn't it even more thrilling to sleep with your superior's woman? Zhu Meiqi's seductive gaze made it exceedingly difficult for Li Hao to resist. He swallowed hard, as if a decision had been made. 2 days later, 2 Mercedes-Benz vehicles finally came to a halt beneath the residential complex. While they may not be classified as luxury cars, their arrival certainly stirred quite a commotion. Meanwhile, with less than a week remaining until the matriarch of the Su family celebrates her grand birthday, the atmosphere seemed to have settled into an eerie calm. Though Qin and I understood that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. On yet another day, Chun Duo unexpectedly arrived at Qin Ni's clinic, catching him off guard. What are you staring at? Have you never seen a beautiful woman? Chun Duo glared at Qin and I, clearly incensed by his scrutiny, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. I am merely curious as to why you have come here. Qin and I replied candidly. Are you unaware of your own deeds? Chun Duo retorted, her expression betraying a sense of triumph, as if she had caught him red-handed. I genuinely do not know. Qin and I frowned in confusion. Stop playing coy. What about the 1,000 yuan you stole from me last time? Chun Duo asked through gritted teeth. Puffed. Inichukil, amused. You, the vice president of the medical association, are concerned about a mere 1,000 yuan? It may not matter to others, but you owe me that amount. Chun Duo huffed. There is something else. In 2 weeks, there will be a practical assessment. If you are late, you will be disqualified. The location is Yongla Garden. I advise you, your opponent is formidable. If you fear embarrassment, it would be best not to show up at Yongla Garden. You should relay that message to my opponent. Qin and I responded with a faint smile, arrogant and conceited. Farewell. Just as Chun Duo was about to leave, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Dong Bing stormed in, livid, lunging toward Qin and I to grab him by the collar. But Qin and I deftly evaded his grasp. Speak your mind without resorting to violence. Qin and I frowned. Do you know that my father has died? Dong Bing shouted. Your father has died? Qin and I was taken aback. Just a few days prior, the old man had come to seek treatment, and Qin and I had found nothing amiss during the examination. How could he possibly be gone now? Stop feigning ignorance. My father died because he took the medicine you prescribed. You quack. You murderer. Dong Bing yelled, his voice rising in fury. Chapter 50. Extortion. Dong Bing's sudden appearance left Qin and I utterly blindsided, and he was even more shocked to learn that Dong Bing's father had passed away just 5 days since their last consultation. The medicine I prescribed? Qin and I shook his head gently. I did not prescribe anything for your father. Isn't this prescription yours? Dong Bing slammed a piece of paper onto the table, accusingly. I'll tell you this. My father died because he took your prescription. Qin and I glanced at the prescription and recognized it as his own. Before he could respond, Dong Yin entered the room, the very woman who had carried the old man during his last visit. Brother, what are you doing? Dad has already passed away. Can't you let him leave in peace? Dong Yin's eyes were red-rimmed with tears. Doing what? Are you out of your mind? If it wasn't tea for his prescription, how could Dad possibly have died? Dong Bing shouted. But, there are no buts here, Dong Bing interrupted, glaring at Qin and I. You caused my father's death. What do you propose we do about it? As the old saying goes, a life for a life. If you do not provide an explanation today, you shall not leave this place. Chen Duo leaned against the wall, resting her chin on her hand as she observed the unfolding drama, genuinely surprised that such a significant incident could transpire in Qin Ni's modest clinic. Now, there's no need for haste. Let us sit and converse. Qin and I reassured Dong Bing, then turned to Dong Yin and inquired, please elaborate on the circumstances surrounding your father's demise. My father had been recovering quite well these past few days, but this morning he did not have breakfast. I assumed he was still asleep, so I went out to sweep the streets. Upon my return, he had yet to rise. As noon approached, I entered his room and called for him, only to discover he had already passed away. Dong Yin spoke, tears streaming down her face. Was there anything unusual in the room? Any signs of a struggle or other indications? Qin and I asked. Aside from some vomit on the pillow, nothing seemed amiss. Dong Yin replied. What explanation did you provide? Did you not notice he was attempting to evade responsibility? Dong Bing accused Qin and I angrily. I warn you, if this matter isn't resolved satisfactorily today, I will not let it rest. Is the old gentleman's body still there? May I visit your home to take a look? Qin and I proposed. What would you look for? You're a doctor. What if you tamper with the evidence? Dong Bing retorted. Do not attempt to shirk responsibility. If this remains unresolved, I will go public and inform everyone of how you caused my father's death. Tomorrow, I will bring the media to expose your unscrupulous clinic, leading to its closure. Brother, please refrain from causing a scene. Dong Yin pleaded tearfully from the side. Are you blind? Can't you see his guilt? Our father is dead because of him. Dong Bing responded sharply. Qin and I sighed gently, lit a cigarette, and spoke. Calm yourself. State how you wish to resolve this matter, and we shall negotiate. Now that is a reasonable statement, Dong Bing scoffed. As neighbors, I want to make it difficult for you. A flat fee of 300,000 for my father's funeral expenses. Is that unreasonable? That amount seems quite fair, Chen Duo interjected, stepping to the table to glance at the prescription before adding. However, I suggest it would be more prudent to involve the police in this matter. Dong Bing visibly stiffened at this suggestion, yet boldly replied, if that is the course you choose, then so be it. I have evidence. He snatched the prescription from Chen Duo's hand and continued, addressing Qin and I. Should the police become involved, it will not merely be a matter of 300,000. You will not only face financial repercussions, but your clinic will also face closure. Your clinic hardly sees any patients. You lose more than you gain. Honestly, it might be better for you to shut it down, Chen Duo teased, unperturbed by Dong Bing's threats, confident that there were numerous ways to deal with such a rogue. I care not for your profits or losses. Since you have caused my father's death, compensation is non-negotiable. 300,000, not a penny less. Dong Bing said coldly. With a smirk, I also know you have a beautiful wife. Should you provoke me further, do not be surprised if I disrupt her business. Upon hearing Dong Bing's words, Qin Ni's expression changed. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, but it vanished swiftly. He nodded and replied, very well, I accept your terms, 300,000, not a cent less. Dong Bing was taken aback, not expecting such a swift agreement, feeling more assured of his control over Qin and I, and chuckled, well, you're a smart one. The money can be provided, but I have two conditions. First, you must not harass my wife. Second, I require 3 days to gather the funds. All right, you have 3 days. If I don't see 300,000 by then, I'll place my father's corpse at the entrance of your clinic. Dong Bing threatened fiercely. Brother, we cannot resort to such extremes, Dong Yin incessantly persuaded. You know nothing. Did you not see that he has already agreed to compensate us? Clearly, our father was killed because of him. A quack like him, who treats lives so carelessly. We are already showing him immense mercy by not alerting the authorities. Let us go. Watching Dong Bing and Dong Yin depart, Qin and I calmly settled onto the sofa and retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call. Chen Duo, witnessing this scene, smiled slightly. That is quite a tactic you have there, first pacifying them and then opting to report this to the police. Not only will it avoid any negative repercussions for the clinic, but it will also give the police time to uncover the truth. Clever. Do you need my assistance in contacting a couple of acquaintances? Feeling confident that she had deciphered Qin Ni's intentions, Duo was somewhat pleased with herself. Hello, Zhao. Please come to the clinic, Qin and I stated before hanging up the phone. Duo was taken aback. She couldn't quite grasp his reasoning and curiously inquired, Aren't you calling the police? Why would I do that? Qin and I retorted. This scoundrel clearly intends to extort you, and I've reviewed the prescription. Although it's somewhat unconventional, it's certainly one to be lethal. Are you really considering giving him 300,000 without reporting it? Duo challenged. You needn't worry about that. Qin and I replied with a hint of impatience. Why shouldn't I be concerned? Didn't he mention causing trouble for Suya as well? Suya's my closest friend. Let me tell you, Qin and I, don't be so self-assured. This rogue is not as easy to deal with as you think. Duo said angrily. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, please leave quickly. What would others think seeing a man and a woman alone together? Qin and I urged. Duo glared at him with her cold, piercing eyes. She was already irked at not having deciphered Qin and I's thoughts, and it infuriated her further that he was effectively shooing her away. Since you refuse to disclose how you plan to handle this, I shall take matters into my own hands, Duo declared, pulling out her phone. I'm calling the police right now. I say, dear aunt, could you please refrain from causing a scene? In 3 days, you will naturally see the outcome. Will that suffice? Qin and I finally conceded. Chapter 51. Good news? After much persuasion, Qin and I had finally managed to send off the formidable Duo. He was well aware that Dong Bing was a rogue. However, would the authorities truly be effective against such a scoundrel? Not to mention the uncertainty of when the truth would emerge. Even if it did, it could lead to a tangled mess, potentially implicating Suya. Thus, he had his own methods in mind. The next day, Sunday, Suya had intended to indulge in a leisurely morning, but just past 8 o'clock, a series of urgent knocks at the door jolted her awake. Soon after, she heard Yang Meijuan's voice calling out, Where's Suya? Where's my precious daughter? Mom, I'll go get her, came Qin Ni's voice. Suya felt a surge of irritation, and, before Qin and I could knock, she opened the door, unconsciously exclaiming, Mom, why are you here again? In recent times, Yang Meijuan had been coming over to play mahjong every few days, which had begun to fray Suya's nerves. However, upon uttering those words, she noticed that her father, Su Jinrong, had also arrived. My darling daughter, your mother has come to see you. Aren't you going to welcome me? With a gentle smile gracing her lips, Yang Meijuan's tone was noticeably softer than in previous days. Welcome, she said warmly. Suya casually responded and turned to Su Jinrong, asking, Dad, what brings you here? I have good news to share. So, I came over with your mother, Su Jinrong replied with a smile. Good news? Suya expressed her surprise, noticing the gleeful demeanor of her parents, which indeed suggested something positive. Please sit down and tell me. A few minutes later, while sipping tea, Su Jinrong spoke. Tomorrow marks your grandmother's birthday. I trust you remember? Is that really good news? Sugeri plaid impatiently. What if I told you that your grandmother has agreed to let you attend the celebration? Wouldn't that be considered good news? Su Jinrong's face lit up with joy. Suya was taken aback. Since her secret marriage to Qin and I, the Su family had effectively closed their doors to her. For years, she had been excluded from birthday celebrations and had even been warned by her parents not to let Su Jinrong see her with Qin and I. Are you happy, daughter? Su Jinrong inquired with a smile. Happy might be too strong a word. I'm rather frightened, Suya replied, taking a deep breath. Even if Grandma forbids me from going, I would still accompany Qin and I. I cannot allow him to face the Su family alone. Suya understood well that this gift-giving event was fraught with peril. Her parents were placing the burden on Qin and I, but if he refused to shoulder it, the responsibility would fall back on them. Torn between her parents, the ones who raised her, and her husband of 3 years, Suya felt unable to choose. Thus, she resolutely decided to go with Qin and I, though she had not anticipated her parents would bring such news. Her declaration deeply moved Qin and I, who stood nearby. He had never imagined that Suya, who had always feared the Su family, would display such courage at this critical juncture. Risk? It's merely a gift. And if he hadn't appeared with a counterfeit at your father's birthday, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Yang Meiwan shot a disdainful glance at Qin and I before adding, "Daughter, I advise you to reconsider walking alongside him to avoid embarrassment." "Mom, what are you saying? He's my husband. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing for outsiders if we were to separate?" Suya countered. Before Yang Meiwan could retort, Su Jinrong quickly interjected. "Let's not dwell on that." He exchanged a knowing glance, more concerned about Suya's attendance than her association with Qin and I. Yang Meiwan, understanding the hint, softened her tone and shifted the topic. "Dear, may I ask, have you secured a position at Huaqian Hospital? Is that the purpose behind the Su family's interest in me?" Suya scoffed. "I'm curious. How did you find out? Such significant news is impossible to conceal. Besides, it is Huaqian Hospital, the largest in Haidong City." Yang Meiwan exclaimed. "I also heard that the hospital's director personally signed a contract with you, specifying that only you would be hired." Su Jinrong added with a slight smile. This has caused quite a stir in the Su family. Observing the animated expressions of her parents, Suya couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement and coldly remarked, "Isn't it ironic that Grandma, who once barred me from the Su family, is now the one urging my return? One cannot speak in such a manner. The actions of your grandmother stem solely from your youthful exuberance. It is not the fault of others, but rather one should attribute blame to her lack of capability." Yang Meiwan cast a sidelong glance at Qin and I. "Dear, you ought to refrain from speaking so much," she advised. Su Jinrong, noticing Suya's discontent, quickly interjected, "Daughter, your perspective holds merit. However, it also signifies that your grandmother acknowledges you, indicating that your efforts over the past few years have borne fruit. Is that not in line with your aspirations?" Suyetiman Saident. Although the Su family had permitted her attendance at the birthday banquet due to her perceived utility, her father's words were not without validity. Her endeavors were indeed aimed at garnering the family's recognition. "Is there anything else?" Suya, unwilling to elaborate further, was resolute in her decision to attend the Su family's gathering, regardless of the circumstances. "Nothing else, but do remember to prepare a generous gift for your grandmother tomorrow. Also, dress appropriately," Su Guorong reminded her. Suya nodded absent-mindedly. Just then Yang Meiwan inquired, "Daughter, are those two Mercedes parked downstairs yours? I've heard people discussing your beauty as well as your discerning taste in automobiles." "One belongs to me, the other to Qin and I," Suya replied casually without much thought. "I knew it," Yang Meiwan remarked with a slight huff. "Where are the car keys?" "What do you need the keys for?" Suya asket, "Furuing her broling confusion." "Though you're now successful in your career and earning well, one must not squander money," Yang Meiwan asserted, actively searching for the car keys. She soon found them on the shoe rack and continued, "Moreover, did you truly need to buy him such an extravagant vehicle? He is merely a doctor at a clinic. Riding an electric bike suffices. Does he deserve to drive a Mercedes?" "Mom, that car was purchased by Qin and I," Suya anxiously clarified. "Do you take me for a fool? With his meager earnings, he couldn't even afford a wheel," Yang Meiwan retorted, pocketing the car keys. "As it happens, I have been contemplating acquiring a new car. Since you have one, I shall not trouble myself further. I will drive it from now on." "Mom, return the car to me. It belongs to Qin and I," Suya exclaimed, nearly beside herself with anger. Just as she intended to snatch the keys, she was restrained by Qin and I from behind. "You two are not lacking in wealth. Why not buy your own car?" she implored urgently. In Chapter 52, The Son-in-Law, Yang Meiwan chastised, "My dear girl, I have raised you for over 20 years. What is wrong with wanting a car from you? You are now with this spineless individual. If you have not learned anything else, you have certainly mastered the art of being stingy." With a glare directed at Qin and I, she added, "If you desire this car, you must marry my daughter. Not only will you receive the car, but I shall also give you an additional 1 million. If not, you shall not benefit from the Su family." Having said this, Yang Meiwan turned and departed, ignoring Suya's frantic protests behind her. Once they had left, Suya, infuriated, kicked off her slippers and collapsed onto the sofa. "For over 3 years, she has given me not a single cent, severing all my financial support. I have worked tirelessly to achieve some success, and yet she dares to take the car without reason. Besides, it was you who bought it. She found it utterly unreasonable that her mother acted so irrationally. All right, there's no need for anger. It is merely a car, Qin and I remarked, settling beside Suya. How can I not be angry? She retorted. This is not merely a matter concerning a vehicle. It is her abhorrent behavior that is at fault. Is she not trying to coerce me into divorcing you? I refuse to comply. I shall never part ways with you in this lifetime. As Suya spoke, she leapt into Qin and I's embrace, declaring, I will not leave. I simply adore being with you. I will remain forever. Inientlipat Suyasvak. Offering solace, she is, after all, your mother. It is only right that she requests a car. Despite her treatment of you, you still defend her. Suya pouted, fully aware that Qin and I's actions were motivated by concern for her. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, Thank you. Do not mention it. You should now take a moment to calm your emotions and prepare yourself with a composed mindset for tomorrow's birthday banquet, Qin and I advised. Indeed, Suya nodded. Meanwhile, Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan, who had just departed, found themselves seated in a Mercedes-Benz, still yet to drive away. Dear, did you forget to remind Qin and I to dress appropriately for tomorrow? Yang Meiwan remarked. Though no one holds him in high regard, he is still our son-in-law. Have you lost your mind? After tomorrow, his status as son-in-law might be uncertain, Yang Meiwan retorted with a smirk. It is genuinely embarrassing to see our daughter with him. Why didn't you let me persuade him a bit more? If mere persuasion could alter his thoughts, she wouldn't be our daughter. Besides, having her stand beside him and witness his inadequacies will only exacerbate their differences and conflicts. There's some truth to that, but I fear complications may arise. Enough of this. Let's test the car. The birthday celebration represents one of the most ancient and prevalent customs in Longwa. Typically, a grand birthday party is held once one reaches 60, provided there are no elder relatives present. This implies that only the eldest generation within a family is entitled to such celebrations, while those of lower generations, regardless of age, can only celebrate their birthdays in a modest manner. Grandma Su, known as Suyu, is seldom referred to by her name, as both friends and family, along with employees of the Su family, prefer to address her as Grandma Su, a title imbued with respect. Now in her advanced age of 80, she may have retreated from the forefront of the Su family, yet she remains the most authoritative figure, wielding significant influence over the family's affairs. Grandma Su has 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters, with Su Jinrong and Su Jinyan being the youngest, which has led to fierce competition between them. 3 years prior, Su Jinrong gained an advantage through Suya, but now, as Suya's presence within the family diminishes, he finds himself both elevated and diminished by her existence. At noon, in the Jingshan Villa district, the only prestigious villa area in Haidong, the property values rank among the top 3 in the city. Each villa is valued at no less than 18 million, a true haven for the affluent. At this moment, before a villa complete with an independent courtyard, luxury vehicles line the premises, with any car worth less than $1 million feeling out of place. Most of the attendees for the birthday celebration were relatives of the Su family, friends, or business partners. However, the guests typically rushed in to present their monetary gifts or offerings before discreetly departing, as this was a family-oriented event. Naturally, a select few close friends remained to dine, and although they represented only a small fraction, their presence had already gathered over 100 people around the villa. By Shun Industrial, Taifang Gang, a monetary gift of 50,000, Western Foreign Trade, Chun Ching Sui, a monetary gift of 50,000, Tongren Chain Pharmacy, Li Qingkue, a pair of jade bangles. The custom of presenting gifts at birthday banquets is a striking spectacle. The more lavish the gift, the louder the acknowledgement, and consequently, the greater the commotion it incites. However, this tradition is typically confined to illustrious families, as ordinary folk would feel embarrassed to boast about gifts amounting to a mere 5 or 800. A black Mercedes-Benz 43 idled outside the villa. While such a vehicle might attract attention in a common neighborhood, it would scarcely hold significance in this setting. Thus, Qin and I and Suya prudently chose not to drive in. After disembarking, Suya approached Qin and I, meticulously adjusting his suit, her bright eyes occasionally sparkling with light. What's the matter? Do I look bad? Inquired softly. Since their marriage, This was only the second occasion he donned formal attire, the first being their wedding photos. You look splendid, in fact, quite dashing. No less than those young masters, Suya replied, her voice brimming with joy. Xiao Yahye. A melodious voice suddenly rang out, and Suya turned to see a beautiful girl of 8 or 9 years sprinting toward her. Xiao Montakri. Suya exclaimed excitedly as she lifted the little girl into her arms, laughing. I can't believe how tall you've grown after all these years. I can barely hold you. Xiaojia, I've missed you so much. Wu Mo Li joyfully kissed Suya and added, You're even more beautiful now. Thank you, Xiao Mo Li. Suya said, setting her down and gently ruffling her hair. But you must call me auntie, not sister. No way, I will call you sister, Wu Mo Li insisted, looking up at Qin and I. Xiaojia, is this your brother-in-law? Yes, he is. Suya smiled at Qin and I and quietly introduced, This is my cousin's granddaughter, a generation younger than me. She has always called me sister. Brother-in-law, why aren't you speaking? Wu Mo Li asked Qin and I. Because your brother-in-law is awestruck by your beauty, Qin and I replied with a smile. Flattered by the compliment, Wu Mo Li's face flushed. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. Mo Li, come here, what are you talking about with him? The speaker was Ding Yun, the daughter of Suya's elder aunt, 7 years Suya's senior, who inherited the favorable genes of the Su family. Why can't I talk to my brother-in-law? Wu Mo Li queried, looking distressed. Because he is the only son-in-law of the Su family, Ding Yun pronounced, enunciating each word deliberately. Mom, what is a son-in-law? Wu Mo Li innocently asked. Just the most useless kind of man. When Ding Yun made this remark, she showed no restraint, even casting a disdainful glance at Qin and I, clearly not wishing for her daughter to associate with such a failure. Cousin, how can you speak like that? Suya protested, displeased. Oh, am I mistaken? Ding Yun raised her eyebrows. Suya, don't think that attending this birthday banquet grants you any standing. Suya was once the cherished jewel of the Su family, renowned for being the most beautiful descendant, which garnered her immense affection and recognition of her worth. This inevitably incited jealousy among her peers, both male and female, who envied her. However, upon announcing her marriage and severing ties with the Su family, those individuals could not resist the temptation to pour salt into her wounds. Undeterred, Suya responded with remarkable composure, remarking, You attend the annual birthday banquet, but have never occupied a significant position within the Su family. Ding Yun, taken aback by the retort, found herself at a loss for words. After all, she did not bear the Su surname, and her fate was bound to differ. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure and smiled, asserting, Alas, I have found a wonderful husband, unlike you, who can only settle for a spineless man. What are you dawdling for? Ding Yun, what do you have to discuss with him? From a distance, Ding Yun's husband, Wu Sheng, called out, his expression unmistakably one of disdain towards Qin and I and Suya. Let's go, Ding Yun huffed, pulling the aggrieved Wu Mo Li away. Are you my cousin? At that moment, Qin and I unexpectedly spoke up. Please, do not call me cousin. I cannot bear such a title, Ding Yun replied with a laugh as she turned back. If you have something to say, say it. I notice your daughter doesn't seem well. It would be wise to take her to the hospital for a checkup if you have the time, Qin and I suggested softly. How malicious of you. Why would you curse my child? Ding Yun retorted angrily. Suya, look at the husband you chose. What a disgrace. With that, she took Wu Mo Li and departed. You should not have brought up little Mo Li. She is quite understanding, Suya remarked gently. Foolish girl, do you think I am that malicious? Moreover, I could never engage in a war of words with a child, Qin and I stated earnestly. She misunderstood. Are you implying that little Mo Li is genuinely unwell? Suya inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. Indeed, it would be beneficial to have a thorough examination. However, judging by their demeanor, they seem intent on isolating themselves from us, Qin and I replied with a slight smile. No need to fret. Suya nodded lightly, not dwelling on the matter. While she trusted Qin and I, she remained skeptical of the latter's medical prowess, thus dismissing the concern from her mind. As they conversed, the two entered the villa's courtyard, where Suya's poise and beauty captured the attention of many, sparking a flurry of whispers. Is this the renowned beauty of the Su family? Suya? Indeed. That is her, The one beside her must be the Su family son-in-law. His looks are merely a shade above ordinary, truly a waste of Su Ye's beauty. Amidst the murmurs of pity for Su Ye, a young man with a decent appearance, albeit somewhat unseemly, approached her. He sported a center-parting and wore an upscale suit. This was Su Yulong, 5 years her senior and the eldest grandson of the matriarch. Currently, the family's enterprises were largely under the control of Su Yulong's father, making him a figure regarded as the future leader of the Su family. "Ah, a rare visitor," Su Yulong remarked coolly with a smirk. "Cousin, it's been so many years since your last visit. Why didn't you give me a call? I could have sent someone to fetch you. How could I trouble someone of your stature?" Su Ye replied with a faint smile. "What am I? Just a beneficiary of my father's and grandmother's favoritism. Yet you, my dear cousin, have become a prominent figure within the Su family." Su Yulong smiled slightly. "Everyone has been discussing lately. I heard you have connections at Huqian Hospital. Quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment," Su Ye replied. "Don't be so aloof. We are siblings. Although there were misunderstandings in the past, there is no need for them to affect our familial bond, right?" Su Yulong remarked. "Familial bond? I recall, when I announced my marriage, your family was the first to propose that I be barred from entering the Su family home, wasn't it?" Su Ye chuckled coldly. "Why didn't you mention familial ties then?" "Cousin, you cannot blame me for this matter. It was grandmother's decision," Su Yulong said innocently. "Indeed, your family merely fanned the flames," Su Ye retorted with a sneer. Su Ye's marriage had undoubtedly been a significant blow to the Su family. For a prominent family, such unions are of utmost importance. Matching social standings is the bare minimum, and if one can ascend the social ladder, their standing among peers would similarly rise. It is easy to imagine the disappointment and anger that surged through the Su family when Su Ye announced her marriage to a modest Chinese medicine practitioner. Naturally, someone like Su Yulong, who aspired to dominate the Su family as the eldest grandson, seized the opportunity to eliminate rivals and solidify his position. "It seems my cousin harbors a deep misunderstanding of me," Su Yulong said with a slight smile. "I believe it is necessary for me to clarify. Su Yulong, if you have something to say, please be direct." "I am weary of your pretentious demeanor," Su Ye replied, her irritation palpable. "Very well, I propose a trade. If you're willing to facilitate my connections at Huqian Hospital, I can speak favorably on your behalf to grandmother. You must know my standing in the Su family." Su Yulong continued without hesitation. Su Ye laughed, a cold and composed laughter. It was evident that Su Yulong had approached her with ulterior motives concerning Huqian Hospital, and she raised an eyebrow at his eager expression, finding it utterly ridiculous. "Su Yulong, I genuinely appreciate your concern for me, but I have no interest in striking a deal with you," Su Ye stated unequivocally. "Huh, do you truly believe that with the resources of Huqian Hospital, you can return to the Su family? You are rather naive," Su Yulong threatened. "Naive? It is you who underestimates my resolve. Whether or not I enter the Su family is of no concern to me, especially since it is not your place to decide," Su Ye replied sharply. Su Yulong's expression shifted, and he said harshly, "Do not be ungrateful. Everyone knows that one day the Su family will belong to me. If that day indeed comes, I will congratulate you. Is there anything else?" Su Ye ritorti disdanfelli. "It seems your wings have grown," Su Yulong sneered, his voice dripping with malice. "No wonder you dare to bring out such a worthless husband. We shall see what happens." "Yulong, it's our turn," a woman called out from afar. "Coming," Su Yulong responded, casting a sinister smile at Su Ye and Qin and I before turning to leave. "You performed admirably today, despite the numerous adversaries. Keep it up." Inni pras Su Ye with smile, y sin tensión considerable. Chapter 54. Jointly bestowing congratulatory gifts, Long's son, Su Yulong presented a jade statue of Guanyin, wishing the venerable Su elder a life as radiant as the sun and moon, with the light of Buddha illuminating their path. Long's son's daughter-in-law, Miao Tiantian, gifted a gold bar, wishing the elder a flourishing visage and wealth flowing in like a river. The clarity of their voices soared above the others, and as the gifts were acknowledged, all eyes turned towards Su Yulong and Miao Tiantian, with praises echoing around them, tinged with a hint of envy from friends and family alike. In the bedroom on the second floor, Su Jinxiu, the eldest grandchild, was brushing the hair of the elder Su matriarch. Upon hearing the commotion below, she remarked, "Grandmother, did you hear? Your eldest grandson has gifted a jade guanine, and your granddaughter-in-law has brought a gold bar. This truly is a lavish offering, undoubtedly the most precious birthday gift today." I heard. The elder matriarch's smile blossomed. The value of the gift matters not. What is truly significant is the sentiment behind it. Although she spoke these words, her heart was already filled with joy. On the ground floor of the villa, Su Yuelong had become the center of attention, with relatives inquiring after his well-being and friends treating him like a brother. Everyone sought to forge a closer bond with the future helmsman of the Su family. Su Yuelong reveled in the admiration he received, but just then, someone called out, "Look, Suya and her useless husband have arrived." Curiosity swept through the crowd as they turned to gaze outside. How bold of Suya to bring that good-for-nothing into the Su household. Surely, grandmother will be furious. It was no secret that her actions had always been impulsive, especially after her connection with Hua Qian Hospital. But what of it? Did she truly believe she could transform her fate, turning from a mere commoner into a phoenix? Mockery rippled through the gathering, as Suya's arrival ignited a wave of jealousy. Being the most beautiful woman in the Su family, her return with an aura of success was indeed a source of envy. Particularly among her peers, both male and female, resentment simmered just beneath the surface. To this clique, Suya had become an outsider. "Yuelong, your sister seems to be quite the popular one," Miao Tian remarked with a hint of jealousy. "I heard she was once the apple of the Su family's eye. That was in the past. Now, she is merely a tool for grandmother's ambitions," Su Yuelong scoffed. "Let us see what birthday gift she has prepared today." Outside the villa, the butler noticed Suya and Qin and I, and his smile faded slightly. He casually reminded them, "Please register your gifts in the book." Without hesitation, Qin and I placed the gift box on the table and wrote in the ledger, Su Shi's manuscript of the Diamond Sutra. He inscribed his name, Qin and I, in the designated space. "Have you prepared a gift?" Qin and I then noticed that Suya was merely holding a handbag. "Add my name beneath yours," Suya said with a gentle smile. Qin and I paused momentarily, as he was well aware that from Yang Meiwan to Su Jinrong, everyone had deemed his offering a counterfeit. Eben suya harvard similar concerns. Thus, on the surface, this gift represented a precarious gamble. If genuine, it would be a treasure. If false, a perilous bomb. Suya's request for him to add his name was evidently an invitation to share the burden. "Sign my name. This gift is a joint offering for both of us. Therefore, regardless of what transpires today, I shall share the burden with you," Suya declared resolutely. "Very well," Qin and I responded, moved yet unwavering, promptly inscribing the name Suya beneath his own. He felt a sense of confidence within. Upon witnessing the two names penned by Qin and I, the butler's expression shifted to one of heightened arrogance and disdain, unconsciously shrugging as he took the gift ledger. However, when he discerned the small print on the ledger, he stood in stunned silence for several moments, even rubbing his eyes and glancing at the gift box on the table. "What has come over Butler Liu?" Su Yuelong murmured in confusion from a distance, anticipating the opportunity to mock the other party once the gift was announced. Yet, the atmosphere seemed to suggest he had encountered something truly extraordinary. "Grandauteur Suya, Grandsonin Lavini." Present a volume of the Diamond Sutra handwritten by Su Shi, wishing the venerable birthday celebrant a legacy of literary elegance in a house filled with descendants. Butler Liu's voice trembled despite his efforts to suppress it, for the value of this gift was undeniably immense, rendering his words quaver as if struck by an electric shock. Simultaneously, the entire hall fell into an abrupt silence, the earlier jeers and ridicule replaced by expressions of astonishment. The name Su Shi, the illustrious ancestor of the Su family and their most celebrated historical figure, evoked dreams held by generations of the Su lineage. In terms of both emotional and monetary worth, this gift was incomparable to any other present, and merely hearing the name Su Shi rendered the onlookers utterly defeated, especially Su Yuelong, who had anticipated a spectacle. Upon hearing Butler Liu announce the gift, he was rendered numb. His own jade guanine statue was worth merely several $100,000, and a gold bar amounted to just over $200,000. Combined, they fell short of $1 million. Yet, Suya and Qin and I presented a single gift whose value far surpassed his offerings. For someone like him, who relished showcasing his gifts yearly, this was undeniably a crushing blow, particularly as it came from Suya and her seemingly ineffectual husband. It must be a forgery. Su Yulong could not contain his emotions, casting this accusation, which sent ripples through the crowd, who echoed his sentiments. Indeed, even if Suya has allied with Huaqian Hospital, she could not possibly afford the genuine work of her ancestor. That worthless Qin and I merely operates a small clinic. How could they jointly procure such an extravagant gift? It must be a counterfeit. The crowd, having found their outlet for derision, relentlessly assailed Suya and Qin and I, their demeanor suggesting they wished to consume the pair whole. On the second floor, the elderly matriarch of the Su family rose, visibly agitated. Did you comprehend the gift just announced? Repeat it for me. Your granddaughter Suya and grandson-in-law Qin and I presented you with a volume of the Diamond Sutra handwritten by Su Shi. Su Jinxiu hastily replied. A volume of the Diamond Sutra handwritten by Su Shi. A volume of the Diamond Sutra handwritten by Su Shi. The old matriarch murmured this phrase 4 or 5 times before gradually regaining her composure. This Suya not only brought that insufferable Qin and I, but also delivered such a grand surprise. Were they plotting? If it is indeed a surprise, that would be one thing. However, if it is a fright, Su Jinxiu hesitated to continue. Are you implying that this item is likely a forgery? Lady Su chuckled softly. The truth remains uncertain, yet we are all well aware of Su Ya's circumstances within the Su family, as are you. Do you truly believe she and that good-for-nothing Qin and I can afford the genuine works of Su Shi? Su Jinxiu cautioned. Thus, once you descend the stairs, it is imperative that you carefully discern the authenticity. The elderly lady nodded solemnly. This indeed echoed her own thoughts. Chapter 55. The sudden appearance of Mu Yang Qin and I and Suya basked in their moment of glory, yet this very splendor attracted a tempest of slander and skepticism. The pair had anticipated this backlash and calmly entered the villa's grand hall. Xiaya, are you not afraid that this birthday gift may truly be a counterfeit? Qin and I inquired with a smile. What is there to fear? I have resolved to shoulder this burden alongside you, fully prepared for the worst. Moreover, I possess an ace up my sleeve. Oh, do share this ace, Qin and I asked in a hushed tone. My parents specifically requested you to deliver the gift, intending for you to take the blame, hoping that the Su family would then turn against you. However, I now hold the leverage to negotiate with the Su family. Suya whispered. If the gift turns out to be a forgery, and Grandma does not spare you, I shall compel her to relent. At worst, I could introduce them to Huaqian Hospital, trading it with the Su family, which is precisely what they desire. Ah, how astute! Qin and I feigned surprise, offering praise. Of course, Suya replied, a hint of pride in her voice. Had she known that Huaqian Hospital belonged to Qin and I, she might have dropped her jaw in astonishment. The two exchanged whispers, exuding affection, while onlookers rolled their eyes in disdain. In a corner, Su Jinyan's family glared at them with clenched teeth. All the scheming, and I never anticipated that my brother would be so ruthless. Su Jinyan gritted his teeth. He had intended to exploit this birthday banquet and the counterfeit Su Shi piece to undermine Su Jinrong. For days, he had kept this secret close, waiting for the opportunity to confront his rival. However, he never expected Su Jinrong to send Qin and I and Suya to present the gift, leaving them to bear the brunt of any fallout while he remained unscathed. This insidious tactic must have originated from that wretched woman, my sister-in-law, Su Jinyan's wife, Jiang Yu, remarked coldly. But why would she even involve her daughter? Su Jinyan was perplexed. Can you not see? My sister-in-law has ensnared Qin and I, as he is the one presenting the gift. Suya is merely attempting to protect him, thus sharing the burden, Jiang Yu astutely observed. I wonder what qualities this useless Qin and I possesses that my cousin is so enamored with him. Sui chakal derisively. After all, they have been married for 3 years. If there were no affection, they would have likely divorced long ago. Your uncle and aunt have resorted to countless underhanded schemes to orchestrate their separation, Jiang Yu noted, glancing towards Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan in the distance, murmuring, Now their daughter is entangled in this. Let us see how they handle it. At that moment, Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong were indeed feeling overwhelmed. They had meticulously planned, yet had not accounted for their daughter and Qin and I jointly presenting the gift, which left Yang Meiwan on the verge of an explosion. I warned you, did I not? There would surely be complications, she remarked. Yang Meijuan estet glinjet audibly. Her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. I had advised my daughter to prepare a generous gift, and now, to my dismay, she had entangled herself with Qin and I. Su Jinrong was equally incensed. At that moment, Suya and Qin and I approached, and Yang Meijuan's anger intensified at the sight of their closeness. You two, come here, she called softly, suppressing her ire as she summoned Suya and Qin and I, her gaze directed at Qin and I as if she wished to annihilate him. Qin and I, how dare you? If you wish to court disaster for yourself, that is one matter, but why drag my daughter into it? Yang Meiwan scolded vehemently. Su Jinrong, standing nearby, wore a stern expression as he reproached, regardless of the circumstances, you are Suya's husband. How could you jeopardize her? After all the effort she put in to gain the elder's approval, must she now share the blame with you? Is this fair? Mom, Dad, this was my choice. Do not blame him, Suya hastily interjected. At such a critical juncture, how can you still defend him? What if that item turns out to be a counterfeit? Do you comprehend the severity of the consequences? Yang Meiwan shot a glare at Suya before turning to Qin and I, stating, I tell you, Qin and I, when the elder inquires, you must take full responsibility. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. Meiwan aunt, Jinrong uncle, a resonant voice suddenly interrupted the heated exchange. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice, revealing a dapperly dressed man with striking features standing before them. He sported meticulously styled short hair, a prominent nose, and captivating, deep-set eyes. In Haidong City, he was undeniably a paragon of handsomeness, surpassing Qin and I by a significant margin. Who are you? Su Jinrong furrowed his brow. Uncle. I am Muyang. After 8 years, have you forgotten me? Muyang flashed a sunny smile. My heavens, I thought you looked familiar. When did you arrive in Haidong? Why didn't you stop by my house? Su Jinrong inquired with a smile. I just arrived today, coincidentally in time for Grandma Su's grand birthday celebration. So I came here first, Muyang replied. Of course, Su Jinrong nodded repeatedly, while Yang Meiwan beamed with a smile, scrutinizing Muyang before continuing. Muyang, do you plan to leave Haidong City? I will not be leaving. Haidong has developed quite well over the past 2 years. My father wishes for me to invest in some businesses here, allowing me to contribute to my hometown while gaining experience, Muyang explained. Look at Muyang. His ambition is truly commendable, Yang Meiwan praised, then inquired, by the way, Muyang, are you married? I have been so engrossed in my career that I have had no time to contemplate marriage, Muyang replied, then suddenly turned to Suya. But you Xiaoya have been married for 3 years now, haven't you? Yes, I feel like I'm becoming a tired housewife. Suya laughed, clearly on good terms with Muyang. Nonsense. You are even more beautiful now than when I left, Muyang complimented with a smile. Dear, see how charming Muyang is with his words. You two grew up together. Now that he is not leaving, you should spend more time with him, Yang Meiwan subtly insinuated. Suya did not dwell on it for long, as he was a companion she had known for many years. She smiled and nodded, assuring, rest assured I will. This time, I must trouble you, Muyang stated earnestly. The changes in Haidong City are quite substantial. There are many places that truly require guidance. No need to be so polite, Suya replied. Muyang said no more, his gaze shifting to Qin and I, whose expression remained unchanged, exuding a polite smile. You must be Xiaoya's husband, Qin and I? Muyang inquired softly. Indeed, Qin and I nodded. As they began to converse, Yang Meiwan displayed a look of disdain, glancing from Qin and I to Muyang, who seemed to belong to a different realm altogether. Chapter 56. Deep Schemes. Muyang was indeed handsome, surpassing Qin and I in looks. However, when it came to demeanor, Muyang projected an air of pretentiousness, while Qin and I embodied restraint and subtlety. Were they vastly different? Not particularly. The disparity lay largely in the perceptions of outsiders. For in the eyes of Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong, Qin and I was merely a useless waste. Had Qin and I shouted, I am the eldest son of the Qin family in Yanjing, Not only Yang Meiwan, but the entirety of the Su family would have rushed to grovel at his feet. To have married Suya suggests you possess considerable talent. Just now, I overheard the birthday gift you presented, a genuine work by Su Shi, which must be worth millions. Mu Yang remarked, his expression one of admiration, adding politely, I hope to rely on your guidance in Haidong City moving forward. He? Guide you? Huh. Yang Meiwan involuntarily laughed. Mu Yang, you still don't know what he does, do you? Ah, I hope I'm not being presumptuous. What does Qin brother do? Mu Yang Inguiret, maintaining his courteous demeanor. I am merely a humble, traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, Qin and I replied candidly. Ah, traditional Chinese medicine is commendable, being our national heritage. If it develops well, the prospects are boundless, Mu Yang articulated, word by word. Mu Yang, when you have time, make sure to familiarize yourself with Haidong City, our family, and our Suya. Yang Meiwan emphasized, seemingly offering a reminder. Rest assured, I will, he replied. Uncle, aunt, I see a friend and must go greet them. You may continue your conversation. Before departing, he reminded Suya, do not forget our agreement. Onjemu Yang Fanished, Yang Mijuan reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Her face beaming with delight as she exclaimed, I never imagined this child would grow to be so handsome. Back then, he was so unassuming. Why didn't we secure a marriage proposal then? I suppose you regret it now? Suhin Grun Chekil. I have heard that Mu Yang's father conducts significant business in the Jiangnan region. His assets likely rival those of the Su family. Did you hear that, daughter? You must seize this opportunity, Yang Meiwan stated, disregarding Qin and I entirely. Mom, what nonsense are you speaking? I am already married, and furthermore, Mu Yang and I are childhood friends. Our relationship is purely platonic, understand? Suya cautioned. Ha, I refuse to believe that upon seeing Mu Yang, you do not feel regret. Yang Mi Juan questionet skeptically. I do not regret it, Suya huffed, taking Qin Yi's arm as they walked aside. At this moment, Qin Yi's gaze remained clouded with the shadow of Mu Yang. At first glance, the latter appeared to be exceptionally courteous, his speech measured and refined, embodying the essence of a truly polite gentleman. However, Qin and I could discern the hidden daggers concealed within each of his words. The fact that Mu Yang was aware of Suya's 3-year marriage indicated that he had undoubtedly inquired about her circumstances. As for himself, the son-in-law who had been ridiculed for 3 years, how could Mu Yang possibly be oblivious? Particularly evident was the way Mu Yang first adorned him with compliments, only to feign ignorance while inquiring about his work, which was unmistakably a veiled mockery. This was not what was truly alarming. Rather, it was the concealed malice behind that smile. Aside from him, neither Suya nor anyone else seemed to notice, and they even regarded Mu Yang as a person of great refinement. Astute, exceedingly astute, far more so than Li Hao, who merely displayed superficial affections. Contemplating this, Qin and I chuckled softly. It seemed he ought to harbor a sense of urgency. What are you thinking? Silence and whispered. Are you upset with my mother? It's nothing. She often speaks like that. Qin and I replied with a slight smile. Yes, quite thoughtless. But don't be overly concerned. Mu Yang and I grew up together. Our bond is purely platonic, Suya reassured him. I am certainly at ease, for my wife is not someone anyone can pursue. Qin and I declared with a proud smile, eliciting a joyful laugh from Suya. As time progressed, nearly all the guests had arrived, filling the grand hall of the villa with laughter and merriment. The servants began to arrange tables and chairs, with several round dining tables lined along either side of the hall, while a red carpet stretched across the center, culminating in a Wang Wali-crafted armchair at the end. The spectacle was even more extravagant than some wedding ceremonies, and had the house not been spacious, it would have been impossible to accommodate such grandeur. Meanwhile, in the upstairs bedroom, Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan stood beside the elderly matriarch. After exchanging a knowing glance, Su Jinrong gestured for Yang Meiwan to kneel and begin massaging the old lady's legs. Mother, there is something I must discuss with you, Su Jinrong said, lowering his head. Humph. The matriarch scoffed. Truly your daughters are exceptional. I had granted permission for her to attend the birthday banquet, yet she brought that useless one along. Is this a jest at my expense? Do you wish to further disgrace the Su family? Her tone shifted abruptly. How did you two convey this? Mother, What I wish to address is precisely this matter. Su Jinrong continued with a smile. It is not Suya's fault. I simply overlooked an important detail. What detail? The matriarch inquired. Didn't I celebrate my birthday a month ago? Su Jinrong replied. I am aware. You even hosted a banquet at Half Moon Villa. Your current standing surpasses mine. The matriarch retorted with a huff. Yet that was all arranged by Suya. I lack such capabilities. Su Jinrong chuckled lightly. Please continue. The matriarch urged. When I celebrated my birthday, Qin and I presented me with an ancestral treasure, and I dared not accept such a gift. After all, I am merely a junior in the Su family. Thus, I warned him that regardless of the authenticity of the item, it must be delivered into your hands. For the ancestral relics cannot be treated carelessly, Su Jinrong asserted with conviction. You have performed admirably in this matter. Indeed, our ancestors' relics must not be treated with indifference. However, does this worthless individual intend to convey that the item he has presented as a birthday gift is genuine? Lady Su inquired. Mother, consider this. He is merely a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner operating out of a clinic. How could he possibly possess authentic artifacts from our ancestors? Su Jinrong whispered, lowering his voice. I must speak candidly, but please do not take offense. His intention is to use this item to deceive, hoping to gain your approval at your birthday celebration. He has long aspired to enter our Su family. Humph! Does he truly believe himself worthy of that? Am I so easily fooled? Lady Su exclaimed, slamming her hand on the armrest of her chair. This is precisely why I have come to inform you, dear mother. This cunning fellow has even enlisted our Suya as a shield. He knows you would hesitate to discipline her. So even if the item is discovered to be a forgery, you would not impose any punishment. Conversely, if it goes unnoticed, he stands to gain immensely. Su Jinrong added, you must not fall into his trap. My foolish daughter has been completely taken in by him. That is the result of your upbringing. You cannot blame others. Lady Su remarked, her tone softening considerably. Chapter 57. The longevity tea. Seeing that Lady Su's demeanor had become less severe, Su Jinrong realized his words had struck a chord. He continued to feign concern. The shortcomings in our daughter's upbringing are indeed our fault, but in recent years, Suya has made considerable efforts. She has been yearning to return to the Su family, with the sole obstacle being that Qin and I. Due to Suya's marriage prospects, our family has faced considerable disdain from others, particularly from our most significant partner, the chief family, with whom we have had a falling out over this matter. If not for my granddaughter, I would prefer never to see her again, Lady Su sighed. However, 3 years have passed, and my anger has subsided. Since that good-for-nothing is here today, we shall settle old and new scores alike. He is still too inexperienced to play tricks before me. Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan exchanged knowing smiles. As long as Lady Su was willing to take action, Qin and I would undoubtedly face consequences today. Mother, Mu Yang has returned. You are aware, I presume? Yang Mijuan spoke up. How could I not know when my grandson has returned? That little rascal came to see me as soon as he arrived. Lady Su chuckled. I believe Mu Yang still harbors feelings for our Suya. Yang Meiwan said with a smile. Oh, that reminds me, Lady Su paused. When he visited, he did inquire about Suya. Yang Meijuan's face lit up with delight. Mother, the Mu family is currently quite powerful. If we could indeed facilitate a union between him and Suya, it would be immensely beneficial for our Su family. Should such a marriage come to fruition, it would certainly be advantageous. However, given Suya's temperament and that meddlesome Qin and I, it will be no easy feat. Lady Su replied, Suya has matured now. We can manage her affairs. Once we deal with Qin and I, everything else will fall into place, Yang Meiwan said slyly. Lady Su fell silent, her mind already made up. As midday approached, the table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. Relatives and friends took their seats in order of kinship, with the elder generations occupying the high-backed chairs on either side, while the younger ones filled the remaining spaces. Soon, the majority of the seats were taken, with the remaining spots filled by close friends. Daughter, come here quickly. Yang Mijuan wafed at Suya, who was still searching for a seat, and then led her to the second row, where only one position was available. Interestingly, seated beside it was Mu Yang. Logically, Mu Yang was not a relative and should not have been present, Yet it was evident that the Su family did not regard him as an outsider, especially since he was the god-grandson of the matriarch, Su Laotai. You can sit here. Yang Meiwan indicated the seat, just as Suya was about to take her place. She paused and asked, "Where is Qin and I sitting?" "He can sit in the third row. You and Mu Yang have a rare opportunity to catch up here, as your grandmother specifically requested," Yang Meiwan replied, casting a cold glance at the silent Qin and I, and inquiring, "You have no objections, do you?" "He has no objections." "But I do," Suya retorted, realizing her mother's intentions. This was clearly an attempt to matchmake her with Mu Yang, regardless of Qin Ni's presence. Such a maneuver was unacceptable. "Qin and I, let us sit over there," Suya declared without sparing a glance at Mu Yang, and pulled Qin and I away. Yang Meiwan was infuriated but could not express her anger. "Aunt, don't waste your breath. Can't you see how much cousin likes her useless husband?" Suli remarked with a grin. "You should say less." Yang Meiwan shot her a glare, unwilling to bicker with the younger generation, and angrily returned to her seat. Meanwhile, Mu Yang, who had remained silent throughout, maintained a gentlemanly smile, yet his expression was far from pleasant. He avoided looking at Qin and I and Suya, but his thoughts were already consumed by them. He is merely a useless man. Does Suya truly need to protect him? I fail to comprehend what she sees in him. One day, I shall reclaim Suya, Mu Yang silently vowed, gritting his teeth while outwardly remaining composed. Indeed, Qin and I had accurately surmised that Mu Yang's cunning and intellect far surpassed that of Li Hao. "Welcome, esteemed guest of honor." The butler's booming voice jolted everyone back to reality, and the hall erupted in applause and cheers. Leaning on a cane, Su Laotai, supported by her eldest grandson, Su Yuelong, slowly approached the grand chair. Despite her advanced age of 80, the matriarch exuded an undeniable authority, clearly indicative of a life well lived. Having Su Yuelong assist her also conveyed a message. He would inevitably take the helm of the Su family. "Please take your seats," Su Laotai commanded from her chair, gesturing for the relatives and friends who had stood in respect to sit down. As everyone settled, the butler announced loudly, "Today marks the 80th birthday of our venerable guest. With esteemed friends gathered here, let us wish the birthday celebrant a house full of descendants and eternal happiness." The butler delivered a lengthy, congratulatory speech, which concluded with a round of applause. Next, the butler called for the children and grandchildren of the birthday celebrant to present tea. As the applause faded, he loudly announced, "Please, the eldest son Su Jinfeng and his wife Chang Shuanghui step forward to present tea." Su Jinfeng and Chang Shuanghui approached the matriarch, kneeling on a red carpet. With utmost reverence, Su Jinfeng held the teacup above his head and proclaimed, "Wishing you, mother, blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity comparable to the southern mountain." "Well done." The matriarch nodded with a smile, sipping the tea. Chang Shuanghui then raised her teacup high and said, "Wishing you, mother, all matters go smoothly and everlasting joy." "Excellent." The matriarch nodded again. After the passage of a single incense stick's worth of time, most of the relatives had already paid their respects with longevity tea, leaving only Suya and Qin and I yet to partake. Qin and I, indifferent to the proceedings, was unconcerned, but Suya felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite her lingering grievances towards her grandmother, as Su Jinrong had articulated, all her endeavors were undoubtedly aimed at proving herself to the Su family and, most importantly, to her grandmother. This venerable elder, whom she revered, had a perpetual influence on her life. At last, the butler called out Suya's name, igniting a mixture of excitement and anxiety within her. Even before the name was fully pronounced, she had already risen from her seat, instinctively tugging at Qin Ni's arm. "The god-grandson Mu Yang, please come forward to offer the longevity tea." The unexpected addition of the latter half of the sentence left Suya momentarily stunned. As disbelief washed over her, she stared fixedly at the butler, who, to her dismay, did not correct the announcement. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, the arrangement taking everyone by surprise, but quickly dawned on the attendees. This good-for-nothing had truly embarrassed himself. Indeed, it was widely known that he was merely a son-in-law by marriage. Clearly, the Su family did not recognize him as such, rendering him even less than a son-in-law. What a cunning move by the matriarch. Were I in this good-for-nothing shoes, I would wish to disappear into the earth. Chapter 58. You have truly provoked me, the guests outside murmured amongst themselves, while the direct relatives seated at the front erupted into a fervor. Even the dimmest among them could discern that the grandmother was intentionally trying to matchmake Su Ye and Mu Yang for Su Laotai and the parents of Su Ye. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, for Su Ye's contemporaries within the Su family, it was far from a cause for celebration. Should Su Ye truly align herself with Mu Yang, her status within the family would ascend dramatically, and those who already harbored jealousy towards her would be loath to witness such an eventuality. Even Su Yuelong, who no longer viewed Su Ye as a rival, could not help but caution Mu Yang. Brother Mu Yang, you're not still pining for Su Ye, are you? She is not the same as she once was. She has transformed beyond the person you once knew, Su Yuelong remarked. Indeed, while Su Ye retained a semblance of beauty, she was, after all, a married woman. Even if she were to divorce, she would still be perceived as second-hand merchandise. My dear brother, you must tread carefully, another scion of the matriarch's second daughter chimed in. Why are you blaming Brother Mu Yang? This was clearly orchestrated by the second uncle's family. I had wondered why those two went upstairs not long ago. It seems they were deliberating on this matter, Su Li remarked, her tone laced with irritation. Previously, when we were seated, Su Ye put on a facade of propriety. But now her true colors are revealed. I wonder how long she can maintain her act. Su Li believed that the entire scenario had been a self-directed performance by Su Ye's family, with previous events merely for show. Her voice inadvertently carried a hint of envy. For after all, what woman would not be drawn to a man as exceptional as Mu Yang? Even she felt that she had married too early. Mu Yang's gentlemanly smile finally betrayed a glimmer of satisfaction. Although the words of those present were unflattering, they undeniably indicated that Su Laotai was resolutely intent on uniting him with Su Ye, thereby significantly enhancing his chances of success. At this moment, although Su Ye's expression was one of hesitation, she felt compelled to raise her cup in respect, believing that she could never offend her grandmother in the presence of Qin and I. Thus, even if her compliance was coerced, it was sufficient to draw her closer to him and would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to that useless individual. Any discord between that individual and Su Ye would present him with the perfect opportunity to claim Su Ye for himself. Contemplating this, Mu Yang also rose to his feet. Casting a glance at Su Ye, his brow seemingly conveying a silent message, urging her to cease her indecision. From a distance, the guests gasped in awe at Mu Yang's assent. To them, his appearance and demeanor were undeniably more compatible with Su Ye, while the silent Qin and I, seated nearby, was both despised and deemed superfluous. Within mere seconds, the atmosphere in the grand hall shifted dramatically, with only Qin and I remaining unchanged. Indeed, he uttered not a single word, nor did his expression waver. His hand merely rotated the glass in a gentle motion, producing a faint sound of friction, as if the glass would shatter under the slightest pressure. After 9 years of concealment and 3 years of marriage, he had traversed the most arduous paths of life. If one were to seek a vulnerability in him, it would be his marriage to Su Ye. He could endure humiliation for her sake, and he could bear grievances, but as long as Su Ye remained by his side, and he could shield her from distress, all of it would be worthwhile. He sought neither admiration nor reverence, nor did he crave ostentation or vanity. He concealed his true identity, safeguarding Su Ye's tranquility. Even if the day of revelation were to arrive, he wished it not to be now. However, the actions of the Su family transcended mere humiliation for him. They were an overt act of theft, a transgression far more abhorrent than forcing him to divorce Su Ye, an act that would at least acknowledge him as her husband. The current behavior stripped him of that identity, an affront to his very being. You have truly provoked me. A voice from the depths of his soul emerged, recognizing Su Ye's dilemma. Therefore, he resolved to assist her in making a choice. The Su family, mere insects in his eyes, could be made to kneel before him in an instant. Though he was not yet fully empowered and aware of the peril his identity exposure would entail, at this moment, he found himself devoid of alternatives. As if a decision had been made, an astonishing aura emanated from Qin and I, as he firmly grasped Suya's trembling hand with his left. "Grandmother, I apologize, but I cannot toast this cup." Suya's voice resonated simultaneously. The seamless fusion of her actions and words seemed orchestrated, for she was unaware of Qin Ni's transformation. Yet at the moment of his resolution, she inadvertently made her own. Only after uttering those words did she realize that Qin Ni held her hand, and instinctively, she clasped his in return, feeling a reassuring strength coursing through her. Qin Ni exhaled slowly, the raging fire of anger within him gradually extinguished by Su Ye's voice. A bitter smile of self-reproach appeared at the corners of his lips as he regretted underestimating Su Ye's resolve. He felt fortunate that he had delayed his decision slightly. Had it been made just a few seconds earlier, the entire Su family would have faced calamity, and Su Ye would undoubtedly have suffered immensely at that moment. "Su Ye, what nonsense are you spouting?" Su Jinrong exclaimed angrily, rising to his feet as he pointed an accusing finger at her. "Disrespecting the longevity tea. Is this a matter of life and death?" At the sound of Su Jinrong's voice, the astonished onlookers finally reacted. The refusal, Su Ye had outright rejected the tea, was not merely a provocation, it was a blatant slap in the face to old Madame Su. Such an act was tantamount to declaring war against the Su family. Many relatives familiar with Su Ye's unconventional ways knew she was a maverick, yet none anticipated she would dare to act so boldly. Even those like Su Welong and Su Li, who secretly hoped for such a confrontation, were struck dumb with shock, forgetting to hurl their usual insults. "She must be mad," was the only phrase that could encapsulate the crowd's sentiments, while old Madame Su, seated in her grand chair, wore an expression that was beyond description. "Su Ye, apologize to your grandmother immediately and offer her the tea." Su Jinrong shouted again as Su Ye remained silent. Taking a deep breath, Su Ye looked resolutely at old Madame Su and spoke slowly. "Grandmother, today is your birthday, and it should not be marred by anger. However, I must inform you that Qin Ni is my husband, my legal spouse, and this is an immutable fact. To insult him is to insult me. Therefore, I cannot present this tea unless I do so alongside Qin Ni. Su Ye, what is your attitude?" Yang Meiwan also stood up, shrieking hysterically, "How can you speak to your grandmother in such a manner?" The surrounding crowd began to murmur, criticizing Su Ye for her poor demeanor, labeling her arrogant and presumptuous, while Su Welong and others joined in the cacophony of derision. Chapter 59. The cunning Mu Yang. Meanwhile, as Su Ye braved the storm, another individual experienced tumultuous emotions, Mu Yang. He had assumed that with old Madame Su's authority looming over her, Su Ye would surely agree to the tea. To his astonishment, she had defiantly rejected the entire Su family. This ignited a wave of jealousy within him, especially as he watched Qin Ni holding Su Ye's hand, which fueled his disdain. He could not fathom how a worthless individual could win Su Ye's affection, compelling her to disregard everything and refuse the Su family. After taking a heavy breath for what felt like an eternity, Mu Yang gradually calmed himself. Reason dictated that he must maintain his composure. "Grandmother, may I have a word?" Mu Yang suddenly interjected. Old Madame Su nodded expressionlessly. "Indeed, Su Ye has a point. Regardless of circumstances, Qin Ni is her legal husband, and thus, the tea should not be offered in my stead." Mu Yang spoke in a calm tone. "I hope grandmother will not blame Su Ye. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon me." Mu Yang's self-sacrificial act instantly garnered admiration, with many praising his masculinity and willingness to take responsibility. Even Su Ye couldn't help but cast a grateful glance in his direction. Old Madame Su's expression softened slightly, though it was evident that persuading her to let Su Ye and Qin Ni off the hook would not be a simple task. "Mu Yang, please take a seat. Grandmother did not mistake you." This simple declaration from the elderly lady could be regarded as the highest form of affirmation for Mu Yang. Once Mu Yang settled down, the old lady turned her gaze towards Su Ye and spoke. "Su Ye, I comprehend your desire to protect Qin Ni, as he is, after all, your husband. However, allowing such an inept individual to present me with longevity tea would tarnish our ancestors' reputation, a disgrace I cannot bear." After a brief pause, she continued, "Steward Liu, did Qin Ni deliver a manuscript of our ancestors' handwriting today?" "Indeed, It is the Sutra of the Diamond Perfection of Wisdom, penned by Su Shi. Steward Lu recited the full title. The old lady nodded, directing her attention to Qin and I. Qin and I, please rise. Upon hearing his name called, Qin and I stood up promptly. Yet he did not release his grip on Suya's hand. Qin and I, listen carefully. The relics of our ancestors hold profound significance for the Su family. If this sutra is genuine, I shall allow you and Suya to present this cup of tea. However, should it prove to be a forgery, you shall bear the consequences, the old lady stated with an imposing tone. Hearing such words, Qin and I found it somewhat amusing. Why should he lower himself to offer tea to someone unworthy of even carrying his shoes? Nonetheless, he refrained from retorting, understanding that Suya, caught in the middle, had longed for his acceptance by the Su family and her parents. Grandmother, the Sutra of the Diamond Perfection of Wisdom we, as a couple, offer you is merely a birthday gift for you, devoid of any ulterior motives, Qin and I remarked calmly. His intention was to remind Su grandma not to underestimate him and Suya, yet his words were misconstrued by her and Su Jinrong as something entirely different. Qin and I, if you wish to meet your demise, I shall not hinder you, but do not drag my daughter down with you. What do you mean by saying it is a gift from you both? This sutra was clearly presented by you alone, Yang Meiwan reproached loudly. Indeed, do not presume my daughter will share the blame with you, Su Jinrong chimed in. After their vehement accusations, Suya bit her lip, unable to counter her parents in such a setting, and turned to Su grandma. Grandmother, the gift indeed was prepared by us both. The old lady sneered, clearly disbelieving Suya's statement. Her bias against Qin and I was already deeply entrenched, further exacerbated by Su Jinrong and his wife's interference. Suya, please take your seat, the old lady commanded. Upon hearing this, Suya anxiously sat down. The elderly lady then addressed Qin and I. Qin and I, you are still young. If you were to conduct yourself with integrity, perhaps you could forge a respectable path in the future. Yet, if you only seek shortcuts, you shall forever remain a failure. Today, I offer you a chance. Leave the Su family, depart from Suya. I will not pursue the matter of the gift. But should it be discovered that the sutra is a forgery, you will not only have crossed my boundaries, but also the laws of Long Country. At this declaration, everyone in the hall gasped in shock. The mention of the law made it abundantly clear that if the item were indeed a forgery, Qin and I could face imprisonment, a consequence far beyond anyone's imagination. Even Suya was taken aback by her grandmother's ruthlessness. Just as she intended to rise in defense of Qin and I, she felt his large hand resting on her shoulder. It seemed that Su grandma was convinced the sutra was a counterfeit. Qin Ni's smile remained remarkably relaxed. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have once encountered the authentic manuscript of the Diamond Sutra, owned by a distinguished individual from our city of Haidong. I had visited thrice for the sake of this scripture, yet I could only catch a fleeting glimpse. It is particularly regrettable that the owner regards this text as a treasure and refuses to part with it. With that said, I trust you will act accordingly. The elderly lady has indeed provided a warning to Qin and I, implying that if I cannot obtain it, what makes you think you can? Grandma Su, the authenticity of this Diamond Sutra is uncertain. Thus, I kindly ask for your discerning eye, Qin and I remarked with a confident smile. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in astonishment. How audacious of Qin and I! Indeed, the elderly lady had already made herself clear. Was that not sufficiently evident? Perhaps he believed she was attempting to intimidate him. Those familiar with her know that she has presided over the Su family for many years, never undertaking ventures without confidence. This fool is surely doomed today. Qin Ni's words did carry a hint of arrogance, which Grandma Su could not fail to perceive. She coldly smiled and directly instructed, Butler Lu, please bring forth the item. Butler Lu obliged and swiftly presented the prepared gift box before Grandma Su, saying, Please take a look, esteemed elder. With a light chuckle, Grandma Su merely smiled without making a move. Although I have devoted my life to the study of my ancestors' artifacts, I cannot claim expertise in the appraisal of treasures. Perhaps this is why some dare to present forgeries before me. However, while I may be unable to discern, there are those who can. Professor Ma should have arrived by now. Upon hearing her words, an elderly gentleman in glasses and a Zhongshan suit rose from the dining table, calmly stating, "Esteemed elder, thanks to your auspicious presence today, I have just arrived. Now that you are here, I shall not be polite. Please, Professor Ma, come forth and lend your discerning eye." Grandma Su smiled. "Very well. I shall reveal my shortcomings," Professor Ma replied as he approached her. Meanwhile, some attendees recognized Professor Ma as the director of the Haidong City Museum. In that moment, everyone understood that Grandma Su had made ample preparations, while Qin and I appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, anticipating the Su family's verdict. Chapter 60. This is the authentic manuscript. Grandma Su had already examined the Diamond Sutra meticulously in her chamber, yet due to her limited expertise, she could not ascertain its authenticity. Thus, she had summoned Ma Zhanhe, albeit too hastily to allow him a prior inspection. Nevertheless, in Grandma Su's view, regardless of the order of proceedings, the outcome was immutable. She could not bring herself to believe that the Diamond Sutra presented by Qin and I was genuine, as the story she recounted indeed existed. At the dining table, Qin and I stood composed, while Suya beside him gripped his hand tightly, filled with anxiety and fear, her palms beginning to perspire. Professor Ma approached the elderly lady, placing the gift box from the butler onto a nearby table. Upon unveiling the red cloth, he momentarily froze in surprise. "This box's craftsmanship seems oddly familiar," murmured Ma Zhanhe, puzzled. "Professor Ma, have you discerned something?" Grandma Su inquired, sensing that Ma Zhanhe's expression was rather unusual. "This exquisite gift box is crafted from the finest small-leaf red sandalwood, and its intricate carvings are undoubtedly the work of a master artisan. However, the authenticity of the contents within can only be ascertained upon inspection." Ma Zhanshan merely made a cursory remark, refraining from further examination of the box, for the true treasures lie within. The atmosphere was hushed, with all eyes fixed intently upon the gift box. Ma Zhanshan donned a pair of gloves and gently opened the box. Upon discovering the paper manuscript inside, he slightly furrowed his brow before lifting it into his hands. As the true nature of the manuscript was revealed, laughter erupted among the onlookers. It was unmistakably a forgery, far too pristine for something purportedly from the Song dynasty, which has endured for nearly a millennium and could not possibly be so well preserved. It seemed that Qin Yi's fate was sealed today. Some uninformed individuals took the opportunity to mock Qin Yi. However, Ma Zhanhe earnestly elucidated to authenticate paintings and calligraphy. The foremost criterion is to examine the age of the paper. During the Tang and Song dynasties, our nation achieved the pinnacle of papermaking. Particularly, the Xian paper produced during the Song dynasty underwent over 100 meticulous processes in its creation. It is no exaggeration to say that paper from the Tang and Song eras can endure for 4,000 to 5,000 years without decaying, which explains why many works from that period remain in excellent condition. The surface of this handwritten Diamond Sutra appears remarkably fresh due to the incorporation of a unique oak material during its production. While speaking, Ma Zhanhe gently sniffed the manuscript, nodding thoughtfully after a moment. He then proceeded to open the pages and slowly expounded. Each page of this manuscript is crafted from the highest quality raw Xian paper, which naturally oxidizes over time to exhibit a deep yellow hue, radiating from the inner layers of the paper. This phenomenon cannot be artificially replicated. As Ma Zhanhe elaborated, the murmurs of skepticism began to wane. Could it be that Qin Yi genuinely possessed an authentic artifact? No one dared to believe it. Old Madame Su wore a look of astonishment. While she yearned for a genuine relic from her ancestors, if this were true, it would be a slap in her face. Furthermore, she could not fathom that Qin Yi possessed such expertise. "Madam, based on the paper, this manuscript indeed belongs to an earlier era. What remains to be examined is whether the handwriting is authentically from Su Shi," Ma Zhanhe stated. "Precisely, Professor Ma. Do scrutinize it closely," old Madame Su urged. "Rest assured, the authentication of antiques demands meticulous attention," Ma Zhanhe replied as he scrutinized the manuscript. Few genuine pieces of Su Shi's calligraphy have survived to this day, but from the information we possess, it is evident that his handwriting is not only distinctive, but also possesses a unique elegance. His style is characterized by a rich application of ink, giving the impression of plump characters, which some admire while others disdain. Furthermore, his writing style is marked by a dynamic interplay of light and heavy strokes, with variations in size, which vividly reflects his proud and unrestrained character. At this point, Ma Zhanghe smiled slightly, adding, "After all, Su Shi excelled not only in calligraphy, but also in painting and poetry. If such a figure existed in modern times, he would undoubtedly be insufferably arrogant." Ma Zhanghe delivered an eloquent discourse, eliciting waves of admiration from the audience. However, the primary concern among the attendees centered on the authenticity of the handwritten Diamond Sutra. It was not long before someone raised this pressing question. An old lady, Su, fixated her anxious gaze on Ma Zhanghe. "Madam, based on the information I possess, this manuscript of the Diamond Sutra, penned by Su Shi, is indeed genuine," Ma Zhanghe concluded as he returned the precious tome to its ornate box. The revelation caused an uproar in the room. Genuine artifact? Who would have anticipated that Qin and I could present an authentic piece? The guests seated at the periphery stared in astonishment, their eyes wide as saucers, while Su Yuelong, Su Li, and others were left utterly speechless. Particularly, Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan appeared as if struck by lightning, rendered immobile in their seats. They had exerted considerable effort for this very moment, concocting tales and feigning distress for an entire month, only to discover that this forgery was, in fact, a true relic. Did this not place them in an uncomfortable position? They found themselves at a loss for words, their eyes fixated on Ma Zhanghe, hoping for a reversal of fate. Old Lady Su, feeling increasingly awkward, recognized that she should be elated to possess an authentic work by Su Shi. Yet, given her prior harsh remarks, she wondered how to navigate this situation. "Professor Ma, are you truly certain this is an original?" she inquired earnestly. Ma Zhanghe understood her intent, yet he felt a responsibility to uphold his professional integrity. He replied delicately, "Madam, you are acquainted with the collector of this manuscript, are you not? Would it not be more prudent to confirm with them via phone call? If the original remains in their possession, I shall have to apologize to you today." His words served as a reminder to Old Lady Su. Nodding, she declared, "Indeed, I shall call right away. Lu, bring me my phone." The tension in the room escalated once more, as Su Ye, having just relaxed, felt her hands tense again. After all, professors can occasionally be mistaken. "Rest assured, everything will be fine," Qin and I gently reassured Su Ye, casting a glance in her direction. They exchanged a silent look, and though her heart raced, she found some solace. "Dial President Wang on speakerphone," Old Lady Su instructed, her voice ringing out. She could scarcely believe that this might be an authentic piece. As the steward dialed, she expressed her indignation. "President Wang has owned this Diamond Sutra for over a decade. I previously offered $7 million for it, yet was unsuccessful, which is why I harbor doubts." With a sly smile directed at Qin and I, she added, "Could it be that something I cannot acquire has somehow fallen into your hands? Regardless of your capabilities, do you truly possess such wealth?" Chapter 61. The Mindset Crumbles. Upon hearing the price mentioned by Old Lady Su, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Not only did Old Lady Su doubt the authenticity, but so did everyone else, including Su Ye, who was taken aback by the exorbitant figure. "Hello, this is Wang Yunyan." A deep voice emanated from the phone, prompting gasps from the audience. "Wang Yunyan? The president? Is he not the vice president of the Medical Association?" Indeed, no wonder the old lady referred to him as a significant figure. It was surprising to learn that Old Lady Su was acquainted with the vice president of the Medical Association. The guests from a Su family could be considered elite members of Haidong City's upper society. The higher their status, the more they understood and respected the Medical Association. So it was only natural for them to be astonished upon hearing Wang Yunyan's name. Seeing the astonishment on everyone's faces, Grandma Su couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and smiled as she introduced herself. "President Wang, I am Su Yu from the Su family." Although Wang Yunyan was only in his 50s, Grandma Su dared not assert her seniority. Instead, she directly stated her full name. "Oh, it is Su Lao." Wang Yunyan replied politely, "Is there something I can assist you with?" "I wish to inquire about something." Do you still possess the paper edition of the Diamond Sutra written by Su Shi? Grandma Su said, casting a cold glance at Qin and I. If Wang Yunyan were to confirm its existence, she would not let her adversary escape unscathed. The hall fell into a profound silence as everyone awaited Wang Yunyan's response. Suya was extremely anxious, while Qin and I remained unfazed, observing the Su family's grotesque display. Su Lao still yearns for that Diamond Sutra, does he? Wang Yunyan replied. I regret to inform you that I have already gifted it to a friend. Gifted it to a friend? Grandma Su was taken aback. Is there a problem? Wang Yunyan inquired. President Wang, to speak candidly, I also received a copy of the Diamond Sutra today. I wonder if it is the one you had? Grandma Su pressed on, unwilling to relent. I have preserved that Diamond Sutra in a small box made of rosewood. If the interior bears the inscription of both my name and Fu Bahai's, then it is indeed mine. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wang Yunyan stated, hanging up before Grandma Su could respond. Butler Liu promptly opened the gift box and soon discovered the inscription of both Wang Yunyan and Fu Bahai within the hidden compartment. Madam, this is indeed present. Butler Liu whispered. Standing nearby, Mahjana smiled slightly and remarked, no wonder the craftsmanship of this box is so exquisite. It is indeed the work of Fu Bahai. Madam, today you have struck gold. Not only have you obtained the authentic manuscript of the Diamond Sutra written by Su Shi, but even this rosewood box is worth a fortune. Congratulations. Mahjana's words completely overturned the day's farce, and gasps of disbelief echoed as everyone turned their incredulous gazes toward Qin and I. This so-called waste in everyone's eyes had managed to turn the tables against the entire Su family. If it were not witnessed firsthand, who would have believed such a turn of events? A tumult of complex emotions surged within the hearts of those present. Among the peers, Sui Welong, Su Li, Ding Yun, and others, none were more discontent than they, as they did not wish to see Suya rise again. Their relationships were devoid of familial affection, filled only with jealousy and rivalry. They reveled in Suya's downfall, relishing the fact that she had to settle for a seemingly worthless husband. They wished nothing more than a trample on the Su family's most beautiful Faade. They yearned for a public humiliation of both Suya and Qin and I. However, once the birthday gift was authenticated as a genuine artifact, the impact on them was devastating. The nearly 10 million in gifts crushed them into insignificance. The discomfort rendered them speechless, especially Mu Yang, who has always regarded Qin Yi with a disdainful attitude, exuding an air of nonchalance. Convinced that Suya would inevitably gravitate towards him. Despite Suya's repeated defense of Qin Yi, he remained unperturbed. For who would willingly spend a lifetime with a useless individual? He possessed his own charisma and confidence. Yet, the moment the appraisal results were revealed, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Had he misjudged Qin Yi? Observing Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan, whose expressions were more wretched than the skin of a boiled chicken, one could only imagine the depths of their regret. This birthday gift should have been presented by the two of them, with all accolades rightfully belonging to them. However, what was the outcome? Su Jinrong contemplated overturning the table before him, incessantly questioning himself why he had not believed in Qin Yi from the start. Why? Yang Meiwan, equally horrified, gazed at Qin Yi in bewilderment. Could it be that he was a concealed heir of wealth? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There had to be some underlying issue. The facade crumbled, shattering the collective mindset of those present, and the one most profoundly affected was undoubtedly old Lady Su. She could not articulate her feelings. It felt akin to being struck in the face repeatedly with 10 million, leaving her utterly humiliated. Though the nearly 10 million gift was indeed tempting, as an octogenarian, her dignity held paramount importance. Yet, at this juncture, no words could rectify the situation. You truly astonish me. Old Lady Su finally spoke, her tone far from pleasant. Grandma, are you satisfied with the birthday gift that Suya and I have presented? Qin Yi smiled faintly, a smile laced with provocation. Naturally, as it is an authentic piece by Su Shi, Old Lady Su replied coldly. Mother, do not listen to his nonsense. This authentic piece was certainly brought to you by Suya as a tribute, and he had no part in it. Yang Meiwan hastily interjected. as if guessing the unfolding scenario. Mother, I concur. Suya is currently collaborating with Hua Qian Hospital, possessing ample resources to acquire such an authentic piece. Qin Yi merely sees an opportunity, Su Jinrong added, rising to speak. In their fervor, they seemed to forget that not long ago they had pushed the Diamond Sutra onto Qin Yi, now shamelessly attributing the credit to Suya. Yet who truly cared? No one would believe in the resurgence of a useless individual, and Su Jinrong's words held a certain persuasive power. Enough, cease your quarrels. Since it is indeed an authentic piece, let us fulfill our promise and have them serve tea. Old lady Su waved her hand dismissively, as if bestowing a favor. Butler Liu, understanding the unspoken command, proclaimed loudly, "Please, granddaughters Suya and Qin Yi, serve the longevity tea." He was acutely aware of the old lady's sentiments, merely naming Qin Yi without the title of son-in-law. The atmosphere gradually eased, and the assembly felt the farce nearing its conclusion. However, they soon noticed that Suya, upon rising, did not proceed towards the old lady, seemingly lacking the intention to serve tea. "Suya, what are you waiting for? Hurry and serve tea to Grandma." Su Jinrong urged with a furrowed brow, while Yang Meiwan shot a glare at Qin Yi. "What are you dawdling for? Today you have it easy." Chapter 62. Today, you are the protagonist at this moment. Seated in the grand chair, old lady Su raised her head imperiously, proclaiming her authority. Her unassailable demeanor seemed to convey to Qin and I that, even if the artifact he presented were genuine, there was no hope of winning her favor. Her demand for him to kneel and serve tea was merely an act of coerced charity. This encapsulated old lady Su's mindset. She could err, yet would never concede. "Grandmother." Suya finally spoke, her tone calm, yet resolute. "You are my elder, and I hold you in high regard. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to attend this banquet. For 3 years, I have anticipated this day, and while I am indeed elated, my heart is also heavy." Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend their daughter's intentions. As Suya continued, "I had contemplated the repercussions of this sutra being a counterfeit. Even in my worst-case scenario, I believe the Su family would merely reprimand Qin and I or cast him out in disgrace. Yet, I could never have imagined you would wish to imprison him. How heartless you truly are. Even if he is inept and worthless, he remains my husband. Have you ever considered my feelings?" Suya's voice, which usually bore a hint of sweetness, now sliced through the air like a sharpened blade, revealing no trace of tenderness. "Suya, be silent. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Jinrong thundered, his body trembling with rage. "Today, I must speak my mind," Suya declared, her gaze fixed firmly on old lady Su. "Prior to this moment, I wished to serve you tea, and I wanted Qin and I to join me in honoring you, for I believe that would signify your utmost approval of us. However, I refuse to allow him to prostrate himself before you for my sake, nor will I permit him to curry favor with one who seeks to harm him." As she spoke, Suya turned slightly, gazing into Qin Yi's dark eyes, a hint of happiness gracing her features. "I do not wish for him to suffer even the slightest indignity. Though my abilities may be modest, I must assert this. Grandmother, I will not honor this cup of tea." The declaration reverberated through the hall like a tidal wave, stunning all present. If her initial refusal to serve tea had left room for negotiation, her resolute stance now amounted to a death sentence. "We are leaving," Suya said, pulling Qin and I away amidst the tense atmosphere, disregarding the shocked gazes of the onlookers. "Stop right there." Old lady Su slammed her hand on the armrest and rose, fury radiating from her. "Suya, do you believe that your connection with Hua Qian Hospital has given you wings? I assure you, I can obliterate everything you hold dear in an instant." Old lady Su's anger had escalated to near hysteria. She had not anticipated Suya would repeatedly challenge her for Qin Yi's sake, especially in front of such a large gathering of guests. "Mother, please do not be angry. She is merely confused," Su Jinrong pleaded, dropping to his knees before old lady Su. Yang Meiwan hastily followed suit, crawling and begging earnestly, "Mother, please grant Suya another chance." As Yang Meiwan spoke, she turned to Suya, shouting, "Suya, apologize to grandmother at once." Suya paused, yet she did not look back, tightening her grip on Qin Ni's hand. Suya, I will assume this is merely a moment of confusion on your part, and I shall grant you one final opportunity. Madame Su inhaled deeply, as if resolving something within herself, and spoke coldly. I can arrange for you to return to the Su family for work, even allow you to take over some contracts, but you must divorce. Suya, you must agree to grandmother's wishes, quickly, urged Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong, fully aware that if Suya departed today, their own fates would be dire, given that they were the architects of this entire scheme. 3 years ago, my marriage may have been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but today my departure signifies my growth. Suya declared, and without a moment's hesitation, she took Qin Ni's hand and vanished from the sight of the crowd. As the sun descended, Suya nestled beside Qin Ni on a bench by the sea, where the sky was shrouded in gray clouds. Yet a small patch of blue peeked through in the direction of the setting sun, casting its light upon the ocean. May I share my story with you? Suya skid cautiously. Of course, Qin and I nodded. Just a part of it, if you please. She inquired again. Certainly, he replied succinctly. I contemplated suicide. Suya exhaled slowly. That was during my final year of university, when I faced the deepest abyss of my life. Yet, fate seemed to show me mercy, allowing me to encounter you before I made a final decision. You healed me daily, engaged me in conversation, and it was only in your clinic that I found peace to sleep. Truthfully, I did not love you then. I merely found solace in your presence, which made the passage of time more bearable. Thus, I married you, undeterred by the countless objections, for I understood that leaving you would mean losing my will to live. As Suya spoke, a hint of anxiety crept into her demeanor. She entwined her arm with Qin Ni's and gazed at him, saying, This is why I chose to be with you. Perhaps there was an element of utility in my choice, but at that time, I truly could not be without you. I understand, Qin and I replied, offering a gentle smile. He recognized the profound mental torment she had endured, far surpassing mere depression, and as a doctor, he could not be oblivious to her suffering. Suya exhaled in relief and continued, After our marriage, facing the expulsion from the Su family and the reprimands from my parents left me battered, yet at least I was alive. This existence granted me the opportunity to prove myself anew. My grandmother was once my idol, and I wished for her to see that whichever path I chose, I would excel. However, when the Su family was merely a stone's throw away, I realized that my so-called success and efforts were, in her eyes, nothing more than a cold transaction. Thus, when I held your hand and departed from the Su family, I finally awakened to the truth. What I needed was not to prove myself to them, but to demonstrate to you that 3 years ago, I could not afford to lose you, for I had entrusted my life to you. And today, I cannot lose you, for you have become my life. At this juncture, Suya paused slightly, gazing deeply into Qin Ni's eyes. Therefore, I shall do everything in my power to protect you. Qin, he was taken aback. As the sweet affection surged within his heart, he restrained his smile and inquired, I did not quite catch the last sentence. I will do everything in my power to protect you, Suya replied, her voice gradually diminishing, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. The way you say it makes it seem as though I am the woman and you are the man. Vin yi chaklet. Not at all. Most of the time, it is you who protects me. Suya loret hergaze. Qin enveloped her in his arms, holding her tightly, and spoke in a low voice today. You are the protagonist. Chapter 63. Nonsense Theory. Qin cast a gentle gaze toward the distant setting sun. Today, Suya, with her determination and bravery, had saved not only the Su family, but also him. Although Suya had not divulged the entire story, Qin understood that one day, she would reveal everything to him, and that moment was not far off. In the study on the second floor of the Su family villa, Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan had been kneeling on the floor for an hour, awaiting the matriarch's inquiry. It's all your fault for that terrible idea. Insisting on having Qin deliver the birthday gift. Instead of him being sent away, it's the two of us who ended up in this predicament. Su Jinrong fumed, rarely directing such accusations towards Yang Meiwan. How was I to know that it was an authentic piece? Yang Meiwan lamented, equally regretful and aggrieved. It's truly baffling. How could it possibly be genuine? Su Jinrong muttered. Old Su, can't you see? It must have been purchased by our daughter. Yang Meiwan quickly interjected. Didn't the matriarch mention that item was expensive? Our daughter only signed a contract with Huaguan Hospital. How could she possibly afford nearly 10 million? Su Jinrong added, even if it were indeed our daughter's purchase, why hasn't she informed us? It must be that Qin Yi is meddling. Who knows what kind of nonsense he has been feeding our daughter? Yang Meiwan seethed, ready to say more when the study door swung open. In walked Su Jinyin and his wife, supporting the matriarch. Seeing their demeanor, Su Jinrong felt an ominous premonition. Mother, are you still angry? Su Jinrong asked cautiously. Of course. It's all thanks to your precious daughter. Su Jinyin interjected with a huff. Mother, I never anticipated things would escalate to this point. I was merely acting for the benefit of our family. Su Jinrong replied, his voice tinged with emotion. Both of you, rise, the matriarch said with a calm demeanor. Su Jinrong's anxiety deepened as he and Yang Meiwan stood up, trembling, and he whispered, Mother, rest assured. I will certainly discipline Su Ye and Qin Yi upon my return. If you truly had the ability to discipline them, today's events would never have transpired. The matriarch remarked, taking a deep breath. From this day forward, you need not concern yourself with the company. Su Jinrong froze in shock. The company was his sole source of income. Mother, are you transferring me? He hurriedly asked. You are not getting any younger. In a few years, you will reach retirement age. You need not worry about the company's affairs. Rest assured, your pension will remain adequate for your daily expenses, the matriarch replied coldly. Mother, I am still capable, and the company cannot do without me. Su Jinrong exclaimed, increasingly agitative. Brother, it would be wise for you to refrain from further folly. Am I not aware of the state of your company's affairs? If you continue on this reckless path, bankruptcy will be imminent, Su Jinyin remarked with evident irritation. Tomorrow, return to the office to tidy up and facilitate the handover with Jinyin. I have no desire for further dialogue. Make haste and leave. Su Jinrong and Yang Meiwan departed the Su household in disarray, facing a darkness they had never before encountered in their lives. Conversely, Su Jinyin and Jiang Yu found themselves unexpectedly benefiting from the unfolding circumstances. As the guests gradually exited, Grandma Su summoned Su Yuelong to her side. Grandma, allow me to massage your shoulders. Su Yuelong feigned a compliant demeanor. You witnessed the incident with Su Ye today. My once beloved granddaughter is transformed so drastically. Grandma Su sighed deeply. I too was taken aback by Su Ye's current disposition. Today, I suggested she assist in establishing a connection for us, as our family has long sought collaboration with Huqian Hospital. Can you guess her response? Su Yuelong's eyes gleamed mischievously. What did she say? Grandma Su inquired. She declared that our family is unworthy. At that moment, I nearly struck her across the face. Su Yuelong exaggerated. Umph. Does she truly believe she can trample upon our family? Grandma Su retorted angrily. She undoubtedly harbors resentment toward us. Su Yuelong quickly added, Yuelong, I care not what means you employ, but you must ensure she loses her support from Huqian Hospital. Grandma, Su commanded resolutely. Rest assured, Grandma. Now that you have given the order, I shall proceed without reservation. Su Yuelong chuckled. This shall serve as a valuable opportunity for your growth. Should you excel, upon your father's retirement, his position shall be yours, Grandma Su declared. Thank you, Grandma. Su Yuelong beamed with delight upon hearing those words. On Wednesday, just as Qin and I settled onto the clinic's sofa to light a cigarette, Chun Duo hurried in. Could you possibly smoke less? Are you not afraid of lung cancer? It's rather ironic coming from someone studying traditional Chinese medicine. Chun Duo blurted upon entering. When one's time has come, even a mere swallow can lead to choking. Qin and I replied with a smile. What absurd theory is that? Chun Duo found his reasoning incomprehensible. My grandfather smoked his entire life, only to meet an untimely end. Tell me, which is more terrifying, smoking or the unknown? I would rather succumb to smoking. At least that would be a clear fate. Qin and I stated as he took a drag. Your grandfather, is he the elderly gentleman in your wallet photo? Chun Duo inquired curiously. How did you manage to peek into my wallet? Qin and I frowned. I merely checked how much money you had and happened to glance at the rest. I couldn't shake the feeling that the old man appeared familiar. Chun Duo pondered, her eyes darting in contemplation. Qin and I paused, realizing that his grandfather was one of the honorary deans at Sandu Academy, where a statue of him would undoubtedly be erected. And Chen Duo had returned from further studies at that very institution. What, pray tell, is your purpose for visiting today? It seems you frequent my space as if it were a beauty salon. Qin and I cleverly diverted the conversation. What do you mean by frequenting? Did you not tell me to come today? Wasn't it for a show? Chen Duo snorted. I thought you were more formidable. Just wait until that scoundrel arrives. I'll see how you handle him. Qin and I feigned a smile. You almost made me forget. Rest assured, he won't come. What? Did you give him money? Chen Duo furrowed her brows. Qin and I, you can't be serious? You just handed over 300,000? We can't waste Suya's money, can we? What are you thinking? Qin and I was at a loss for words and had no desire to explain. Just then, Zhao happened to walk in from outside. He glanced at Chen Duo before turning to Qin and I. It's fine, we're all on the same side. What's the situation? Qin and I gestured for Zhao and to sit and speak. Chapter 64. Medical Association. Zhao and settled into a chair and stated directly that Dong Bing is a natural gambler. Rarely returns home. When he does, it's usually just to ask old Dong for money. Recently, he's accumulated quite a bit of gambling debt, around 200,000, part of which is high-interest loans that are pressing him hard. So he set his sights on old Dong. Damn, what a wretch. When I heard about old Dong's unfortunate demise, I suspected poisoning. It seems Dong Bing is indeed responsible. Qin and I extinguished his cigarette, but... Correct. He initially intended to buy accident insurance for old Dong, but feared the insurance company would investigate thoroughly. Coincidentally, he saw Dong Yin bringing old Dong here for treatment and conceived the idea of extorting money. Zhao said with a slight smile, especially since you, brother, and I are so straightforward and lack any backing, with a questionable reputation, and most importantly, a wealthy wife. You understand. Zhao privately referred to Qin and I as brother and I, as per Qin's request. Listening to Zhao and Qin and I frowned. Was this a compliment or an insult? He shot a glare and retorted, enough with the nonsense. Nothing more to say. After returning home, Dong Bing poisoned old Dong and then came here to extort money. He didn't actually expect to extort 300,000. He thought he could settle for 80 or 100,000. He didn't anticipate you would agree outright, and he celebrated at home for the entire night. Zhao chuckled. How do you know all this so well? Chen Duo, standing by the door, suddenly asked. After listening for a while, she noticed Zhao's account sounded remarkably credible, as if he had experienced it firsthand. I use some special methods, Zhao replied awkwardly. Special methods? Chen Duo furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering something. At this moment, Qin and I quickly interjected, just listen, no interruptions. Oomph. Chen Duo huffed lightly. What happened next? Qin and I inquired again. I have already arranged for the authorities to apprehend him. The evidence is irrefutable, and he was caught red-handed. The coroner has confirmed it. For murdering his father over money, the death penalty is inevitable. Zhao sighed as he spoke. That Dong Yin is rather pitiable. She is a widow, raising a child on her own. When old Dong was alive, it could help her, but now she must fend for herself. I am aware of her situation. Qin and I nodded gently, then added, by the way, please clear the debts that Dong Bing owes, but don't let Dong Yin find out. All right, I will take care of it, Zhao said as he stood up. By the way, Elder Tian asked me to remind you not to forget about the assessment at the Medical Association. Rest assured, the examiners are present. How could I forget? Qin and I cast a glance at Chen Duo. Examiners? Zhao was taken aback, promptly giving Qin and I a thumbs up, exclaiming, brother and I is impressive, quite resourceful. With that, he swiftly departed. What is that little rascal thinking? Qin and I chuckled helplessly, only to notice Chen Duo glaring at him with wide eyes. What is this person up to? Her tone was one of scrutiny as she observed his gait, which was anything but ordinary. Are you determined to investigate me thoroughly? Qin and I felt somewhat exasperated and replied dismissively, just a friend of mine. He used to be a cop. Chen Duo found this explanation somewhat plausible, so she refrained from further inquiries and continued, Dong Bing extorted money from you, and you repaid malice with kindness by assisting in debt collection, over 200,000, which is no trifling sum. Do you consider yourself a bodhisattva? Firstly, It was Dong Bing who wronged me. As for Dong Yen, she is an exceedingly kind individual. Given Dong Bing's substantial debts, do you truly believe the creditors would simply relent? Qin and I countered. Chen Duo then understood, with Dong Bing now apprehended. The creditors would undoubtedly turn to Dong Yen for repayment. Since ancient times, it has been said in Longhua that the realms of medicine and martial arts are inseparable. Saving lives requires not only the needle in hand, but also the blade. Yet my grandfather taught me that the mastery of medical skills is of little consequence. What truly matters in the endeavor to save lives and alleviate suffering is one's sincerity. What is sincerity, you may ask? It is the benevolence of a healer. Upon concluding his thoughts, Qin and I smiled faintly and jested. I shall impart this lesson to you without charge. Simply provide me with a favorable evaluation during the practical assessment. Dream on. Chen Duo shot back before departing. As she drove her sports car, Qin Ni's words echoed in her mind. Such an insightfulness could hardly be the manifestation of an inept individual. Chen Duo was not foolish. She had long perceived the depth of his character. Yet her pride prevented her from acknowledging it. Moreover, the only means she had to undermine him was through disparaging remarks. The subsequent days unfolded quietly, with Suya returning to the normalcy of life, while Qin and I persistently honed his medical skills. As for Yang Meiwan and Su Jinrong, following the reclamation of the company by old lady Su, they fell into a state of quietude. This was not due to their resignation, but rather because they were frantically scrambling to establish connections, though it was evident that old lady Su's decision would be difficult to overturn. Suya felt intense guilt regarding this matter and was also apprehensive that Yang Meiwan might unleash her fury upon Qin and I. Qin and I was well aware that this confrontation was inevitable. However, he harbored no real concerns. Instead, he reassured Suya not to let her relationship with her parents become too strained. He did not wish to witness her sorrow due to familial discord. Yongle, a manor located in the suburban outskirts of Haidong City, spans nearly 50,000 square meters. Most of its architecture reflects an ancient style, while it may not appear ostentatious. Its construction costs surpass those of many office buildings. This is the headquarters of the Medical Association, where the foremost medical practitioners of Haidong City congregate, particularly in such a secluded area, which often imparts an aura of transcendence, perhaps the very reason for establishing the headquarters here. On a foggy morning, the temperature approached freezing, and although Haidong City is a coastal locale, winter had arrived, bringing with it a notable chill. In front of the grand entrance of Yongle, several luxurious sports cars came to a halt, and a group of young men and women gracefully alighted from their vehicles. Gazing at the garden-like architecture of Yongle, they could not help but exclaim in awe. Wow, so this is Yongle. It truly is beautiful. To work here would be worth a lifetime. Don't be so naive. That stunning beauty, Chen Duo, was more ruthless than my own mother during the last interview. Keep your voice down. She's the daughter of President Chen. If she hears you, you'll be in trouble. What of it? Once I join the association, I will certainly surpass her. After a lively exchange, they approached the security desk to sign in one by one. The security guard then opened the gate, allowing them to drive directly into Yongle. Meanwhile, a delayed electric scooter arrived from a distance. Stop. The delivery is for me. You can't take it inside. Do you think this is just any place? Qin and I had intended to slip through the open gate, but was met with the guard's harsh interruption. Realizing the misunderstanding, Qin and I smiled and explained. I am here to participate in the Medical Association assessment, not to deliver a package. Participate in the assessment? The guard scrutinized Qin and I from head to toe and suddenly laughed. Who are you trying to fool? With your background, you think you can enter the Medical Association? This isn't some alley clinic. My friend, have you never heard that one should not judge by appearances? Qin and I jested, not at all offended, for he was accustomed to such situations. Not judging by appearances? I've been a guard here for over a decade and have never seen anyone arrive on an electric scooter. If you can enter the Medical Association, then I might as well join too, the guard retorted. That is precisely why you've been a guard for over a decade, Qin and I replied with a resigned smile. Stop talking nonsense and get away from here. I have no desire to converse with you, the guard scoffed. Casting a dismissive glance at Qin and I before shutting the gate, and striding back into the guardhouse. Not wishing to further engage in banter, Qin and I took out his phone and dialed Chen Duoduo's number, which he had obtained during his last visit to the clinic. Chen Duoduo. I've been stopped by the security guard, Qin and I said, somewhat exasperated. Chen Duoduo could not contain her laughter. You'd better think of a way out quickly. The assessment time is drawing near. Are you planning to settle a personal score? Qin and I countered. Indeed, it's a personal vendetta. What will you do about it? Chen Duoduo provocatively replied. Fine, I'll give you 10 minutes to resolve this. If it's not sorted, I'll take care of it myself. Qin and I stated before hanging up. Resolving an issue with a security guard was a simple matter. Qin and I merely wished to avoid such trouble. A few minutes later, Chen Duoduo approached, her face still slightly flushed with indignation. Upon seeing her, the guard immediately rushed forward. President Chen, what brings you here? Open the gate and let him in, Chen Duoduo commanded, casting a glare at Qin and I. You know him? The guard asked, swallowing hard. What is there to discuss? Chen Duoduo replied, evidently displeased. Startled, the guard hastily opened the gate, bowing and scraping as he allowed Qin and I to enter. Now you understand why you've been a security guard for over a decade. Qin and I said with a faint smile as he parked his electric scooter outside and stepped through the entrance. On the road, Chen Duoduo was filled with indignation. You truly are remarkable, arriving here on an electric scooter? This is the medical association, not a marketplace. And couldn't you dress a bit more formally? How did Suya end up marrying you? It seemed that you needed to provoke me to feel at ease, didn't you? Inisaid helplessly. Indeed, who asked you to trouble me? Chen Duoduo replied with an air of self-importance. You could have simply called the gatekeeper, Qin and I retorted. As if I wanted to be here, Chen Duoduo scoffed. I merely wanted to witness your embarrassing moments. Is that so wrong? All right, you win. Qin and I forced a smile, muttering, I never realized you were so loquacious. Chen Duoduo's heart skipped a beat. The words seemed to awaken something within her. As a woman of considerable medical prowess, noble status, and striking beauty, her inherent aloofness was undeniable. Yet, why was it that after encountering Qin and I, she found herself losing her most distinctive traits? A sense of fear crept in, and she dared not delve deeper into her thoughts. Clearing her throat softly, she said, There is still an hour until the assessment. In these few minutes, let me briefly inform you about your opponents. Only 10 individuals have passed the interview this time, a record low in the history of assessments. I estimate that if 5 managed to succeed, it would already be commendable. A 50% chance isn't too shabby, Qin and I remarked with a faint smile. Do not be so optimistic. These contenders are all elites. Among them are 2 young men, merely 22 years old, hailing from a renowned family of medical practitioners in Haidong City. Additionally, several are disciples of seasoned veterans within the medical association, and one even graduated from the same Sandu Academy as I did, Chen Duoduo elaborated, casting a glance at Qin and I. To put it simply, among these 10, you are the only underdog. Perhaps next time, you should speak in more convoluted terms. Qin and I feigned a response. TCH, Chen Duoduo chuckled lightly. That is precisely why I came to fetch you, to remind you not to underestimate your competition. Are you truly that benevolent? Qin and I raised an eyebrow. Though I find you rather disagreeable and would relish watching you falter during the assessment, you are, after all, Suya's husband. If you could gain entry into the association, it would at least grant her some semblance of dignity in the future, Chen Duoduo stated earnestly. I extend my gratitude to you on Suya's behalf. Rest assured, passing the assessment is not a daunting task. Qin and I shrugged nonchalantly. I can share a piece of information with you. This time, the examiner is my cousin, an instructor at Sandu Academy. I hope you are mentally prepared, Chen Duoduo added, quickening her pace. Qin and I raised an eyebrow slightly. Those who emerged from Sandu Academy were already masters in the field of medicine, and to hold the position of instructor, there was to be among the elite. Meanwhile, in a loft, Zuiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his sharp gaze fixed like a hawk on the approaching Qin and I and Chen Duoduo. He was Chen Duoduo's cousin and an instructor at Sandu Academy. Xiaoyang, who is that person? Zuiyu inquired coldly. Brother Yu, this is Qin and I. I mentioned him to you. He was the one who made advances towards President Shun during the last interview. Xiaoyang, one of the examiners present during the interview, responded. Is it him? A hint of menace flickered in Zhuiyu's eyes. Why would Duo personally go to fetch him? I find myself uncertain about this matter. Yet I am quite certain that President Chun harbors a deep disdain for him. Therefore, dear you must ensure that he does not pass this assessment. Xiaoyang advised, adding that he should be taught a lesson to avenge President Chun. Rest assured, I shall do so. Dealing with these fledgling youths is akin to disposing of refuse. Lefty replied with a cold smile. Upon entering the attic, Qin and I and Chun Duo were escorted to the assessment hall, where all the other members had already gathered. As he pushed open the door, the idle chatter ceased, and all eyes were drawn to him. It's him, the one who runs the clinic. I didn't expect him to actually show up, remarked a young man clad in a checkered shirt, who introduced himself as Ye Feng, a descendant of the esteemed Xia family of Haidong City. It's him. On the way here, I spotted him riding an electric bike. I thought he was a delivery person, chimed in another from the Chui family, named Chui Yan. His words incited a wave of laughter, with two rather attractive women joining in, saying, I saw him too. Ignoring the cacophony of ridicule, Qin and I calmly proceeded to the last seat. However, just as he was about to sit down, the chair was suddenly kicked away. Did I invite you to take a seat? A brazen voice resounded from behind Qin and I. He stood up with remarkable composure and turned slowly to face the speaker. The young man before him, though not very old, sported neatly parted hair and exuded a handsome yet scholarly aura, though his eyes betrayed a hint of menace, clearly indicating he was not one to be trifled with. Everyone present for the assessment was of some repute within their circles. Ye Feng hailed from the Xia lineage, Chui Yin from the Chui family, and Lu Yang trained under the medical association Zhou Wenjin, while I, Huang Tian, am the nephew of the former president of the medical association, Huang Yanqing. It is safe to say that all present are scions of distinguished families. Yet, amidst this esteemed gathering, there exists a presence deemed beneath contempt. One must wonder how I could possibly find satisfaction in such a scenario. Huang Tian glared at Qin and I, his tone particularly ominous. The practical assessments are solely individual evaluations. My lineage or performance does not seem to affect you in the slightest. Qin and I replied serenely. Is that why you are labeled as garbage? Huang Tian laughed mockingly. Indeed, your presence does not influence the outcome, but it undeniably lowers the standard of this assessment. If word spreads that we are competing alongside someone of your caliber, it would surely provoke laughter. Thus, I advise you to concede early and not waste time here, lest you be the one to suffer embarrassment in the end. Huang Tian added, let us see what transpires in the examination hall. Qin and I stated, retrieving the chair that had been kicked away, rearranging it, and taking his seat. He had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with these individuals. See, I told you he is a spineless coward. He doesn't even dare to retort when I insult him directly. How can someone lacking in resolve gain entry into the medical association? If it weren't for the presence of a stunning examiner, I might even suspect he offered his wife to the assessor. As I've heard, she's quite the catch. Huang Tian boasted exaggeratedly before the crowd, eliciting further laughter. As the crowd erupted in laughter, a shadow suddenly darted to Huang Tian's side, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Qin and I, a strong hand, grasped Huang Tian by the collar, hoisting him into the air. A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he uttered each word deliberately. Repeat that. Huang Tian, taken aback by Qin Yi's gaze, found himself momentarily speechless. Just then, Qin Duo appeared. Put him down. What do you think you're doing? She commanded sharply. Without a word, Qin and I forcefully pushed Huang Tian several meters away. Had it not been for Chun Duo's timely intervention, Huang Tian would have met a grim fate today. Damn it, you dare to ambush me? Now, stabilizing himself, Huang Tian was ready to charge at Qin and I. However, Chun Duo stepped between them, her tone icy. If you continue this nonsense, I will ensure that both of you leave here on stretchers, regardless of your backgrounds. Seeing Chun Duo's fury, Huang Tian dared not retaliate and reluctantly returned to his original seat, while Ye Feng and others quietly offered him words of comfort. Why are you still dawdling? Move your chair back and sit properly. The exam is about to begin. Chun Duo glared fiercely at Qin and I. Qin and I shrugged. After all, she was a close friend of Suya, so he felt obliged to comply, obediently moving his chair back to its rightful position. Brother, you've got some skills. A man sitting nearby whispered, "Em Bai Zhou." Although my name has the character for ugly, I assure you, I am not. Qin and I glanced at Bai Chou, who was quite slender, even more so than himself. While he was not unattractive, he certainly wasn't handsome either. Is there something you need? Qin and I asked nonchalantly. Not much. Just wanted to befriend you. I'm from Sandu Academy, Bai Chou replied with a cheerful grin, extending his right hand. Indie Post, coming from Sandu Academy. His background should be respectable. Considering Bai Chou's sincere gaze, he felt it inappropriate to decline, extending his hand in return. I'm Qin and I know. I reviewed everyone's profiles before arriving. I admire you the most, Bai Chou said. Admire me? Qin and I frowned. If we are all professionals, you are a true master from the streets. I hold great respect for street experts, Bai Chou explained in a lowered voice. I once had a friend who specialized in martial arts, also a street expert. Unfortunately, he never pursued medical skills, and later, what happened? He was killed, Bai Chou said, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Qin and I felt uncomfortable. I can't shake the feeling that you're cursing me. You misunderstand. I merely wish to express my admiration for you, as I understand the struggles of street experts. Besides, I will avenge my brother, Bai Chou declared earnestly. As they engaged in conversation, a group pushed open the door to the examination hall, led by President Chen Jingyi, whose stern countenance and square face exuded authority, bearing a resemblance to Chen Duo. Following him were 3 men in their 50s, the vice presidents, making the total count of vice presidents 4, including Chen Duo. Trailing behind them were several leaders of the medical association, numbering around 7 or 8, clearly indicating the association's seriousness regarding their annual recruitment. Is everyone here? Chen Jingyi stood before the assessment members, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. This year's participants are considerably younger. They are all meticulously selected by me. I cannot afford to disappoint you. Can I? Chen Duo revealed a playful smile. Be a bit more serious, Chen Jingyi admonished, casting a stern glance at her. She stuck out her tongue, reflecting their close bond. Chen Jingyi cleared his throat softly and addressed the assessment members, speaking gently. I have reviewed each of your profiles, and overall, I'm quite satisfied. However, admission into the medical association is not determined solely by the information on paper, but by genuine skills and practice. Zuiyu, please arrange the assessments. Upon concluding his statement, Chen Jingyi, along with a panel of examiners, retreated to a distance, leaving Zuiyu alone to face the candidates. Dear candidates, I am Zuiyu, your chief examiner today, hailing from Sandu Academy, where I currently serve as an instructor. This simple introduction elicited a wave of astonishment. The instructors from Sandu Academy are renowned for their formidable prowess. Zuiyu was quite pleased with their reactions, yet when his gaze fell upon Qin and I, he noted with irritation that the latter appeared utterly unfazed, as if indifferent to the proceedings. Since you have made it through the interview, you likely possess a basic understanding of the medical association. Therefore, I shall not squander your time today. We will proceed directly to the assessments. Zuiyu paused slightly. Today's evaluation consists of 2 parts. The first pertains to medical skills, and the second to martial prowess. As for the medical skills, we will examine just one aspect, pulse diagnosis. As the words pulse diagnosis were uttered, a murmur of surprise rippled through the candidates. Although pulse diagnosis is the most common diagnostic method in traditional Chinese medicine, it is also one of the most challenging to master. The saying goes, to know life and death through one pulse, to discern yin and yang through 3 divisions. Mastery of pulse diagnosis equates to mastery of a patient's fate. Thus, it is regarded as one of the 3 quintessential skills of traditional Chinese medicine. Zuiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adopting an air of inscrutable authority. He continued, the other 2 paramount skills of traditional Chinese medicine are acupressure and acupuncture, which are even more intricate and profound. Your understanding is likely limited to mere surface knowledge. Every word from Zuiyu exuded a palpable arrogance, reminiscent of a city dweller looking down upon a rural inhabitant. However, the candidates dared not counter his assertions, for he was indeed an instructor from Sandu Academy. Without further ado, today's pulse diagnosis assessment is straightforward. We have invited 10 pregnant women, and each candidate will take the pulse of one of these women, subsequently determining the gestational week. If the discrepancy exceeds 1 week, the result will be deemed unsatisfactory, and you will only have one opportunity. So you declared sternly. Upon hearing this, the candidates collectively gasped in astonishment. While pulse diagnosis for pregnancy is not particularly difficult, accurately determining the gestational period presents a significant challenge. Even the examiners began to murmur amongst themselves. President, this question seems rather tricky. Is it not too difficult? The vice president, Sun Chao, whispered. It is indeed challenging, but for our association, it also represents an opportunity for growth. Chun Jingyi replied with a slight smile. Duo-er, this is precisely the reason you invited you, isn't it? Indeed, during my time back here, the most profound realization imparted by the association is the overwhelming presence of mediocrity. If we do not promptly initiate reforms, we shall inevitably face obsolescence. To my knowledge, numerous medical experts from Haidong City have already aligned themselves with medical associations in other provinces and cities, primarily due to the dismal state of affairs here. Should this trajectory persist, the consequences are unimaginable, Chen Duo stated candidly. The audience felt a sense of discomfort, yet, due to Chen Duoduo's stature, none dared to voice their dissent. Sun Chao could only clench his teeth in silence. On the other hand, Chun Jingyi, though embarrassed, understood his daughter's intentions, which was precisely why he had the audacity to promote Chen Duo to the position of vice president. Let us commence. Chun Jingyi interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. Please, candidate number 1, Feng Qing, step forward and take your seat for the examination. Zhuyu gestured toward a chair at the center of the hall. Once Feng Qing settled into his chair, a pregnant woman, seemingly under 30 with a noticeably round belly, entered the room. She sat opposite Feng Qing and placed her hands on the table. As Feng Qing began to take her pulse, a serene silence enveloped the atmosphere. Approximately 5 minutes later, Feng Qing withdrew his hand, his brow furrowed tightly. My answer is 24 weeks, he finally articulated after a prolonged hesitation. President, perhaps you can announce the outcome, as Yu suggested. Chun Jingyi stood, glancing at the documents in his hand, and shook his head with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, this lady is 28 weeks pregnant. Amidst a chorus of lamentations, the assessment continued, proceeding sequentially through the seating arrangement. By the time it reached Bai Chou, 5 candidates had successfully passed, including Ye Feng, Cui Yin, and Huang Tian, while only 3 faced elimination. Dad, how do you find the candidates I selected? Are they satisfactory? Chen Duo inquired with a hint of pride. There are still 2 candidates yet to be assessed. If they both fail, the success rate dwindles to a mere 50%. And this does not even account for their martial skills, Chun Jingyi replied tersely. Rest assured, one of them is bound to succeed, Chen Duo asserted confidently. Are you referring to Bai Chou? Chun Jingyi nodded. He returned from Sandu Academy. There should be no issue. I meant candidate number 10, Chun Duo clarified. Qin and I? Chun Jingyi chuckled wryly. If you were to recruit again next year, such reckless behavior must not be permitted. What do you mean by reckless? Chen Duo pouted. Do not assume I am unaware. You orchestrated his passage through the interview out of spite. Chun Jingyi shot a stern glance at Chen Duo. A mere practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Do you genuinely believe he could enter the medical association? Just wait and see. Chen Duo inexplicably harbored confidence in Qin and I. My answer is 22 weeks, Bai Chou announced as he rose. 22 weeks, entirely correct. Chun Jingyi applauded, a smile illuminating his face. Brother, it's your turn now. Upon returning to his seat, Bai Chou patted Qin and I on the shoulder. Candidate number 10, Qin and I, please step forward to take the pulse. Zhuiyu's voice bore a chill, yet Qin and I remained undeterred and approached confidently. At this moment, Huang Tian and others behind him exchanged knowing glances and smirks. Just wait for him to embarrass himself. Huang Tian gritted his teeth, declaring. The clinic doctor, akin to him, would likely struggle to discern even the pregnancy itself, let alone the gestational weeks, remarked Ye Feng with a hint of sarcasm. As the two conversed, Qin and I had already taken his seat. However, when the pregnant woman entered the hall, all present were momentarily taken aback. The woman was exceedingly rotund, her belly rounder than that of Zhu Beiji, giving the impression that she could give birth at any moment. Given her physique, one could surmise her condition with considerable accuracy, Ye Feng muttered in frustration. Damn it, is Chun Duo having an affair with this fellow? This can't be a coincidence, Huang Tian whispered through gritted teeth. Yet, in stark contrast to their reactions, the examination panel remained enveloped in silence, particularly Chun Duo, who furrowed her brow while scrutinizing the pregnant woman's profile. Dad, isn't this a bit too much to ask? She inquired softly. This is merely pulse diagnosis, not an assessment of physique. What is so difficult about it? Chun Jingyi replied in a hushed tone. But the misleading nature of this situation is overwhelming. Chun Duo exclaimed, growing anxious. In any case, it's all about elimination, regardless of the pregnant woman's condition. It will not alter the outcome, Chun Jingyi replied nonchalantly. Chun Duo fell silent, her gaze filled with concern for Qin and I. Though she had previously expressed a desire to teach him a lesson, witnessing such a formidable challenge laid before him now filled her with trepidation. Candidate number 10, please proceed with the pulse diagnosis. As the pregnant woman placed her arm upon the table, Zuiyu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Without overthinking, Qin and I gently rested a finger upon the woman's wrist, but as soon as his digit made contact, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Astonishingly, he discovered that the pregnant woman had no detectable pulse, a phenomenon he deemed impossible. Bewildered, he extended a second finger, yet upon touching her wrist again, he found the absence of a pulse persisted. So, he proceeded to use a third finger, even requesting the woman to switch arms, but still, no pulse was found. Within the examination panel, although many believed that a young man like Qin and I, lacking any connections, was destined to fail, they secretly felt a pang of anxiety for him. Fully aware of the challenge this question posed, his method of pulse diagnosis was notably unique and ancient. Chun Jingyi squinted his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. I'm equally curious about his technique, Chun Duo remarked from the side. Typically, we utilize 3 fingers to assess the pulse, corresponding to the Cun, Guan, and Qi positions. Employing 1 finger first, then 2, and subsequently 3, seems to be documented only in certain ancient texts. Wang Yunyan, who had remained silent until now, also spoke up, as he was the most hopeful for Qin Ni's success. However, upon seeing the pregnant woman, he too felt a sense of foreboding, even though he was aware of Qin Ni's heritage. 1 minute passed, then 3 and 5. A full 10 minutes elapsed with Qin Ni's hand still resting upon the pregnant woman's wrist. However, his expression, initially one of confusion, began to transform into clarity. Candidate number 10, 10 minutes have elapsed. If you do not respond soon, I will have to declare your assessment a failure, Zuiyu coldly reminded him, intensifying the already tense atmosphere. At that moment, Qin and I withdrew his hand. I have arrived at an answer, he stated calmly. Very well, please proceed with your response. Zuiyu replied with a sly smile, fully aware of the unfolding events. The lady is 10 weeks pregnant. Qin Yi's voice resonated powerfully, yet the candidates erupted into laughter. Particularly Huang Tian, who exclaimed, 10 weeks? Just over 2 months? Looking at this lady's belly, it's clearly more than 2 months. Isn't it? This is hilarious. The association had already made the task easier by allowing the pregnant woman to face us while we took her pulse, enabling us to observe her appearance. Yet, even with this advantage, the error was astonishingly egregious. Perhaps you should return to your clinic. Ye Feng mocked. Unfazed, Qin Yi calmly stood up, directing his attention towards Chun Jingyi, awaiting his response. Meanwhile, the esteemed judges were rendered speechless with astonishment. Indeed, it is 10 weeks, not a week off, Dad. I told you he could do it. Chun Duo exclaimed, nearly jumping for joy. Chun Jingyi, somewhat incredulous, rifled through the materials and finally stood up to confirm. Correct. The woman is 10 weeks pregnant. The revelation left Huang Tian and the others dumbfounded. A woman of such heft, with such a prominent belly, could only be 10 weeks pregnant? This was utterly unbelievable. Moreover, the shorter the pregnancy duration, the less discernible the pulse becomes. At just over 2 months, Discerning the pregnancy stage through pulse diagnosis is exceedingly challenging. Coupled with the woman's appearance, Qin Yi's task was undeniably formidable. As the crowd murmured in astonishment, an incongruous voice emerged. Although the answer is correct, I'm certain he guessed, said Zuiyu, snapping back to reality. The crowd fell silent, and Chen Jingyi promptly inquired, Zuiyu, why do you say that? You will find out shortly, Zuiyu replied, gesturing for the pregnant woman to raise her arms. To everyone's astonishment, he extracted 2 ping-pong balls from beneath her armpits. As you can see, this lady had been concealing ping-pong balls under her arms, which means when Qin Yi was checking the pulse, he couldn't have felt it at all. Under such circumstances, his answer must have been a guess. Zuiyu triumphantly displayed the ping-pong balls. Upon hearing Zuiyu's explanation, the crowd finally relaxed from their earlier shock. It was all a deception. This revelation painted Qin Yi in a decidedly unfavorable light, inciting mocking remarks from the onlookers. Only Chen Duo, rising in defense, asserted, Zuiyu, how can you do this? It's utterly unfair. Zuiyu was taken aback, not expecting Chen Duo to defend Qin Yi, as he assumed she intended to see him embarrassed. However, it seemed there was a misunderstanding. Recalling how Chen Duo had personally welcomed Qin Yi earlier that day, he suspected there had been a miscommunication. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to confront Qin Yi further. Duo, my actions serve to assess a person's medical skills. If he was unable to detect the pulse, he could have reported it. Yet he did not, even falsely claiming the woman was 10 weeks pregnant. This indicates a fundamental deficiency in his pulse diagnosis skills. He was merely attempting to deceive us, Zuiyu sneered. Yet, I can understand. After all, he is merely a doctor from a small clinic, hardly someone of note. Chen Duo found herself at a loss for words. Zuiyu's remarks undeniably held a semblance of truth. Her gaze rested upon Qin Yi's placid visage, and a flicker of disappointment stirred within her. Could it be that he was merely a charlatan? In our dragon country, traditional Chinese medicine has always been revered as the national healing art. However, in recent years, its once thriving prominence has waned, while Western medicine has garnered increasing acceptance among the populace. The reason for this shift lies in the proliferation of frauds akin to him. Zuiyu belittled Qin Yi to the utmost degree, keenly observing Chen Duo's expression, which grew increasingly grim, thereby solidifying his earlier conclusions. Why don't you leave? Do you truly intend to deceive your way through this? Zuiyu remarked coldly, a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. The single word, leave, effectively banished Qin Yi, much to the hidden delight of Huang Tian and others. Yet at that moment, Qin Yi spoke up. Do you understand what the absence of a pulse signifies? His voice was chillingly calm. Death, is that even a question? Zuiyu replied without hesitation. You are aware that a lack of a pulse indicates death. Yet this lady sits alive before me. Can I not deduce that something is amiss? This statement left Zuiyu momentarily speechless before he retorted. Even if you could deduce it, why not communicate the issue to me? Because I am uncertain whether this is a deliberate interference or merely a straightforward medical assessment. Qin and I replied with a composed smile. Prior to this evaluation, you never mentioned whether the difficulty would be increased, did you? Zuiyu's expression shifted slightly as he questioned. Then tell me, if you cannot detect a pulse, how can you ascertain that this lady is 10 weeks pregnant? If one were to rely solely on the pulse to diagnose a person's health, even an adequate practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine could achieve that. However, true masters of the art would never confine their diagnoses to mere pulse examination. You previously claimed that pulse-taking, acupressure, and acupuncture are the 3 great skills of traditional Chinese medicine. I do not dispute that. Yet, let me enlighten you. The essence of Chinese medicine is vast and profound, and mastery in any single discipline is indeed an exceptional skill. After Qin and I concluded, he turned his attention to the pregnant woman. The eyes reflect the essence of the body. Any changes within the body will manifest in the eyes. Her eyes appear bright and alert with dilated pupils, a result of the energy depletion associated with pregnancy. When she moves her eyes, the pupils may flicker slightly, indicative of fetal movement. However, due to the brevity of the pregnancy, the movement is subtle, hence the flickering is minimal. Additionally, Her sclera exhibits a slight yellowing, a response to abnormal corpus luteum function during pregnancy, which typically becomes apparent around 9 to 10 weeks. Thus, I conclude that she is 10 weeks pregnant and can further ascertain that she carries a male child. Chapter 69. Martial Arts Assessment with Qin Ni's Proclamation. An oppressive silence enveloped the examination hall. The myriad emotions of doubt, ridicule, and scorn that had accumulated in the atmosphere were instantaneously obliterated. Whether it was Huang Tian and others who looked down upon Qin and I, or Zuiyu, who sought to embarrass him, along with the association leaders swayed by Zuiyu's rhetoric, all now regarded Qin and I with a mixture of shock and a newfound reverence. Especially Chun Duo. Her mouth agape in astonishment, could hardly comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, she had felt disappointment over Qin Ni's deception, yet within mere minutes, she found herself utterly captivated by him. It is essential to recognize that within this examination hall, apart from the candidates, everyone present could be considered a master in the art of medicine. Therefore, the audience understood Qin Ni's words, and they were acutely aware of the immense difficulty involved in such meticulous observation. Should there be any irregularities in my assessment, it might pertain to my deviation from the theme of pulse diagnosis, but it was unavoidable. Hence, I leave the judgment of my assessment to President Chun. Qin Ni's lips curled into a confident smile, exuding an air of self-assurance. Whether I enter the medical association is inconsequential to me. However, for the medical association, missing out on me would be a significant loss. His confidence, arrogance, and commanding presence left the onlookers in a state of shock. Chen Duoduo's beautiful eyes were fixated on him, her confusion deepening. This man often emanated an aura of fragility, yet whenever he became earnest, his formidable presence was terrifying, just as it had been on Red Street, and now it was no different. Qin and I, do not presume that a reasonable explanation grants you the liberty to disregard others. Do you know where you are? Zuiyu exclaimed in indignation. Yet Qin and I paid him no mind, fully aware that the only individual who could determine his fate was Chun Jingyi. Ignored, Zuiyu's frustration intensified, just as he was about to speak. Chun Jingyi suddenly interjected. Indeed, very impressive, Qin and I'm beginning to question your identity. President Chun, you are overthinking. I am merely a doctor from a clinic. Qin and I replied with calmness. Regardless of who you are, you have presented an exceptionally splendid performance today, and I shall not hesitate to inform you that you have passed the assessment, Chun Jingyi declared, leading the applause, which was soon echoed by others. Thus, the first round of evaluations concluded, with 3 eliminated and 7 advancing. Despite the difficulty of the questions, the overall pass rate was satisfactory. However, as Qin and I returned to his position, Zuiyu's glaring eyes remained fixed upon him. The ability to heal is vital, and martial prowess is essential for a nation's salvation. Since ancient times, our dragon nation has advocated for the inseparability of medicine and martial arts. Therefore, having completed the medical assessment, we shall now proceed to evaluate martial skills. Please follow me to the martial arts hall of the association, Zuiyu stated coldly, leading a group of officials away, followed by staff ushering Qin and I and his companions to the martial arts venue. Did you see the chief examiner's expression? Clearly, he was angered. It appears that the upcoming assessment will be challenging, Ye Feng remarked as they walked. All due to the arrogance of certain individuals, Huang Tian commented, intentionally raising his voice. One person offending the chief examiner is one thing, but now we all must bear the consequences. The two exchanged barbs, while Bai Cho and Qin and I, walking behind them, said, ignore them. Your performance earlier was outstanding. If I were to take the pulse of that pregnant woman, I wouldn't just fail to find a pulse. Even if there were one, I might not accurately determine the time. It was merely a coincidence, Qin and I replied casually. However, I must caution you to be vigilant in the upcoming evaluation. Zuiyu is not easy to deal with, Bai Cho whispered. Although he has never taught me, I am aware that his martial skills surpass his medical abilities. Martial skills surpassing medical skills? Qin and I raised an eyebrow slightly. Among the masters of medicine, 99% primarily focus on medical skills, with martial prowess as a secondary concern. This is a conventional paradigm. After all, those who diligently cultivate martial arts are unlikely to settle for a mere practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Consequently, it is exceedingly rare for martial skills to surpass medical expertise within this field. Presently, however, Qin Yi is precisely advancing in this direction for two simple reasons. Firstly, the Qin family places a significant emphasis on martial arts. And secondly, having been cast out from the Qin household, he has been relentlessly pursuing vengeance for his grandfather, thus dedicating himself to the rigorous training of martial skills. "Are you afraid?" Bai Chou inquired softly, noticing Qin Yi's silence. "He's merely an instructor from the Sandu Academy. There's nothing to fear," Qin Yi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor as he shrugged nonchalantly. This statement was not an exaggeration. Even if Zui Yu were exceptionally skilled in martial arts, he would merely be on par with an instructor from the Sandu Academy, a fact that Qin Yi, hailing from the esteemed Qin family, would not regard with any seriousness. "You're somewhat dismissive of the Sandu Academy, aren't you?" Bai Chou swallowed hard, unaware that Qin Yi was one of the founding members of the academy. My apologies, I merely spoke off the cuff." Qin Yi chuckled awkwardly, suddenly recalling Bai Chou's connection to the Sandu Academy. Bai Chou, however, brushed it off and redirected the conversation. Meanwhile, among another group of individuals, Zui Yu was ingratiatingly trailing behind Chen Duo, noting her apparent irritation. Tentatively, he asked, "Duo, you're upset, are you?" "No, I just feel that you shouldn't have acted that way," Chen Duo replied coldly. "I only heard he was disrespectful to you, which is why I added some difficulty." Zui Yu murmured, "You've only been here a few days? You've gathered quite a bit of information," Chen Duo scoffed. "I'm merely concerned for you," Zui Yu said with a smile. "Enough, Duo. Do not make it difficult for Zui Yu. He came all the way from Yinjing to this small place to serve as an examiner, all for you. Moreover, without today's events, how could we witness such a splendid display?" Chun Jingyi remarked, laughing heartily. "These young people surpass my expectations." Chen Duoduo's expression softened considerably as she turned to Zui Yu and declared, "I can assure you that I have no grievances with Qin Yi. You must conduct the upcoming assessment with fairness and impartiality. Rest assured," Zui Yu replied with a sinister smile. Chen Duoduo's insistence on their lack of conflict clearly indicated a favorable relationship between them, which only fueled his determination to prevent Qin Yi from passing the evaluation. Half an hour later, within the martial arts arena, Zui Yu stood upon the stage, coldly surveying Qin Yi and the others, articulating each word with precision. "This martial arts assessment is exceedingly straightforward. I will grant each of you 1 minute. When the time elapses, as long as you remain standing on the stage, you will pass the assessment." Upon hearing Zui Yu's words, the participants could not help but display expressions of delight. A minute was not an extensive duration. "Commence. Candidate number 1. Step onto the stage. Do not waste time." Zui Yu was growing impatient, eager to teach Qin Yi a lesson in front of Chen Duo, intending to showcase to her the true allure of a man, while viewing Qin Yi merely as a capable yet inconsequential individual. Chapter 70. An opportunity granted. The martial arts assessment is more straightforward and raw than the medical evaluation, and it possesses a greater appeal. The atmosphere is far more tense than during the medical examinations. When candidate number 1 ascended the stage, Zui Yu revealed a haughty smile. "I would like to remind everyone to strive for defense and avoidance. Do not let your emotions lead you to recklessly attack me, for such actions will lead to your utter defeat, as I detest challenges to my authority." With that, Zui Yu gestured with an open hand towards candidate 1. "Let the examination commence." The assessment began, with Chen Duo personally timing the event. Zui Yu's arrogance was entirely justified, as he was indeed a skilled instructor at Sandu Academy, far surpassing the likes of Huang Tian and Ye Feng, who were mere novices. The first candidate, Peng Yihong, was the only female participant in the martial arts assessment. As soon as the examination commenced, she deftly evaded Zui Yu's strikes with impressive agility. In the blink of an eye, a minute had passed. Despite a few close calls, Peng Yihong successfully completed the assessment. However, it was evident to all that Zui Yu had, to some extent, gone easy on her, likely a result of Chun Jingyi's prior counsel. As expected, when the male candidates took the stage, Zui Yu's attacks became significantly more ferocious, and within merely 30 seconds, he sent candidate 2 crashing off the platform. The subsequent assessments proceeded relatively smoothly, as Ye Feng, Chui Yin, and Huang Tian each managed to endure the full minute, their prestigious backgrounds attesting to their formidable skills. Bai Chou, it's your turn. Zhuai Yu beckoned with a crooked finger, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Qin and I observed this scene, sensing something amiss, and quietly cautioned. Bai Chou, be careful. Thank you. Bai Chou replied as he ascended the platform. You are from Sandu Academy, Bai Chou, correct? Zhui Yu sneered coldly. Indeed, let us begin. Bai Chou uget. Norus, fujuri blave. Drawing closer to Bai Chou and whispering in a tone only they could hear. Do you remember the fellow you injured at the bar? He is my brother. Bai Chou froze, his complexion turning ashen. From a distance, Qin and I noticed the change, but was unaware of the cause. Though he suspected Zhui Yu had said something that unnerved Bai Chou. Let us commence, Zhui Yu softly prompted. The assessment began, and as Chun Duoduo's voice resonated throughout the hall, a resounding thud echoed as Zhui Yu's fist connected with Bai Chou's chest. Bai Chou staggered back 3 or 4 steps before regaining his footing, his face growing even paler. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. 4 Zhui Yu's attacks were evidently far more brutal than before, seemingly devoid of restraint. Did the standards of Sandu Academy become even more stringent? Such thoughts raced through everyone's minds. Without a moment's pause after his initial strike, Zhui Yu surged forward, his fists raining down upon Bai Chou like a tempest. Boom! 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 Despite Bai Chou's desperate attempts at defense, several punches landed squarely on his face, and under Zhui Yu's relentless onslaught, he was forced to retreat. Soon finding himself at the edge of the platform, his awareness beginning to wane. It would be best not to bring disgrace to Sandu Academy at this level, Zhui Yu remarked, leaping high into the air, his right foot arcing like a crescent moon, delivering a crushing kick towards Bai Chou's ribs. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. Had that kick landed, it would not only have sent Bai Chou flying from the arena, but also inflicted severe injury upon him. Put simply, he would be gravely wounded, if not dead. As Bai Chou found himself with no avenue for escape, a dark figure suddenly leapt onto the stage, swiftly pulling him out of Zhui Yu's striking range. Whoosh! The sound of Zhui Yu's sweeping kick slicing through the air resonated, and due to the unexpected loss of strength, he stumbled back a couple of steps before regaining his footing. At that moment, it became clear to the onlookers that Qin and I had intervened to rescue Bai Chou. What are you trying to do, you little brat? Zhui Yu glared, demanding an explanation. This is merely a martial arts assessment. There's no need to take lives, is there? Qin and I positioned Bai Chou behind him, retorting, fists and feet don't discriminate. Blame him for his lack of skill. Besides, if I intended to take his life, do you really think he would still be standing here? Zhui Yu replied, coldly, the blame lies with his ineptitude. Moreover, if I truly wished him harm, he would not be here at all. Qin and I turned his gaze to Chun Jingyi, stating, Chairman Chun, you witnessed the situation. The examiner is treating candidates differently. Is there still any semblance of fairness? Chun Jingyi's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of what had transpired. However, the one provoking him was none other than Qin and I. Who, if his earlier arrogance during the medical examination had been mere bravado, was now challenging the authority of the medical association in this martial arts assessment. Indeed, Zhui Yu's actions were excessive, yet he represented the medical association. Questioning Zhui Yu was tantamount to questioning the institution itself. Moreover, Qin Yi's challenge was directed at Chun Jingyi. Chun Duoduo, who had been keeping time, felt an urgent sense of dread upon seeing this scene. She knew her father's temperament well. How could the president of the medical association allow himself to be questioned and provoked? The candidates from the Sandu Academy were naturally distinct from others, especially since Zhui Yu was one of their instructors, who undoubtedly had his own sense of propriety. You are merely a candidate and have no right to question the medical association. Leave at once, or your results will be rendered void, Chun Jingyi replied coldly, his words already quite lenient towards Qin and I. Upon hearing this, Chun Duoduo quickly signaled to Qin and I, as if urging him to withdraw. Did you hear that? Hurry and leave. Zhui Yu barked sharply. And what if I refuse? Qin and I replied, his gaze resolute, showing no intention of retreating. Zhui Yu was initially taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Today truly opens my eyes. I never expected to encounter someone bold enough to provoke me in Haidong City. Since you possess such courage, I shall grant you an opportunity. Zui Yu then turned to Chen Jingyi, asking, Chairman, may I make a decision on my own? You are the chief examiner. The decision rests with you. Chen Jingyi responded. Very well, Zui Yu nodded, addressing Qin and I. If you wish to protect Bai Chou, you may do so, provided you endure my assault for 30 seconds. If you succeed, both of you will pass. That's a considerable concession. Bai Chou, you should step down, Qin and I instructed his companion. Bai Chou, wanting to voice his concerns, was cut off by Qin and I, who urged, no more chatter. Don't you want to enter the medical association? Taken aback, Bai Chou gritted his teeth and replied, be careful. With that, he stepped down. Duo, start the timer. Zui Yu clenched his fists, a glimmer of dark excitement flashing in his eyes. What joy it would bring to eliminate two bothersome nuisances in one fell swoop. Chapter 71, A Matter of Seconds. Although Chen Duo was aware of Qin Ni's formidable martial skills, she felt they were not on the same level as Zui Yu's. Thus, deep concern gripped her heart, and her hand hovered over the stopwatch without pressing it. No need to time it, Qin and I suddenly declared amidst the tension. Not timing? Zui Yu furrowed his brow, and the others shared his confusion. You want tea last a few seconds, Qin and I replied with a devilish smile. How amusing. You seem to possess a keen self-awareness, knowing you can't hold out for long, Zui Yu mocked. You misunderstand. I was referring to you, Qin and I asserted. His eyes suddenly ablaze with a chilling light as he moved. Within the martial arts hall, the spectators were still pondering the implications of Qin Ni's last words. Yet the assessment was nearing its conclusion. Bang! With a powerful kick, Qin and I sent Zui Yu sprawling off the stage, landing awkwardly beside Chen Duo, his face devoid of color, his eyes reflecting disbelief and a profound fear of the unknown. Zui Yu was terrified, and those who had looked down upon Qin and I were even more so. Just moments ago, they had prepared to ridicule him, but now their mocking words had become a haunting imprint in their minds. How could a mere doctor from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, a son-in-law of the Su family with no background, possess such formidable strength? Huang Tian, Ye Feng, Cui Yin, and even Chen Jingyi were left stunned, as if struck by lightning, unable to utter a single word. As for Chen Duo, she clutched the stopwatch tightly, her gaze towards Qin and I filled with complex emotions. I told you, you wouldn't tea last a few seconds, Qin and I remarked with a smirk, addressing Chen Jingyi, President Chen, from today onward. We should be considered official members of the medical association, correct? His cold and composed tone exuded an intangible authority. With that, Qin and I descended from the stage, concluding the day's assessment with an air of unyielding pride. There were no breathtaking spectacles, yet the impact resonated deeply within every heart present. Not long after, brother and I, let me give you a ride, Bai Chou offered, lowering his car window and glancing at Qin Ni's electric bicycle with a wry smile. Never mind. It's not exactly a luxurious ride. It might not be as comfortable as my electric bicycle, Qin and I chuckled. Bai Chou was merely driving a domestic car worth over 100,000. Apart from being from Sandu Academy, it seemed to have little background, which perhaps explained his desire to chat with Qin and I. Brother and I don't know how to express my gratitude. If you ever find yourself in trouble, just call me, Bai Chou declared before departing. Watching Bai Chou leave, Qin and I murmured, if one can navigate their way out of Sandu Academy without any background, that in itself is a testament to their capability. Having passed the Medical Association's assessment, Qin and I felt indifferent, but Tian Guofu was in high spirits, insisting on sharing a few drinks. Young master, allow me to fill your cup. Tian Guofu cheerfully poured wine for Qin and I, praising him profusely, as expected of young master. So imposing. Wang Yunyan spoke highly of your performance yesterday. I've relayed this to the old matriarch, and she is quite pleased. Such a big mouth, Qin and I thought. Qin took a sip of wine and softly inquired, how is my grandmother now? She has aged and is somewhat weakened, yet her health remains stable, Tian Guofu replied. The more nonchalant his tone, the more Qin could discern that his grandmother's condition was not encouraging. However, with his current strength, he was indeed incapable of contending with the old members of the Qin family, and could only reassure, rest assured, I will return to the Qin family before long. I shall convey that to her. Tian Guofu smiled with relief, then added, let me offer you a word of caution. Although you have joined the association, do not let your guard down. Despite the seemingly kind demeanor of those leaders, internal strife runs deep. Qun Jingyi represents one faction, while Vice President Sun Chao leads another, with Huang Tian and others allied with Sun Chao. No wonder those young fellows are so united. Qin Yi chuckled lightly. Thus, you must tread carefully. The only trustworthy ally is Wang Yunyan. For his life is in my hands, Tian Guofu stated. Understood, wie dit. This is for you. Tian Guofu tossed a set of keys to Qin Yi. What is this? Qin Yi paused in surprise. The seaside palace in the Tianhai Villa District, Tian Guofu replied. The Tianhai Villa District? Isn't it opening this Sunday? Qin Yi questioned, perplexed. I say, young master heir, as the future head of the Qin family, could you refrain from sounding so naive? For such a luxurious villa district, do you think ordinary people can purchase properties there, even when it opens? The prime locations are mostly already reserved, Tian Guofu remarked, exasperated. That's rather unscrupulous, isn't it? I was also hoping to buy a unit, Qin Yi lamented. He had been following the opening of the Tianhai Villa District closely, and Suya had been eager to purchase a property for quite some time. Isn't this fortuitous? No need to buy one, Tian Guofu gestured toward the keys. The Seaside Palace, what a formidable name. Is the location satisfactory? Qin Yi inquired. Young master heir, allow me to share two pieces of information. First, I hold a 51% stake in the Tianhai Villa District, while the remaining 49% is divided among 3 owners. Second, the Seaside Palace is the largest, most luxurious villa, situated right in the center of the Tianhai Villa District. The other villas merely serve as a backdrop. Tian Guofu elaborated meticulously. Qin Yi felt a flush of embarrassment. Setting aside Tian Guofu's investment, if he were to truly gift the Seaside Palace to Suya, would she not inquire thoroughly? It would be difficult to explain. Please arrange for a more modest villa for me. Qin Yi pondered before suggesting. That might require checking with the sales office. Shall I make a call now? Tian Guofu offered. After a moment's thought, Qin Yi shook his head. No need. I will accompany Suya to view it when it opens. After all, we should choose a location she prefers. Rising from his seat, he added, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Keep the keys. Feel free to visit whenever you wish. I specifically decorated it in your favorite style, Tian Guofu remarked. Qin Yi contemplated for a moment before tucking the keys into his pocket. Thanks, old fellow. Tian Guofu gazed at Qin Yi's retreating figure, his eyes brimming with affection. On Saturday, with only a day left until the opening of the Tianhai Villa District, advertisements flooded the entire Haidong city. And with the emergence of Tianhai, all other villa districts paled in comparison. As the morning sunlight gently angled through the room, Suya sat in the living room engrossed in a television program, while Qin and I tidied up the kitchen, their familial hierarchy unmistakably evident. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Yang Mei-wan entered with a lively demeanor. Mother, what brings you here? Suya inquired, somewhat taken aback. Since the last banquet at the Su family, Yang Mei-wan had not visited, and despite Suya's attempts to reach out through phone calls, the conversations had been fraught with discord. Now, seeing her mother's joyful expression, it appeared that something fortunate had transpired. Look who has arrived, Yang Mei-wan exclaimed, and shortly thereafter, Muyang followed her into the room. Muyang, Suya smiled brightly and called out to the kitchen. Qin and I, we have guests. Why are you calling him? Yang Mei-wan's irritation was palpable at the mention of Qin Yi's name. When she saw him emerge from the kitchen donned in an apron, contrasting starkly with Mu Yang's elegant attire, her discomfort intensified. With a disdainful huff, she retorted, tend to your own affairs. Chapter 72. The Sea Palace feigning ignorance to Yang Mei-wan's rebuke. Qin and I maintained a cheerful demeanor. I was unaware we were expecting guests. My attire seems rather inappropriate. Please come in. Do you have any shame? Qin and I? This is not your place to speak. Yang Mei-wan snapped. You act as if you're the head of the household. Let me remind you, this house was purchased with my money. Mother, you aren't here to argue today, are you? Suya replied, her irritation rising as she moved to help Qin and I remove his apron. Witnessing this scene only fueled Yang Mei-wan's anger. But she seemed to reconsider her approach, realizing Mu Yang's presence warranted a more congenial demeanor. If you continue to bicker, you might scare Mu Yang away. Suya admonished with a hint of exasperation before addressing Mu Yang. Please take a seat. Before long, they gathered around the coffee table, with Mu Yang's gaze persistently directed at Suya, who appeared even more enchanting in her casual attire. Do you know why I brought Mu Yang today? Yang Meiwan asked with an air of mystery. Given your cheerful demeanor, it must be good news, Suya replied softly. Mu Yang has invited your father to join his company, Yang Meiwan said, extending her hand to display 5 fingers. An annual salary of 500,000. Is that true? Suya's expression brightened with delight. Indeed, Yang Meiwan affirmed with pride, casting a sideways glance at Qin and I before continuing. Mu Yang is doing this to assist you. Mu Yang, if this is indeed the case, I owe you my gratitude, as I have struggled to discuss my father's company with him. Suya expressed appreciatively, glancing at Mu Yang. There is no need for such formality. I have just returned to Haidong City and am still unfamiliar with many matters. It is a privilege to invite someone as capable as your father to join the company, Mu Yang replied courteously. He added, moreover, I bear some responsibility for what transpired that day, so it is only right that I assist you in any way I can. Mu Yang, please do not say that. The matters of the Su family have no bearing on you. I am grateful for your defense at the banquet, Suya replied politely. Come now. You two needn't be so formal. We are all family, after all. There is no need for such decorum, Yang Meiwan interjected with a laugh. However, the notion of family left Suya feeling somewhat awkward. Mu Yang, do you have time? Qin and I would like to invite you to dinner. Suya redirected the conversation. In a little while, there will be another meeting. I came here merely to see how you have been doing, Mu Yang remarked, casting a glance around, astonished. I truly did not expect that you and Qin and I possess such wealth. Yet you reside so modestly. Before Suya could explain, Yang Meiwan interjected with a snort. Mu Yang, you are gravely mistaken. The situation in their household is that my daughter earns while he spends. My daughter supports this family. And only this year has life begun to show some improvement, yet they still have to live in the house I provided. What can be done when one has such a son-in-law? Suya wished to clarify, but Qin and I gently tugged at her, knowing that no matter how she explained, Yang Meiwan would remain unconvinced. Mu Yang merely smiled faintly and said, Suya, I have a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment available. Why don't you consider moving there? Hanqing Mansion has a commendable location. The apartments at Hanqing Mansion are priced over 10,000 per square meter. A smile immediately spread across Yang Meiwan's face as she urged Suya, Daughter, what are you waiting for? Quickly accept the offer. In truth, Yang Meiwan had the means to provide Suya with a better living situation, but she felt compelled to control her daughter to force her into a divorce. Hearing Mu Yang's offer not only presented an opportunity to benefit, but also a chance for Suya to grow closer to him. What could be more advantageous? At that moment, Mu Yang harbored similar thoughts. Suya felt a flicker of temptation, yet she was not the kind of woman easily swayed by wealth, especially when it came to accepting items worth over $1 million. Mu Yang, I appreciate your kindness, but I am quite comfortable here, Suya replied apologetically with a smile. This small place, comfortable? It feels cramped even for playing mahjong. You're not going to agree, are you? If you refuse, I'll come here to play mahjong every day, starting tomorrow. Yang Meiwan continued her playful insistence. Mom, could you please stop this? Suya frowned. Fine. If you move to Hanqing Mansion, I promise not to cause a fuss, Yang Meiwan huffed. Really, it's unnecessary, and Qin and I are planning to buy a house. Suya said, bracing herself. Stop trying to deceive me. Although you've made quite a bit from Huaiqian Hospital with car purchases and gifts, do you really expect to have leftover funds for a house? Are you counting on this man to buy it for you? Yang Meiwan shot a fierce glare at Qin and I. Annie, enough of this. Suya has her own decisions to make, Mu Yang interjected, rising to his feet in an attempt to mediate. He added, the meeting time is approaching, so I must take my leave. As for the apartment, just let me know whenever you wish to discuss it. With a polite farewell, Mu Yang departed, demonstrating grace and decorum. Yang Meiwan quickly gestured to Suya. Hurry and see him off. Initially, Suya had no intention of going, but considering her amicable relationship with Mu Yang, she thought better of it and pulled Qin and I along as they followed him outside. A few minutes later, at the bottom of the apartment building, As Mu Yang drove away, Yang Meiwan seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Qin and I wonder what sins our Su family has committed to end up with a son-in-law like you. You've disrupted a perfectly fine situation. After a tirade of insults, she left with a menacing remark, just wait and see tomorrow. Upon returning home, Suya wrapped her arms around Qin's neck, pouting, "You're not angry, are you? Don't let her get to you. Foolish girl. Inipla Filipincht su no se." Yang Meiwan had scolded him for 3 years. How could she possibly be angry? However, the presence of Mu Yang instilled a subtle sense of urgency within him. It was not that he feared Suya would waver in her affections, but rather he perceived Mu Yang as a distinctly dangerous man. His demeanor, cloaked in a disarming smile, yet concealing a blade, suggested that, once provoked, he might act unpredictably. Vigilance was paramount. He must remain cautious of him. Will Mom come tomorrow? Suya sighed, feeling overwhelmed at the thought. Can I simply enjoy a quiet Sunday? Tomorrow. Let's go house hunting. Qin and I suddenly declared. House hunting? Suya exclaimed, embracing excitedly. Are you serious? Have you come into money? Did you forget? The card you gave me from our last car purchase hasn't been touched yet. It should have about 500,000, right? Plus, I have a little on hand. Which should suffice, Qin and I replied, smiling evasively. How much do you have on hand? 200,000? 300,000? If we could gather 1 million, we could purchase a decent high-rise, saving us from climbing stairs every day. Have you chosen a neighborhood? What about the layout? We should opt for a sunlit apartment. Waking up to sunshine would be delightful. Oh, and I want floor-to-ceiling windows. Perdón. While Qin and I quietly marveled at his sagacious decision to not let Tian Guofu make the purchase directly. Chapter 73. House Hunting on Sunday. Qin and I drove Suya to the Tianhai Villa District. At this moment, Suya remained blissfully unaware, clutching a stack of meticulously prepared housing guides, treating this as a significant milestone in her life. After navigating several winding turns, they arrived at the outskirts of the city, where apart from clusters of villas, property prices generally plummeted. Suya felt no disappointment. For her, merely having a home of her own was sufficient, while the cost or location were secondary concerns. Look, that must be the Tianhai Villa District. The advertisements have been ubiquitous lately. It is said to be the most luxurious and largest villa area in Haidong City. Moreover, the government plans to establish a new urban center around here, which will undoubtedly elevate property prices in the vicinity, Suya remarked, a smile blossoming on her face as she added, Are you thinking of purchasing a property in one of the nearby communities? Quite clever of you. At that moment, Qin and I parked the car at the entrance of the Tianhai Villa District, bustling with activity due to the opening day. The gates stood wide open. Shall we take a look inside? Qin and I inquired with a grin. Let's not. The prices here are frighteningly high, Suya replied. How do you know? Qin and I asked. When a community opens, they usually announce the prices or provide estimated costs in advance. But do you know? The Tianhai Villa District hasn't even released an estimated price. Everyone says it's in such high demand that the chances of purchasing here are minimal, so there's no need to announce prices publicly. Advertising is merely a formality, akin to setting off a couple of fireworks, Suya explained. Is it really that exaggerated? Now that you mention it, I'm even more curious to go inside. Qin and I said, scanning the area. After a few minutes, he finally found a parking spot, as entering the Villa District was nearly impossible due to the crowd. Are we really going in? After exiting the car, Suya still felt a twinge of recklessness. Take a look, it won't cost us anything, Qin and I replied. All right, Suya said, wrapping her arm around Qin's knees, not wanting to dampen the mood. As they entered the Villa District, guided by the signs, they made their way to the sales office. People occasionally came and went along the path. Those entering wore expressions of joy, while those exiting were filled with discontent. What a travesty. What is the point of such a launch? Is this selling houses? It feels more like speculation, one lamented. Don't complain too much. I heard some people were queuing here last night and still couldn't secure a place today. With only a little over 100 houses available, the demand far exceeds the supply. This is merely a game for the wealthy, another remarked. Each person who exited shared their opinions, clearly indicating that the houses had become unattainable. Did you hear that? It's impossible to buy, Suya whispered. We're just here to have a look. I'm curious about what makes this place so desirable, Qin and I feigned complaint. At that moment, a familiar face unexpectedly appeared ahead. It was Yang Meiwan accompanied by a group of friends. How unfortunate! In this society, even with money, one cannot spend it. Sister Zhang sighed, who had suggested to Yang Meiwan to come here. With some money at home, she had brought her son and daughter-in-law to purchase a house. This group of friends had made plans beforehand. Although Yang Meiwan was reluctant to come, she had threatened Qin and I the day before, so she decided to join, planning to play mahjong at Qin's after viewing the properties. Wife, as you can see, it's not that I'm unwilling to buy. It's simply that it's impossible to get one. If the sales office dared to sell, I would buy that central seaside palace for you, Zhang professed earnestly. Oomph. Zhang's wife, Su Cici, scoffed, feeling somewhat dejected but unable to articulate her thoughts. Meiwan, look at how Zhang's son treats his wife compared to your son-in-law. It's like comparing heaven and earth, one friend remarked. In the past, such comments would have irked Yang Meiwan. But now she harbored an attitude of reckless abandon toward Qin and I. The more exceptional Suya appeared, the more she desired for Suya to divorce. She no longer cared about face. As long as she could cause trouble for Suya and Qin and I, it was a victory. This group of friends was her most trusted accomplices. Let us not mention him. We can criticize him more once we reach his home, Yang Meiwan said, just as she spotted Suya and Qin and I approaching, her expression turning to one of clear confusion. What are they doing here? She pondered, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly recalling Suya's words from the day before, her countenance shifted dramatically as she strode towards Qin and I. No wonder Suya mentioned wanting to buy a house yesterday. It seems you're the one pulling the strings. If you truly could buy her a house, I would admire you, but why bring her to a place like this? You know they can't buy here, and yet you came. This is clearly intentional. Yang Meiwan's face flushed crimson as she spoke in a strained voice. Are you planning to tell Suya, oh, it's not that I'm unwilling to buy for you. It's just that everything here is sold out. Her words not only made Suya uncomfortable, but also left Sister Zhang's family feeling particularly awkward, especially since Zhang had just expressed a similar sentiment. However, Sister Zhang is not to be trifled with. With a sly glint in her eye, she leaned in and remarked, some people come here genuinely intending to purchase a home, like our family. Yet others come here, utterly oblivious to their limitations. As for their intentions, I believe Meiwan is most aware. Mom, you're completely misunderstanding, Suya interjected anxiously. Don't speak on his behalf. Who knows what kind of nonsense you've been fed? Our Su family's reputation has been tarnished. Because of him, Yang Meiwan retorted through gritted teeth. Auntie, is this truly your daughter's husband? Zhang Jun observed Suya, his gaze sparkling with disdain. It was indeed disheartening to see such an exquisite beauty entangled with a useless man. You know him? Yang Meiwan chuckled mockingly. Surprisingly, I've heard much about him. Zhang Jun smirked haughtily. 3 years ago, although Suya didn't hold a wedding, the news of her marriage caused quite a stir. Who would have thought that a girl of such noble birth and natural beauty would end up with a son-in-law like him? Yang Meiwan, accustomed to ridiculing Qin and I, felt not anger but a slight sense of pride. Is my daughter really that famous? At that time, many rich heirs in Haidong City were infatuated with Suya, only to leave disappointed. They all said that although Suya's husband was inept, he was stable and unpretentious. However, it now appeared he was far craftier than they had assumed. Zhang Jun laughed, looking at Qin and I. Brother, the houses here are all sold out. Not only can you not buy one, but even someone of my standing cannot secure one. If you truly wish to purchase a home, I can recommend a nice community. Chapter 74. Surprised Zhang Jun harbored no personal vendetta against Qin and I. He merely resented the notion that a worthless individual could win the affections of a goddess like Suya. He was convinced that Qin and I was merely playing a part, and spoke without reservation, intending to humiliate him. Buy a house. You a useless man? Think you can? Zhang Jun arrogantly held his head high, eager to see what excuse Qin and I would conjure next. At that moment, Yang Meiwan's eyes were filled with disdain. She cared little for how embarrassing this was for Qin and I, as long as her daughter could discern the true nature of the man before her. Just as they were reveling in their secret delight, a man in a suit and tie rushed over. Mr. Qin, Miss Su, I have been waiting for you both for quite some time, the man said respectfully, introducing himself. I am He Jian, the sales manager of Tianhai Villa. You may call me Xiao He. The sudden appearance of He Jian left those who had been ridiculing Qin and I utterly dumbfounded. The sales manager of Tianhai Villa had personally come to greet him, and most importantly, had referred to him as Mr. Qin. What was happening? Zhang Jun felt incredulous, while his friends stood agape in disbelief. Yang Meiwan was even more astonished, her mouth agape, the title Mr. Qin reminded her of the time at Banyuanshan Villa when the manager had also addressed Qin and I as Mr. Qin. Could there be something more to this? No, it must be a coincidence. Besides, he also acknowledged Suya, yet she sensed that her daughter appeared equally astonished. What is it? Suya asked, completely bewildered by the sudden appearance of Manager He. Miss Su, it seems you have forgotten. Today, I am here to assist both of you in selecting a house. He Jian replied politely. Selecting a house? The moment those two words were uttered, not only was Suya taken aback, but Yang Meiwan and the others were equally stunned. Just a few minutes prior, they had been mocking Qin and I, yet now the manager of the villa district was personally welcoming and arranging for them to choose their homes. The stark contrast was almost unbelievable, especially for Zhang Jun, whose expression had begun to darken. Excuse me, Manager He, didn't you say there were no houses available? Why is it that they can choose a home as soon as they arrive? Sister Zhang finally couldn't hold back and asked with irritation. Madam, our villas are not currently for public sale, and Mr. Qin and Miss Su are esteemed clients of ours. Thus they naturally possess the right to select their residences. Manager He's voice had lost its previous cordiality. The crowd grew increasingly astonished, and Sister Zhang, with a look of indignation, exclaimed, I believe you are speaking nonsense. How could they possibly be considered clients here? Madam, I kindly ask you to show some respect. This is Tianhai Villa. Should you continue to be disrespectful towards my clients, I will have to summon security to escort you out. Manager He retorted, his expression turning stern, offering no leniency. Sister Zhang found herself momentarily speechless. Realizing that she dared not create a scene in such a place, she could only glare at Qin and I and Suya in frustration. Never mind, Xiao He. They are friends of my mother-in-law. Qin and I remarked with a faint smile, then turned to the crowd, saying, Aren't you all eager to see the houses? Let's go inside together. His words left the crowd momentarily dazed, but they quickly realized it was an attempt to show off. However, given his apparent status, they felt unable to voice their discontent. They were left wondering how Qin and I and Suya could possibly be clients here. Was it perhaps because of Suya? As the crowd pondered this, Zhang Jun spoke up. We are here to purchase a house, not merely to view them, so we want to be benefiting from your presence. Zhang Jun, who had previously mocked Qin and I and boasted about his own capabilities, was utterly taken aback to find that the person he had derided was indeed a client here. The slap in the face was too sudden, leaving him to weakly retaliate with the excuse of buying a house. If you wish to buy, that is certainly possible, Qin and I replied calmly. Please, spare us your boasting. Qin and I, you're merely a privileged connection, likely relying on Suya. What gives you the right to claim you can buy? Zhang Jun felt laughter bubbling up within him. Indeed, some individuals should not mistake mere connections for authority, thinking themselves to be the owners here. Sister Zhang chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Xiao He, they're allowed to purchase a house, right? Qin and I disregarded the raucous remarks from the others and inquired of He Jian. As long as Mr. Qin wishes, everything is possible, Xiao He replied politely, understanding that he was bound by strict orders to comply with Qin and I and Suya's arrangements. He Jian's words sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Was this the treatment they were afforded? It seemed rather extravagant. Qin and I shrugged nonchalantly and said, Did everyone hear that? They can indeed buy. Is it really possible to purchase? The previously silent Su Cici asked excitedly, having once looked down on Qin and I, but now she cleverly referred to him as handsome. Certainly. Come along. Qin and I responded, taking Suya's hand and leading her toward the sales office. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to Yang Meiwan, awaiting her explanation. At this moment, Yang Meiwan was equally taken aback. From Manager He's unexpected appearance to his respectful demeanor and Qin and I's composed eloquence, everything seemed to have transformed. Even though Qin and I still wore that ordinary jacket, his aura appeared to have ascended to a higher plane. Meiwan, what on earth is happening? Zhang Ye inwarded, indignation evident in her voice. Yang Meiwan, equally perplexed, could only offer the most plausible explanation. Perhaps it's something my daughter orchestrated? I knew he was merely pretending to wield authority. Zhang Jie scoffed. Mom, don't wait any longer. Let us hurry and follow them. It doesn't matter the reason. As long as we can secure a house, Su Sisi declared, taking the lead. Zhang Juan surveyed the surrounding villas, gritting his teeth as he followed suit, fervently hoping for a reduction in prices. Yang Meiwan and the others, no longer hesitating, trailed behind. In front, Suya finally regained her composure from the shock and gently tugged at Qin and I's arm, cautiously asking, "What is going on? We're buying a house. Let us pick one that is spacious enough so we don't become the subject of ridicule." Qin and I whispered in response. "Are we really buying? Here?" Suya was incredulous, aware that this was the Tianhai Villa district, where millions were a prerequisite for purchase. Surely, their funds wouldn't suffice for even a down payment. "Fear not. I have a means." Qin and I winked playfully. "You possess such wealth?" Suya was astonished, yet given the recent events, it seemed plausible. She lowered her voice. "So, was today all part of your plan? It wasn't orchestrated by me. It's our mother's doing," Qin and I replied with a gentle smile. "I merely aimed to surprise you, and I'll explain everything upon our return." Chapter 75. You choose first. Suya shot him a glance. Indeed, it was a significant surprise, but it was quickly morphing into fear. She never imagined that the Tianhai Villa would be their destination. Just as she was about to inquire further, Yang Meiwan hurried over. "Daughter, what is going on?" Yang Meiwan dared not raise her voice. All her previous bravado dissipated by the astonishment. "Mom, Suya is from here. I'm just riding her coattails," Qin and I interjected. "I suspected as much." Yang Meiwan glared disapprovingly at Qin and I, then turned to Zhang Jie and the others, stating, "I asked, and it is indeed my daughter's doing." Upon hearing Yang Meiwan's words, Zhang Jie and the others collectively sighed in relief, hurriedly praising Suya for her beauty and accomplishments. This allowed Yang Meiwan to finally vent her frustrations regarding Qin and I, yet only reinforced her belief that Qin and I was unworthy of her daughter. Meanwhile, Zhang Juan leaned closer to his wife, Su Sisi, and remarked, "Did you hear? He's merely riding on a woman's coattails. Without Suya, where'd he find the audacity to flaunt himself? It's a pity for Suya, truly. If you're so concerned about Suya, then why not become her door-to-door son-in-law?" Su Sisi retorted, a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Oh, don't be upset. Do I appear to be the kind of man who lives off others? Besides, how could I possibly fancy anyone but you? You are my utmost favorite." Zhang Juan apologized while simultaneously taking a jab at Qin and I. Walking ahead, Suya paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. With a slight tilt of her beautifully shaped eyes, she fixed her gaze on Qin and I and inquired, "I find myself increasingly curious. Why do you constantly attribute these fortunate circumstances to me?" Let's select a house first," Qin and I replied, gesturing toward the front. It was then they realized the group had arrived at the sales office. Moments later, He Jian led the entourage into the selection area, pushing open the door to reveal only one staff member and a grand architectural model prominently displayed in the center of the room. Knowing that Qin Xiaoshui and Miss Su were coming to choose a house, the area had been cleared in advance. After explaining, He Jian asked, "Would you like something to drink?" "No, just introduce a property," Qin and I responded. He Jian nodded and approached the model, pressing a button that instantly illuminated the entire display, prompting an exclamation of awe from the crowd. The model accurately represented the villa district, with the cost of this model alone nearing 2 million yuan. He Jian circled the model, encouraging everyone to observe closely, then stated, "If you look attentively, you'll notice that the entire villa district is constructed according to the principles of the Bagua, featuring 8 orientations: Qian, Zhen, Kan, Jin, Kuan, Sun, Li, and Dui. Each orientation has 8 villas on the outermost ring, which are smaller and more affordable. We refer to this as the first villa district, comprising a total of 64 villas. Deeper within lies the second villa district, where each orientation contains only 4 villas, totaling 32. The prices here are significantly higher. As for the third villa district, it contains just 2 villas per orientation, each a marvel of architectural ingenuity, with prices approaching those of first-tier cities. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped, aware that the prices in first-tier cities were exorbitant. Someone muttered, "If that's the case, wouldn't the villa in the center command an astronomical price?" The central villa, known as the Sea Palace, boasts an area exceeding 1,500 square meters and is the sole central structure within the entire villa district, occupying nearly 10,000 square meters, complete with an independent garden, swimming pool, rockery, and even a private gym. Naturally, its price is exceptionally high, but it has already been purchased, He Jian disclosed. Who could afford such a luxury? Someone inquired. I am uncertain. I only heard that the individual's surname is Qin, He Jian replied. Qin? Almost all eyes turned to Qin and I, although they did not assume the villa belonged to him. Yang Meiwan sighed helplessly. This is what they call same surname, different fate. Please refrain from speaking so much, Suya frowned and then shifted the topic, asking manager He, what is the specific price of the first villa? Miss Su, the first villas are nearly sold out, with only one remaining. In fact, we have reserved a villa from the third district for you. He Jian pointed to the inner layer of the model. These villas have an approximate area of 700 square meters and are divided into 2 levels. After listening to He Jian's introduction, Xia nervously inquired, what is the price for this one? In truth, she had no intention of purchasing a villa from the third district. But since it was mentioned as being reserved, she could only politely ask. The external sales price is 51,800, He Jian replied. 51,800? Suya's cheeks twitched. It is worth noting that Haidong City is merely a third-tier city, where even the most luxurious areas have property prices just above 10,000. This figure exceeds 4 times that amount. No wonder He Jian claimed it was comparable to first-tier city prices. With over 700 square meters, the total cost approaches 40 million. Not only Suya, but others present also broke into a sweat, especially Zhang Juan, who began to regret accompanying Qin and I. Manager He, what about the price of the first villa? Suya quickly directed her gaze toward the surroundings. There was only one remaining. He Jian pointed to one of the villas and continued. The built area is 300 square meters, with a surrounding garden of 1,000 square meters. Priced at 25,800 per square meter. That amounts to nearly 8 million. Suya thought to herself, casting a pleading glance at Qin and I. Upon hearing such a price, her heart raced, leaving her unsure of how to respond. Qin and I, perceiving her thoughts, smiled slightly and suddenly turned to Zhang Juan, saying, Brother, weren't you looking to buy? You should choose first. After speaking, Qin and I revealed a mischievous grin, eager to see Zhang Juan's reaction. At that moment, Zhang Juan was filled with resentment towards Qin and I. He deeply regretted coming along, as his budget was around 4 million, yet even the cheapest option here was 8 million. Darling, say something. Su Cici urged anxiously from the side, her fondness for the place growing with every glance. The scenery here is quite lovely, but the prices are somewhat inflated. Zhang Juan replied stubbornly. He could not possibly afford to buy a house for 8 million. What do you mean? Su Cici seemed to grasp his implication. Cici, let me explain. I believe purchasing a house should not only consider the price, but also the geographical location. This location is rather mediocre, and the prices are twice that of bustling areas. If we buy here, we will surely regret it. Zhang Juan hastily clarified. Zhang Juan, do you think I'm a child to be deceived? What did you say when we arrived? And now what are you saying? I tell you, if we do not buy a villa today, prepare for divorce. Su Cici declared fiercely before turning on her heel and leaving. Chapter 76. The Frog Turns into a Prince? Zhang Juan, feeling awkward, could only manage a smile at the group before hastily pursuing her. Zhang Jie, too, found it difficult to maintain her composure and quickly made an excuse to depart, while the other friends could only follow Zhang Jie in disappointment. My daughter, today you have brought me pride. Although I do not have a good son-in-law, having you is sufficient, Yang Meiwan chuckled. Mom, you are right. Having me is enough. So please do not pressure me about divorce anymore, Suya whispered in response. That is out of the question, Yang Meiwan huffed. The more outstanding you are, the more I realize he is unworthy of you. Mom, actually, it is all Qin's doing. He is the one financing the house. How could I possibly earn that much? Suya explained. Don't be ridiculous. Do you think I would be easily fooled? Can he really afford a house? Not in his next life. Yami Juan retorted sharply. I am telling the truth, Suya began to say, intending to reveal more about the past, but at that moment, Qin and I interrupted with a smile. Mom is quite astute. There's no need to waste your breath. Let us focus on choosing a house. Young Mei Juan, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, fixed her gaze upon the sand table and inquired, Xiaoya, which building do you prefer? Allow me to offer my counsel. I believe that larger one looks quite appealing. Qin and I, standing nearby, interjected, do you think your opinion matters? That one costs several million. Can you afford it? Ultimately, it will be our family Suya who pays the bill. I think the smaller one is already quite impressive. Yang Meiwan genuinely expressed concern for her daughter. I also believe that this one suffices, Suya said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Qin and I. She understood that Qin Ni's suggestion was to opt for the larger property, yet she could hardly fathom such a price. After selecting the villa, He Jian registered Suya and informed her that within 7 days, he would deliver the contract, requiring only that she prepare the necessary funds and documentation. The entire process was remarkably straightforward. Upon returning home, Suya could no longer contain her elation and excitedly leaped into Qin and I's embrace. Do you realize? This feels like a dream. I actually have my own house, and it's in Tianhai. Her voice trembled slightly. This is not a dream. Observing Suya's joy, Qin and I smiled, momentarily considering that perhaps even the tyrant Zhou Wang was not entirely in the wrong, and that the chaos of feudal lords was not so outrageous after all. You haven't explained why you possess such wealth. Suya, regaining her composure, lifted her gaze to scrutinize Qin and I. I earned it, he replied, his tone lacking conviction. Earner? In such a short span, you amassed tens of millions? As Suya spoke, a realization struck her, prompting her to ask, when you suggested I purchase a larger property, did you earn several million? Actually, the Tianhai Villa District is developed by an acquaintance of mine, Mr. Tian, who offered me the lowest price possible. Otherwise, I wouldn't have encouraged you to choose a larger option, Qin and I clarified. Even with a 50% discount, that third villa is still nearly 20 million, Suya murmured, letting out a wistful sigh. I do not wish to constrain you. I merely harbor concerns. What perplexes me most is why you always direct these fortunate opportunities towards me. Why not inform my parents? Even if I did, would they believe me? Qin and I countered. But if you remain silent, they will never know. My image is becoming increasingly favorable, yet they remain oblivious to the fact that it is all due to you. They will always perceive you as unworthy of me. Suya said, a hint of urgency in her tone. Isn't it sufficient for me to be the man behind you? Qin and I gently placed his hands on Suya's arms. His voice tender. Suya froze momentarily. She certainly wished for Qin and I to be her staunchest supporter, but she earnestly replied, yet, I desire for everyone to acknowledge your worth. I have mentioned that one day the world will regard me differently, but not at this moment, Qin and I said earnestly. Moreover, I do not require the validation of others. Your recognition is all that matters to me. If you genuinely worry for me, strive to become even more diligent, more exceptional, and more resilient. In time, should you transform into a figure of respect, surely no one will dare to disrespect me. More diligent, more exceptional, more resilient. Suya began to grasp his meaning, gazing intently into Qin Ni's eyes. Will I truly become the person you envision? You will do it, consider it for my sake. Qin and I said as he held Suya tightly, whispering, I am willing to dedicate my life to protect you. Each of Qin Ni's explanations served as a gentle guidance. He understood that Suya might not fully comprehend his intentions, but he believed that one day he would facilitate her true growth. That was his ultimate aim. That evening, as Su Jinrong arrived home, Yang Meiwan eagerly pulled him to the sofa and excitedly spoke of Suya's recent property acquisition. Are you certain you are not dreaming? The Tianhai Villa area? That has been the most discussed topic lately, and I have heard that without connections, one cannot possibly buy there. Even the old lady was unable to secure a purchase. Su Jinrong exclaimed in one breath. Would I deceive you? I witnessed it with my own eyes. It has already been registered, and we're just waiting for the final contract to be signed, Yang Meiwan replied, adding, moreover, our daughter is living there. I truly did not expect our daughter to achieve such success. No wonder she disregards even the old lady's authority in the Su family. We were worried for her. But it seems we were overly concerned. Su Jinrong sighed. While her success is commendable, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, Yang Meiwan expressed with suspicion. What do you mean? Su Jinrong asked, puzzled. Look, our daughter is a sales manager at Dingsheng. Although that position is well-paying, it hardly reaches the millions, right? From the Half Moon Hotel onwards, everything she has purchased is exorbitantly priced, Yang Meiwan remarked. Your words indeed raise some doubts, Su Jinrong pondered. Could it be that she has misappropriated funds from the company? Impossible. Our daughter would never engage in such behavior. Yang Meiwan shook her head. Or perhaps she's being kept by someone. Su Hindron Segistith. Come now. Old Su, you know your daughter's temperament. Is she that kind of person? Yang Mei Juan retorted, slightly irritated. That cannot be. It's not possible. Could it be that Qin and I has provided her with the funds? Su Jinrong casually remarked. Now that you mention it, I do recall her saying that Qin and I spent money on the house, and their behavior has indeed been rather peculiar, Yang Meiwan said. Yet she shook her head in denial. But that useless Qin and I could not possibly have such funds. Don't even entertain that thought. If he had money, would he have been living in our home for 3 years in such a pitiful manner? So Hindron scoffed. It's like expecting a frog to turn into a prince. One might as well read a fairy tale. Chapter 77. Clarifying matters, Yang Meiwan found such thoughts somewhat ludicrous. Thus she concluded that it was indeed Su Ye's doing. By the way, did you tell her daughter how to sign her name on the property deed? Su Jinrong suddenly inquired. Is there a need for me to inform her about signing? Yang Meiwan asked, perplexed. Have you lost your mind? What she signs Qin Ni's name as well? Su Jinrong warned. Yang Meijuan's body stiffened, and she slapped her forehead in realization. How could I have forgotten such an important detail? I must call her immediately. Don't rush. I will go personally tomorrow morning. It will also give me a chance to discuss the villa's renovations with her, Yang Meiwan contemplated. Renovations? Su Jinrong was taken aback. Have you forgotten? My nephew Yang Bo is in the renovation business. Since we need to hire a renovation team anyway, why not give him the job? After all, we should keep the benefits within the family, Yang Meiwan suggested. All right, go ahead and speak with your daughter. The following morning, Suya left her home in a huff. The reason being quite straightforward. Yang Meiwan not only insisted that the villa be registered solely in her name, but also wanted to introduce the villa's renovations to Yang Bo. Suya held a rather unfavorable impression of Yang Bo, as he had always associated with dubious individuals since childhood. Naturally, she did not wish for him to partake in her affairs. After much argument, it was only through Qin Ni's persuasion that she reluctantly consented. After a busy morning at the company, she received a call from Chun Duo at noon. What brings you here today? Suya complained lightly from the CAF downstairs. I've been occupied with the association's matters lately. I happened to pass by your company and thought I'd de-invite you for lunch, Chun Duo replied with a smile. If you hadn't come, I would have nowhere to vent my frustrations, Suya pouted. What's wrong? Is Qin and I bullying you? Chun Duo inquired curiously. Not exactly. It's my mother, Suya recounted the events of the morning to Chun Duo. It doesn't sound like a complaint. It sounds more like you're showing off. You managed to buy a villa in Tianhai? That's impressive. Chun Duo feigned jealousy. Suddenly, Suya's eyes shifted, and she whispered, actually, the villa was purchased by me. It was Qin and I. He bought it. Chun Duo was taken aback. Of course, do I look like someone with tens of millions? Suya retorted. But he looks even less like it. Chun Duo replied candidly. The villa was indeed his purchase, along with the car she drove. Suya then shared all that had transpired recently, concluding with, help me analyze this. What exactly is going on? Sometimes I can sense he is being dismissive, yet I cannot delve too deeply into it, as a couple must also respect each other's space. After a brief pause, Suya continued, the oddest part is, he attributes all the good fortune to me, entirely disregarding how others perceive him. According to him, not only must he protect me, but he must also support and nurture me. Suya poured her heart out to Chun Duo, as she trusted her implicitly. At that moment, Chun Duo was even more intrigued than Suya, for various signs indicated that Qin and I was not only highly skilled in medicine, but also possessed considerable wealth. Why then? Would he choose to be a son-in-law to the Su family? Why endure 3 years of restraint? Why remain silent in the face of ridicule? Duo, Suya called out, noticing her friend's silence. Chin Duo, roused from her thoughts, smiled slightly and said, I don't quite understand either. But every man has his own way of caring for those he loves. Perhaps that is his method. Besides, if he treats you well, that should suffice. Why concern ourselves with the minutiae? I understand your point, but I can't help but feel anxious about this sudden happiness. I fear it may all be a dream. Suya lamented. Even if it is a dream, it is a beautiful one. Chin Duo grasped Suya's hand and said, Suya, everyone harbors secrets and has a sacred space to protect. I have mine, you have yours, and Chin and I has his as well. She reiterated the words that Chin and I once said to her to Suya, concluding, as long as you believe in him, there is no need to be entangled in the truth. Suya paused for a moment, and then a charming smile suddenly blossomed on her face as she sweetly said, It's wonderful to have you. Let me treat you to ice cream. Chin and I was taken aback by the fact that Suya had shared these matters with Chin Duo, and naturally, before the end of the day, he found himself cornered by Chin Duo at the clinic. Chin Duo's sharp gaze resembled that of a black swan, continuously scrutinizing Chin and I without uttering a word, making him feel rather uneasy. Lighting a cigarette, Chin and I finally spoke with resignation. Can you just tell me what you want? Why are you staring at me like that? Are you not aware of the things you have done? Chin Duo questioned. What have I done? Chin and I found it rather amusing, considering Chin Duo's persistence could be described as haunting. Suya has already informed me about your matters. You've hidden them quite well. Chin Duo stated with a stern expression. It seems you two truly are inseparable best friends. Chin and I remarked with a hint of admiration. Aren't you worried that I might spill the beans to her? Chin Duo looked at Chin and I in confusion, realizing that he had shown little reaction to her earlier comments. If you're going to do that, you wouldn't be here. You are more eager to uncover my identity than Suya is, Chin and I asserted confidently. Indeed, but I'm not here to pry into your background. I merely wish to know something that I believe I should be aware of. Chin Duo was indeed curious about Chin's true identity, but she understood that if he were willing to disclose it, he would have done so during their previous conversation. Thus, she did not want to waste time. Ask away. If I can provide an answer, I will do so, Chin and I said. Why do you shift all the blame onto Suya and even utter those childish words? She may believe you, but I do not. Chin Duo replied coldly with a smile. To me, it seems you're using her as a shield. Chin and I took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette, conceding that Chin Duo was indeed difficult to deal with. This woman was as aloof as a black cat, her profound eyes filled with wisdom and an insatiable curiosity to uncover other secrets. He knew that unless he revealed some truths, he would not be able to escape her scrutiny. Do you understand, Suya? Chin and I began slowly. She is a kind, beautiful, and well-educated woman, Chin Duo answered earnestly. She's also brave, strong-willed, competitive, and has her own opinions, Chin and I added. You are correct, Chin Duo nodded. We have been married for 3 years. I've been a son-in-law for 3 years. If one day I suddenly tell her that I am someone she can never reach, do you think she would accept it? Chin and I suddenly fixed his gaze on Chin Duo, awaiting her response. Chapter 78. Teaching a man to fish rather than giving him a fish. Chin Duo initially wanted to say that which woman wouldn't he hope for her husband to be exceptionally capable, but the words lingered on her lips, and she refrained from speaking, for she knew that Suya was different from other women. Suya and I have been interacting in this manner for 3 years. Although there have been some bumps along the way, we both understand our positions in each other's hearts. If this dynamic were to suddenly change, I cannot foresee what might transpire. Most importantly, she has endured profound psychological trauma, likely causing her to perceive the positive through a negative lens. Chin and I flicked the ash from his cigarette. Do not forget, I am not merely her husband, but also her physician. Chin Duo remained silent. This was precisely the concern she had contemplated. As a close friend, she was acutely aware of Suya's romantic experiences during college, and the fact that Suya had yet to disclose the deeply buried secrets within her heart was a testament to the unresolved knots in her psyche. So, you were gently guiding her? allowing her to gradually accept it? Chen Duo inquired softly. Qin and I smiled enigmatically. I intend not only for her to accept it, but also to transform her into an indomitable woman. This is why I have placed everything upon her shoulders. To cultivate her? She mentioned that, but it seems she does not fully comprehend, Chen Duo remarked. One day she will understand, Qin and I said, moving to the window to exhale a plume of smoke. I once contemplated shielding her from all storms, keeping her forever beneath my wings. Yet with each step forward, I sense the encroaching danger, a reminder that true guardianship is not mere indulgence, but enabling her to stand on her own. Stand on her own? Do you believe she can? Chen Duo asked curiously. She is far braver than we imagine. She has simply lacked the opportunity. Now, I am willing to be her mentor. Qin and I turned with a smile. This is akin to teaching a person to fish rather than merely giving them a fish. Chen Duo fell silent. It was evident that Qin and I harbored numerous secrets. The dangers he spoke of threatened not only him, but also Suya, which was the underlying motivation for his actions. Recognizing his earnest intentions, Chen Duo, however, felt compelled to issue a cold warning. Regardless of your methods, should you dare to harm Suya, I will ensure your demise. As she spoke, she produced an exquisite card, the size of a bank card. This is your identification. From this day forth, you are a member of the Medical Association. Starting next week, you will be on duty at the association. Duty? Must I really go? Qin and I responded with a wry smile. You may decline, but you must be available at all times. Chen Duo replied readily before turning to leave. Qin and I discarded his cigarette, but on the ground, gently extinguishing it with his foot. Watching Chen Duo's departing figure, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Truly troublesome. In the ensuing period, the complications lessened significantly. The contract for the villa was signed smoothly, culminating in Suya's name being inscribed on the property deed in the presence of Yang Meiwan. This matter left Suya feeling quite guilty, though Qin and I felt no such burden, as his purchase was a gift for her. Naturally, the subsequent renovations for the villa were entrusted to Yang Meiwan's nephew, Yang Bo. Although Suya found Yang Bo unreliable, she could not withstand Yang Meiwan's relentless insistence and ultimately acquiesced. However, a phone call 2 weeks later finally validated Suya's apprehensions. Mr. Qin, there's something I am uncertain whether to disclose. He Jian spoke cautiously. Speak freely, what is it? Qin and I sensed that there was likely an issue with the villa. Today, as I passed by your home, I noticed the renovation crew moving inferior quality paint into the villa. He Jian's voice lowered considerably. I heard that the renovations were done by your relatives, so I didn't dare to ask too much. Qin and I furrowed his brow. Indeed, they're all unbranded construction materials. To put it plainly, while premium paint might cost around 100 yuan, these inferior materials are merely a few dozen yuan per bag. Although they are inexpensive, the quality is subpar, and more importantly, they are not environmentally friendly. Some harmful substances have alarmingly high concentrations, and even years after the renovation, they continue to emit toxins. ISNT, this is swindle? He Jian explained cautiously. The more Qin and I listened, the angrier he became. For this renovation, he had already paid Yang Bo 500,000 yuan up front, with another 500,000 to be settled later. For a 300 square meter house, even using the finest materials would be more than sufficient for this price. Yet, he never anticipated that the other party would greedily resort to inferior paint. Shall he? Thank you, Qin and I said politely before hanging up the phone. He then took a taxi directly to the Tianhai Villa district. About an hour later, Qin and I arrived at the villa, where the sounds of renovation were ringing out and several workers were chatting idly. Can you believe it? Such a magnificent villa, yet using such cheap materials. Yang Go must have profited immensely. One of them lamented. Just keep your mouth shut. We're here to work. How much Yang Go earns is his business, another retorted. Renovation is like dressing up. As long as it looks glamorous, who cares about the quality? Those who don't understand renovations want to see the difference, another chimed in with a jest. Listening to their conversation, Qini's expression grew even colder as he pushed the door open, startling the workers. Whereas Yang Bo? Qin and I scanned the ground littered with inferior materials and asked sternly. Ah, he is upstairs, one worker replied. Tell him to come down, Qin and I commanded coldly. The worker nodded and headed upstairs, while the others put down their tools and gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Who is this guy? He looks like he is here to demand an explanation. I saw him when he arrived. He seems to be Miss Sue's husband. Oh, the male homeowner has come. Yang could definitely one T escape his wrath. Don't worry, he is just a son-in-law. His words carry no weight. Yang Bo has said he doesn't take him seriously. Their hushed discussions reached Qin and I's ears, and his gaze shifted slightly, his cold eyes sweeping over them. The workers felt a chill run down their spines and quickly silenced their chatter. Meanwhile, Yang Bo sauntered down the stairs, smoking nonchalantly. Ha! I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Qin and I. Yang Bo, towering over Qin and I at least 1.87 meters, sported tattooed arms and a stocky build that made him appear rather intimidating. He did not address Qin and I as brother-in-law, but called him by his name directly. Yang Bo, your sister entrusted you with 500,000, and you used such materials to deceive her? Qin and I suppressed his rising anger, attempting to afford him some dignity. Watch your words. How am I deceiving my sister? This paint is merely for leveling the walls, and we will cover it with decorative panels later. It won't affect the aesthetics at all. Isn't using better paint in hidden areas a waste? Yang Bo replied dismissively, spitting on the ground. Chapter 79. A gentle blow confronted with Yang Bo's specious reasoning. Qin's expression turned even colder. Is this the renovation material? Just these? As he spoke, he kicked aside the pile of boards stacked against the wall. His voice icy as he continued. These boards are the cheapest plywood available on the market. Didn't your sister inform you that all the wooden fixtures in this villa must be made of solid wood? Yang Bo, upon hearing this, felt no shame. Instead, he regarded Qin and I with disdain. Tell me, Qin and I, are you the one doing the renovations, or am I? Are you here to pick a fight? I am here to remind you that your actions anger me. Qin and I articulated each word deliberately. Oh, come on. What a joke. Yang Bo laughed mockingly, his amusement unabated. Who do you think you are? You're merely the son-in-law of the Su family. I'm only explaining this to you out of respect for my sister. So don't get carried away. Show me how angry you can get. With that, he erupted into laughter, prompting the other workers to join in. Say that again. Qin's voice took on an unsettling tone. See? Someone's looking for trouble, and I'll gladly oblige. You are just a son-in-law, a good-for-nothing. Do you understand? Yang Bo showed that, his voice brimming with arrogance. However, before he could finish, a resounding slap echoed through the air, abruptly silencing the laughter. The onlooking workers gasped in shock as a vivid red imprint appeared on Yang Bo's face, the force of the blow significant, and delivered by the very son-in-law he had belittled. Caught off guard, Yang Bo stumbled, momentarily dazed, but quickly regained his composure, shouting, Qin and I, how dare you hit me? Yang Bo, not one to back down, was a tall and imposing figure, unaccustomed to such humiliation, especially from someone he held in contempt. Infuriated, he vowed, I will make you pay, and swung a fist at Qin and I. However, before his punch could connect, another slap landed on his face with even greater speed, volume, and force, leaving him disoriented. A third slap followed, even more terrifying, knocking Yang Bo off his feet and sending him crashing to the ground. A cloud of dust enveloping the room. If the first slap had merely startled those present, the subsequent three left the onlookers completely dumbfounded. These strikes not only shattered their perception of the son-in-law, but also revealed how Yang Bo, despite his size and strength, had no opportunity to retaliate. Witnessing this scene, several workers instinctively took a step back. Yang Bo, astonished by Qin's prowess, clutched his swollen left cheek and spat out blood along with the tooth. Olait inni. You dare to hit me? Just you wait, he exclaimed as he scrambled out of the villa. Qin and I paid him no mind. He was curious to see what further antics Yang Bo might attempt. Boss Qin, are we still going to continue with this work? One of the workers nervously inquired, their previous disdain replaced with trepidation. Does Yang Bo owe you any wages? Qin and I asked. No, he does not owe us anything, the worker replied hastily. Very well. Move all these materials outside the villa, and then you may leave. There will be no need for your return. Qin's tone had grown remarkably calm. At that moment, Suya, who was diligently working, received a phone call from Yang Mei-wan. The latter's high-pitched voice nearly shattered the phone. You must come to Tianhai Villa immediately. Qin and I has contacted Yang Bo. What? He called Yang Bo? For what reason? Suya was taken aback. His wings have grown strong, and he thinks himself successful. Emboldened by your support. Hurry over. Yang Mei-wan concluded her tirade and abruptly ended the call. Suya hastily set aside her work, donned her coat, and rushed towards Tianhai Villa. On the way, she attempted to call Qin and I several times, but he did not answer, intensifying her concern. She could hardly believe that Qin and I would confront Yang Bo, and more importantly, she doubted his ability to withstand a confrontation with him, making her worry for his safety. Upon arriving at the main entrance of the Tianhai Villa area, she spotted Yang Mei-wan and Yang Bo waiting for her. Suya drove up quickly, and upon seeing Yang Bo's swollen face, her astonishment was palpable. What on earth happened? Suya inquired as she exited the vehicle. He was just looking for trouble, claiming that the materials I purchased were of poor quality, and saying that our Yang family is only interested in money. He insisted that my second aunt should not be involved in the villa renovation. Yang Bo explained, his voice trembling with emotion. How can it be said that our family is greedy? I chose slightly cheaper materials to save you money. Look, he even knocked out 2 of my teeth. As Yang Bo spoke, he pulled back his lips to reveal the gaps where his 2 large teeth had once been. Suya frowned at the sight, surprised by the severity of Qin Ni's actions. Is there perhaps a misunderstanding here? She asked, perplexed. What misunderstanding could there be? He has grown arrogant. Regardless of whether Yang Bo was at fault, he felt entitled to strike my nephew. And listen to his words. What does he mean by our family being greedy? Have I spent his money? Yang Mei-wan seethed with anger. Second aunt, this fellow clearly does not regard you highly. While he was hitting me, I mentioned you, but he disregarded your reputation and continued to strike me, Yang Bo added, embellishing the tale further. Get in the car. I want to see what he is capable of. Yang Mei-wan declared as she forcefully opened Suya's car door, her furious expression akin to that of a warrior preparing for battle. Meanwhile, Qin and I sat on the steps before the villa, smoking a cigarette. He had anticipated that the troublesome Yang Bo would seek assistance from some unsavory acquaintances. But upon receiving Suya's call, he realized that she was bringing Yang Mei-wan instead. He chose not to answer the phone, believing that no explanation could suffice over the line. Before long, Suya's car arrived, and as the 3 exited, Yang Mei-wan shouted from a distance, Qin and I, you have gone too far. What do you think you are? How dare you strike my nephew? Mother, please do not be hasty. Let me speak with him. Suya urged, hastening towards Qin and I. Qin and I, are you all right? She examined him closely, and upon confirming his safety, she sighed in relief before asking, what exactly transpired? Qin and I stood up calmly, casting a cold glance at Yang Bo, who flinched at his gaze, retreating timidly behind Yang Mei-wan. Did he not inform you? Qin and I retorted. About the materials, perhaps? Suya sighed. Even if some subpar materials were purchased, it does not warrant resorting to violence, especially to the extent of knocking out Yang Bo's teeth. Chapter 80. Do you understand, Yang Mei-wan? Sister, the only reason he knocked out 2 of my teeth is because I ran fast. Otherwise, who knows what else he might have done? Yang Bo whimpered from his hiding place. Qin and I scoffed disdainfully, his displeasure mounting at Suya's defense of Yang Bo. Look at these inferior, unbranded paints and this shoddy plywood. Knocking out his 2 teeth is a leniency. Had it been someone else, I would have knocked out all of his teeth. Inni, what audacity! The choice of materials is our family's expense, and it has nothing to do with you. Yang Mei-wan retorted, hands on her hips. Yang Bo, feigning innocente, chimed in, these materials are merely cheaper. Aside from not being branded, they are perfectly fine. We've used similar materials for renovations in other communities without issue for 6 or 7 years. Did you hear that, Qin and I? Everyone uses such materials. What faults do you find? Apologize to Yang Bo immediately, Yang Mei-wan declared without consideration. At that moment, Yang Bo displayed a sinister smirk, his eyes gleaming with pride and disdain, standing tall beside Yang Mei-wan, awaiting Qin and I as capitulation. However, Suya interjected, Mother, while Qin and I may have overreacted, there is a reason for his actions. If you insist on an apology, I will apologize in his stead. You still defend him, do you? Can't you see he no longer respects me? I tell you, he must apologize today. Yang Meiwan insisted firmly. Yang Meiwan, have you not caused enough drama? Qin and I stepped forward, pulling Suya behind him. You dare to address me so informally, lacking respect for your elders? Watch as I teach you a lesson today. As she spoke, Yang Meiwan raised her hand to strike Qin and I. Yet before her hand could descend, Qin and I caught it midair. What are you doing? Release me. It's one thing to strike my nephew, but do you intend to lay hands on me as well? The domineering Yang Meiwan was taken aback by Qin's defiance. Yang Meiwan, it seems you're unaware that the renovation budget is 1 million. Do you understand why such a sum is necessary? Because all materials must be of the highest environmental standards. The toxic substances emitted by these inferior materials, once installed in the villa, could sicken any healthy individual. Qin and I tightened his grip slightly, his tone growing icer. Suya is your daughter. Are you not aware of her health? Should you dare to jeopardize her well-being? Even if it is your nephew involved, I will not hesitate to retaliate. I can tolerate your disdain, insults, and humiliation. But all of that hinges on your concern for Suya. Do you understand? After this piercing inquiry, Qin and I furiously released Yang Meijuan's hand, his chilling demeanor leaving her utterly stunned. Standing rigidly in place, Yang Meiwan resembled a lifeless piece of timber, unable to comprehend or imagine that the worthless individual she had berated for 3 years would dare to threaten her. Stunned into silence, she could only watch as Qin and I unleashed his wrath upon Yang Bo. Starting tomorrow, I do not wish to see you again. Deducting your wages and material costs from the advance of 500,000, ensure the remaining amount is delivered to Suya within a week. Otherwise, I will come after you, Qin and I declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Bo. Remember, this is not a place for you to exploit. The frigid tone sent shivers down Yang Bo's spine. Previously supported by Yang Meiwan, he now found even she was too intimidated to speak. He had no choice but to lower his head, avoiding eye contact with Qin and I. In contrast, after delivering his ultimatum, Qin and I dismissed the group and departed the scene. Once his figure had completely vanished, the three of them collectively exhaled in relief, as if awakening from a dream. It's truly turned upside down, Yang Meiwan finally gasped, her emotions surging, cheeks flushed as she bellowed. Suya, do you see? This is the fine husband you sought, the good man you defended. Now he even dares to threaten me. Did you hear what he just said? He actually suggested he would treat me harshly. Is this still the Su family? Is there no law left? Suya remained silent, her heart stirred by Qin's abrupt departure. It was evident that his anger was not solely directed at Yang Bo and Yang Meiwan, but also at her. Second aunt, did you see? In his eyes, there is no regard for you or my sister. He benefits from you, yet now throws a tantrum. If word of this reaches our Yang family, will you hide your face? Yang Bo's loathsome voice cut through the tension once more. Rest assured, we cannot accommodate such a person in our home. Suya, divorce him, do it immediately. Hearing Yang Bo incite further discord only heightened Yang Meijuan's fury. Indeed, divorce. My sister is so beautiful. Surely, she can find someone better. Why nurture such a treacherous soul? Enough. So you suddenly shouted, Yang Bo, get out. Leave at once, and do not let me see you again. Yembo stoa dum foundet. If you do not leave, I will call security, Suya declared, her voice resolute. With gritted teeth and eyes filled with resentment, Yang Bo reluctantly departed. Suya, what are you doing? Qin and I bullies your mother, and now you assist him in bullying me? Yang Meiwan was taken aback by Suya's demeanor. Mother, are you foolish? Yang Bo covets our family's wealth and deceives me. I initially paid him 500,000 and clearly specified my requirements. Look at the materials he used. ISNT Qin and I are doing all this for my sake. I understand you are angry, but you cannot disregard reason. Suya gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Yang Meijuan, calmed by Suya's reminders, pondered for a moment before asking, did you truly spend that much? This is the Tianhai Villa. Do you think it's an ordinary neighborhood? Suya wanted to explain that all this money was actually spent by Qin and I, but the words caught in her throat, knowing they would not be believed. Sigh. That Yang Bo truly brings me no pride. Yang Meiwan sighed and continued, Mother is not unreasonable. Yang Bo is indeed at fault. However, I can discipline my family members. Why should Qin and I have the authority to do so? If this continues, will the Su family have to bow to his whims in the future? Listen to your mother. Complete the divorce proceedings with him sooner rather than later. Mu Yang is waiting for you. If you have feelings for Mu Yang, then marry him. With that, Suya tossed out her words and drove away, leaving Yang Meiwan with a look of helplessness. As Suya drove out of the villa district, she kept an eye out for Qin and I, but despite reaching the entrance of the neighborhood, she did not catch a glimpse of him. With a heavy heart, she ultimately returned to the company. Chapter 81. Attending a banquet, Qin and I had his reasons for leaving. It is essential to note that the conversation he had with Chen Duoduo a fortnight ago was not a mere whim. The moment Tian Guofu approached him, he had already conceived the plan to nurture Suya. He understood that Suya was his Achilles heel. He could not be there to protect her at all times. Thus, the only way to counteract unforeseen dangers was to empower Suya, making her robust enough to stand on her own. This was the essence of what he meant by being self-reliant. The path would not be easy, but it was, without a doubt, the best form of protection for Suya. Qin and I intended to return to the clinic, but as he exited the villa district, he received a call from Chen Duoduo. "Hello, where are you?" Chen Duoduo's tone was somewhat anxious. "At Tianhai Ville," Qin replied succinctly. "Wait for me there. I will arrive in 30 minutes. Chen Duoduo concluded the call abruptly. Chen Duoduo was exceptionally punctual and decisive in her actions. Before the designated time, she had already reached Qin and I and noticed his reluctant demeanor. Slightly displeased, she remarked, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling to see me?" "Indeed," Qin and I replied candidly. Chen Duoduo bit her lip and retorted, "Let me remind you, I am the vice president of the Medical Association and your direct superior. If you dare to show me disrespect again, I will not hesitate to have you dismissed." With a resigned expression, Qin and I could only flatter her, saying, "Very well. My esteemed leader, what are your orders?" "I shall take you to broaden your horizons," she declared, pressing the accelerator as the car sped away. "Broaden my horizons?" Qin and I questioned, pulling out a cigarette in anticipation of her explanation. However, before he could light it, she snatched it from him. "No smoking in my car," she said, tossing the cigarette out of the window. "Today, Mr. Ian is hosting a dinner for my father and several vice presidents, and I am bringing you along to make an appearance." "Why should I accompany you when you're dining with the vice presidents?" Qin and I feigned indifference, even displaying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are you truly so unaware of your own good fortune? Do you know who Mr. Ian is?" Chen Duoduo shot him a disapproving glance. "Who is he?" Qin and I, intrigued by her seriousness, inquired. "He is a powerful businessman in Qixing province, known for donating millions to our association every year. Many connections we have are facilitated by him. The patients he introduces are prominent figures in Qixing province. For a small association like ours, his support is indeed a luxury," Chen Duoduo explained earnestly. Haidong City is a coastal city under Qixing province, and Chen Duoduo's reference to Mr. Ian underscored his considerable influence. Although the Medical Association holds a prestigious position, it is fundamentally established upon the foundations of wealth and power. As a civilian organization, its development inevitably intertwines with the secular web of relationships, making patrons like Mr. Ian indispensable. The connections that Chen Duoduo referred to are essentially cultivated through the art of medicine. In simpler terms, possessing a network of contacts is paramount for future advancement. This phenomenon is particularly evident in a small third-tier city like this. Qin and I, hailing from the Qin family, is well acquainted with the transactions that transpire between power and wealth. After pondering for a few moments, he replied, "I comprehend your intent, yet as a newcomer to the Medical Association, it would be inappropriate for me to appear at the dinner gathering, wouldn't it?" "Yes, Huang Tian, Chui Yin, and Ye Feng will be attending," Chen Duoduo stated matter-of-factly. "They're going as well." Qin and I furrowed his brow. Indeed, this was Sun Chao's idea. It is evident he wishes to take the initiative at this dinner and win over Mr. Ian. Chen Duoduo continued to elucidate. "Mr. Ian has been donating to the Medical Association for over 5 years, granting him 10% of the voting rights for the presidential election. The intricacies of the rules are not for me to detail. You only need to understand that he is of great significance." "So, The internal competition within the medical association is quite fierce. Qin and I feigned ignorance, recalling that Tian Guofu had mentioned this previously. Chen Duo took a deep breath, revealing, "A year ago, my father had an accident, leaving him with ailments in both hands. His medical skills have significantly diminished, and he relies solely on his reputation to maintain the position of president. However, the mounting pressures from both inside and outside have rendered him overwhelmed. Thus, you were brought back? Indeed, he has pushed me directly into the role of vice president under pressure, not only to cultivate my abilities, but also to fortify his position," Chen Duo stated candidly. "Given this, you should not have recruited individuals like Huang Tian. Are you unaware that they are all part of the same faction?" "I am aware, but there was no alternative. Huang Tian is the nephew of former President Huang Yanqing, and Ye Feng and Shui Yin hail from renowned medical families in our city. Do you think that even if I were in charge of recruitment, I could justify excluding them? Moreover, each of them had recommendations from influential figures. If my father could not refuse them, how could I? Most importantly, their medical skills indeed meet the standards," Chen Duo explained, then added, "Therefore, I aim to forge alliances with a few genuine medical experts during recruitment. I had previously valued by Cho from Sandu Academy, yet I did not anticipate you would emerge as a contender. I see now. Your intention is to win me over." Qin and I feigned realization. "Precisely, do you agree?" Chen Duo countered. "What are the benefits?" Qin and I did not hesitate. "Benefits?" Chen Duo cast a sidelong glance at Qin and I, her distaste evident. With a dismissive huff, she replied, "There are none. However, should you decline, I will disclose everything you have concealed to Suya. If she discovers that her husband of 3 years has been deceiving her, it will undoubtedly break her heart. You are quite ruthless." Qin Mi's eyelid twitched twice, and with a begrudging acceptance of the 3 words, he tacitly acquiesced to Chen Duo's overtures. On the surface, he appeared coerced, yet in reality, after absorbing Chen Duo's words, he had already resolved to stir the pot, for his own ambition was to ascend to the presidency of the medical association. However, Chen Duo remained oblivious to all of this. Not long after, the car entered the Half Moon Villa. This marked Qin Ni's second visit, yet he did not encounter manager Xiao, who had greeted him on his previous arrival, revealing how significant the occasion had been then. Following the server, he entered a private room where, aside from Chen Jingyi's absence, several vice presidents and others, including Huang Tian, had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Chen Duo ushering Qin and I inside, the group appeared momentarily taken aback. "Duo, why have you brought him here? Are you not aware that Mr. Yin is coming today?" Sun Xiao's tone was displeased, bordering on reproachful. "Uncle Sun, he is also a member of our association. Why shouldn't he come?" Chen Duo replied, her politeness laced with defiance. "Besides, Huang Tian and the others are here too. That is entirely different. Uncle Huang is a former president of our association, and the elders of Ye Feng and Shui Yin are renowned figures in Haidong City. But him? He is merely a doctor from a clinic. What decorum is there in attending such an occasion?" Sun Xiao's tone grew increasingly severe. Chapter 82, Mr. Yin's daughter. In response to Sun Xiao's criticism, Chen Duo smiled rather than fuming. "I believe that such gatherings should include capable individuals. One's origins are secondary." Sun Xiao, momentarily rendered speechless by her retort, struggled to formulate a comeback, only to be halted by Wang Yunyin and El Kuei. "Now that we are all here, let us cease this quarrel. After all, we are all members of the association. It is of no consequence," they both stated almost in unison. "Oof." Sun Xiao, infuriated, returned to his seat, muttering indignantly, "He has merely passed the assessment. It remains to be seen whether he possesses any real ability." Huang Tian and the others cast stern glances at Qin and I, but refrained from voicing any jibes. After all, Qin and I had decisively outperformed Zuoyu, leaving a significant impression on them. A few moments later, Chen Jingyi entered the room alongside Mr. Yin. In his 60s, Mr. Yin's face bore numerous wrinkles, yet they could not conceal his astute gaze, a hallmark of a seasoned businessman. Accompanying him was a woman who appeared to be in her late 20s. somewhat haggard yet elegantly dressed. While her beauty was not extraordinary, she exuded a rare charm, particularly due to the air of nobility that surrounded her, which was inexplicably captivating. "Thank you for your patience, everyone." Mr. Yin politely nodded to the group before taking a seat at the head of the table, flanked by Chun Jingyi and the woman. At this juncture, Sun Chao quickly rose to pour tea for Mr. Yin, flattering him. "Mr. Yin, you are truly gracious. Taking time out of your busy schedule to reminisce with us. I would gladly wait for hours, let alone just a few minutes. Brother Sun, you remain as eloquent as ever." Mr. Yin's smile widened, clearly pleased by Sun Chao's words. "Thank you for the compliment. You must be tired from your journey. Let us dine and converse simultaneously," Sun Chao said with a smile, preparing to call for the server. But at that moment, Chun Jingyi interjected, "Brother Sun, have you forgotten? Today, Mr. Yin is treating us. Are you attempting to overshadow the host?" Sun Chao was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead in realization. "Oh dear, how could I forget? Mr. Yin, I will take this tea in place of wine and self-punish with a cup." While sipping tea, Sun Chao silently extended his greetings to Chun Jingyi. Initially intending to curry favor, he found himself unexpectedly overshadowed by Chun Jingyi's remarks. Though their exchange consisted of merely a few sentences, the sharp clash had already stirred considerable ripples, and those around them chose to turn a blind eye, as Mr. Yin was accustomed to such situations. "Waitstaff, please bring out 10 of your house specialties and 2 bottles of fine wine, Mr. Yin instructed with brevity before resuming his conversation with Chun Jingyi and others. The ensuing dialogue was filled with the customary pleasantries among friends. Apart from the few old acquaintances, Qin and I and the others could only listen in boredom, and even Shin Duo found it difficult to interject. Once the food and drink were served, Mr. Yin cast a glance at Huang Tian, Qin and I, and the others. These young individuals must be the promising newcomers of the association, he inquired. Indeed, they all joined the association just this year. Chun Jingyi began, but Sun Chao interjected. "Allow me to introduce them to you, Mr. Yin. They are quite remarkable." "Very well. Sunday, please proceed." Mr. Yin nodded, leaving Chun Jingyi to frown in silence at the interruption. "This is Huang Tian, whose uncle, Huang Yanqing, is an old friend of yours." Sun Chao smiled. "He specifically asked me to bring Huang Tian along to meet you, not only to learn from your wisdom in navigating the world, but also to seek your guidance and support in the future. His medical skills are exceptional, making him a standout among his peers." Mr. Yin did not respond verbally, but regarded Huang Tian with appreciation. Sun Chao continued with his introductions. "This is Ye Feng, a descendant of the Xia family from Haidong City, and this is Cui Yin, a scion of the Cui family. Both families are renowned for their medical expertise in Haidong City and share a long-standing friendship with mine." Though Sun Chao's introduction seemed straightforward, it was laced with hidden implications, subtly conveying to Mr. Yin the strength of his connections and relationships. "And these two?" Mr. Yin turned his gaze toward Chun Duo and Qin and I. "This is Chun Duo, the daughter of our President Chun. She has recently joined the medical association and has already ascended to the position of vice president. Truly an impressive achievement for one so young." Sun Chao's words, while outwardly complimentary, carried a flippant tone, suggesting to Mr. Yin that Chun Duo's rise was merely a result of nepotism. Hearing Sun Chao's remarks, both Chun Jingyi and Chun Duo wore displeased expressions, yet the nature of the gathering prevented them from voicing their frustrations. "And this individual is Qin and I, who runs a modest clinic in the city, a personal venture. He was fortunate enough to pass the assessment during this recruitment." Sun Chao's use of the word fortunate clearly implied that Qin and I lacked both strength and a significant background. Mr. Yin, upon hearing this, chose not to regard Qin and I, seemingly unwilling to waste time on such an inconspicuous figure. Yet he offered some praise for Chun Duo. "Mr. Yin, might I inquire about the young lady beside you?" Chun Jingyi interjected, unwilling to let Sun Chao monopolize the conversation. "You were about to ask, and I was just about to introduce her. This is my daughter, Yin Saran." Mr. Yin paused slightly. "In truth, I brought my daughter along primarily to seek a favor." As Mr. Yin's words resonated, all ears were turned towards him. Chun Jingyi promptly remarked, Mr. Een has something to discuss. Please do not hesitate. Mr. Een continued. My daughter has been experiencing chest tightness and shortness of breath for the past 6 months, and the pain has intensified recently. I wish to seek President Chen's assistance. Chen Jingyi responded calmly. I see. Chest tightness and shortness of breath are not considered severe matters in traditional Chinese medicine. I sincerely hope it is nothing serious. Chen, could you take a look? Mr. Een inquired. Just as Chen Jingyi was about to nod in agreement, Sun Chao interjected. Mr. Een, you must be aware that after the accident, President Chen's hands have been afflicted and are no longer nimble. Allow me to examine your daughter on his behalf. This statement caused a noticeable stir among the onlookers, revealing the underlying power struggle. Yet, what could Chen Jingyi do? Sun Chao's assertions were grounded in reality. With a pallor of dismay, Chen Jingyi refrained from retorting. Ever since his injury, he had seldom treated patients, even for minor ailments, and with Mr. Yin's daughter involved. He felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility and uncertainty. Sun Chao's words were not merely a reminder, but a blow to his confidence. Having lost his previous prowess due to his affliction, he could only endure in silence. Sun Chao had keenly recognized this vulnerability. However, Chen Duo was not so easily intimidated. Just as she prepared to speak up in protest, she was suddenly pulled back by Qin and I, who whispered urgently, Do not act impulsively. What do you mean? Are you siding with an outsider? Chen Duo glared at Qin and I, incredulous that someone she had sought to ally with would restrain her at such a critical moment. Do you believe your medical skills surpass those of Sun Chao? Qin and I leaned closer to her, his voice dropping further. This is not a grave illness. I can stand in for my father, can't I? Why should he take his place? Chen Duo retorted defiantly. Trust me, it is not that simple. He may not perceive it as you do, Qin and I replied, enunciating each word carefully. Taken aback, Chen Duo felt her agitation subside under Qin Yi's earnestness, and her gaze fell upon her father's resigned expression, filling her with sympathy. At this moment, everyone's attention was fixated on Mr. Een, leaving the two of them unnoticed. Since Brother Sun wishes to proceed, I would appreciate it if you could examine my daughter, Mr. Een said, recognizing Chen Jingyi's silence and acknowledging his uncertainty, thus alleviating the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Sun Chao nodded and approached Een Saran, who was seated. Huang Tan, understanding the situation, brought over a chair for Sun Chao, who then sat beside her and placed his hand on her wrist. Chest tightness and shortness of breath signify a struggle to breathe, a sensation of inadequacy. In milder cases, it may seem trivial, but in severe instances, it can feel as though a great weight is pressing upon the chest. Consequently, individuals suffering from these symptoms often exhibit an irregular pulse, characterized by difficulty and obstruction, akin to a light blade scraping bamboo or icy water flowing slowly. This is typically referred to as qi stagnation syndrome. As Sun Chao spoke, he began to take her pulse, and after a few moments of contemplation, he inquired, Miss Een, when did you first experience chest tightness and shortness of breath? 6 months ago, Een Saran replied. Have you sustained any injuries or suffered from a significant illness? Sun Chao continued his questioning. Not at all. Een Saran gently shook her head. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao furrowed his brow and remarked, The other hand. Approximately 4 or 5 minutes later, Sun Chao withdrew his hand, yet the frown on his face remained, casting a shadow over his expression. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon his countenance, eagerly awaiting an answer. Brother Sun, have you discerned something? Mr. Een inquired first. From the pallor of Miss Yin's complexion, her eyes, and the contours of her features, one could perceive a certain weariness wrought by illness. However, her pulse, upon examination, resembled that of an ordinary person. If one were to seek a flaw, it would merely be that she had not rested well. Sun Chao continued with certainty. Rest assured, Mr. Een, Miss Een is quite healthy. Upon hearing this, Chen Duo involuntarily smiled, astonished that Qin and I had indeed been correct. Sun Chao had not detected any ailment. It seemed that certain individuals possessed healthy hands, yet their medical skills left much to be desired. Chen Duo scoffed. Duo, I understand that you harbor resentment towards me for seemingly usurping your father's accolades. However, Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I seek no glory for myself, but merely wish to assist Mr. Yin. Sun Chao adopted a demeanor of calm assurance. Chen Duo, momentarily rendered speechless by Sun Chao's pointed remarks, wore an exceptionally displeased expression, as her medical expertise indeed paled in comparison to his. Chun Jingyi, too, dared not interject, silently sighing in resignation. Seeing the two of them at a loss, Sun Chao felt a surge of confidence and continued, I do not claim to possess profound medical knowledge, yet I am quite certain in my diagnostic abilities. Miss Yin's condition is indeed commendable. The conclusion remains consistent wherever one may go. Brother Sun's words strike a chord. Mr. Yin nodded slightly. Yet he sighed in resignation as he continued. In the past 6 months, in my quest to treat my daughter, I have consulted the Medical Association of Qingyao City and the Medical Association of Dengzhou City, but the results align with what Brother Sun has stated. No ailments could be discerned. Mr. Yin's statement astonished the assembly. The medical associations of Qingyao and Dengzhou rank among the foremost in the entire Qi province, their prowess far surpassing that of Haidong City. The fact that their conclusions mirrored Sun Chao's speaks volumes of his capabilities. At this moment, Sun Chao raised his head with newfound pride. Relishing in the validation of his skills, envisioning how Mr. Yin's support might propel him to the presidency of the Medical Association. Huang Tian, too, was swept up in excitement. Should Sun Chao ascend to the presidency, his own status within the association would soar, leaving Qin and I at his mercy. Conversely, Chun Jingyi resembled a defeated general, sitting helplessly in his seat, devoid of any means to retaliate. Chun Duo felt a pang of guilt, realizing her impulsiveness. Had she refrained from mocking Sun Chao, perhaps he would not have resorted to such ostentatious displays. Amidst the varied thoughts swirling in the room, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I believe Miss Eames does not appear to be unwell. Qin and I interjected, shattering the tranquility of the private room, and the collective gaze of the assembly turned toward him. Qin and I, there are certain words that should not be spoken lightly. Sun Chao raised his eyebrows in warning, stating, it is already a rare exception for Mr. Yin to invite you today. Should you wish to cause trouble for him, I cannot spare you. Some individuals should not be so self-assured. Having just entered the medical association, do you really believe your skills surpass those of Senior Sun? Huang Tian interjected from the side. After their remarks, Mr. Yin chuckled softly, saying, let us first enjoy our meal. I shall seek other solutions regarding my daughter. Clearly, Mr. Yin did not take Qin Ni's words to heart, nor did he believe that a young man like him could unearth any unique insights. However, at that moment, Qin and I stood up resolutely. I do not intend to create trouble for Mr. Yin, but I am certain of one thing. Miss Yin is indeed afflicted by a serious ailment, he asserted firmly. Qin and I, are you not done? How could Miss Yin possibly be ill? Sun Chao retorted angrily. If Vice President Sun insists that Miss Yin is healthy, then does that imply Mr. Yin is deceiving us? Qin and I calmly countered. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Did you not hear? Not only did I diagnose her as healthy, but even the medical associations of Qingyao and Dengzhou reached the same conclusion. Mr. Yin would never deceive us. Otherwise, he would not have traveled to so many places seeking treatment. Mr. Yin would not deceive us. Does that mean Miss Yin is feigning illness? Qin and I replied with a slight smile. This statement stunned the crowd, as it lacked any decorum, especially considering Mr. Yin was a patron of their medical association. Yin, you have gone too far, Sun Chao exclaimed in exasperation. With Miss Yin's status, how could she possibly pretend to be ill? Chapter 84. I Can Heal, ignoring the disdainful and bewildered gazes from those around him. Qin Nai spoke with unflappable composure. Mr. Yin would not deceive us, nor would Miss Yin feign illness. If you assert that Miss Yin is healthy, the question arises, is there an issue with them or with you? I trust one need not elaborate further. His words suddenly shifted the dynamics of the situation, leaving Sun Chao momentarily speechless and utterly dumbfounded. Chen Duo, sitting nearby, could not help but smirk at Sun Chao's discomfiture, feeling an inexplicable joy. Very well, you claim Miss Yin is seriously ill, correct? Then, let us see. If you cannot identify any ailment, You need not show your face at the medical association again, Sun Chao declared, casting a glance at Chen Jingyi. President Chen, this Qin and I was brought here by your daughter. Given his audacity to create such a ruckus in front of Mr. Yin, my actions are not unwarranted. Are they? Chen Jingyi regarded Chen Duo, then glanced at Qin and I, contemplating for a moment before stating, if he cannot identify any ailment, he should indeed face consequences. I concur with your approach. Chen Jingyi felt helpless, for Mr. Yin was far too significant. Dad, Chen Duo exclaimed, feeling anxious. She was about to refute when Qin and I pressed her back in her seat, then approached Miss Yin. Mr. Yin, may I examine your daughter? Qin and I inquired. Mr. Yin scrutinized Qin and I. The young man's plain appearance and argumentative nature left him with no favorable impression. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he had no choice but to acquiesce. You must be thorough, Mr. Yin replied coldly, sounding almost like a warning. Qin and I sat beside Yin Saran and spoke softly. Miss Yin, may I take your hand? Yin Saran merely nodded gently and extended her hand to Qin and I, having long grown accustomed to such diagnostic methods, harboring little hope. Qin and I naturally placed his hand on her wrist, his expression becoming more earnest. At that moment, Mr. Yin, standing nearby, remarked in a hushed tone, my daughter's affliction has troubled our family for quite some time. Over the past 6 months, we have sought the expertise of both traditional Chinese medicine and Western doctors. Yet the results have yielded no improvement. Upon hearing this, Sun Chao felt a sense of reassurance and commented, thanks to Mr. Yin's extensive connections. He has consulted renowned medical experts. If we had encountered some charlatans, who knows the extent of the ailment they might have claimed? His words subtly hinted at Qin and I. In contrast, Qin and I remained oblivious to their conversation, and after concluding the pulse examination, he scrutinized Yin Saran for a moment before suddenly asking, Miss Yin, may I inquire? In the past year or two, have you lost a close family member? Is this truly part of your diagnosis? Sun Chao interjected, growing increasingly irate. However, Mr. Yin's expression flickered with confusion, and Yin Saran was momentarily taken aback before responding, Indeed, I have lost a relative. In an instant, the room fell silent, and even the previously boisterous Sun Chao was rendered speechless. It must have been someone with whom you shared a deep bond? Qin and I continued. How did you know? Yin Saran asked, her surprise evident. It was merely a guess, Qin and I replied with a faint smile. Could you share the nature of your relationship? He was my fiancé. Yin Saran managed to utter, seemingly summoning great courage to voice this truth. I see. Qin and I nodded. At this moment, Mr. Yin finally grasped the implications of Qin Ni's words, questioning with a hint of perplexity, Young man, do your inquiries relate to my daughter's condition? Are you familiar with the concept of longing as an affliction? Imeditortiv. Longing as an affliction? Mr. Yin furrowed his brow. 10 years of life and death, separated by the vastness of existence. When one does not think, it becomes difficult to forget. The bond between two souls, one alive and the other departed, breeds an insatiable yearning. This is what we refer to as the anguish of longing, often trivialized in modern discourse. Qin and I explained, concluding with a gentle smile. Yet, few realize that true longing can manifest as a chronic ailment, even endangering one's life. Are you suggesting that my daughter suffers from this longing? Mr. Yin inquired, his brow furrowing further. Miss Yin, due to the pain of longing, has gradually developed a stagnation of energy within her, an accumulation that becomes trapped around the Tain Zhong acupoint. This pressure makes it difficult for her to swallow or expel, and as it intensifies, it leads to symptoms of chest tightness and shortness of breath. Qin and I continued thoughtfully. This explains why both traditional and modern medicine have struggled to diagnose her condition. Had Mr. Yin encountered a skilled acupuncturist earlier, this issue could have been resolved quite easily. The individuals present in the room, all possessing commendable knowledge of medicine, understood Qin Ni's words with clarity. However, convincing others proves to be a formidable challenge, especially with Sun Chao leading the skepticism. It is widely recognized that acupuncture points are an exquisite skill of traditional Chinese medicine, and mastering them is an arduous endeavor. The very existence of these points is shrouded in mystery. While one may discuss them, the question remains, How can one substantiate such claims? Sun Chao chuckled dismissively, stating that there were no experts in acupuncture in their midst. Mr. Yin, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement and turned his gaze toward Qin and I. There is no need for validation. I shall heal Miss Yin. Qin and I replied with serene confidence. Can you truly cure my daughter's ailment? Mr. Yin inquired, astonished, as Sun Chao and the others wore expressions of disbelief. There is no cause for such astonishment, Mr. Yin. This is not an incurable condition, Qin and I reassured him. He then retrieved a leather case from his pocket, and as he opened it, the onlookers gasped in amazement. Inside lay silver needles, crafted from pure silver. Anyone familiar with acupuncture understands that a physician wielding such exquisite instruments is undoubtedly a true master of the art. Sun Chao fell silent, and even Huang Tian and the others dared not breathe a word. At that moment, Qin and I appeared as though he had unveiled a divine artifact before them. The expressions of Chun Zhengyi and his companions were beyond description, while only Chen Duo seemed to have anticipated this, albeit internally murmuring, "Indeed, it is he who wields them." Miss Yin, I may need to make contact with your body. I hope you will excuse me, Qin and I said politely. Yin Saran regarded Qin and I with newfound seriousness. She had not expected this unassuming man to possess such competence, coupled with a gentlemanly demeanor that was quite disarming. She nodded gently in acknowledgement. It's quite all right. Gaining her consent, Qin and I selected a silver needle from the case, pinching it delicately between his fingers before suddenly exerting force, deftly inserting the needle into the Tianzhong acupoint. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. It is well known that the Tianzhong point is a critical area, where any miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. However, their concerns soon proved unwarranted. After expertly administering the needle, Qin and I swiftly moved behind Yin Saran, grasping her neck with one hand while pressing against her back with the other, pushing upward with vigor. Chapter 85. Can you cook? Burp. Yin Saran released a prolonged, resonant belch, expelling a breath that seemed tinged with darkness and a foul odor, causing the onlookers to instinctively pinch their noses. After a moment, Qin and I removed the needle and approached the window to let in fresh air. Miss Yin, how do you feel now? He inquired with a smile. Initially embarrassed by her earlier outburst, particularly the unpleasant odor reminiscent of flatulence, Yin Saran found herself smiling back at Qin and I with unperturbed demeanor. After taking a few deep breaths, she eagerly nodded. I feel much better, truly better. Daughter, are you truly all right? Mr. Yin asked, his voice filled with excitement. I am fine, really fine, Yin Saran affirmed repeatedly, then turned to Qin and I, saying, Qin, I know, Mr. Qin, I am immensely grateful to you. It was but a trifling effort. There is no need for formalities. However, I must advise you that I can only treat you once, not perpetually. The affliction of longing is primarily a matter of the heart. In other words, what you must overcome is your yearning. Surely, your fiancé in the underworld would not wish to see you in such a state, Qin and I remarked with a hint of melancholy. Thank you, I understand. Yin Saran bit her lip and nodded, as if she had made a decision. With a loud crash, Sun Chao hurled the ashtray from the RV on the ground, seething with anger. What a fine meal ruined by this Qin, truly a harbinger of misfortune. Come now, brother, do not let your temper flare so. It is merely a Qin, hardly a cause for concern, Lu Quan remarked with a smile. Lu Quan, one of the 4 vice presidents of the Medical Association, was quite the opportunist, having previously aligned himself with Chun Zhengyi, but now, witnessing Sun Chao's growing power, he had begun to follow him ardently. Despite his words, Lu Quan's display of acupuncture technique today had genuinely astonished me. Those were silver needles. Who exactly is his master? Sun Chao furrowed his brow. I have already investigated his background. Aside from the insignificant Su family, he has no connections. As for his medical skills, they are indeed somewhat dubious. But even if his abilities are exceptional, he is still just one person and poses no threat to you. Lu Quan lowered his voice. Chun Jingyi is certain to fail in the next election, and his daughter has little influence. You would say you have no rivals, so there's no need to rush. You are right. I have been too hasty, Sun Chao replied, sipping his tea. Yet I have an inkling that this Qin will eventually become a nuisance. Do not forget, Those young men from Huangtian are quite displeased with Qin. Their conflict will inevitably come to a head. You may simply sit back and watch the spectacle, intervening at a crucial moment to claim the spoils. Lu Quan chuckled. You are quite cunning, ensnaring not only outsiders, but even your own. Sun Chao laughed in return. This is what one might call using a borrowed knife to kill, Lu Quan said, lightly touching his neck as the two exchanged knowing smiles. Their words, however, did not reach Qin Yi's ears. He was thoroughly prepared for any eventuality. On the path to success, he had tread upon countless bones. Ever since being expelled from the Qin family, he had come to understand this harsh truth. At 12:30, Qin Yi pushed open the door to his home. For the first time in 3 years, he had returned so late. The lights in the living room were still on. The television was playing, and several covered dishes were laid out on the table. Suya, with her frail body, lay quietly on the sofa, likely fast asleep. What a foolish girl, Qin Yi thought as he approached the sofa, intending to drape his discarded clothing over her. Just then, she opened her eyes. You're back, Suya asked, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Yes, why are you sleeping here? Qin Yi said, a pang of tenderness in his heart. I was waiting for you, Suya replied, biting her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Are you angry with me? In the 3 years we've known each other, have I ever been angry with you? Qin Yi replied without hesitation. Such a response only deepened Suya's guilt and sorrow. Bowing her head, she said, I didn't mean to blame you. I just didn't want to escalate the situation. After all, Yang Bo is a relative of my family. Can I apologize to you? Fool. Qin Yi affectionately grasped Suya's hand. My departure was not due to your reproach, but rather because you, knowing Yang Bo was in the wrong, chose to defend him out of your kindness. Remember, kindness is a precious virtue, yet should not excuse those who harm you. Otherwise, your benevolence may ultimately become the sword that pierces your own throat. This is the reason you have consistently struggled against Zhu Meiqi. Suya remained silent for a long time, and Qin Yi's earnest demeanor prompted her to reassess herself. After a while, she gently nodded and replied, I understand your point, but I cannot bear the thought of it. One day, you will achieve it. Qin and I did not pressure Suya, for he understood that growth is not something that occurs instantaneously. He himself had undergone 9 years of refinement to grasp the essence of the mundane world. I will handle the remaining funds for Yang Bo. You need not worry about it. Qin and I shifted the topic, aware that Suya might feel uncomfortable asking for money. All right, but you must promise me not to harm him. After all, he is still quite young, and you've already knocked out 2 of his teeth last time. Sugeti marked. Rest assured, as he is a relative, I will not go too far, Qin and I replied, pulling Suya to her feet and changing the subject. Did you prepare dinner for me? Ah, yes, Suya stammered, glancing at the dining table. Come, let us eat together, Qin and I said, guiding her toward the table while mumbling, in 3 years, I have never tasted your cooking. Let me see. Qin and I lifted the lids from the dishes one by one, astonished by the array of fragrant and colorful offerings. Did you really make all this? Indeed, I did. Please try it, Suya beamed. Goodness, I had no idea you could cook, Qin and I exclaimed, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. This stir-fried green pepper with meat is delightful, and the lion's head meatballs are quite good as well. How about this mushu tomato? Suyaskiv, angstchisli. Absolutely delicious, simply exquisite, Qin and I declared, devouring the food with enthusiasm. Of all these dishes, my favorite is definitely the mushu tomato. Really? Suya gazed at Qin and I, who was eating voraciously, unable to believe her eyes, as she distinctly recalled oversalting the mushu tomato and slightly burning the eggs. Of course, if you don't believe me, try it yourself. Qin and I had already consumed half a bowl of rice and devoured a substantial portion of the mushu tomato. Chapter 86. Little Jasmine is ill upon hearing Qin Yi's words. Suya curiously picked up her chopsticks. When she placed a piece of egg in her mouth, her brows furrowed immediately. So salty. You deceived me. I still think it's the best, Qin and I chuckled. Suya quickly realized, her face flushing slightly as she confessed. Actually, the other dishes were takeout. I knew it, Qin and I said, finishing the last piece of tomato. Marriage requires effort. Regardless of the reasons that brought Qin and I and Suya together, Both were striving to adapt and change. In the following days, Qin and I entrusted the villa's renovation to manager He, who was more than willing to assist and promised that the renovations would be completed within 3 to 4 months, allowing them to move in. A week later, instead of confronting Yang Bo directly, Qin and I chose to call him. "Who is it?" came the impatient tone of Yang Bo, accompanied by the sounds of mahjong in the background. "Qin and I," was all Qin and I said. "Ah, should I refer to you as brother-in-law? Yang Bo market Saratesti. Is there something you need? If not, please hang up. Don't hinder my card game. Are you not aware of what I told you a week ago?" Qin and I replied coldly. "Huh." Yang Bo scoffed. "If you don't seek me out, I was actually considering reaching out to you. You knocked out my tooth. Do you have any idea how much I spent at the hospital? The remaining funds from the project are far from sufficient. Are you implying that I owe you money? Inichekiv. As long as you understand," Yang Bo continued mockingly, "but you are merely a parasite. You have no wealth to speak of. Out of respect for the Su family, I shall not press you, but remember, do not call me again, or I shall not be so accommodating." Listening to Yang Bo's brashness, Qin and I recalled how, just a week prior, the man had cowered behind Yang Meiwan. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. "If I could knock out 2 of your teeth, I could easily shatter the rest. For the sake of your sister, I shall grant you some time to reflect," he declared before abruptly ending the call. "Do you think I am easily intimidated?" Yang Bo seethed, slamming his phone onto the mahjong table, nearly shattering the screen. "Brother Bo, why are you so furious? Who dares to cross you?" A fellow player inquired with a grin. "Just a worthless man hiding behind a woman. I will eventually bring him down," Yang Bo replied with venom. At that moment, Qin and I, having just concluded his call, received a phone call from Suya. "Are you busy? Please come to the 2nd Central Hospital. Something has happened." Suya's anxious voice came through the receiver, and before she could elaborate, she hung up. Startled, Qin and I discerned that Suya was likely driving. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his jacket and exited the clinic, hailing a cab straight to the hospital. Half an hour later, Qin and I encountered Suya at the hospital entrance. Upon seeing that she was unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, "What transpired?" "Xiao Mo Li is unwell," Suya responded as they made their way into the hospital. Qin and I furrowed his brow. He had sensed something amiss during his previous visit to the Su family, but he did not anticipate the situation to escalate so swiftly. It must be a heart condition, right? Indeed, Xiao Mo suffers from congenital heart disease. She underwent surgery when she was 8 months old. There have been no significant issues over the years. But just a few days ago, she suddenly fell ill, Suya explained, seemingly recalling something. "How did you know she had heart problems?" "I'm a doctor," Qin and I replied calmly. "You discerned this during your last visit to the Su family?" Suya pressed. "Pretty much, but I did not expect it to be so severe. Had I examined her more thoroughly then, it might have been better." Qin and I sighed helplessly. "Do not blame yourself," Suya consoled him before suddenly asking, "Do you have any means of treatment?" Congenital diseases are physiological defects, and in such cases, Western medicine is more effective than traditional Chinese medicine. Therefore, Western treatment would yield the best results, Qin and I answered. Although he practiced traditional Chinese medicine, he recognized the strengths of both disciplines and never belittled one in favor of the other. Upon hearing this, Suya nodded. She held little hope, even though the other party had previously treated her migraines. Over the past 3 years, she had developed a new understanding of Qin's medical skills. A few minutes later, the two arrived at the inpatient department, where they encountered Ding Yun's family, including her parents, and even Su Jia had sent Su Yuelong over. At that moment, Ding Yun was seated, gently sobbing, while her husband, Wu Sheng, paced back and forth. Upon seeing Su Ya and Qin and I, he approached without the previous arrogance he had displayed at the Su family home. "Xiaoya, you finally arrived," Wu Sheng exclaimed, as if he had seen a savior. Hearing his voice, Ding Yun wiped her tears and stood up, but her expression twisted in an instant upon seeing Qin and I. "You jinx! How dare you show your face here? If it weren't for you, my daughter wouldn't be in this situation. Get out, just leave." Ding Yun pointed at Qin and I, unleashing a torrent of curses, as if she wanted to tear him apart. "Cousin, what are you doing? Xiao Mei's illness has nothing to do with Qin and I." Suya protested, visibly displeased. If it weren't for his curse on Mei, she wouldn't be suffering like this. Ding Yun cried out amidst her sobs. Mei is ill. Does that mean you are as well? How can you utter such nonsense? Suya found the situation utterly absurd. She never anticipated that Ding Yun would make such a scene. If it weren't for Xiao Mei still lying in the hospital, she would have taken Qin and I and left. Ding Yun, taken aback by Su Ya's rebuttal, was at a loss for words, while Wu Sheng quickly pulled Ding Yun away, admonishing her, "Can you please say less? Your current state is a result of your own doing." Wu Sheng was not foolish. He could see that Suya was unafraid to confront the entire Su family in her defense of Qin and I. What was Ding Yun in comparison? Moreover, they still needed Qin Ni's help. Xiaoya, don't take it to heart. My cousin is just exhausted and a bit deranged, Wu Sheng quickly explained, even offering an apologetic smile to Qin and I. Brother-in-law, how is Xiao Mei doing now? Suya was not inclined to dwell on Ding Yun's behavior. Her primary concern was for Xiao Mei. The situation is not optimistic. The hospital suggests transferring us to Hua Qin Hospital, as our medical facilities are significantly more advanced than here. However, Wu Sheng paused for a moment. We were informed by Hua Qin that their wards are already full. Even if we transfer Xiao Mei, there would be no place for her treatment. We have exhausted all options, and even the Su family has intervened. Even the Su family can't help? Suya furoit herburoth. Wu Sheng shook his head helplessly. This season, there are many patients. Even the registration is backed up until after the new year. It's impossible to get in. He paused again, looking at Suya almost pleadingly. Xiaoya, you know the director of Hua Qin Hospital, right? Please, speak on our behalf. I beg you as your brother-in-law. Yes, Xiaoya, please help Annie. Xiao Mei is my beloved child, Ding Yun's mother cried out from the side. Meanwhile, Ding Yun leaned in, her eyes glistening with tears. If you can help Mei, I promise I will never speak out of turn again. I would even apologize to Qin and I. The Ding family appeared to possess a profound sense of enlightenment. Although they seemed to lower their proud heads, their words conveyed a discomforting notion of quid pro quo, as if asserting that respect could only be earned through assistance. Suya merely smiled faintly, accustomed to the Su family's lofty demeanor, yet she did not decline their request, for her affection for little Mo Li compelled her to act. I will assist with Mo Li's situation without needing to be asked. However, I can only make a call to inquire, and the outcome remains uncertain, Suya remarked. Very well, Wu Sheng nodded repeatedly. Suya retrieved her phone, hesitated briefly, and dialed Song Yi's number. She was not fond of asking for favors. But this was a necessity. All eyes were fixed on Suya, and a complex mix of emotions filled the air, as no one had anticipated the day would come when they would seek her help. The phone rang for an extended period, yet no one answered. Growing anxious, Suya dialed a second time, but still received no response. No one is picking up, Suya sighed in resignation. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the group, tinged with a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Su Yulong, who had remained silent, finally scoffed derisively. I have already stated that if even Grandma cannot manage Hua Qin Hospital, how could a mere sales manager like you succeed? Why bother? Su Yulong's contempt was palpable. Due to little Mo Li's predicament, the Su family had leveraged numerous connections. Yet Hua Qin Hospital remained unyielding, adhering strictly to regulations. This left Su Yulong, who was spearheading the effort, utterly humiliated, especially after Wu Sheng suggested seeking Suya's help. After all, Suya was the one cast aside by the Su family, a person deemed unworthy to enter their gates, while he, Su Yulong, was not only the eldest grandson, but also the future leader of the Su family. The disparity in their statuses was immense. If Suya managed to accomplish what he could not, where would his pride reside? Thus, prior to Suya's arrival, he had already mocked her in front of Wu Sheng's family. However, upon her arrival, he refrained from speaking, uncertain of the extent of her relationship with Song Yi. Now that Song Yi was not answering, he felt a surge of relief, unleashing all the pent-up words he had restrained. Suya, since you are of no assistance here, you might as well return to your work early and earn more money to support your parasitic husband. Su Yulong's smile grew more arrogant. Su Yulong, I am here solely to see little Mo Li. This has nothing to do with you. Sperme dur sarcasm, suyari tortid bluntly. Indeed, it has nothing to do with me, but seeing you, the castaway of the Su family, is simply irksome, Su Yulong disparaged. Su Ye's expression shifted. She had not anticipated such harsh words from Su Yulong. At a loss for a retort, she noticed Qin and I walking up beside her, calm and composed. Is being expelled from the Su family what you consider to be a bastard? Then what does that make you? A parasite reliant on the Su family for sustenance? This rhetorical question plunged the corridor into an eerie silence, akin to a night shrouded in fear, so still it was unsettling. Wu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, while Ding Yun's parents wore expressions of astonishment. Ding Yun herself, who had initially intended to enjoy the spectacle, was equally startled by Qin Yi's counterattack. Back at the Su residence, Qin and I had maintained a low profile, allowing Su Ye to take the lead. Yet at this moment, his cold and sharp brilliance was on full display without reservation. No one had anticipated that Qin and I would dare to retaliate, let alone utter such impudent words, especially in the presence of Su Yuelong. Did he truly believe that having Su Ye's backing granted him the liberty to act without restraint? It seemed tantamount to courting disaster. Qin and I, what do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Su Yuelong sprang to his feet, appearing ready to strike at any moment. If one requires qualifications to speak, then what right do you have to demean Su Ye? Qin and I countered fearlessly. Su Yuelong sneered disdainfully. She relies on the support of Huawan Hospital and the Su family, yet now that she is in dire need, they refuse to assist her. To insult such a sycophantic turncoat is merely a light reprimand. How laughable! The director of Huawan Hospital merely did not answer the phone. How dare you presumptuously conclude that they will not aid Su Ye? You are to be the future helmsman of the Su family, yet you act on baseless assumptions. Dismissibly. In the exchange that followed, Su Yuelong found himself at a disadvantage, particularly by the end of their dialogue, which not only left him feeling humiliated, but also called his status into question, a notion he could not abide. Ha! I never imagined that you, a mere waste, would possess such a sharp tongue. Su Yuelong feigned a magnanimous smile and continued, Very well, you claim that I act on whimsy, yes? Let's see the outcome. If Su Ye can indeed facilitate a transfer, I, Su Yuelong, shall apologize to her. If not, I will ensure you pay the price for your insolence. I'm not afraid to reveal that I hold a black belt in Taekwondo. My forbearance is simply a reflection of my unwillingness to stoop to the level of someone like you, a societal outcast. However, should you mistake my tolerance for an invitation to overreach, do not blame me for my lack of civility, Su Yuelong declared, spreading his hands before the onlookers. Everyone can see, as the future head of the Su family, I conduct myself fairly. Su Yuelong harbored a deep-seated contempt for Qin and I, which was why he had refrained from striking. In blunt terms, should he lose his temper, while it may offer him momentary relief, the ultimate embarrassment would fall upon him, especially in a public setting such as a hospital. Thus, he devised a seemingly fair strategy, which not only portrayed him as magnanimous, but also provided an opportunity to deal with Qin and I. In simpler terms, he aimed to play both sides. As anticipated, once he finished speaking, faint smiles appeared among the crowd, most notably on Ding Yun, who seemed to have forgotten her dependence on Su Ye. Very well. Let's wait and see. Qin and I maintained an air of unruffled calm. However, Su Ye felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether Song Yi would come to her aid. But one thing was certain. Should Song Yi choose not to assist, Su Yuelong would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Qin and I. Chapter 88. An apology is necessary. Su Ye possessed an acute understanding of Su Yuelong. This man had been thoroughly wicked since childhood, often speaking ill of her behind their grandmother's back. After reaching adulthood, he resorted to numerous unscrupulous deeds in his quest for dominance within the Su family. His seemingly impartial words were, in fact, a deliberate trap laid for Qin and I, which heightened her concern. Observing Su Yuelong, who maintained an air of composure and a smile upon his face, it was clear he was unperturbed by the prospect of defeat, for he believed it to be impossible. Although Xiao Moli was an outsider, she was regarded as a semi-member of the Su family, especially as she was particularly endearing and held the affection of the entire clan. Given the life-and-death nature of the matter at hand, Old Lady Su had devoted all her efforts to assist. even reaching out to numerous old friends to intercede with Huaqian Hospital, yet to no avail. How could Suya possibly succeed? Even though Suya was a partner of Huaqian Hospital, her influence could hardly surpass that of her grandmother's esteemed acquaintances. With this thought, Suya Welong felt a surge of triumph and suggested with a smile, Suya, why not make another call? Waiting here aimlessly is not a solution. Suya bit her lip, illuminating her phone screen, and was just about to dial when the phone rang abruptly. The sound echoed through the corridor, startling everyone, and Suya Welong glanced at Suya's screen in astonishment. Song Yi. He actually called? He reassured himself, believing the call merely sought clarification regarding the situation. Certain he would reject Suya's request. Ding Yun and the others had already perked up their ears. Hello. Suya spoke nervously, bringing the phone to her ear. Ms. Su, I apologize for missing your call. I was in a meeting. How may I assist you? Song Yi's tone remained as courteous as ever. Director Song, I genuinely require your assistance this time. Suya glanced at Qin and I, who nodded in encouragement. Gritting her teeth, she continued, my niece is gravely ill, and the Second Central Hospital has suggested a transfer to your facility. However, I understand there are no available beds, and I'm hoping you might assist us. To be candid, during the winter months, hospital beds are indeed in short supply. Even family members of patients may struggle to find accommodation, he replied. The corridor fell silent, and everyone strained to catch snippets of the conversation. When they heard Song Yi mention the scarcity of beds, a sense of dread washed over the crowd, and even Suya felt her heart sink. Only Suya Welong appeared ecstatic, eagerly rubbing his hands together. Yet, the subsequent words from Song Yi caused everyone to collectively gasp in disbelief. However, rest assured, Ms. Su, since you have personally reached out to me, I shall assist you. You must arrange for the transfer paperwork at the second hospital, and I will dispatch a vehicle to fetch the patient immediately. Song Yi smiled lightly. Really? Suya could hardly believe her ears. Indeed, once the child arrives, I will arrange for a specialist consultation. You need not worry, Ms. Su, he affirmed. Thank you so much. I will proceed to handle the transfer paperwork right away. Suya exclaimed, excitement radiating from her as she hung up and turned to the others, announcing, Director Song has agreed and will be sending a car to pick up Xiao Moli. We all heard it, the excitement palpable in the air. Wu Sheng was most fervent, while Ding Yun's parents were moved to tears. Even Ding Yun gazed at Suya with profound respect, seemingly having forgotten her earlier thoughts. Only Suya Long appeared ashen, as if his very essence had been drained from him. He could hardly fathom that Song Yi would indeed extend his assistance, a reality that surpassed his comprehension. Was Suya truly of such significance? Would such a grand institution as Huaqian Hospital genuinely concern itself with a mere 10 million contract from a small client? He had not even perceived a hint of reluctance from Song Yi. What could be the reason behind this? Suya Long felt an unspoken jealousy, coupled with a sense of humiliation before the crowd. Aunt, uncle, since the transfer has been settled, I see no reason to linger here. If there are matters to discuss, we can connect by phone. Suya Long managed a strained smile at Ding Yun's parents before turning to leave. It was evident to all that he was the most uncomfortable in this situation. His excuse to depart was undoubtedly the wisest choice. However, just as he took a couple of steps, Qin and I suddenly grasped his wrist. Suya Long, have you forgotten something? Qin Yi's voice dripped with mockery. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. Suya Long's departure had already signified his capitulation. Yet Qin Yi's actions seemed to suggest he truly wished for an apology. Was that not a step too far? What do you mean, Qin and I? Suya Long yanked at his hand, only to find it firmly held. If my memory serves me right, you owe Suya an apology. Qin and I smirked, a mischievous glint in his eye. Apologize? You want me to apologize to her? Does she even deserve it? Suya Long tugged again, still unable to free himself. His earlier composure crumbling, he exclaimed in a flustered tone, Let me go. Qin and I, now that the matter is settled, please release Yu Long. Besides, Suya has said nothing, so why are you being so insistent? Ding Yun attempted to intercede on Suya Long's behalf. Ding Yun's mother chimed in, indeed. We are all family. There's no need to be so serious. Let it go. After saying this, she turned to Suya. Xiaoya, why not persuade Qin and I? Yes. Do talk to him. Wu Xing added. Although Ding Yun's family sought Suya's favor, they were equally keen to avoid offending Su Yulong. Thus their collective gaze fell upon Suya as though she were the one at fault. Suya felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. She wished to tell Qin and I to let it go, yet upon seeing his resolute demeanor, she chose to persevere. After all, Su Yulong had hurled harsh insults at her, and she did not want to dishearten Qin and I, who was there to protect her. Having come to a conclusion, Suya remained silent, responding to everything with quietude. Qin and I, are you listening? Let go. Su Yulong, witnessing the collective pleas directed at Qin and I without yielding, grew increasingly incensed, even turning to Suya with a confrontational glare. Suya, are you not afraid I will reveal this to Grandma? Determined. Suyapadim no hith. Shall I repeat myself? Apologize. Qin and I tightened his grip, his voice growing colder. Why you let go? Su Yulong's countenance darkened further. His arm trembled as he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, as if it might snap at any moment. Apologize. The intensity of Qin Ni's actions escalated once more, causing Su Yulong to nearly collapse to the ground in pain. He hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I apologize, Suya. It was my fault just now. I am truly sorry. That is more like it. Qin and I replied with a cold smile, releasing his grip. Su Yulong, now stripped of his arrogance, left with his tail between his legs, though his eyes burned with fury and a thirst for vengeance. Chapter 89. Fallacy. Ding Yun's family could hardly fathom that Qin and I, whom they deemed a useless individual, would dare to act in such a manner. Although Su Yulong had apologized, they believed that Qin and I and Su Yu were merely enjoying a momentary triumph. Su Yulong would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. However, this was not a concern for Ding Yun's family, as they had resolved their own issues. The apology that Ding Yun had previously contemplated extending to Qin and I was long forgotten, and Qin and I showed no interest in pursuing it. Subsequently, arrangements were made for a transfer to another hospital, and the paperwork for hospitalization was redone. Huaqian Hospital not only sent a vehicle to retrieve little Mo Li, but also allocated a luxurious room designated for officials of the Haidong city government. Moreover, Song Yi personally accompanied a team of hospital experts to conduct the initial round of consultations for little Mo Li. This treatment led Ding Yun's family to regard Suya with newfound respect. Even Ding Yun, who was typically unreasonable, dared not raise her voice in front of Suya nor provoke Qin and I any further. After a long day of bustling activity, Suya and Qin and I finally departed from Huaqian Hospital, the sky having darkened considerably. Will little Mo Li be all right? Suya leaned against her seat, gazing out the window, her tone melancholic. Do not worry. Children are resilient. Qin and I offered a kind reassurance. In truth, during the ambulance ride, he had taken Mo Li's pulse and found her condition to be less than favorable. Recovery would not come easily. She is only 9, so you could not conceal her anguish. You know, she has always been attached to me since childhood. I watched her grow up, and though I haven't seen her in years, she would always sneakily call me on her cousin's phone during the holidays. Why must such a sweet child endure the torment of illness? Rest assured, she will recover. Huaqian Hospital has an abundance of experts and surely possesses the means. Qin and I continue to provide comfort. Let us hope so. Suya sighed deeply, as if trying to gather her scattered thoughts. She shifted the conversation, saying, Su Yulong has suffered today. He will not let this go easily, so be cautious. He cannot overpower me. Qin and I replied with a feigned jest. I find myself rather curious. Last time you defeated Yang Bo, and today you forced Su Yulong to apologize. You seem to possess considerable strength. Suyak wept, raising an eyebrow. Yang Bo did not dare to confront me out of respect for you. And as for Su Yulong, do you think a pampered young master possesses much strength? Qin and I explained with a semblance of seriousness. Upon hearing this, Suya found some merit in his reasoning and chose not to pursue the matter further. Her heart was already deeply entwined with little Mo Li, leaving her little appetite for such discussions. In the days that followed, Suya oscillated between her workplace and the hospital, her concern for little Mo Li surpassing even her own self-care. Qin and I also frequently visited the hospital, secretly preparing traditional Chinese medicine for little Mo Li. Due to the advocacy of integrative medicine at Huajian Hospital, Qin Yi's approach was not entirely dismissed. However, his rather radical prescriptions raised skepticism among several traditional Chinese medicine professors. Nevertheless, with Song Yi's staunch support, Qin Yi's formula was ultimately adopted. A week later, little Mo Li's condition began to stabilize. Yet both Qin Yi and the medical team at Huajian Hospital remained vigilant, fully aware that Mo Li had merely survived a critical juncture. True recovery necessitated surgery, a point that Qin Yi firmly upheld. Wu Mo Li, aged 9, suffered from congenital heart disease and had undergone one previous surgery. Tian Guofu set down the documents in his hands and spoke softly. Her various indicators are all subpar. The chances of a successful second surgery are exceedingly low. Is there truly no other solution? What do you think? Vinyuretortet somehat irket. You are the heir of the Qin family. Your grandfather, Master Qin, was renowned as a divine physician. Surely, you must possess some divine medical prowess as well. Is there a malady that could possibly best you? Tian Guofu chuckled. I am a physician, not a deity. Besides, I hardly see myself as a divine healer. Spare me the flattery, Qin Yi replied, taking a puff from a cigarette. Little Mo Li's ailment stems from a congenital genetic defect. Had she been treated with traditional Chinese medicine from an early age, the deficiencies could have been mitigated through the harmonization of the 5 organs. Unfortunately, she has missed that optimal window. Therefore, opting for Western surgical intervention is the most prudent course of action. Although Western medicine has only developed over the past 4 centuries, one must concede its superiority in certain respects. You are increasingly resembling your grandfather, Tian Guofu remarked suddenly. Why do you say that? Qin Yi asked, puzzled. Master Qin was the sole advocate among the national physicians for the integration of Eastern and Western medicine, Tian Guofu reminisced, his tone taking on a reflective quality. Those skilled in the art of medicine often regard themselves as superior once they reach a certain level of expertise. The other national physicians believe that Western medicine is a harmful practice, incomparable to traditional Chinese medicine, and even contend that its emergence hampers the progress of the latter. Such beliefs are deeply entrenched within the realm of Chinese medicine. Hence, Master Qin's advocacy for integration alienated many. Such fallacies, Qin Yi scoffed dismissively. The ultimate goal of both Eastern and Western medicine is to heal and save lives. How can one deem a harmful practice? The future of Chinese medicine lies in mutual enhancement. If it remains shackled by outdated ideologies, it will inevitably decline. Master Qin expressed similar sentiments. Tian Guofu noted with a smile, growing increasingly fond of the young man before him. Old fellow, cease looking at me with such reverence. Your next task is to urge the hospital's professors to expedite a second consultation to confirm the surgical plan. Little Mo Li must not be put at risk. Qin Yi stated earnestly. Rest assured. Tian Guofu nodded in agreement. After their conversation, Tian Guofu instructed Song Yi to relay the consultation results to Su Ye and Ding Yun's family, conveying that little Mo Li should be hospitalized for observation and undergo a second consultation to finalize the subsequent treatment strategy, while also advising Ding Yun's family to prepare for another surgery. Upon learning of the consultation results, Su Ye experienced a mix of emotions. Elated that the hospital had at least formulated a treatment plan, yet anxious about whether little Mo Li could endure a second surgery. In the subsequent period, Su Ye devoted nearly all her energy to little Jasmine, often neglecting her work. Ding Yun's family also developed a significantly improved perception of Su Ye. However, they remained indifferent towards Qin Yi, believing he merely basked in Su Ye's glow, unaware that he was the one orchestrating everything behind the scenes. One day, Su Ye returned home, her weary body dragging along as she carelessly tossed her shoes by the door. Upon entering her bedroom, she discovered Qin Yi polishing the nightstand. This was a commonplace scene. Although they did not live together, Qin Yi had always maintained her room. Just as she intended to greet him, her gaze was drawn to a notebook on the nightstand, and her expression immediately soured. Chapter 90. Who moved Su Ye's notebook? Qin Yi, where did you find this notebook? Su Ye's voice was frigid, a clear indication of her rising anger. The notebook? I found it while tidying up the room, Qin and I replied after glancing at the nightstand. While tidying up, Suya furrowed her brow. It was not that she doubted Qin and I, but this notebook was of immense significance to her, and she would never carelessly misplace it. Noticing the shift in her demeanor, Qin and I realized that it had been quite some time since she had spoken to him in such an icy tone. This was the first instance since his transformation, and it was evident that the notebook held great importance for Suya. Her tense and irate expression resembled that of someone who had lost a cherished treasure. It has always been here, and I did not open it, Qin and I reiterated, his expression growing more serious. After a moment of silence, Suya replied, "Perhaps I'm misunderstood. Let me rest for a while." Qin and I nodded, refraining from further explanation, and left the bedroom, gently closing the door behind him. Once Qin and I departed, Suya carefully put away the notebook, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Perhaps Qin and I had not lied to her. But how had the notebook ended up on the nightstand? Could it have been her mother? With this thought in mind, Suya quickly dialed Yang Meijuan's number, determined to uncover the truth. "Mom, have you been to my house?" Suya asked directly as soon as the call connected. "Huh? No, I'm currently having tea with friends. When would I have time to visit you?" Yang Meijuan responded, then asked, "Is something the matter?" "Someone has tampered with a notebook I left in my bedroom, and I wanted to ask if it was you," Suya stated, emphasizing its significance. "My dear daughter, you should be asking Qin and I about this. How could I have moved your notebook? I don't even live with you. Besides, I know how much you value your privacy. I would never do something so sordid." Yang Meijuan paused, as if recalling something, then added, "Daughter, are you hiding something from Qin and I? Is that why you looked at your notebook?" Suya's heart skipped a beat at this suggestion. Indeed, she was concealing something from Qin and I. However, recalling Qin Ni's earlier demeanor, she inquired once more, "Mom, are you truly not deceiving me? I swear, if I'm lying, may I meet a dreadful fate," Yang Meijuan declared with utmost sincerity. "Stop with the dramatics. I understand," Suya responded. Suya hung up the phone, for it was the first time Yang Meijuan had uttered such a venomous vow. Despite her myriad doubts, they dissipated in that moment. Could it be that Qin and I was deceiving her? In Mu Yang's office, a triumphant smile graced Yang Meijuan's face as she remarked, "Just as I arrived here, the phone rang. It seems she has begun to harbor suspicions about Qin and I. Auntie, what has brought you such joy?" Mu Yang personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Meijuan, fully aware that something favorable was afoot. "Today I have made a significant discovery," she chuckled. "Did you not tell me that the reason they remain together is due to a lack of understanding of Xiaoya? Guess what? I secretly visited her room and perused her notes." "Ah, that seems rather inappropriate." Mu Yang feigned surprise. "Auntie, I meant for you to communicate more with Xiaoya, not to engage in such actions." "Mu Yang, you are commendable in many respects, yet you are far too noble. If you have feelings for my daughter, you ought to be a bit more unscrupulous. Otherwise, how can you win her over?" Yang Meijuan stated earnestly. "Auntie, to be candid, I do have affections for Suya, but if given the choice, I would prefer to compete fairly with Qin and I. Underhanded tactics are beneath me," Mu Yang replied, donning a guise of integrity. "The more you assert that, the more I admire you. While that Qin and I wonder what means he has employed to capture Xiaoya's unwavering heart," Yang Meijuan sighed. In her heart, Mu Yang and Qin and I were worlds apart. She continued, "You cannot play the villain. Let Annie assist you." With a mysterious smile, Yang Meijuan lowered her voice. "Can you guess what I discovered in Suya's notes? They have never consummated their marriage." "Huh? That cannot be true." Mu Yang exclaimed, astonished. "It is indeed true. Would Annie deceive you?" Yang Meijuan asserted with conviction. "But they have been married for over 3 years." Mu Yang still found it hard to believe. "Had I not seen the notes, I too would be skeptical," Yang Meijuan earnestly explained. "The truth is, Xiaoya married Qin and I out of emotional trauma. He merely took advantage of her vulnerability. She has never held any affection for him. Otherwise, after 3 years together, there would certainly be some signs of intimacy, would there not?" Mu Yang's heart raced at her words, resonating deeply within him. He eagerly asked, "Auntie, you truly are not deceiving me?" Auntie admitted to having acted excessively at times, but she would never jest about Suya's matters. Yang Meijuan glanced at Mu Yang and continued, "Xiaoya has always kept secrets in her notes, and they clearly indicate that they have never engaged in a physical relationship, and they have always slept in separate rooms. At the time, I was rushed, and I could not examine everything, but I can assure you with complete certainty about this matter. Having heard this, Mu Yang was wholly convinced. At that moment, he could scarcely articulate his feelings, yet he felt an exhilarating sense of joy and excitement. This not only implied Su Ye's remarkable purity, but also signified a substantial increase in his own chances. A couple devoid of marital intimacy, were they not merely a facade of marriage? Upon reflection, Mu Yang took a moment to calm his emotions. Striving to maintain his composure amidst his excitement, he continued to feign a facade of concern, saying, "Auntie, this indeed is splendid news for me. But if Suya were to discover this, she would surely misunderstand my intentions. The heavens know, the earth knows, you know, and I know. As long as I remain silent, how could Xiaoya possibly find out?" Yang Meiwan smiled faintly. "You heard the phone call earlier. I will not admit to anything, and I will even shift the blame onto Qin and I. Xiaoya values her privacy immensely. Back in school, I once stole a glance at her notes, and she cold-shouldered me for 3 whole months. It was only after her father intervened that she forgave me. If she mistakenly believes that Qin and I has seen her notes, the consequences could be dire." Yet, the vow Auntie just made seemed to amuse Mu Yang, who wore a mask of feigned concern while internally reveling in delight. For Xiao Ye's happiness, what harm is there in swearing a poisonous oath? That useless Qin and I is utterly unworthy of her. Mu Yang, you must promise Annie that you will win Xiao Ye's heart. Yang Meijuan's tone was almost pleading, a cheap display that bordered on distasteful. Chapter 91. The pretend couple. After bidding farewell to Yang Meiwan, Mu Yang sat in a rocking chair, feeling a sense of elation as he began to fantasize about holding Suya close, this delicate beauty who could never be tarnished by someone as inept as Qin and I. 8 years ago, he and Suya were inseparable childhood friends. Though their relationship remained in the realm of friendship, Mu Yang had long harbored feelings for her. However, his father's departure for career pursuits had severed their family's ties. Over the years, although Mu Yang had encountered numerous women, the memory of his youthful affection for Su Ye lingered in his heart. Upon returning to Haidong, discovering that Su Ye was now married plunged him into despair. Yet, after subtly learning about her circumstances, he began to yearn for her, and upon witnessing her current beauty, he found himself captivated beyond escape. Did he love Suya? Perhaps. But more than love, it was an obsession, a fervent desire to reclaim what he believed was rightfully his, an undeniable possessiveness. A sly smile crept across Mu Yang's face. Targeting Suya's parents was evidently the right choice. Next, he intended to methodically dismantle this facade of marriage. Meanwhile, Qin and I remained oblivious to the unfolding events. After preparing dinner, he called Suya to join him. However, their mealtime was laden with an unusual heaviness, particularly from Suya, who repeatedly hesitated to speak, leaving her inquiries unvoiced. "Xiaoya, if there is something you wish to ask, please do so." Qin and I perceive her silence all too well. Suya bit her lip, murmuring, "Actually, I just want to tell you that if you want to know something, you can ask me directly. I will not conceal anything from you." Do you still believe that I was the one who tampered with your notes?" Qin and I replied with a faint smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness. Suya found herself at a loss for words. She did not wish to suspect Qin and I, yet no one else had the opportunity to access her notes. Observing Suya's hesitant demeanor, Qin and I understood her doubts towards him. His smile gradually faded, and his tone took on a chill. "I will certainly acknowledge the things I have done." Suya sensed the shift in Qin's emotions and softly replied, "Perhaps I have been too exhausted lately. I might have forgotten some matters after completing them. I shall retire to my room now." After saying this, she returned to her bedroom. How could Qin and I believe such a forced explanation? He gazed at the closed door, feeling desolate as he rose to clear away the barely touched meal. In the depths of the night, Suya lay awake, tossing and turning. She knew she should not doubt Qin and I. After all, his demeanor had improved remarkably, and their relationship was rapidly warming. She did not wish to disrupt this harmony and happiness. However, the notebook held immense significance for her, containing secrets she had buried deep within her heart, particularly those she could not share with Qin and I. It was a scar etched upon her soul, one she had concealed well. Perhaps one day she would reveal everything, but certainly not now, for she was not yet prepared, or perhaps she was still haunted by the wounds inflicted by a former lover. Thus, she remained acutely sensitive, so much so that she lost the ability to think clearly, convinced that Qin and I bore the greatest suspicion. Yang Meijuan's venomous oath and her two reminders corroded her mind like a nightmare. In another room, Qin and I sat by the window, quietly smoking. Each puff seemed to draw the smoke deep into his lungs, swirling within. Having departed from the Qin family for 9 years and married Suya for 3, he had endured the vicissitudes of human emotion, suffering scorn and disdain. His heart had become as resilient as steel, yet when confronted with Suya's doubtful gaze, he still felt a piercing pain, even knowing it was merely a misunderstanding, especially as he began to rediscover himself. This misunderstanding inevitably reminded him of the slanders he had once faced, shadows that would haunt him for a lifetime. Qin and I slowly closed his eyes, allowing the smoke to numb his senses. Trust, undoubtedly, is the foundation of love between two individuals, but is it truly so difficult to establish? The misunderstanding orchestrated by Yang Meijuan had thoroughly grasped Suya's hidden nerves, creating a rift in the bond between her and Qin and I. In the days that followed, although they continued to dine together and venture out, occasionally discussing matters concerning little Jasmine, an invisible barrier seemed to have emerged, suppressing their affections, reminiscent of the strained dynamic at the end of their 3-year marriage. More than half a month later, little Jasmine had been transferred to Huan Hospital for a full month, and the expert team had conducted 3 consultations. It was evident that her condition was complex and the surgery would not be straightforward. Recently, Qin and I had not participated in the surgical discussions as it was not his area of expertise. One day, upon returning home, Suya sat on the sofa, her eyes slightly swollen and clearly having recently wept. "What has happened?" Qin and I inquired, approaching her with concern. The consultation results have emerged, indicating that surgery is imperative for recovery. However, the operation not only incurs significant costs, but also entails considerable risks. According to the opinions of several specialists, if the procedure is performed at Huaichin Hospital, the success rate is merely 50%. Suya bit her lip, reflecting that her cousin's family dares not consent lightly to the surgery, yet the condition cannot be postponed. Upon hearing this, Qin's expression shifted slightly, and he urgently inquired, "Are there alternative options?" "We could transfer to a better hospital," Suya replied, "but although Zayamoli's condition is currently stable, long-distance travel is ill-advised. Therefore, we can only invite a physician from one of the top domestic hospitals to assist with the surgery." Acknowledging that a surgeon's expertise often determines the success of an operation. In a third-tier city like Haidong, there is simply no top-tier surgical specialists. Even with numerous experts at Huaichin Hospital, a gap remains when compared to larger cities. The fact that the specialists at Huaichin Hospital communicated this probability to Suya indicates their concern. Inviting a physician for the surgery is no simple task, Qin and I remarked solemnly. Indeed, the hospital has also mentioned that hiring top doctors involves considerations beyond just costs. Their willingness to come is also a factor. After all, these doctors rarely have time to travel to such small locales, so the hospital intends to hold a meeting to discuss this matter. Suya's eyes reddened once more as she said, "Surely we can't let the doctors from Huaichin Hospital perform the surgery? That would be too perilous." "Do not dwell on such thoughts. The hospital must have safer alternatives. I shall prepare something for you to eat," Qin and I said before retreating to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Suya sat quietly on the sofa, silent and contemplative. Chapter 92. Mu Yang's machinations. The following day, Qin and I hurried to Huaichin Hospital on his electric bike, where Tian Guofu and Song Yi had been awaiting his arrival. "I anticipated you would seek me out today," Tian Guofu remarked with an air of foresight. "Your consultation caused Suya to weep throughout the night. Who else would I come to if not you?" Qin and I replied, somewhat irked. "Young Master Heir, you may not be aware, but I made a special trip to the magical city regarding this matter. Little did I know that those experts would divulge everything to Zayamoli's family," Tian Guofu said with an awkward smile. "I must apologize for not providing adequate caution." As he spoke, Tian Guofu even bowed slightly to Qin and I, a gesture that startled Song Yi, who stood nearby. As Tian Guofu's assistant, he understood that Qin Yi's status was not trivial, but he had not expected such reverence from Tian Guofu. It was astonishing to realize that someone who appeared to be in his 20s commanded such respect. Enough of this idle chatter. What progress has been made? Qin and I inquired, frowning. Through personal connections and a modest donation, I have finally managed to invite Lu Yunsheng, Tian Guofu stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name Lu Yunsheng, Qin Yi's expression shifted with mild astonishment. This individual is a towering figure in the realm of surgical operations in Longhua, with no more than 5 individuals reaching such heights within the country. Furthermore, he is frequently featured in esteemed medical journals both domestically and internationally. Securing his presence is undoubtedly not a matter of a mere donation. However, Qin and I refrained from probing further and continued. What are the specific arrangements? Due to the intricate relationships involved, it has been publicly announced that Lu Yunsheng is scheduled to deliver a lecture at our institution soon. A Weibo post was made last night. Tian Guofu continued to elaborate. In this manner, we can assert to the outside world that Lu Yunsheng intervened after witnessing Xiao Moli's condition, thereby not only elevating his reputation, but also alleviating the financial burden of the surgery for Ding Yun's family. Otherwise, if we were disclosed that we invited Lu Yunsheng, do you believe they could afford the cost? Qin and I nodded in agreement, fully grasping the implications of Tian Guofu's words. This elucidates why it is challenging for ordinary individuals to engage top-tier physicians. Their concerns extend beyond mere monetary compensation to encompass reputation and prestige. In this increasingly superficial society, while it is indeed a physician's duty to save lives, how many truly uphold this principle? Xiao Yi, allow Song Yi to accompany you to visit Wu Moli, and inform them that Lu Yunsheng will arrange a consultation upon his arrival, to ease their worries. Otherwise, your young lady will remain anxious, Tian Guofu chuckled. Indeed, that is precisely my intention. Qin and I nodded, departing the office alongside Song Yi. On their way, Qin and I remained silent, and Song Yi dared not speak, feeling the weight of Tian Guofu's reverence for Qin and I. Moments later, the pair arrived at the inpatient department. Upon exiting the elevator on the 8th floor, Qin and I suddenly recognized a familiar figure entering Xiao Moli's room. It was Mu Yang. A glint of icy resolve flashed in Qin Yi's eyes. During this period, due to Xiao Moli's stabilized condition and a growing rift with Suya, he had refrained from visiting. Had Mu Yang been present all along? Mr. Qin, are you all right? Song Yi sensed something amiss with Qin and I. Let us proceed, Qin and I replied coldly. They soon stood outside the hospital room, where Mu Yang's excited and animated voice resonated within. Suya, I have wonderful news. Lu Yunsheng is coming to Hua Qian Hospital to give a lecture. By the way, do you know who Lu Yunsheng is? Mu Yang sat across from Suya, his face beaming with joy. Aside from Xiao Moli, they were the only two in the room. Upon hearing Mu Yang's words, Qin and I refrained from entering, choosing instead to remain quietly outside, while Song Yi discreetly lingered behind. Lu Yunsheng? I believe I've seen him on television. He is that exceptionally renowned doctor, correct? Suya recalled, responding thoughtfully. To be precise, he is the foremost surgical physician in our dragon country, almost a legendary figure. If he were to perform surgery on Xiao Moli, the chances of success would significantly increase. Mu Yang asserted with unwavering confidence. Suya, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement, but then sighed. But he is only coming to give a lecture. He likely won't assist with the surgery. Moreover, how could such a prominent individual possibly help us? Individuals of Lu Yunsheng's stature typically do not perform surgeries casually. But if I were to intervene, there might indeed be a chance, Mu Yang smiled. Do you know him? Suya's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Though the Mu family may not be among the prominent households, we still hold a certain esteem in the Jiangnan region. A few years ago, it was Lu Yunsheng's team that aided in my grandfather's illness, which is why my father frequently visits him. Mu Yang smiled confidently as he spoke. Our families share a good relationship. Mu Yang, if you truly can assist, I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Allow me to thank you on behalf of little Mo Li's family, Suya said appreciatively. Suya, why are we being so formal? We have grown up together. It is my pleasure to do a small favor for you, Mu Yang replied, his words laden with depth, expressing his affection for Suya without being overtly forward, thus avoiding any awkwardness. He embodied the essence of a gentleman. Outside, Song Yi observed that Qin Nai remained still and silent for a long time, finally unable to contain his impatience. Mr. Qin, I wonder if I should share something. Speak, came Qin Yi's emotionless reply. That Mu Yang has recently been coming here frequently. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to have feelings for Miss Su. Song Yi spoke somewhat cryptically. How could Qin and I be unaware? It was entirely natural for someone as beautiful as Suya to attract attention. In their 3 years of marriage, numerous rivals had appeared, but recently, they had only become more formidable. Liu Yinsheng was invited by old Tian. Should I go in and expose him? Song Yi suggested. Expose him? Qin and I replied with a cold smile. Even if he were to reveal the truth, he would suffer no harm. He merely wishes to assist. He has not claimed Liu Yunsheng was his invitation. But if you say nothing, Miss Su might misunderstand. Song Yi countered, puzzled. Qin and I remained silent, gazing quietly into the hospital room where every smile and frown from Suya radiated brilliance, akin to an everlasting flower in his eyes that would never wither. Alas, her exquisite beauty was now displayed before a hypocritical charlatan, a situation both ironic and heart-wrenching. Let us depart. Qin and I inhaled deeply and turned to leave. Chapter 93. A dramatic scene. Song Yi found himself perplexed by Qin Yi's actions. Why not explain the situation to Suya? Failing to clarify seemed to allow Mu Yang to bask in undeserved glory. Did he not care for Suya? Yet if he did not care, why go to such lengths? Song Yi could not fathom it. Despite having lived over 50 years, he was utterly confounded. Mr. Qin, what should I do next? Song Yi asked, trembling with trepidation, daunted by Qin Yi's icy demeanor. Proceed as usual. The primary objective is to ensure the surgery goes smoothly. As for Mu Yang, disregard him. Qin and I replied coolly. Understood. Please contact me directly if you need anything, Song Yi said as he escorted Qin and I out of the hospital, the latter offering no further words. A biting wind swept through Haidong City, laden with the briny scent of the sea, marking the coldest days since winter's onset, with temperatures nearing freezing. Amidst the chilling gusts, Qin and I, riding his electric bike, appeared increasingly solitary and forlorn. Why did he not enter the room? Only he held the answer to that question. With a resolute twist of the throttle, a profound smile graced his face, as if lost in recollection, his gaze landing on the entrance of a nearby restaurant. There emerged Yang Bo, embracing a heavily made-up woman, followed by a group of 5 or 6 men and women, all appearing quite inebriated, their banter echoing as if they owned the entirety of Haidong City. Brother Bo, I truly apologize for the expense today. If anything arises in the future, just let the brothers know, and I shall plunge into any challenge without hesitation, a young man with bleached hair boisterously complimented. Stop with the pleasantries. What expense are you talking about? I have money, Yang Bo retorted, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. Brother Bo, if there are any promising projects in the future, do not forget to uplift your brothers. Another man chimed in with flattery. Of course, as long as you all stick with me, a life of indulgence awaits you, and wealth shall be abundant, Yang Bo declared, exhaling a puff of smoke with increased pride. Let me share with you, I recently completed a project in the Tianhai Villa District. Wow, the Tianhai Villa District, where only the affluent reside. The men exclaimed in unison. Don't be fooled by their wealth, they're all fools. I casually made hundreds of thousands there. You all should learn from me. Yang Bo boasted extravagantly. Brother Bo is impressive. Brother Bo is amazing. The crowd erupted in praise, thumbs raised in admiration. Yet, an icy voice suddenly sent a shiver down Yang Bo's spine. Yang Bo, living quite luxuriously, I see, Qin and I remarked with a chilling smile, colder than the skies of Haidong. He was aware of Yang Bo's unscrupulous nature, but was taken aback by the depths of his depravity, spending his and Suya's money while deriding them as fools. It was fortunate he had encountered Yang Bo. Otherwise, who knew what slander would have been uttered? Yang Bo, upon noticing Qin and I, felt the alcohol's effects diminish. The last time he had faced Qin and I, he had been left reeling from a couple of slaps, which had given him a newfound respect for this brother-in-law. At least in a physical confrontation, he was no match. After a brief moment of fear, Yangbo quickly regained his composure. Previously, he had been outnumbered and surrounded by timid workers, resulting in his loss. However, today was different. His companions were seasoned ruffians. With this thought, his confidence surged. "Oh, I thought it was someone significant. Turns out it's you." Yangbo taunted, still clutching the woman, his gaze defiantly fixed on Qin and I. His eyes then wandered to the electric scooter behind Qin and I, and he laughed unabashedly. "In this frigid weather, you're riding that little electric donkey? Aren't you worried about embarrassing my sister?" The bleached-haired young man, sensing the shift in Yangbo's tone, inquired with a grin, "Brother Bo, who is this kid?" "He's quite a notable figure in Haidong City, the son-in-law of the Su family," Yangbo replied with a smirk. "If we put it nicely, he's the son-in-law. If we speak frankly, he's just a man living off his wife's fortune." Laughter erupted from the group, the woman in Yangbo's arms giggling along, her gaze towards Qin and I dripping with disdain. "Yangbo, you must know why I am here," Qin and I, dismissing the banter, cut to the chase. "Why, pray tell?" "I truly cannot recall," Yangbo retorted, feigning ignorance. Yangbo presented a rather provocative demeanor. He chuckled lightly as Qin and I remarked, "I previously mentioned that you were to return the money to Suya within a week. Considering you are a relative of our family, I granted you some leeway. It has now been over a month. Surely that is ample time? Oh, you want money? In front of all these brothers? I have no qualms in admitting that I have already squandered it. If you desire it, perhaps you should seek it from the restaurant." Yangbo laughed heartily, adopting an insolent posture. Not only did he have no intention of repaying the debt, but he also sought to humiliate Qin and I before their peers. In contrast, Qin and I, while unfazed by Yangbo's arrogance, exhibited a demeanor that grew increasingly frigid. A mere few $100,000, he mused, was hardly worth the fuss. Clenching his fist, he retorted, "Did you not claim that you would use that money for medical expenses? Allow me to fulfill your request." Yangbo, taken aback by the tone of Qin and I, felt a chill run down his spine. He vividly recalled the 2 slaps he had received over a month ago, which had left him in pain for 3 days. "Are you trying to intimidate me, Qin and I? I tell you, not only can I not give you the money today, but we must also settle the previous account." With a dismissive wave of his arm, he called out, "Brothers, take him down." The group of young men, already eager for a confrontation, lunged at Qin and I like famished wolves. Just as Qin and I prepared to retaliate, a commanding voice rang out, "Everyone halt. Do you wish to brawl?" As the words echoed, for men clad in police uniforms swiftly surrounded them. The crowd immediately ceased their movements, and Qin and I furrowed his brow in confusion. "Comrades, we were merely having some fun. Not fighting," Yangbo said with a grin, though there was a hint of apprehension in his tone. "Enough of the nonsense. We are from the Yunhe District substation. You are Yangbo, correct?" The officers disregarded Qin and I and focused their inquiries solely on Yangbo. "Yes, that's correct." Yangbo's bravado faltered. "Then you will accompany us." The officers seized Yangbo by his clothing. "Comrades, have I committed some offense?" Yangbo questioned, bewildered. "Any matters can be discussed at the station." 2 officers swiftly seized Yangbo's arms, guiding him toward the police vehicle parked at the roadside. "What on earth is happening?" Yangbo protested incessantly, but the officers paid him no heed. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He turned to glare at Qin and I, exclaiming, "Qin and I, are you scheming against me? I will not let you off easily." Chapter 94. A visit such a dramatic turn of events was unforeseen by Qin and I, who was left bewildered on his way home. How could 4 officers have suddenly appeared? He had indeed contemplated teaching Yangbo a lesson if he failed to repay the debt. Yet he had never intended to have him arrested, questioning whether Yangbo had committed some other offense. Upon returning home that evening, Qin and I intended to discuss the incident with Suya. However, she had just arrived and began speaking about Xiao and Mo Li. "Lu Yunsheng will be coming to Huajian Hospital in the next few days. You are familiar with Lu Yunsheng, correct? He is an exceptionally skilled surgeon. With Mu Yang's involvement, he will likely assist with the surgery." Suya's eyes sparkled with joy. "I am truly grateful to Mu Yang for his dedicated efforts on behalf of Xiao and Mo Li." "For Xiao and Mo Li? You mean for you, Suya?" A cold smile flickered across Qin Ni's face. He did not blame Suya. Rather, he faulted Mu Yang for being too adept at concealing his true self, which was precisely what made Mu Yang formidable. Were it not for him, little Mo Li's illness would still be unresolved. Qin and I replied flatly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation or emotion. Indeed, his cousin had remarked earlier that he must have accrued significant virtues in a past life to have met someone like Mu Yang. It seems Suya had sensed something and chose not to continue, yet it was clear to Qin and I what she was alluding to. Suya bit her lip, aware that her previous words were ill-timed, and hastily clarified, "My cousin meant no offense. I merely regard Mu Yang as a trustworthy friend. Please do not misunderstand." "I harbored no misunderstandings," Qin and I replied calmly. He genuinely did not misconstrue her words. Suya's ability to express such sentiments in his presence indicated her lack of concealed intentions, thereby affirming that she held no romantic notions towards Mu Yang. It was precisely in the absence of such communication that genuine trouble could arise. Nevertheless, even without misunderstandings, such words would be unsettling for anyone to hear, particularly as Qin and I had recently developed a rift with Suya, which only served to chill his demeanor further. Thus, Suya mistakenly presumed that Qin and I was merely speaking out of anger and was about to say more when the sound of a door opening interrupted them. Who could be at this hour? As Suya stood up, Yang Meiwan entered, followed by 3 individuals. 2 were Yang Bo's parents, and the other was the young man with the dyed hair who had dined with Yang Bo that day. "Mother, why are you here?" Suya quedó perplexed. Yang Meiwan completely disregarded Suya and marched directly towards Qin and I, jabbing her finger at his chest. "Qin and I, are you even human? How can someone like you exist in the Su family?" Qin and I frowned, feeling discomfort at her accusations. In that moment, Suya rushed to his side, pressing down on Yang Meiwan's arm. "Mother, could you please express your concerns calmly? Why must every encounter feel like a confrontation?" "Calmly? How can I remain calm? Do you know what he has done?" Yang Meiwan's hands were planted firmly on her hips, radiating fury. "What on earth has happened?" Suya was utterly bewildered. Typically, Yang Meiwan would only hurl a few insults at Qin and I, but this level of anger was unprecedented. "Step aside." Yang Meiwan pushed Suya away, glaring at Qin and I. "Qin and I, you are truly something. My daughter has been taking care of little Mo Li for over a month, and instead of offering assistance, you want to demand money from Yang Bo. What is your true intention?" Suya furrowed her brow slightly, realizing why Yang Bo's parents had come. It was indeed because Qin and I had sought money. She interjected, "Mother, Yang Bo's dad has been outstanding for over a month. The duration is quite long. You're defending him, aren't you?" Yang Meiwan gasped for breath, her teeth clenched. "If he merely sought money, I wouldn't be so enraged. But he not only demands money, but also threatens lives." Suya was taken aback, astonished by the exaggeration. "Mother, you cannot speak so recklessly. What your mother says is not untrue. Your despicable, shameless excuse for a husband has already gotten the authorities to apprehend Yang Bo's mother," darkened her expression. Pointing at Qin and I, "Let me tell you, if anything happens to my son, I will not let this matter rest with you." Suya was alarmed by this statement. Had Qin and I truly called the police to apprehend Yang Bo? In a flurry, she questioned, "Third aunt, is there a misunderstanding?" "Oof." Yang Bo's father scoffed. "Misunderstanding? The only misunderstanding here is that our Yang family still regards your family's son-in-law as a person. Is it merely because he took a small portion of your project funds? That money is hardly enough to cover my son's medical expenses. We did not seek you out. Instead, you have grown arrogant. To report my son to the police, there is no family more malicious than yours." Yang Bo's father's words darkened Suya's expression. Not long ago, she had a fierce argument in the Su family due to the old matriarch's actions. Could Qin and I be capable of the same? Suya found it hard to believe, yet she turned to Qin and I, her brow furrowed with concern. "What on earth is happening?" "I did indeed ask Yang Bo for money, but I am unclear as to why he was arrested." Qin and I, faced with a group led by Yang Meiwan, individuals more despicable than mere ruffians, was reluctant to explain, yet he felt compelled to placate Suya. "Continue your charade. I fear you will not admit it. I have brought witnesses." Yang Bo's father dragged a young man with dyed hair to the forefront pointing at Qin and I and inquiring. Young man, was it he who brought the police? Absolutely, it was him. He rode an electric bike and cornered us at the restaurant. Then called the authorities to take Yang Bo away, the young man declared with conviction. The young man was not falsely accusing Qin and I. From his perspective, it was evident that Qin and I boldly flaunted his authority in front of so many of their brothers, leading him to believe that he had indeed summoned the police. Therefore, both Yang Bo and the young man were convinced that Qin and I was responsible, speaking with a sense of righteousness. Did you hear that? It was he who did it. Riding an electric bike in the dead of winter, there can't be many in Haidong City, can there? Yang Bo's father glared with wide eyes. Suya's mind buzzed. It had to be Qin and I on that electric bike, especially considering the young man's unwavering conviction, which did not seem to be a lie. Upon realizing this, disappointment flooded her gaze as she turned to Qin and I, saying softly, "You promised me you wouldn't make things difficult for Yang Bo." Suya's attitude left Qin and I feeling despondent. What could be more distressing than having the woman he deeply loves misunderstand him? This was not the first time. It echoed the sentiments from their previous interactions. Perhaps Suya's actions stemmed from the normal thought processes of an ordinary woman. Yet this did not diminish the hurt it caused Qin and I. Enough with the talk. Come with us to the police station immediately and retract the case. Yang Bo's father ordered loudly. Not only did they demand the case be dismissed, but Yang Bo's mother also insisted that he apologize to her son. Chapter 95. Deepening conflict. Qin and I silently observed the antics of the two jesters, tuning them out entirely. He cared little for their actions. Only the movements of Suya stirred his heart. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. Yang Meihuan snapped, Tenturnet to Suya, saying, Suya, can't you say anything? Do you want to see Yang Bo spending the new year in jail? At this moment, Suya's heart ached more than anyone else's. She disregarded the emotions of those around her, as well as Yang Bo's safety. Her primary concern was why Qin and I had deceived her and failed to fulfill the promises he once made. If there had been some misunderstanding regarding her earlier act of secretly reading his notes, what could be said now? With tangible evidence presented, how could there still be room for misinterpretation? Suya, say something. Yang Meijuan's desperate roar pierced the air. How could she have such a disappointing daughter? Startled by her mother's exclamation, Suya sighed helplessly and turned to Qin and I, saying, with the new year approaching, even if Yang Bo is in the wrong, we cannot allow him to spend the holiday in jail. I will accompany you. Is that agreeable? Her tone bore a hint of negotiation, as she considered Qin's feelings. Yet this seemingly benevolent gesture only underscored her belief in his deceit. Qin and I gazed into Suya's eyes, feeling the weight of her disappointment, mirroring his own. Nevertheless, he buried these emotions deep within, refraining from any explanations, nor did he wish to provide one. I'm sorry, I cannot go, Qin and I replied coldly, brushing past the others as he headed for the door. No one anticipated such a decisive rejection from Qin and I, as the group stood in stunned silence. Only the scruffy-haired boy reacted, blocking the entrance. You think you can just refuse? Who do you think you are? You won't leave until you get Bogu out, he declared indignantly, eager to display his bravado before Yang Bo's parents. Get lost. Qin and I dismissed him curtly, offering no regard for his bravado. The scruffy-haired boy, incensed, prepared to throw a punch, but before his fist could make contact, he felt a tremendous force collide with his chest, followed by a resounding thud. The boy was propelled out of the room, crashing violently against the security door opposite, eliciting a loud crash and his anguished cries. The sudden turn of events left the others stunned. By the time they regained their composure, Qin and I had already descended the stairs. It was then that Yang Bo's parents raised their voices. What kind of attitude is this? Yang Meiwan, is this your esteemed son-in-law? Didn't you say she obeys you? Meijuan's face contorted in fury. She was not only angry, but felt utterly humiliated by Qin's actions. Shouting hoarsely, she exclaimed, Suya, did you see that? He thinks he's so capable now, disregarding your words and even resorting to violence. Thank goodness that boy stood in front of him. If it were you, he might have dared to strike you too. You toil endlessly, working hard to earn a living and care for little Maoli. Yet he does nothing but add to our troubles. Compared to Mu Yang, he is world apart. Just look at how devoted Mu Yang is to you. He would give his life for you. Suya stared blankly outside, her mother's every word pricking at her wounds like needles, leaving her unable to articulate her emotions. Perhaps this matter had nothing to do with him, she said weakly. What time is it? You still defend him? Does he deserve such loyalty from you? Yang Meiwan chided angrily, expressing her disappointment, while Yang Bo's mother interjected, he is clearly too cowardly to go. Our Yang Bo has truly suffered because of him. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, and Yang Bo's father continued to curse Qin and I. Enough of the noise. We should first visit the Canal District Police Station to see if we can plead for Yang Bo, Yang Meiwan declared. Yes, let's go to the precinct. Yang Bo's parents nodded in agreement. Mom, may I accompany you? Suya asked helplessly. You may come, but you should be more concerned about whether we can continue living under these circumstances, Yang Meiwan replied, casting a disapproving glance at the still squatting young man with dyed hair. Really, it was just a shove. Was it necessary to react like that? Unbeknownst to Yang Meiwan, she failed to comprehend the force behind Qin Yi's action. She merely thought the young man was too thin to withstand a push. However, the young man himself was acutely aware of Qin Yi's ferocity. Having been in many fights over the years, he recognized that his opponent's speed was beyond his ability to react, clearly indicating training. The young man judged the situation and was silently grateful that Qin and I had shown restraint. Yet, in front of so many people, he felt embarrassed to reveal the truth. He could only force himself to stand and assure them, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Resolute, the group set off towards the Canal District Police Station, en route engaging in a barrage of sarcastic remarks aimed at Qin and I, while Suya remained preoccupied with the memory of his departing figure. At the Hongdo Bar, a well-established venue in Haidong City, the nostalgic decor attracted a more mature clientele, lacking the raucousness of younger establishments, but offering a sense of maturity and steadiness. In a secluded corner of the bar, Qin and I sat alone, savoring a glass of vodka. Unlike ordinary